Cold. A bone-deep chill. Frigid wind poured in through the cracks of a broken window, and Liu Shan shuddered violently. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pitch-black thatched roof overhead. Mud walls leaked wind from every crack, the cold air scraping across his face like a knife. Liu Shan was a little dazed. He braced his hands against the earthen Kong and sat up. "Brother, I'm hungry." A tender child's voice drifted from beside him, tinged with weak sobs. Liu Shan turned his head, his pupils suddenly dilating. His 4-year-old sister Liu Shan was curled up in the quilt at death's door. Her eyes were closed and her mouth was unconsciously gnawing at the blackened bedding. "Brother. Hungry. Tell me hungry." The little girl's face was turning blue, her breath shallow and fading. "Xiaolan." Liu Shan's heart twisted like a knife. He lunged forward and pulled his sister into his arms. The child in his embrace weighed almost nothing, frozen all over like a small ice block. Liu Shan's eyes instantly reddened, tears spilling uncontrollably. He had truly returned, reborn into the winter of 1960, the time of the Great Blizzard. In his past life, on this very night, his sister had starved to death in his arms. He had braved the blizzard, run to his uncle's house, and knelt, knocking his head on the ground to borrow grain. His uncle Liu Daqiang had cursed him through the closed door, not even giving him half a wild vegetable dumpling. By the time he ran home empty-handed, his sister's body had long gone cold. Liu Shan held his sister tight, his teeth clenching so hard they rattled. "Don't cry, brother. Xiaolan isn't hungry anymore." Liu Xiaolan felt the drops of water on her face and struggled to open a slit of her eyes. She stretched out a tiny skin and bones hand, trying to touch her brother's face. Liu Shan caught her hand in his chest, aching so badly he could barely breathe. "Be good, Xiaolan. Brother won't cry. Brother will go get you something to eat right now." He tucked his sister back into the quilt, piling several thin, worn garments on top to block the wind. "Woof! Oh, woof!" A faint whimper suddenly came from the corner of the room. Liu Shan turned his head. A small black dog, starved down to skin and bones, lay beside the earthen stove. It didn't even have the strength to lift its head, only its tail feebly sweeping twice against the ground. This year's harvest had completely failed, and the village had long run out of grain. Let alone the dogs, even the tree bark and grass roots on the back mountain of Dashishi village had been stripped bare by people. Oh heavens! How could you be so cruel? Reborn once more, must I still endure this same despair? Liu Shan's gaze locked onto the little black dog lying on the floor. Little Hay sensed its master's eyes and barely opened its own. It gave a fawning whimper, struggling to rest its chin on Liu Shan's foot. This was the only living thing their father had left behind before his death, and the most loyal companion to him and his sister. But now there was no food, and his sister absolutely wouldn't make it through tonight. Liu Shan spun around sharply and pulled a curved boning knife from the bottom of a bamboo basket behind the door. Liu Shan gripped the handle tight and walked step by step back toward the stove. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his heart aching as if about to split open. "I'm sorry." Two hot tears squeezed from the corners of Liu Shan's eyes. Little Hay seemed to sense something, but it did not flinch. Instead, it strained to lift its neck, exposing the most vulnerable part of itself to Liu Shan. Its eyes held no resentment, only a quiet, peaceful devotion. A dog understands human nature better than people do. It knew the family had run out of food, and it was willing to trade its life for the little miss to live. Tears burst from Liu Shan's eyes, his teeth clenched tight, both hands raising the knife frozen in midair. Just one cut drained the blood, boil a pot of dog meat soup. His sister would have a few bites of meat and a bowl of hot broth, and this life would be saved. But the knife was as heavy as a mountain. He could not bring himself to swing it down, no matter how hard he tried. "Brother, don't." Liu Xiaolan's faint voice drifted over from the earthen Kong. Liu Shan's whole body jolted. He turned to look. Liu Xiaolan had somehow opened her eyes and was staring blankly at the knife in his hand. "Don't kill Little Hay." A tear slid down the little girl's cheek, her voice as light as a mosquito's hum. "Little Hay is also family. Xiaolan won't eat Little Hay." "Brother, put the knife down. I'm not hungry anymore." After saying these two sentences, Liu Xiaolan began to cough violently, gasping for breath between spasms. Liu Shan's hand loosened, and with a loud clang the boning knife crashed onto the green brick floor. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, covering his face as he sobbed aloud. A man does not weep lightly, only because the sorrow has not yet reached its deepest. He could not do it. He could not trade his old companion's life for his sister's life. Even if they were to die, a family should die together. Just as he was lost in his grief and indecision, a sudden sharp pain stabbed through both his eyes. The pain came with devastating intensity, as if it would tear his very mind apart. The pain lasted half a minute, then began to slowly recede, a wave of coolness flowing into his eye sockets. He slowly released his hands and tentatively opened his eyes. The world before his eyes had completely changed. The once pitch-black thatched hut was now dazzlingly bright. His vision pierced through the mud wall, directly showing him the scene in the courtyard. Heavy snow blanketed the courtyard, and the old elm tree at the corner stood stark and bare. Liu Shan's gaze could even pierce through the snow, seeing beneath the frozen ground. This was X-ray vision. These three words exploded in Liu Shan's mind, and he felt as if struck by lightning. Heaven had opened its eyes and given him a way to survive. As long as he had these eyes, he could dig 3 feet into the ground and still find food. He drew in a deep breath and opened his eyes once more, forcing himself to endure the dizziness from overexertion. His gaze swept rapidly around the room. Through the water vat, through the stove, through the pile of broken firewood in the corner. Nothing. There was nothing to eat. Liu Shan bit through his lip and directed his gaze into the ground. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. His vision pierced through the frozen soil layer, extending ever downward. Suddenly his X-ray vision locked directly onto a mouse hole deep underground. It was deep beneath the lower right side of the stove. About half a meter below the surface, there was a winding tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, more than a dozen corn cobs were piled up. There was also a small heap of plump dried pine nuts beside them. Found it. Mice are cleverer than humans. They knew to stock up food for winter. The grain the mice had stolen in autumn was all hidden in this underground storehouse. Liu Shan snapped his eyes shut, cutting off the X-ray vision. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The vision couldn't be used carelessly. It drained his vitality far too much. He was now so hungry, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Brother, don't scare me. Liu Shan lay at the edge of the Kong, watching her brother's pale face, tears streaming down in fear. Don't cry, Xiaolan, brother is fine. Liu Shan gritted his teeth, braced his hands against the ground, and pulled himself up, forcing a pained smile. Brother found food today, none of us will die. He stumbled to the corner, grabbed an iron shovel, and walked to the right side of the stove. Drawing a deep breath, Liu Shan raised the shovel and drove it down with all his might. The frozen earth was as hard as stone. The shovel jarred his hands so badly his tiger mouths went numb, the shovel nearly flying from his grip. Liu Shan said nothing, pulled the shovel free, and kept digging downward. There was only one thought in his mind: dig out the corn cobs, save his sister's life. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Liu Shan's hands were rubbed, raw blood seeping down along the shovel handle. But he could not feel the pain at all, only a relentless fierce strength surging through his whole body. The helplessness of watching his loved ones starve to death in his past life. He swore he would never experience it again. He had dug for a full half hour. A large pit had been gouged into the ground, and Liu Shan collapsed at the edge of the pit, exhausted. He tossed aside the shovel and plunged both hands into the dirt, clawing desperately. His fingers touched a bundle of dry grass. Pushing the grass aside, more than a dozen corn cobs were revealed, with a big handful of plump pine nuts scattered beside them. Found it. Liu Shan grabbed 2 corn cobs, his hands trembling with excitement. My sister is saved. Xiao He caught the scent of food and dragged himself to the edge of the pit, stretching his neck forward to sniff gurgling sounds coming from his mouth. Liu Shan nimbly peeled back the corn husks and rubbed off half a bowl of kernels. He picked up a few pine nuts, cracked the shells with his teeth, and tossed the kernels into the bowl. Using a pestle, he crushed the corn kernels and pine nuts together, poured them into an iron pot, added water, and lit the firewood. Before long, bubbles began to rise in the pot. The rich aroma of corn mingled with the oily fragrance of pine nuts spread through the broken house. For someone who had gone hungry for days, this scent was an irresistible temptation. Liu Shan swallowed his saliva, repeatedly staring at the bubbling mush in the pot. Xiao He also lay beneath the stove, gazing up at the iron pot, with eager eyes, drool dripping down. Brother, it smells so good. Liu Xiaolan sniffed, her eyes brightening with wonder. Don't rush, it's almost done, we'll eat right away. Liu Shan stirred the bottom of the pot with a wooden ladle to prevent scorching. Once the porridge thickened into a paste, he quickly extinguished the fire. He ladled out a full large bowl and carried it to the edge of the earthen Kong. The porridge was very hot. Liu Shan blew on it while spoon-feeding his sister. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Liu Xiaolan eagerly opened her mouth and swallowed the corn porridge in one gulp. The coarse corn grits scraped against her throat, bringing a faint sting, but above all an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The food settled into her stomach, transforming into a wave of warmth that spread throughout her body. Delicious, delicious. Liu Xiaolan ate extremely fast, skipping even the chewing, swallowing it down directly. When the bowl was empty, the little girl licked her lips, still longing for more. Liu Shan watched as a trace of color returned to his sister's cheeks. The weight he had been carrying finally settled back into place. At the very least, she had pulled through this crisis. He turned around and poured all the leftover porridge from the pot into Xiao He's bowl. Xiao He, ignoring the heat, plunged his head straight into the bowl, licking greedily. Liu Shan hadn't eaten himself. He picked up the pot and scraped off the last layer of paste from the bottom with his fingers, stuffing it into his mouth. Though it was only this tiny bit, it temporarily quelled the spasms in his stomach. Only now did Liu Shan finally go limp. He leaned against the edge of the Kong, half guarding his sister, half drifting through memories in his mind. When my eyes stung earlier, it felt like a patch of empty land appeared in my mind. He closed his eyes and concentrated. After a spell of dizziness, his consciousness sank inward. In his mind's eye, a gray square space appeared. Foursquare, roughly half the size of a room, approximately 10 cubic meters. Inside was empty, devoid of anything, like a bottomless pit. Liu Shan snapped his eyes open. This was a portable spatial storage. He looked around, picked up a porcelain bowl from the stove. A few drops of leftover corn porridge still clung to the bottom of the bowl, emitting wisps of steam. Liu Shan stared at the chipped bowl, silently mouthing the word store in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the chipped bowl vanished from his hands. Liu Shan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly closed his eyes to search within his mind. The broken bowl stood squarely in the center of the space. A single drop of porridge hung at the bowl's edge on the verge of falling, yet frozen in place. Time itself seemed to have stopped completely. Liu Shan stood there for the duration it took to smoke a full pipe. He took a deep breath and silently mouthed out once more. His hand grew heavy as the broken bowl reappeared exactly as before. The suspended drop fell with a soft plop back into the bowl. Liu Shan quickly touched the rim of the bowl with his finger. It was hot. Not a single wisp of heat had escaped. This place, time is frozen inside. Liu Shan gasped sharply, his hands trembling. This treasure was heaven-defying. Whatever went in came out exactly the same. Absolutely still. Absolutely fresh. Still not fully convinced, Liu Shan walked to the door, scraped up a handful of snow from the ground. He packed the snow tight and stored it into the space along with an iron shovel lying nearby. When he retrieved the snowball again, it remained hard and unmelted. Liu Shan sat down heavily in front of the stove, finally, setting his heart at ease. He turned to look at his sister sleeping on the Kong, rapidly calculating in his mind. This was the year 1960, with a once-in-50-year blizzard raging outside. Every household in the village had run out of food, all relying on relief grain from the commune after spring to survive. In this situation, if even a hint of meat aroma drifted from any home, the whole village would pounce like starving wolves. Seizing grain, seizing meat. People pushed past starvation, recognized neither kin nor kin. The famine of that era Liu Shan had lived through in his previous life. It could truly turn people into beasts. In these times, one absolutely cannot reveal wealth. Liu Shan clenched his jaw and made a rule within his heart. Speculation was a grave crime punishable by firing squad. If anyone discovered he had secretly hoarded large amounts of food, he wouldn't need anyone else to act. The commune militia would take his life. Now he had clairvoyant eyes to find prey and this space to serve as a warehouse. All the wild game he caught could be stuffed into the space completely undetected. Behind closed doors, he could let his sister eat meat and drink soup at every meal and live a good life. Once outside, Liu Shan must still be that destitute orphan on the verge of starvation. Keep quiet, get rich. That was the hard truth of survival. He stood up, stuffed all the remaining corn cobs and pine nuts into the space. He left not a single trace behind. Once finished, Liu Shan took off his tattered cotton-padded jacket and climbed into bed. He held his sister's cold little hands in his arms, soothing her softly. Xiaolan, don't be afraid. From now on, your brother will make sure you eat your fill every day. Liu Xiaolan smacked her lips in sleep and snuggled closer into her brother's embrace. Liu Shan closed his eyes, holding his little sister, and drifted into a heavy sleep. Gradually, the night deepened and the blizzard outside grew more ferocious. Dashi village was as silent as a graveyard. Not even a dog's bark could be heard. In the broken earth god temple at the east end of the village, Li Ergu huddled under half a tattered cotton quilt, shivering violently from the cold. So damn cold. If I can't find food, I'm done for tonight. Li Ergu cursed as he crawled out of the broken temple, stumbling along the wall in the dark. He was a 30-something bachelor idle and shiftless, always up to petty theft. This year, with drought followed by heavy snow, he had been out of food for days. During the day, he gnawed bark and grass roots. At night, his stomach churned with acid so strong, he staggered as he walked. Li Ergu made his way down past an old elm tree, stumbling and falling into a snow pit. Passing by the crumbling wall of Liu Shan's house, he suddenly stopped, sniffed the air. A faint, delicate fragrance drifted over. This smell. Is it corn grits? An oil fragrance. Li Ergu's eyes lit up, saliva instantly drooling down and dripping onto the snow. He followed the scent, tiptoeing toward Liu Shan's front door. He peered through the door crack. Inside it was pitch black, not a glimmer of light. Li Ergu's eyes darted about as doubt crept into his mind. Liu Shan, that poor boy, should have starved to death long ago. That 4-year-old burden of a girl is surely dead too. This smell must be grain the old Liu man had hidden in cracks in the ground before he died. Li Ergu swallowed his saliva, evil rising in his cowardly heart. Inside were just 2 children on the verge of death. Even if they weren't dead, with his strength, he could crush them both with one hand. If he could find any leftover grain, he'd have food for this bitter winter. If the little girl wasn't dead, he could carry her off to the black market and trade her for a few jean of grain. Damn it, the bold eat while the timid starve. Li Ergu rubbed his frozen stiff hands and stepped back 2 paces. He gripped the mud wall with both hands, pushed off with his legs, and with a dull thud vaulted over the wall. The snow in the yard was thick, so his landing made little sound. Li Ergu hunched over like a mangy dog, slinking toward the main room. Gugu. Xiaohei, the dog beneath the Kong, abruptly raised its head in alert. On the Kong, Liu Shan also snapped his eyes open. After awakening, his clairvoyance, his hearing, had sharpened as well. The faint rustling noises beyond the courtyard wall could not escape his ears. Liu Shan pressed Xiaohei's head down. Just stay down and don't move. Xiaohei immediately flattened itself, not even wagging its tail. Liu Shan silently slipped off the Kong, his bare feet landing on the blue brick floor. He grabbed a wooden stick used to prop the door near the stove thicker than his arm. In the darkness, Liu Shan activated his clairvoyance without hesitation. In the yard, a thin figure was climbing down the wall, moving furtively and slyly. Liu Shan instantly recognized the patched and tattered military coat. Liu, the village's notorious loafer, a man full of malice. Liu Shan's gaze turned icy. This shameless scoundrel had to be taught a lesson so severe that he'd never dare again. Otherwise, every time there was the scent of meat in the house, he'd come climbing the wall at night. Liu Shan gripped the wooden stick hiding in the shadows behind the door. He waited like an old hunter for the prey to enter. Outside, Liu had already reached the door. He pushed the door frame and found it bolted from inside. Little brat, quite cautious. Liu pulled out a broken knife from his pocket and slid it through the door crack. He slowly lifted the door bolt. Liu Shan stared at the blade, both hands tightening on the stick. Clack! The bolt fell. Liu pushed the door open and peeked inside. The room was pitch black, the aroma of corn rushing to his face. Liu's heart bloomed with joy, and he squeezed through the door impatiently. One foot had just crossed the threshold. Hidden in the darkness, Liu Shan swung his arm with all his might. The wooden stick whistled through the air, slamming down toward Liu's shoulder. It struck his right shoulder squarely. Up! Liu let out a wretched scream, the knife clattering to the ground. He lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the muddy floor. The searing pain jolted him awake instantly. He rolled on the ground, clutching his shoulder. Who hit me? Liu cursed loudly, forcing himself up despite the pain, and swung his left fist at the shadow. Liu Shan sidestepped the punch and kicked Liu in the stomach. Liu stumbled back, his back slamming into the door frame. Liu Shan casually latched the courtyard gate, then walked over to Liu with the wooden stick. Stealing from me. Liu Shan looked down at him, his tone flat and emotionless. Liu recognized Liu Shan's face in the moonlight. He was stunned for a moment, then his courage swelled. Little brat, you dare hit me. Liu, clutching his shoulder, cursed through gritted teeth. Hand over the food you've hidden, or I'll kill you. Sell your sister to the black market. He was used to bullying Liu Shan and had no fear of this half-grown youth. As he spoke, Liu reached for his belt, intending to draw it out and strangle the boy. Liu Shan's eyes turned cold. He gripped the wooden stick firmly. He swung his arm in a full arc and brought the stick down directly on Liu's right shin. Crack! The sound of bone breaking. Liu's eyes bulged as he convulsed in agony. He never expected that this Liu kid, who usually cowered and buried his head in his pants at the slightest shout, would be so ferocious tonight. Liu Shan was quick as lightning. He seized Liu's jaw and shoved the rag from the stove into his mouth. Veins bulged on Liu's forehead as tears and snot streamed down his face in pain. He pounded the ground with both hands, his eyes finally showing fear as he looked at Liu Shan. Liu Shan crouched down, grabbed Liu by the hair, and lifted him. Make another sound, and I'll smash your head in. Liu Shan patted Liu's cheek. Liu shook his head frantically, letting out muffled pleas for mercy. Xiao He also rushed over, front paws on the ground, baring his teeth at Liu. Lu Xiaolan, startled awake on the Kong, trembled in fear. Brother, is there a thief? Her voice carried a sob as she shrank deep into the ragged quilt, afraid to show her face. It's nothing, a stray dog slipped in. I'll chase it out. Liu Shan turned to reassure her, then focused back on Liu on the ground. Liu Shan pulled the rag from Liu's mouth and picked up the broken knife from the floor. He pressed the blade against Liu's neck. Climbing over the wall in the dead of night, armed with a knife, Liu Shan tapped the flat of the knife against Liu's cheek. Ergo, this isn't theft. It's armed burglary, a capital crime punishable by bullet. Liu wet his pants in terror. Brother Shan, I was wrong. I was starving and smelled the food, that's why I came in. He wept and begged for mercy, ignoring the pain of his broken leg, repeatedly bowing. Spare me this time, and I'll be your slave. I swear I'll never do it again. Liu Shan gave a cold laugh and tossed the broken cleaver at his feet. Such a scoundrel's words weren't worth a single punctuation mark. If he let him go today, he'd bring people to burn down the house in revenge tomorrow. Dealing with scum like this required crushing him into the mud, leaving him no chance to rise again. Liu was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, clenching his teeth to keep from crying out. Liu Shan nudged Liu's broken right leg with his toe. Does it hurt? Liu Shan asked lightly. Liu gasped, tears streaming down, nodding frantically. Shan, my ancestor, I truly know I'm wrong. Please spare my worthless life. Liu was genuinely terrified, now scared out of his wits. The boy, who used to be a speechless mute, kicked 3 times without a grunt, now seemed like a merciless king of hell. He could feel it. When Liu Shan swung that stick, he truly meant to kill him. Liu Shan stood up straight, toying with the blood-stained wooden stick in his hand. His mind raced, calculating a countermeasure. In the year 1960, breaking into a house at night to steal wasn't a capital crime. If he just beat him up and sent him to the commune, he'd be locked up for a few months at most, and then released. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain would leave a future threat. He had to pin a more serious, wrath-provoking charge on him. What's going on up ahead? Who's shouting? Suddenly voices came from outside the yard, accompanied by a jumble of footsteps. The beams of several flashlights flickered through the gap in the gate. Liu's scream had been so loud it roused the neighbors. Liu Shan's eyes darted, and a clever idea came to him. He grabbed the iron shovel from the house, bent it fiercely with both hands, and snapped it in two, tossing the pieces beside Liu. Then he clenched his fist and punched himself in the nose. Blood gushed out, smearing half his face. Liu stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. Was this kid crazy? Open up. Liu Shan, what's happened at your place? The village chief, Zhao Youcai, called out from outside the gate, his voice tinged with impatience. Climbing out of his warm bed on a cold night, Zhao Youcai was fuming inside. Liu Shan wiped the blood from his nose, feigning shock and terror. He stumbled over and pulled open the courtyard gate. Chief, help. There's a thief in our village, dash it in. Liu Shan spoke with a sob, pointing toward the house behind him. Zhao Youcai, draped in a military overcoat, strode into the yard with a flashlight. Behind him, over a dozen villagers bundled in coats and hats trailed along to witness the spectacle. The moment they entered the house, all flashlight beams converged on the ground. There lay Liu on the muddy floor, his right leg twisted at an unnatural angle. The stove was a mess, a broken knife discarded nearby. Erguzi, what are you doing at Liu Shan's house in the dead of night? Zhao Youcai frowned and barked sternly. Liu looked at the village chief as if gazing upon a living Buddha. Village chief, save me. That little bastard Liu Shan tried to beat me to death. Liu pointed at his broken leg, weeping and sniveling pitifully. He's got food hidden in his house. I barely stepped inside, and he broke my leg. The villagers' eyes widened at the mention of food. They craned their necks to peer into the room. Zhao Youcai sniffed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. A faint, barely perceptible aroma lingered in the air. Liu Shan sneered inwardly, but his face wore an expression of unjust suffering. Village chief, uncles, and elders, you must stand up for me. Liu Shan pointed at his bleeding nose. My sister and I are starving to death. We've run out of food. He's slandering me. In the middle of the night, Liu climbed over the wall, crept in with a knife, and said he was going to kill us both. The villagers glanced at the broken knife, then at the blood on Liu Shan's face, and their stance shifted instantly. That bastard Erguzi. He's been stealing chickens and dogs for years, and now he dares to commit armed robbery and murder. This is a serious crime. We can't let him off lightly. Liu panicked, pointing at Liu Shan and cursing furiously. Bullshit. That knife isn't mine. I didn't steal anything, and he broke my leg. And his nose, he did it himself. Village chief, you heard him. He just admitted he didn't steal anything. That makes him a thief. Liu Shan stood up, pointing at the broken iron shovel beside Liu. And he wasn't here for food. He came to steal collective property. These words stunned everyone in the room. Zhao Youcai's expression darkened, all flashlight beams fixated on the broken shovel. Everyone knows the iron shovel was allocated to my family by the village collective for repairing our thatched hut. Liu Shan's voice rang out, righteous and accusatory. Liu climbed over the wall in the dead of night, headed straight for the shovel, planning to steal it and sell it as scrap iron on the black market for food. When I caught him, he didn't admit his mistake. Instead, he swung a knife at me and even broke the shovel handle. Collective property. In the 1960s, those four words were an insurmountable taboo. Anyone who touched it would meet their doom. Starvation was a minor matter, but sabotaging collective property was a grave offense. Stealing the village's iron farm tools for resale was 100 times more heinous than burglary. Liu, you dare steal the collective's iron shovel. Zhao Youcai kicked Liu in the stomach, trembling with rage. That shovel is registered with the commune. If it's lost, I'll be in deep trouble too. The villagers erupted in fury, hurling curses. They were already resentful from hunger, and Liu stealing collective property felt like smashing everyone's rice bowl. Beat the iron thief to death. Yes, send him to labor reform. Let him face the firing squad. Liu was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the shovel in his arms, then at Liu Shan's bloodied face, his mind buzzing. It wasn't me. Liu Shan shoved that shovel into my hands. Liu pleaded desperately, waving his hands. I didn't steal the shovel. I just came looking for food. Liu Shan framed me. But the crowd was too inflamed to listen to his excuses. The villagers surged forward, raining punches and kicks on Liu. His broken leg took a heavy blow, and he passed out from the pain, eyes rolling back. Zhao Youcai stopped the crowd and turned to Liu Shan. Shanzi, you've been wronged. I'll make this right for you. He patted his chest in assurance, putting on an air of impartial justice. He had to handle this properly. Otherwise, with a thief of collective property in Dashi village, he'd lose face as village chief. Dazhuang Yu and the others tie that bastard up. At dawn, send him to the commune's security department. Zhao Youcai waved his hand and issued the order. A few strong young villagers stepped forward and bound Liu tightly with hemp rope. Liu Shan stood aside, wiping the blood from his face. He lowered his head, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. First blood, smoothly claimed. This counterattack had not only eliminated the threat of Liu, but also firmly established his authority. From now on, anyone in Dashi village who thought of making trouble for his family would have to think twice about Liu's fate. Shanzi, rest well. If you and your sister ever have any difficulties, just come to me. Zhao Youcai exchanged a few empty pleasantries, waved his hand, and led the villagers away. Liu Shan closed the courtyard gate and turned to go back inside. But he had only taken 2 steps when his vision suddenly went black. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees on the ground with a thud. Liu Shan propped himself up with his hands, gasping for breath. His stomach burned as if on fire, his internal organs twisted together, and cold sweat poured from the pain. Xiaohe ran out of the house, circling him anxiously, whining in distress. Earlier, when dealing with Li Ergu, he had used his X-ray vision to see through the courtyard wall. This ability was too overbearing. It had drained every last bit of strength from his body. Corn cobs could stave off immediate hunger, but they couldn't provide any real nourishment. His body was too depleted. Mere rodent food couldn't fill this bottomless pit. To survive, he had to eat meat. He needed fat and grease to fill his stomach. Liu Shan hauled himself up against the wall, walked to the stove, and lit a fire. Closing his eyes, he summoned a few corn cobs and a handful of pine nuts from his space. His hands trembling, he scraped off the corn kernels and tossed them into the iron pot to cook. Unable to wait for it to cool, he lifted the pot and gulped down the porridge with a ladle. The hot gruel burned its way down his throat, making him wince. After half a pot of porridge, the cramping in his stomach eased slightly. But the gnawing hunger deep in his bones still nibbled at his sanity like worms. Xiaohe crept over and licked Liu Shan's hand. Liu Shan stroked the dog's bony spine. "Old friend, you're starving too. Tomorrow I'll go hunting in the mountains. I'll bring back meat, and you can eat your fill." Xiaohe whimpered and lay down on the ground motionless. Liu Shan knew the dog was out of strength too. When it had bared its teeth at Li Ergu earlier, it had been a last-ditch effort. The temperature in the house dropped again. Liu Shan fetched a few armfuls of dry firewood from the corner and stuffed them into the stove, lighting them. "Brother, from now on you eat the big bowl, and I'll eat the small bowl." Liu Xiaolan had somehow poked her little head out from under the covers. She lay on the edge of the Kong, watching her brother's weakened state, and tears of understanding streamed down her face. "Silly girl." Liu Shan put down the iron pot, walked to the Kong, and wiped his sister's tears. "Xiaolan, tomorrow I'll go into the mountains and bring back meat for you. Brother, it's snowing hard outside. There are big snakes in the mountains. They bite." Liu Xiaolan shrank under the covers, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at him. Everyone in Dashi village knew that going into the deep forest during a heavy snow was just delivering food to the beasts. "Don't be afraid. We have Dad's hunting rifle at home. It's powerful enough to kill a blind man, let alone a tiger." Liu Shan tucked the blanket around his sister, his tone brooking no argument. If he didn't go into the mountains sooner or later, his X-ray vision would drain the life out of him. Heaven had granted him these eyes, and he had to fight for a bloody path with his life. Sitting on the edge of the Kong, he mentally rehearsed the route into the mountains. The outer areas had long been picked clean by the villagers. Even a wild hare was hard to find. To bag a large game, he had to venture deep into the forest. Liu Shan glanced at the snowstorm outside the window, his gaze growing more resolute. He couldn't die, his sister couldn't die either. He had to bring back real meat. Tomorrow, no matter how heavy the snow, he had to go into the mountains. The next day, the sky was barely light. The snowstorm showed no signs of stopping, instead falling even more fiercely. Liu Shan threw off his tattered cotton quilt and rolled off the bed. Having starved all night, his legs were weak, and he wobbled as he walked. He walked to the back of the door, moved aside the firewood, and pulled out the old hunting rifle left by his father. The gun was old, its barrel hammered from iron tubing, its stock carved from hardwood. Liu Shan carried the gun to the stove and inspected it carefully by the dim light. A layer of frost had formed inside the barrel, and the outside was stained with black soot. The gun had to be cleaned thoroughly, or it might burst in the mountains, a misfire that would kill him before he ever bagged any game. Liu Shan found a piece of old burlap, tore off a long strip, and then found a straight, slender stick. He wrapped the burlap strip around one end of the stick. Liu Shan pushed the stick into the barrel from the muzzle, thrusting it up and down, scrubbing back and forth. He pulled out the stick, replaced the cloth with a clean strip, and pushed it in again. Only when the cloth came out spotless did he stop. The barrel was clear. Liu Shan set the gun aside and turned to rummage through the wooden crate in the corner. He fumbled at the bottom of the crate and found a cowhorn flask. This was the powder horn. Liu Shan pulled out the wooden stopper and poured a little gunpowder into his palm. The gunpowder grains were slightly damp and the color wasn't quite right. Liu Shan sighed. The powder had been stored too long, its power would certainly be diminished. He then pulled a cloth bag out of the crate. Untying the mouth, he found it filled with iron shot and many chopped up bits of wire. In these times, proper lead bullets were hard to come by, so hunters used broken pieces of iron pots as shot. Liu Shan pinched a few grains of iron shot, examined them, and tossed them back into the bag. This stuff was fine for pheasants and rabbits, but against a thick-skinned, tough-hided wild boar, it wouldn't penetrate at all. But he had no choice now, he had to make do. Liu Shan picked up the powder horn, tilted it to the muzzle, and poured in more than half a tube of powder. He used the ramrod to tamp the powder firmly. Then he grabbed a handful of iron shot and poured it down the barrel. Finally, he tore a wad of old cotton, stuffed it into the muzzle, and packed it down with the ramrod. The gun was loaded. Liu Shan placed the percussion cap on the firing nipple. Just a squeeze of the trigger, and it would fire. Liu Shan tucked the remaining gunpowder and iron shot into his chest. "Brother, are you really going into the mountains?" Liu Xiaolan had somehow woken up as well. She poked her little head out from under the quilt and watched her brother fiddle with the old rifle. "I have to go or we'll all starve to death." Liu Shan walked over and touched his sister's face. Xiaolan, be good. After I leave, no matter who knocks, or what they say, don't make a sound. Never open the door. Liu Shan's tone was stern as he repeated the instructions over and over. Too many people in Dashi village were desperate with hunger. Li Ergo had been caught, but there was no telling who else might have their eyes on his house. Xiaohei, you stay home and guard Xiaolan. Liu Shan patted Xiaohei on the head. The dog usually followed him into the mountains, but today it was unusually obedient, lying still under the edge of the calm. It knew it had no strength now, following would only be a burden. Liu Shan found a few strips of rag and tied his trouser legs tight. He also tore 2 pieces of burlap sack, wrapped them around his cotton shoes, and bound them with hemp rope. This was to prevent snow from seeping into his shoes and freezing his toes. Everything was ready. Liu Shan picked up the old hunting rifle and slung it over his shoulder. He took a deep breath and pulled open the door. The fierce wind laden with snow slammed into his face, forcing him back a step. Liu Shan lowered his head and stepped over the threshold into the storm. He closed the door firmly behind him, hearing the bolt slide into place from inside. Liu Shan turned around, lifted his feet, and trudged forward, heading toward the old forest behind the village. The cold wind cut his face like a knife. The heavy blizzard had fallen all night, burying the mountain paths completely. The woods were a vast expanse of white, with branches bent low under the weight. The wind howled sharply through the trees. The hunger in his stomach churned like a storm, and darkness flickered before his eyes. Hold on, get some meat, and you'll live. Liu Shan muttered through gritted teeth, patting his frozen cheeks. He slipped into the edge of the old forest and leaned against a large pine tree, gasping for breath. In this kind of weather, even the old hunters in the village would go home empty-handed. The game was all hidden in snow burrows, hibernating and keeping warm, impossible to spot with the naked eye. Liu Shan shifted the old rifle to his left hand. He couldn't waste time wandering, his body's stamina couldn't take it. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and snapped them open. A sharp pain shot through his eyes. Liu Shan forcibly suppressed the dizziness in his head and activated his basic X-ray vision, scanning ahead. His sight pierced directly through the snow crust. 1 meter, 10 meters, 30 meters. The scene within 50 meters transformed before his eyes. Underground tree roots and rotten logs were exposed, the soil layers turning transparent. Liu Shan turned his neck and suddenly fixed his gaze on a snow mound to his right front. A plump wild hare was curled up in a pile of withered grass, dozing. The hare glowed with a red-hot aura, and even the beating of its heart was perfectly visible. Found you. Liu Shan swallowed, his heartbeat quickening. He cut off the X-ray vision, and his head suddenly spun. Liu Shan quickly reached out and grabbed a tree trunk to steady himself. The hunger surged again, and sour bile rose in his stomach. Activating his eyes drained too much energy. He had to act fast. Liu Shan didn't use the gun. Using gunpowder on a rabbit was a waste. The loud noise would also scare away any nearby game. He reached behind his waist and pulled out the curved boning knife. Liu Shan crouched low, stepping lightly toward the snow mound. When he reached it, he raised his right hand, gripped the knife tightly, and stabbed downward at the air hole on the right side of the mound. The blade sank into the snow, the tip sealing off the rabbit's escape route. Liu Shan thrust his left hand into the snow pile and caught the wild hare precisely by the scruff of its neck. The hare startled awake, its 4 legs kicking wildly. Liu Shan gave it no chance to struggle. With a sudden twist of his hand, a crisp crack sounded. The rabbit's neck broke, and it instantly went limp, its limbs drooping. Liu Shan lifted the fat hare, weighing it in his hand. 4 or 5 catties, a nice big rabbit. He broke into a grin, the weight lifting from his heart. With this rabbit, his little sister Xiaolan would have meat soup tonight. He tied the rabbit to his belt, pulled out the knife, and continued to feel his way forward. He waded through a grove of dead trees and stopped in front of a clump of bushes. His sight pierced through the hanging icicles and locked onto a high branch above. 2 wild pheasants had buried their heads and their wings camouflaged as tree knots in the snow. They were a bit far out of reach. Liu Shan took the old rifle off his shoulder. He raised the stock against his right shoulder. The muzzle aimed at the larger pheasant perched above. Today you'll be my first target. Let's see if this old gun is still accurate. Liu Shan held his breath, his finger on the trigger. He pressed down suddenly. Bang! The muzzle spat a burst of flame and black smoke. The recoil knocked Liu Shan back a step. The iron shot fanned out, shearing off a large section of branches. Clumps of snow tumbled down from the branch. The big pheasant let out a shriek, flapped its wings, and plunged headfirst into a snow pit. The other pheasant, terrified, flapped its wings and flew away. Liu Shan ignored the escaping one and rushed over to dig through the snow pit. He grabbed the pheasant by the wing and lifted it up. The pheasant was still twitching, its chest punctured with several bloody holes. Blood dripped down its feathers. The scent of blood mingled with the cold air, instantly spreading through the forest. Liu Shan sniffed, catching the metallic scent. Damn, this smell is too strong. In the old forest, blood was the most dangerous thing. Starving wolves and bears were most sensitive to the scent of blood. With the snow sealing the mountains, all animals were desperate for food. If a wolf pack was attracted, his single-shot gun, already fired once, would be utterly useless. Without hesitation, Liu Shan willed it. The pheasant and rabbit in his hands vanished instantly. All the prey was stored into the rudimentary space in his mind. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the space. In the center of the space, the pheasant and rabbit hung silently midair. A drop of blood oozing from the pheasant's wound was frozen in place at the tip of a feather. It didn't fall or coagulate. The pheasant still radiated the warmth of recent death, completely sealed by the space. Liu Shan opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The scent of blood around him began to dissipate in the wind. This space is absolutely incredible, a cheat code for hunting. Liu Shan bent down, scooped up 2 handfuls of blood-stained snow, and shoved them into his mouth, wasting nothing. With this space, no matter how much he hunted, nothing would spoil. He no longer feared wandering through the forest carrying bloody prey that would attract beasts. He could stockpile all the prey and slowly bring it back to the village. Even if he later sold it on the black market in the county town, no one would know. Liu Shan rubbed his frostbitten hands. He took down his oxhorn powder flask, poured gunpowder into the barrel, and tamped it down with a ramrod. Then he scooped in a handful of buckshot and reloaded the shotgun. His stomach rumbled again like a drum. Liu Shan bit his lip, using the pain to keep himself alert. The taste of blood in his mouth revived him slightly. There were too few prey on the periphery. To bag something big, he had to venture deeper. He shouldered the gun and trudged further into the old forest. The deeper he went, the denser the trees and the dimmer the light. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the crunch of his footsteps in the snow. Liu Shan dared not be careless. He paused every few steps to check the wind direction. He activated his X-ray vision for the 3rd time. His eyes ached so fiercely that he let out a groan and tears streamed down his face. Gritting his teeth, he forced his gaze through the thick, red pines ahead. Beneath the snow crust, there was a row of large compacted pits. The soil at the bottom of the pits was freshly turned. These were the prints of a large animal passing through. Liu Shan quickly shut off his X-ray vision and hurried over. He crouched down and brushed away the surface snow. A hoofprint the size of a bowl was revealed. The hoofprint was deeper at the front and shallower at the back, with 2 distinct cleat marks in the middle. A wild boar. And a big one at that. Liu Shan measured the width of the print with his fingers, gaining a sense of its size. Judging by the fresh soil turned up, it had passed by less than half an hour ago. It was estimated to weigh 200 or 300 gene. It was a moving mountain of meat, all pure white fat. Liu Shan's eyes reddened and his Adam's apple bobbed. With this boar, his family's entire winter food supply would be secured. He felt the remaining gunpowder in his pocket, a machete, and a single shot of buckshot. Taking on a several hundred gene boar was a gamble with his life. The boar was thick-skinned and tough, its hide coated with pine resin that hardened into a natural armor. Ordinary buckshot couldn't even penetrate it. If he enraged it, the beast could charge and snap him in two. But starving to death was also death. If he won this fight, he'd have meat. The bold survive, the timid starve. I'll do it. Liu Shan stood up, leveling his shotgun. He followed the trail left by the boar. The snow in the deep forest was too thick, making every step a struggle. The wind lashed his face, stinging and causing his eyelids to twitch. Liu Shan steadied his shotgun and pricked up his ears, listening for any sound. This damn wind is blowing like crazy. It's covering my tracks and scent perfectly. He wiped the snow melt off his face and forced himself to keep going. The heavy snow and wind had half covered the hoofprints on the ground. Liu Shan remained cautious, stopping every few steps to examine the signs. He noticed that the bark of a tree ahead had been scraped off a large patch, and the trunk was smeared with mud. That's where the boar scratched itself. The mud hasn't frozen yet. It passed by not long ago. Liu Shan swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his throat. He crouched low, lightening his steps as he rounded a snow-covered mound ahead. In front was a depression with several fallen old trees lying across it. From the depression came the sound of heavy, labored breathing. Liu Shan poked his head out for a look and instantly spotted the mountain of flesh. A huge wild boar was rooting in the ground, its rump in the air, digging for roots. This beast should have been in the deep mountains, but the blizzard had cut off its food supply, forcing it to the outskirts to scavenge. Its body was coated with pine resin, which had frozen with mud into a solid armor of mud. Good heavens, that size, all solid meat. Liu Shan took in the boar's appearance and drew in a sharp breath. With his shabby shotgun loaded with buckshot, he couldn't even scratch the mud armor. No, I can't shoot recklessly. If I can't penetrate the hide, I'll just get myself killed. Liu Shan cursed inwardly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He shrank back, looking for a stable spot to aim. His foot slipped, and he snapped a dead branch buried in the snow. A sharp crack echoed through the forest. The labored breathing in the depression stopped instantly. The huge boar jerked its head around, its eyes locking onto Liu Shan's hiding spot. Its lips curled back, revealing two long tusks with splinters of wood still clinging to the tips. Damn, the beast heard me. Every hair on Liu Shan's body stood on end. He gripped the shotgun tightly. The starving animal didn't flee at the sight of a human. Instead, it saw Liu Shan as a meal delivered to its doorstep. Boars weren't herbivores. They were omnivores, and they ate meat too. The boar's front hooves scraped the snow twice. Liu Shan, backed against a large tree with no way to retreat, had no intention of running. He knew that turning to flee meant death. Two legs could never outrun four. Come on, you beast. Today it's either you or me. Liu Shan ground his molars, raised the shotgun, and braced it against his right shoulder. He cocked the hammer and hooked his finger around the trigger. The boar lowered its head and dug its hooves into the ground. With a stench of musk, its several hundred-gene body charged straight up the slope. It crashed through the underbrush, sending snow flying into the air. If it rammed him head-on, his frail frame would shatter on impact. Life and death hung in the balance. The wild boar charged with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. The reeking wind forced Liu Shan's eyes shut. He drew a deep breath and abruptly snapped his eyes wide open. His X-ray vision activated instantly. His gaze pierced straight through the boar's fatty armor, exposing every bone and blood vessel within its body. Blood surged through the thick vessels, the heart pounding wildly. Liu Shan fought off the dizziness from physical exhaustion, his eyes scanning the boar's skull. The beast's cranium was far too thick. A frontal shot would never penetrate. He lowered his gaze, instantly locking onto the boar's left eye and the throbbing artery beneath its neck. There, devoid of mud armor, the flesh was thinnest. Right there. Liu Shan roared in his mind, fixing his stare on that lethal spot. The boar drew nearer, 10 meters 8.5. Liu Shan could even smell the stench from its maw, its tusks about to ram into his belly. Close enough. The buckshot would deliver maximum force. Father from heaven above, protect your son. Liu Shan squeezed the trigger, his finger pressing down hard. Bang! The rustic shotgun roared, spitting fire and black smoke from its muzzle. A handful of iron pellets, trailing sparks, blasted in a fan across the boar's left cheek. The recoil sent Liu Shan flying backward, his back slammed into a tree trunk, and he crashed into a snowdrift. The boar let out a miserable shriek, its left eye reduced to a pulpy mess by the pellets. Several pellets pierced the carotid artery beneath the jaw, sending blood spurting high like a fountain. Losing its balance, the beast tumbled forward with its momentum. The creature snapped a wrist-thick sapling and plunged headfirst into the snow. Its forelegs thrashed wildly in the air, churning up the surrounding earth. Liu Shan lay on the snow, heaving for breath, his chest aching as if about to burst. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and pushed himself up with both hands. He drew the knife from his waist and staggered to the boar. The beast was still twitching, a large pool of blood staining half the snowfield crimson. Rage all you want. Today you're my sister's meal. Liu Shan stepped forward, aimed at the wound of the severed artery, and drove the knife straight in. He slashed forcefully. The boar convulsed twice and went still. He pulled out the knife, slumped onto the snow, and laughed weakly from exhaustion. Xiaolin, your brother got a big one. We're saved. He gazed at the 300-pound boar, eyes brimming with uncontrollable elation. With all that meat plus the pheasant and rabbit in the space, it would be enough for the siblings to survive the whole winter. After a moment's rest, Liu Shan slapped his thigh. The scent of blood could attract wolves. I need to clean up quickly. He dared not linger. With a thought, he stored the entire boar into the space within his mind. The boar vanished instantly, the space sealing off its heat and blood smell completely. Not only did it preserve food perfectly, but it was also an impeccable means of disposing of evidence. Liu Shan stood up, kicking snow over the large bloodstain. He grabbed a handful of snow to quench his thirst, then picked up the shotgun. This time I've really struck it rich, quietly without a word. Liu Shan grinned foolishly for a long while before turning back toward Dashi village. His steps were unsteady, but his heart was bolstered, and even the biting wind felt warm. Liu Shan hurried back to Dashi village. The heavy snowfall blanketed everything, erasing his footprints. The village was lifeless, not a soul in sight. Every household had its doors tightly shut, enduring the winter on their heated brick beds. He skirted the main path, slipped along the wall into his own dilapidated yard, and pushed open the main door. Brother, you're back. Liu Xiaolan's voice came from the earthen bed, tinged with hope. Hearing his sister could still speak, Liu Shan's anxious heart finally settled. He exhaled a long plume of white breath. He quickly turned to bolt the door, then walked to the bedside and felt her forehead. The girl's forehead was icy cold, her body trembling from the chill. Brother's back, Xiaolan, just hold on a little longer. I got a big catch today. We'll have meat soon. Liu Shan took off his cotton jacket crusted with icicles and hid the shotgun in the pile of hay behind the door. He turned to rummage through the wooden box in the corner, moving swiftly. He pulled out several ragged clothes and torn sackcloth, stuffing them into the drafty windows to block every crack, not letting a sliver of light escape. Tonight's meal must not let out a single scent nor reveal a glimmer of fire. Starving villagers catching the smell of meat would have no qualms about splitting open this thatched hut with an axe to steal the food. Liu Shan crouched by the stove, grabbed a handful of kindling, and struck a match to light it. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the space within his mind, and directly operated the division there. He separated the fattest hindquart of meat from the boar, cutting off a good 5 or 6 catties. With a thought, a large chunk of pork hind leg materialized in his hand. The meat was heavy, layered with thick white fat, still steaming hot. Liu Shan tossed the meat onto the chopping board, grabbed the boning knife, and began to slice. The blade cut through the fat with a sizzling sound. In these times with no oil in people's stomachs, lean meat alone wouldn't stave off hunger. They needed fat to replenish their strength. He deliberately cut into the fat, producing a large bowl full of meat cubes, all thick as a finger. The iron wok heated up and Liu Shan poured the entire bowl of fat cubes into it. With a loud sizzle, the pork fat exploded in the searing pan. Oil splattered outward and the aroma of lard instantly burst through the room. Liu Shan grabbed a ladle, stirring quickly and deftly. The high heat forced all the oil out of the fat, pooling into a glistening puddle of lard at the bottom of the wok. Oil bubbles churned violently, and the white meat cubes gradually turned into crispy cracklings. This overpowering meat fragrance drilled into his nostrils, driving him mad. Liu Shan was so hungry he saw stars, his legs trembling as he swallowed continuously. He couldn't resist any longer. He grabbed a small fallen crackling and tossed it into his mouth. The hot oil made him wince, but the toasty fat flavor was utterly irresistible. With one bite, oil burst in his mouth, sliding straight down his throat into his stomach, leaving him exhaling in deep satisfaction. Xiaohei the dog had been restless under the stove, pacing anxiously. It circled Liu Shan's pant legs, its front paws scratching the ground, whining urgently. Drool dripped from its mouth, and its tail wagged so fast it blurred. Shoo shoo, stay back. There'll be a big bone for you later. Liu Shan nudged Xiaohei aside with his foot, grabbed a gourd ladle, scooped up a full ladle of cold water, and poured it along the edge of the wok. A huge cloud of steam erupted from the wok with a boom as the cold water and lard merged into a violent boil. He also took out the leftover corn cobs from yesterday and threw them all into the broth. Finally, he sprinkled in a small handful of coarse salt for seasoning and covered the wok with its wooden lid. The temperature inside the room slowly rose, driving away the bone-deep chill. The firelight cast a warm glow on Liu Shan's cheeks as he crouched by the stove, adding fuel. His eyes were fixed on the iron wok, not daring to look away for a second. The lid rattled as steam pushed against it, the white broth churning and simmering. A rich, meaty fragrance wafted through the shabby room. This pot of fatty corn and wild boar stew in the 1960s was an absolute celestial feast, not just in a small village but even in the largest county town. After about half an hour, seeing that the stew was nearly done, Liu Shan lifted the broken wooden pot lid. A wave of meaty aroma rushed toward his face, straight to his head. The broth in the pot had boiled into a milky white with a layer of golden lard floating on top. Gazing at this hearty dish, Liu Shan's eyes went wide with hunger, and he swallowed again and again. He picked up a large bowl and filled it to the brim with meat chunks. He deliberately chose several of the fattiest pieces, then carried the bowl to the earthen bed and sat down. Xiaoling, get up quickly, we're having big meat today. Liu Shan blew on the steaming bowl, his voice trembling as he called his sister. Liu Xiaolan poked her head out from the tattered quilt, her small nose sniffing vigorously. She stared wide-eyed at the steaming pork in the bowl, unable to believe her own eyes. Brother, it's meat. The little girl swallowed hard, her voice weak, too hungry even to sit up. Brother caught a big wild boar. From now on we'll eat big fatty meat every day. Liu Shan reached out and helped his sister sit up, draping a cotton jacket over her back. He picked up a piece of fried fat, blew on it carefully to cool it, and gently brought it to her lips. Open your mouth, try the meat your brother stewed. Is it fragrant? Liu Xiaolan bit into the meat in one gulp, the grease melting instantly in her mouth. She barely chewed before swallowing it straight down her throat. So good, so good. Brother, this meat is really delicious. Liu Xiaolan's tears fell heavily, her little face smeared with glistening lard. With that ultimate fat hitting her stomach, the little girl's shriveled belly finally had something solid and her cheeks regained a bit of color. If it's good, eat more. There's still a big pot left, plenty for everyone. Brother, you eat. Xiaolan is full, the rest is all for you. Even though her eyes were still fixed on the meat in the bowl and her stomach was growling, she stubbornly refused to open her mouth again. The little girl was heartbreakingly considerate, knowing how hard her brother risked his life hunting in the mountains, and she wanted to save all the good things for him to build up his strength. Brother still has a whole pot in the kitchen. This bowl is all yours. Liu Shan's eyes grew hot, and he directly picked up a large piece of fat and forced it into his sister's mouth. Eat up quickly. If you don't finish this bowl of meat today, you can't sleep tonight. Hearing her brother's order, Liu Xiaolan finally let herself go. She held the big bowl and shoveled the entire pile of fatty meat into her mouth. Even the last drops of oil at the bottom of the bowl, she licked clean with her tongue. Burp. She let out a loud, satisfied belch, her little hand patting her round belly, her eyes squinting into a curved smile. Xiaohei had been whining anxiously by the edge of the bed, scratching the ground impatiently. You won't be left out, old friend. Liu Shan turned and went to the space, using his mind to cut off a large section of pork shank bone with raw meat still attached. He took the raw bone and threw it onto the muddy ground by the stove. Xiaohei let out a yelp and pounced, biting down on the big bone, pressing it firmly with both front paws. It tilted its head, tearing wildly at the strips of raw meat on the bone, growling protectively deep in its throat. It even chewed up the hard bone fragments and swallowed them straight. Liu Shan took a wooden basin and scooped out the remaining half pot of stewed meat. Ignoring the burning heat, he lifted the big basin and shoveled the meat into his mouth. Chewing the large chunks of fat, his mouth exploded with oil lard dripping down his chin. This meal drove out all the cold that had frozen into his bones. This ultimate dopamine rush opened every one of his 108,000 pores. The energy drained from overusing his X-ray vision was rapidly recovering, and his once shriveled muscles greedily absorbed the sustenance. Liu Shan gulped down the meat, chewing and swallowing, and before long the big basin was empty. A full feeling spread through his body, and he leaned back against the mud wall, humming contentedly. Xiaolan, full and warm, began to feel her eyelids drooping. She crawled back into the quilt, her little hand clutching the torn edge of Liu Shan's clothes. "Brother, you're amazing. From now on, Xiaolan will always listen to you." After mumbling these words, the little girl fell into a deep sleep, a satisfied and peaceful smile lingering on her face. Liu Shan kissed his sister on the forehead. She was the pillar of his spirit in this second life. He scraped the bottom of the basin clean with a spoon, stood up, and stretched his aching muscles. With food in his belly, he felt no panic. When the snow stopped tomorrow, he would have to go back into the mountains to fight. In this world, simply having enough to eat was far from enough to live well. He needed to build up more wealth, go to the county black market to trade for real gold and silver, and truly become someone above the rest. Suddenly, a loud banging came from outside the yard. "Liu Shan, you little bastard, get out here and open the door." It was the voice of Uncle Liu Daqiang. Liu Shan's eyes snapped open, a cold glint flashing in them. Aunt Wang Suihua outside began to screech curses as well. "Don't play dead. I know you're hiding in there eating alone. Open the door immediately. The grain of the Liu family is not for a little brat like you to hog. Hand it over to your elders." Wang Suihua's voice was sharp and piercing, carrying a desperate madness born of starvation. Liu Xiaolan was startled awake by the shouting and shrank deeper into the quilt. "Brother, uncle and aunt are here. Are they coming to take Xiaohei to eat again?" The little girl trembled all over. Xiaohei, who had been lying under the stove, got up and bared its teeth at the door as if ready to fight for its life. Liu Shan turned and patted his sister's back, then reached down to calm Xiaohei. "Don't be afraid. I'm the one who decides. No one will touch a single thing of ours." He stood up and strode to the front of the stove. Even though he had sealed all the doors and windows, the greasy smell of the wild boar meat was too overpowering. The wind and snow had carried a faint wisp of oil smoke leaking from the roof to Uncle's house next door. Those two old vampires had been hungry for days, their noses sharper than a dog's. They caught the scent and came to rob openly. In his past life, that wicked couple had taken over the big tile-roofed house and driven the siblings into a broken, thatched hut to freeze and starve. Now that Liu Shan had come back to life, this debt would be settled sooner or later. Liu Shan sneered. With a flick of his mind, the big bowl on the stove, the half basin of leftover meat soup, all were collected into the space in his mind. He even took the iron pot still coated with lard inside. The leftover wild boar bones on the floor were kicked deep into the hollow of the bed. The room instantly became empty, leaving only an indissoluble smell of dry firewood and smoke. The banging outside grew louder, and the door bolt seemed about to snap. "If you don't open up, I'll set this broken house on fire right now." Liu Daqiang stomped furiously outside. Liu Shan walked to the corner and grabbed half a broken iron shovel handle. He weighed it in his hand, then turned and strode to the main door. Liu Shan pulled open the bolt and yanked the door open. "What's all this wailing in the dead of night? Don't you let people sleep?" Liu Shan stood at the door, stick in hand, glaring coldly at the two outside. Liu Daqiang held a cleaver and glared viciously at Liu Shan. "Don't you play dumb with me. I smelled the lard. Bring out the meat right now." Wang Suihua stepped forward, craning her neck to peer into the house. "You heartless little beast. Your elders are starving and eating bark, and you hide inside eating meat." Liu Shan braced the wooden stick against the doorframe, blocking their attempt to push inside. "Auntie, did you inherit your mother's nose? Even in this howling snowstorm, you can still smell meat from miles away. My family doesn't even have a single grain of rice left. Where on earth do you expect me to find meat?" Liu Daqiang raised his wood saw and pointed it at Liu Shan's nose. "Cut the crap. I'm tearing this place apart until I find that meat. Move aside." Liu Shan gripped the wooden stick tightly, his eyes turning cold. "Liu Daqiang, you stole the blue brick house my father left behind. Now you won't even leave this rotten shack alone. My sister is starving to death. You won't even lend her a wild vegetable bun, yet you come barging in to steal meat. Have you taken me, Liu Shan, for the same doormat I used to be?" Liu Daqiang's sore spot had been hit. Furious and humiliated, he advanced with the wood saw raised. "Your father was my own younger brother. Everything he had is everything I had. I have every right to take it." Wang Suihua chimed in from the sidelines, rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. "Move aside, or I'll chop you up too." Liu Shan glanced coldly at the wood saw in Liu Daqiang's hand, then let out a chilling smile. He stepped aside, retracting the wooden stick. "Fine. If you insist on search to your heart's content. But let's get one thing straight. If you find nothing, this isn't over." Liu Shan stepped aside and gestured them in. Liu Daqiang and Wang Suihua, terrified that Liu Shan might be hiding the meat, shoved past each other to cram inside the house. They stumbled over one another and slipped right into the mud. Their cheeks were hollowed out, their eyes bloodshot. They looked like two starving ghosts come to collect debts. Wang Suihua scrambled up on all fours and sniffed around the room. "Meat? I can smell pork lard. Liu Shan, you're actually eating meat." Wang Suihua pointed at Liu Shan's nose and cursed him out. "Hand over the meat right now, or I'll flay you alive." Lu Daqiang gripped his tattered wood saw, climbed to his feet, and locked his glowing eyes onto the stove. Stop yapping and find the meat. I'm eating that bite today. Lu Daqiang shoved past Liu Shan and stormed straight toward the stove pit. Liu Shan watched these two buffoons run amok with a cold gaze. Uncle Ant, take your time. Don't miss a single mouse hole. Liu Shan spread his hands and gestured around the house whose walls could be seen through. Lu Daqiang crawled over the stove, groping everywhere. His hand came away covered in soot. He couldn't even find an iron cooking pot. Where's the pot? Where'd you hide the iron pot? Lu Daqiang spun around in fury, brandishing the wood saw. Liu Shan leaned against the doorframe and spoke calmly. I traded the pot at the commune for rotten sweet potatoes long ago. Otherwise my sister and I would have starved to death. Lu Daqiang refused to believe him. He turned and rummaged through a broken wooden chest in the corner. Meanwhile, Wang Cuihua set her sights on the earthen bed. Lu Xiaolan lay on the earthen bed, crying hysterically in terror. The little black dog suddenly darted forward and clamped his teeth onto Lu Daqiang's pant leg. Liu Shan struck first, kicking the little black dog squarely on the rear. Uncle, this place is tiny. Search all you want. If you find even a piece of meat, I'll chop off one of my own hands. But if you find nothing, you broke into my home in the middle of the night with a knife. That's robbery. We'll go to the commune and let the police sort this out. The mention of the commune sent a shiver through Wang Cuihua, but the gnawing emptiness in her stomach drowned out all caution. Search then. It must be hidden under the sleeping mat. Wang Cuihua pounced on the earthen bed and yanked away the quilt covering Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan shivered from the cold and sobbed, clutching her head tightly. Liu Shan's expression darkened instantly. He strode forward, grabbed Wang Cuihua by the back of her collar, and threw her hard into the corner of the wall. Wang Cuihua crashed to the ground, screaming and pounding her thighs. Murder. My own nephew is attacking an elder. Someone come look. Liu Shan raised the wooden stick and pointed it at Wang Cuihua's nose. You can search, but don't you dare touch my sister, or I'll crack your skull open. Lu Daqiang swallowed hard. This nephew of his who had always been as cowardly as their father. What had happened to make him so fierce all of a sudden? Boy, wait till I find that meat. Then we'll see how tough you can be. He dragged the wood saw through the house, overturning every container. He even gouged out the bottom of the water vat, but found nothing but half a ladle of cold water. He then crawled on the ground and reopened every mouse hole he had previously filled. After digging for what felt like an eternity, not even a chicken feather could be found. Lu Daqiang stood up, panting heavily, his face filled with disbelief. There was clearly a savory meat aroma in the house. How could there not be a single bone? Liu Shan, where did you hide the meat? You dug a cellar, didn't you? Lu Daqiang's eyes reddened as he brandished the wood saw and struck the floor repeatedly. Liu Shan stood to the side, watching them waste their energy, and felt an immense satisfaction deep within. This absolutely immobile space was his greatest trump card. Even if they turned this house upside down, they wouldn't find a single shred of meat. Uncle, you've nearly dug through the entire floor. Did you find the meat? Liu Shan's tone dripped with mockery. Wang Cuihua picked herself up and continued rummaging angrily. Impossible. I could clearly smell wild boar. It's definitely in this house. Liu Shan snorted coldly and tightened his grip on the wooden stick. Have you two had enough? Storming in here in the middle of the night, acting like lunatics. Do you really think I'm a dead man? Since you found nothing, get out of here now. Liu Shan stepped forward aggressively. Boy, you. What the hell are you playing at? I'm your elder. Decades of meals you've eaten at my table weren't for nothing. Lu Daqiang hoisted the wood saw, ready to tear things up. Today, unless you hand over that meat, you'll never pass your uncle. Liu Shan watched Lu Daqiang raising the wood saw and advancing, then abruptly stepped back 2 paces. He had no intention of colliding head-on with 2 ravenous madmen. He turned and dashed across the main room, burst through the front door, and stood in the courtyard, battered by wind and snow. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs, help. Murder. Someone come quickly. My own uncle is trying to hack me to death with a knife. Liu Shan's voice was powerful and carried far across the sky of Dashi village. Lu Daqiang trembled all over and nearly dropped the wood saw. You little brat, what the hell are you yelling about? He scrambled after Liu Shan, reaching out to cover his mouth. Liu Shan deftly dodged to the side and retreated toward the courtyard gate. Everyone come look. My own uncle is driving his nephew to death. Far from stopping, Liu Shan only grew more fervent. The villagers of Dashi village, already restless from hunger and poor sleep, lit their kerosene lamps the moment they heard commotion of murder and arson in the dead of night. Before long, neighbors ran out, wrapped in cotton quilts, torches in hand, crowding into Liu Shan's dilapidated courtyard. What's going on? Did someone die in the middle of the night? Old man Wang from next door approached with a torch and immediately spotted Lu Daqiang brandishing the wood saw. Good heavens! Lu Daqiang's attacking people with a knife. Lu Daqiang's face turned ashen, and he hastily hid the woodcutter's axe behind his back, stammering incoherently. Wang Cuihua rushed out of the house, pointing at Liu Shan and turning the blame on him. Don't listen to his nonsense, everyone. This little brat was hiding in the house, eating stewed meat all by himself. What's wrong with us elders asking for a bite? The villagers, upon hearing about meat, craned their necks to peer into the main hall. Liu Shan sneered and flung open the main hall doors wide. Uncles, aunties, open your eyes and see for yourselves. Does my household have any meat at all? The villagers surged into the main hall with their torches. There wasn't even an iron pot for cooking. The water jar was empty, rat holes had been dug open, and the mud walls let in the cold wind from all sides. Not a trace of fat meat, not even a wild vegetable leaf. Liu Shan curled up on the earthen bed, wailing loudly. Lu Daqiang, are you hallucinating from hunger? This house is poverty-stricken. Where would there be meat? Uncle Wang furious banged his tobacco pipe against the doorframe and cursed Lu Daqiang. Exactly. Everyone in the village is so hungry, we're chewing tree bark. How could a half-grown boy like Shan get meat? Have you no conscience? She's your own niece. The villagers rebuked him, their gazes toward Lu Daqiang and his wife, shifting entirely. Liu Shan seized the opportunity, his eyes reddening. Elders, please judge this for me. Right after my parents passed, my uncle took over our brick and tile house and drove my sister and me into this ramshackle hut that lets in the wind on all sides. Even that was bearable, but now in this drought year we can't even get a drink of water. Yet my uncle barged in with a knife in the middle of the night to rob us. Liu Shan pointed at the woodcutter's axe in Lu Daqiang's hand, his voice choked with emotion. He thinks we've lived too long and wants to send us siblings straight to the underworld. This outburst sent the courtyard into an uproar. In the 1960s, countryside clan reputation was paramount. Bullying orphans and widows was a disgrace that invited scorn. Even worse, threatening a nephew with a knife. Lu Daqiang, are you even human? You swallowed all the inheritance your brother left, and now you're coming for their lives. You're worse than an animal. Get out of Dashi village now. The crowd's fury boiled over and several hot-tempered young men rolled up their sleeves, surrounding Lu Daqiang and his wife. Wang Sohua was so terrified, she collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale. Lu Daqiang raised his hands and backed away, utterly at a loss for a defense. He had clearly smelled lard from next door, yet the house was cleaner than a polished mirror. Now he was like mud stuck in his pants. Not shit, but it looked like it. What's all this? Gathering to rebel. A furious roar came from outside the courtyard gate. Village Chief Zhao Youcai, draped in a military overcoat, pushed through the crowd with a dark expression. He had been driven to his wits' end by the village's troubles over the past 2 days, and upon hearing that trouble had erupted again at Liu Shan's place, he rushed over urgently. Chief, you must do me justice. Lu Daqiang, as if seeing a savior, scrambled to Zhao Youcai's side. That little brat Liu Shan hid meat and refused to share, and now he's got the villagers beating me. Zhao Youcai kicked Lu Daqiang aside, taking in the miserable state of the house by torchlight. He turned his gaze to the woodcutter's axe in Lu Daqiang's hand. Do you think the whole village is blind? Zhao Youcai pointed at the empty, dilapidated house, spittle flying into Lu Daqiang's face. They don't even have a pot. Are you expecting them to cook meat in a chamber pot? Lu Daqiang, I'm warning you, in this disaster year, don't stir up trouble. What's the meaning of breaking into your nephew's house with a knife? Lu Daqiang, clutching his sore stomach, stomped his feet in frustration. Chief, I swear I smelled lard. I'll take a poison oath. The surrounding villagers burst into laughter. Daqiang, you're hallucinating from hunger. Yesterday, I dreamed I was gnawing on a big pork leg. Go back to sleep and stop making a fool of yourself. Liu Shan stepped forward, his back straight, as an arrow stopping right in front of Lu Daqiang. Uncle Andy, this matter can't just end here. Liu Shan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for retreat. You broke into a home with a knife in the dead of night. That's a serious crime of robbery and murder. The village chief is here as a witness. Tomorrow morning we'll go to the commune's security office and see the police. Let the government settle this case. At the mention of the commune and police, Wang Sohua trembled all over. Just 2 days ago, Li Ergu had been arrested for reform through labor, and she had no desire to end up in jail. Shan Annie was wrong. I was just out of my mind with hunger. Please don't go to the commune. Wang Sohua scrambled to her feet, reaching out to grab Liu Shan's pant leg. Liu Shan stepped back, his eyes full of disgust. Auntie admits fault now. Where was your apology when you were about to chop me with that knife? No discussion. We're going to the commune tomorrow. Panic seized Lu Daqiang as well. He dropped the axe and fell to his knees before Zhao Youcai with a thud. Chief, please put in a good word for us. We never meant to kill anyone. We just wanted some food. Zhao Youcai snorted coldly, looking at the disgraceful couple. He understood clearly that Liu Shan was using this incident to crush his uncle's family completely. But that suited him fine. Lu Daqiang had been bullying everyone in the village for years, and he had long been fed up. Lu Daqiang, in front of the whole village, tell us what you think should be done. Zhao Youcai clasped his hands behind his back, exuding the authority of the village chief. Lu Daqiang gritted his teeth and looked up at Liu Shan's cold, indifferent face. He knew he had lost to this quiet, usually unresponsive boy who rarely said a word. Shan, let me apologize to you. Lu Daqiang raised his hand and slapped himself twice, the sounds sharp and clear. We're leaving now, and I swear I'll never set foot in your yard again. Liu Shan remained silent, merely watching him coldly. The surrounding villagers pointed and whispered their contempt, nearly drowning the couple. Heartless scum, scheming against your own nephew's life. Pa. Uncle Wang spat a thick glob of phlegm at Lu Daqiang's feet. Lu Daqiang's face flushed crimson with shame. Unable to endure another moment, he pulled Wang Zuhua from the ground and fled through the crowd, running out of the yard as if escaping death. The villagers laughed at their retreating, defeated figures. Zhao Yukai dispersed the onlookers, then walked over to Liu Shan and patted him on the shoulder. "Shan, you've been wronged. Go inside and close the door tight. Don't let Xiaolan catch cold." Liu Shan nodded politely, seeing the village chief out. He closed the courtyard gate, slid the bolt, and walked back into the main hall. "Brother, are they gone?" Xiaolan, tears still clinging to her lashes, shrank under the quilt, trembling, only daring to show half her head. Big brother chased all the bad guys away. Liu Shan sat on the edge of the bed, soothing her gently. With a thought, the remaining half-basin of stewed wild pork appeared in his hands, still steaming hot. He wiped the tears from his sister's eyes, scooped up a piece of wild pork, and smiled as he brought it to her lips. "You were crying from hunger just now, weren't you? Come on, let's keep eating meat. As long as we eat with greasy mouths, that's the best revenge against those villains." Brother, the meat is so delicious. In the middle of the night, the little girl muttered in her sleep, her small hands clutching the corner of the blanket tightly. Liu Shan sat cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, gazing at his sister's face, and reached out to stroke her hair. In his past life, he had lived a pathetic existence, unable even to protect a 4-year-old child who ultimately starved to death. This time fate had granted him a second chance, and he vowed never to let his sister suffer the slightest grievance again. Liu Shan sat down on the edge of the Kong, his mind churning through the events of the evening. His uncle Liu Daqiang and his wife had been humiliated today, losing face in front of the entire village. But the two of them were envious and malicious at heart. If they couldn't seize what they wanted openly, they would surely resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Right now, they were probably huddled at home, plotting their revenge. Even more formidable was the village chief Zhao Yukai. That old fox was as cunning as they came. When he entered the house earlier, his gaze kept darting toward the floor. The overpowering aroma of meat in the room couldn't be fully dispersed. He was definitely suspicious. Liu Shan rubbed his face with both hands, his brows furrowed tightly. Relying solely on brute force and aggression wouldn't work in this era. This was the age of the collective economy and communal dining, where every move was scrutinized by the entire village. Private hunting was considered undermining the socialist foundation, a serious crime. If someone caught hold of his evidence and reported it to the commune, the consequences would range from being paraded with a placard to being imprisoned. Today he had sent Li Ergu to jail using the shovel, all under the pretext of protecting collective property. But tomorrow, if his uncle reported him to the commune for hiding wild boar meat, they could still come and search his house. True, the space could hide things, and no one would find a single piece of meat, even if they ransacked the place. But he couldn't stay cooped up in his house like a turtle forever. Once his sister grew plump and fair, and he kept running into the mountains, the villagers wouldn't be foolish. By then, the starving men of the village would block his door demanding food, and his ramshackle hut couldn't hold them back. To openly carry a gun into the mountains and bring back game on the books, he needed to establish a visible protective umbrella, someone in Dashi village who could manage things. Zhao Yukai was the natural choice. This man was a power seeker and someone who wouldn't act without a clear incentive. Feed him well, and he would smooth over anything that didn't follow the rules. He held the authority to assign work. Liu Shan recalled from his past life that there was a village task called mountain patrol and firewood gathering. It was a grueling, thankless job that no one wanted during the snowy winter months. If he could secure this task, carrying his gun into the outskirts of the old forest would be perfectly legitimate. If anyone asked, he'd say he was checking the forest and cutting firewood for the village collective. Shooting a wild rabbit on the side to improve their meals, no one could find fault with that. Liu Shan walked to the water vat, scooped a ladle of cold water, and splashed it on his face. The cold water jolted his nerves, sharpening his mind. You can't snare a wolf cub without risking your own child. 2 pounds of pork for a peaceful life. That was a fair trade. Liu Shan made up his mind and immediately closed his eyes. His consciousness plunged into the space. He was generous, slicing off a full 2 pounds of fatty meat. The meat was white, streaked with red, with fat making up 70 to 80%. A sight that made one's mouth water. In the year 1960, this was a hard currency that could trade for a life. Liu Shan found a clean piece of linen and wrapped the meat tightly. He held the bundle in his hand. It was heavy and substantial. Liu Shan put on his padded jacket and tucked the wrapped wild boar meat into his chest. Xiao He, guard the door. If anyone comes, bite them to death. Liu Shan gave the order toward the stove. Xiao He whimpered softly and lay still on the ground. Liu Shan blew out the kerosene lamp, pushed open the wooden door, and plunged into the darkness. In the dead of night, the men of Dashi village were all huddled on their warm Kong beds. Liu Shan trudged with difficulty along the village path. The wind and snow had lessened, but the darkness was so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The wind cut like a knife across his face, and he protected the meat in his chest, quickening his pace. Zhao Yotsai's house stood in the center of the village. It was the only house with a red brick gate, a 3-room tiled house. The courtyard wall was built high with broken glass shards embedded on top to deter thieves. Liu Shan approached the red brick gate and looked around. The village was deathly silent, not even a dog barking. No one saw him coming. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and knocked lightly 3 times on the gate. Dong dong dong. Liu Shan paused, then knocked 3 more times. After a long moment, Zhao Youcai's impatient voice came from inside. Who's knocking at this hour? Who's out there? Zhao Youcai, draped in his military greatcoat and carrying a kerosene lantern, cursed as he walked to the back of the courtyard gate. Uncle, it's me, Shanzi. Liu Shan lowered his voice, pressing his face to the crack of the gate. I'm sorry for troubling you earlier. I came specially to thank you. There was silence from inside. Zhao Youcai was probably trying to figure out what Liu Shan was up to. Thank me in the morning. Go back to bed. Zhao Youcai replied with displeasure and turned to leave. Liu Shan wasn't flustered. He untied the corner of the linen bundle in his chest. He pressed the cloth bundle against the crack at the bottom of the gate and fanned the air with his hand. The greasy, fresh scent of wild boar meat drifted through the crack into the courtyard. Zhao Youcai had taken only 2 steps when his nose twitched violently. He stopped, spun around, and strode back to the gate. Shanzi, what are you holding in your hand? Uncle, the wind is strong out here. Let me come in and explain. Liu Shan chuckled and tucked the bundle back into his chest. Without a word, Zhao Youcai quickly pulled the bolt and opened the gate halfway. He stuck his head out to look around, and seeing no one, he yanked Liu Shan into the courtyard. Getting quick, don't let anyone see you. Zhao Youcai bolted the gate behind them and led Liu Shan into the main room with the lantern. The main room had a coal stove burning much warmer than outside. Zhao Youcai placed the lantern on the octagonal table, his eyes fixed on Liu Shan's chest. Shanzi, what's the real reason for coming in the dead of night? Liu Shan didn't waste words. He pulled out the linen bundle from his chest. He untied the cloth and placed it on the octagonal table. Over 2 pounds of gleaming fresh fatty pork was revealed. Zhao Youcai stared, his atoms apple bobbing uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, his mind filled with the oily aroma of this meat stewed into soup. In these lean times, when the production team killed a pig for New Year's, each family got at most half a pound. Liu Shan in one move had produced 2 pounds of premium fatty meat. This? Where did you get this? Zhao Youcai pointed at the meat, his fingers trembling, his speech faltering. You really did hide meat at home. Liu Daqiang wasn't lying. Liu Shan pulled out a long bench and sat down, picking up the fire tongs to stir the coal in the stove. Uncle, when Liu Daqiang came, there wasn't a single hair of pork in my house. Everyone saw that. I just got this meat from the outskirts of the old forest after leaving the village. Liu Shan looked up at Zhao Youcai, his eyes calm as a stagnant pool. I got lucky and found a frozen wild boar. I shot it with my father's old shotgun. I know the rules. I didn't dare keep it all for myself. The first cut I made, I brought it to you. Zhao Youcai stared at the meat on the table, his greed barely concealed. Though his family wasn't starving, they craved oil and fat. His children were all sallow and thin. Shanzi, you've grown capable, daring to go into the old forest alone to find food. Uncle, I had no choice. Xiaolan was starving to death. Liu Shan sighed, putting on an air of desperation. With my father gone, you're the village's righteous leader. I'll have to rely on you for protection in the future. Zhao Youcai understood the implication. He pulled a stool over and sat opposite Liu Shan. Shanzi, you're trying to drag me into this. You want to use meat to seal my lips. He gave a dry laugh, but his hand pressed down on the linen bundle, afraid Liu Shan would take it back. If this gets found out, we'll both face the firing squad. My official cap won't survive. Uncle, don't say that. This is a gift of respect for an elder. Who could find fault with it? Liu Shan leaned forward, locking eyes with Zhao Youcai. As long as you don't tell, and I don't tell who in Dashi village would know you have fatty meat at home. Liu Shan stopped beating around the bush and laid out his cards. Uncle, I want to do some work for the village. The mountain patrol and firewood gathering task. I see it's short of hands. With this job, carrying my gun in and out of the old forest will be perfectly legitimate. If I happen to run into a wild rabbit that's knocked itself out on a tree, I won't forget to share my good fortune with you. Liu Shan pushed the meat on the table closer to Zhao Youcai. Keep this meat to nourish yourself. Tomorrow I'll head up the mountain to cut firewood. What do you think? Zhao Youcai stared at the glistening fat, his mind racing through calculations. Mountain patrol and firewood gathering was a hard job that earned no work points, and it could be assigned to anyone. Trading this title for a steady stream of gifts from Liu Shan. This deal was a sure win. Shanzi, when your father was alive, we shared a drink or two. Zhao Youcai's face broke into a smile, and he swept the linen bundle into his arms. You're a sensible boy. I'm at ease in trusting the mountain patrol and firewood gathering to you. Be careful when you go into the mountains. If you catch any game, bring it back quietly at night. Don't make a fuss. Zhao Youcai stood up and patted Liu Shan on the shoulder. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Liu Shan's visible protective umbrella was now fully raised. Liu Shan left Zhao Youcai's house and made his way back along the wall, slipping quietly into his family's dilapidated courtyard. On the earthen bed, Xiaolan slept soundly, her breathing steady and even. Day 2 broke at dawn. The wind and snow had eased somewhat, but the cold outside remained bone-chilling. Liu Shan threw off his blankets, pulled on his cotton jacket, fetched a basin, and drew cold water from the well to splash his face. He walked to the corner and picked up the mountain-cleaving axe his father had left behind, tucking it behind his back. Zhao Youcai had been remarkably efficient. Long before sunrise, the village loudspeaker of Dashikan had crackled to life, announcing to the entire village that Liu Shan had been appointed as a mountain ranger. Did you hear? That fellow Liu Shan took the job of patrolling the mountains and gathering firewood. Has he lost his mind? With the snow locking the mountains shut, venturing into the forest, you wouldn't even find his bones if a starving wolf got to him. I reckon he's gone mad from hunger, planning to go strip tree bark in the mountains to eat. The villagers huddled deep within their quilts, watching with amusement. They thought this reckless boy was simply courting death. Liu Shan paid no mind to what others thought. He slung his homemade hunting rifle over his shoulders, squared his shoulders, and strode boldly out of Dashikan. He plunged straight into the outer reaches of the ancient forest, wading through deep snow until he reached a windswept pine grove. The ground there was littered with thick timber, snapped beneath the weight of the heavy snow. Liu Shan swung his axe, felling several red pines in quick succession. He glanced left and right, confirming no one was nearby. With a flick of his consciousness, the fine timber on the ground instantly vanished into the spatial dimension within his mind. He worked in the forest for half the morning, splitting a considerable quantity of sturdy planks, all of which he stored away. Liu Shan bound 2 bundles of worthless firewood with hemp rope as a cover, hoisted them onto his shoulder, and headed back. The moment he entered his courtyard, he immediately closed and secured the main gate. He released all the red pine logs from his spatial dimension and stacked them neatly on the open floor of the main room. Liu Shan fetched a large wooden basin and dug a pile of yellow earth from the courtyard. He mixed in water, kneading it into a thick, viscous paste of yellow mud, adding a handful of dried straw fragments. Standing on a stool, Liu Shan took nails and fastened the wooden planks securely onto the drafty window frames. He scooped up the yellow mud and smeared it across the planks, sealing every gap tight. When the wind blew, not a single draft could seep into the room anymore. The thatched roof was the weakest point, letting icy wind pour straight down their necks. Liu Shan climbed onto the roof and laid thick layers of dry grass over the damaged areas. He positioned wooden boards on top of the grass and drove long nails into the main beams with a hammer, securing them firmly. The work was exhausting, and Liu Shan broke into a heavy sweat. He simply shed his cotton jacket, working shirtless as he darted in and out of the house. Before noon, every side of the room had been repaired. Several large rat holes in the corner of the wall were sealed shut with heavy stones he dragged over. Liu Shan gathered a pile of pine knot wood and stuffed them deep into the fire pit. He struck a match and lit the fire, and the flame shot up almost instantly. The fire pit connected to the earthen bed, and waves of scorching heat streamed directly into the heated chamber beneath. Within half an hour, the entire earthen bed was burning hot. The room's temperature climbed sharply, melting all the ice crystals trapped within the wall cracks. Outside, a blizzard, one not seen in 50 years, raged on. Inside, it was so warm one could wear thin clothing. Liu Shan kicked off her worn quilt from the heat, sweat beading on her forehead. "Brother, it's so warm in here, it's like summer." Xiaolan rubbed her eyes and sat up, her little face rosy and flushed. "From now on, we'll never suffer the cold again. Play as much as you like." Liu Shan walked over and pinched his sister's cheek, his face beaming with smiles. Xiaohei also couldn't bear the heat and crawled out from underneath the stove. It stuck out its tongue, panting heavily, then ran to a corner away from the fire and lay down. With this draft-free warm room, they were finally secure for the winter. While neighboring families shivered uncontrollably in the cold, the 2 siblings sweated comfortably indoors. Days drifted by. The heavy snow continued for nearly half a month, and everyone in Dashikan village endured it, trapped within their homes. Liu Shan's home was a different scene entirely, an iron pot on the stove steaming constantly from morning to night. A few days earlier, Liu Shan had taken advantage of his mountain ranger duties to visit Zhao Yukai. He had traded half a wild rabbit and spoken flattering words for a long while, returning with 3 caddies of white flour. At this moment, he stood at the stove, sleeves rolled up, kneading dough with all his strength. The dough was well kneaded and elastic, rolled out into a large sheet with a rolling pin. He picked up his cleaver, his hand moving swiftly as he sliced long, thin noodles. In the pot, wild boar meat soup churned with bubbling oil. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden knock echoed from outside the courtyard gate. Liu Shan's expression changed instantly, and with a flick of his will, he transferred the entire pot of meat soup into his spatial dimension. He casually poured a ladle of cold water into the pot and threw in a handful of dried wild vegetables. Liu Shan stepped briskly out of the main room and opened the courtyard gate. Standing outside was Old Man Wang from next door, his eye sockets sunken from hunger. "Shanzi, do you have any food left at home? Could you spare an old man a bit?" Old Man Wang held a chipped bowl, his voice trembling. Liu Shan sighed and stepped aside, letting Old Man Wang catch a glimpse of the stove in the main room. "Uncle, look at what we're eating here. All bitter vegetable roots." Liu Shan pointed at the green water rolling in the iron pot, feigning utter helplessness. Old Man Wang examined the wild vegetables in the pot, shook his head, and turned to leave. Liu Shan closed the courtyard gate tightly and walked back into the main room. He poured out the vegetable soup, and with a mere thought, the fragrant meat broth reappeared on the stove. Liu Shan grabbed the noodles and dropped them into the pot, stirring them apart with chopsticks. The aroma of meat and the wheat scent of white flour mingled together, filling the entire room with an intoxicating fragrance. Xiaolan, time to eat. Today we're having shredded pork noodles. Liu Shan served a heaping bowl of meat noodles and carried it to the low table. Liu Xiaolan let out a cheer and came running barefoot. She picked up her chopsticks and began eating the noodles. She no longer shoveled food into her mouth greedily as she used to. Knowing there was an endless supply of meat at home, her table manners had become properly refined. A mouthful of noodles paired with a mouthful of tender melting fat. Absolutely delicious. For over half a month now, they had been eating rich pork and refined grains every day. The sallow complexion on Liu Xiaolan's face had completely faded away. Her once skeletal little frame had grown a layer of flesh, and even her arms had thickened noticeably. Her chin had rounded her cheeks like ripe red apples. Her large bright eyes sparkled with vitality. With her porcelain-perfect features, she looked exactly like a cherubic doll from a traditional New Year painting. Brother, the noodles are so delicious. You eat too. Liu Xiaolan swallowed a piece of meat, and with touching thoughtfulness, pushed her bowl toward Liu Shan. Brother, there's still a big pot in the wok. Finish it all yourself. Liu Shan stroked her silky hair, warmth flooding his heart. This little girl was the very medicine that healed his spirits. Meanwhile, Xiaohei beneath the stove had undergone a dramatic transformation. Living off wild boar bones and meat broth day after day had completely expanded its frame. Its fur had become jet black and glossy, and when it stood on its hind legs it nearly reached Liu Shan's thigh. Xiaohei was now as robust as a young calf, capable of pouncing and chasing wild sparrows in the courtyard. After finishing her noodles, Liu Xiaolan set down her chopsticks. She ran to the corner, grabbed a wooden comb, climbed onto the earthen bed, and began grooming Xiaohei. Brother, Xiaohei has grown even chubbier today. It devoured a huge bone in one sitting just now. Liu Xiaolan giggled and turned to look at Liu Shan. Xiaohei closed its eyes in pure bliss, its tail wagging so vigorously it made audible sounds. The more it eats, the faster it grows. In a few days, brother will take it into the mountains to hunt another big wild boar. Liu Shan held his bowl and drank the last drops of meat broth, letting out a loud, satisfying burp. He tossed the bowl into the pot and used a ladle to scoop water for washing. Liu Xiaolan put down her comb, ran over, and hugged Liu Shan's leg. Brother, let me help wash the dishes. I've grown up. I can do chores now. The little girl rose on her tiptoes, reaching for the worn burlap sack on the stove. Go play over there. That water's cold, you'll freeze your hands. Liu Shan lifted his sister into his arms and placed her back onto the warm earthen bed. He washed the dishes in moments, dried his hands, and walked to the window. The wind and snow had raged continuously for half a month, and finally they had stopped. The sun broke through the clouds, its glare sharp enough to sting the eyes. The ancient forest was completely blanketed in snow, the accumulation frozen rock hard. Liu Shan pushed open a crack in the window and looked out, his brows knitting slightly. Over the past half-month, prey in the outer areas had nearly vanished, and more than a third of the wild boar meat in his spatial storage had been consumed. Now that the storm had cleared, he would need to take his rifle deeper into the old forest. Where the sea provides, one lives by the sea. Where the mountains provide, one lives by the mountains. This endless range of peaks still awaited his gradual discovery. Liu Shan withdrew his gaze from the window and turned around. He walked to the earthen bed and patted Xiaohei on the head. Come, let's go to the backyard to practice our skills. Liu Shan grabbed a wild boar bone from the basin. There was a bit of shredded meat left in the crevices of the bone. Xiaohei, catching the scent, immediately stood up, wagging its tail furiously. It was now quite sturdy with thick and powerful legs. Liu Shan pointed at the blue bricks on the ground. Sit down. Don't move until I say so. Xiaohei obediently sat on the ground, its ears perked straight up. Liu Shan pushed open the door and strode out into the yard. He circled around the snowdrifts several times, deliberately choosing difficult paths to tread through. Liu Shan walked to the old elm tree at the corner of the yard and kicked open a deep pit. He threw the wild boar bone in and covered it tightly with snow. He even stomped on it twice, packing the snow hard. In this freezing weather, the scent had long been blown away by the wind. Liu Shan brushed the snow off his hands and turned back into the main room. He pushed open the door and blew a short whistle at Xiaohei. Go find it. Xiaohei shot out of the house like lightning. It didn't wander aimlessly around the yard. Instead, it lowered its large head close to the snow surface. Its black nose twitched continuously, emitting rapid breaths. It followed Liu Shan's footprints for a couple of steps, then suddenly stopped. Xiaohei turned its head, completely abandoning the footprints, and dashed toward the old elm tree. It reached the tree and frantically dug the snow pit with its front paws. Dirt and snow flew everywhere. In less than 10 breaths, Xiaohei clamped its jaws onto the wild boar bone. It carried the bone back to Liu Shan, wagging its tail for a reward. Good dog, you've really learned a skill. Liu Shan praised happily, reaching out to ruffle the fur on Xiaohei's neck. This ability to track blood and scent was simply astonishing. It could even penetrate a half-meter deep snow crust. Liu Shan felt it wasn't enough and decided to test Xiaohei's limits further. He took a scrap of cloth from his space, smeared a tiny bit of wild boar blood on it. Sit down again. Don't come out until I call you. Liu Shan commanded Xiaohei to continue waiting. He carried the cloth scrap and walked straight out of the yard heading toward the wasteland behind Dashi village. After walking over a mile, he found a pile of rocks. He stuffed the blood-stained cloth into a crevice between the rocks, pressed it down with a large stone, and covered it with deep snow. Even Liu Shan's nose couldn't detect a trace of the blood scent. He retraced his steps home and opened the gate. "Go find the cloth strip." Xiao He shot out with a whoosh, heading straight for the wasteland behind the mountain. Liu Shan stood at the yard gate waiting no more than half the time it takes to smoke a pipe. Xiao He returned joyfully, the cloth scrap dangling from its mouth. Liu Shan took the cloth, his heart surging with ecstasy. With this ability, venturing deep into the old forest would be like having an extra pair of X-ray eyes. Deep in the old forest, there were not only wild boars, but also black bears hidden in snow caves. Meeting those fierce beasts, Xiao He could give early warnings and help track blood trails. Liu Shan led Xiao He back into the house, went to the back of the door, and picked up the old hunting rifle. He meticulously cleaned the barrel, filled the horn flask with gunpowder, and tied the bag of lead shot to the stock. At dawn tomorrow, he would take Xiao He to venture into the inner reaches of the old forest. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Liu Shan rolled out of bed. He picked up a match and relit the firewood in the stove pit. The flames leaped up, dispelling the morning chill. With a flicker of his mind, Liu Shan took out a large chunk of wild boar hindquarter meat from his space. He threw the meat onto the wooden board of the stove and began slicing it with a boning knife. Over the past half-month, the white flour and cornmeal had long been exhausted, and there was no more from the village chief. In the Great Famine year of 1960, the grain harvest had completely failed. He had wandered around the commune's black market, but found no one selling grain. Money alone couldn't buy it. The siblings' current food supply depended entirely on the large wild boar in his space. Every meal was pure meat, not a single vegetable leaf in sight. Liu Shan cut 2 large pieces of pure white fat and threw them directly into the hot iron pot. A sizzling sound. The fat rendered out, pooling a glistening layer of lard at the bottom of the pot. The whole room was filled with the rich smell of meat. He then cut several large chunks of lean meat and tossed them in, added cold water, covered the pot, and boiled it over high heat. Before long, a pot of pure meat soup was ready. "Xiaoling, get up and have some meat soup." Liu Shan ladled out a large bowl full of meat and set it on the low table of the earthen bed. Liu Xiaolan rubbed her eyes, crawled up, and began gulping down the soup and chewing the meat. "Brother, this meat is really fragrant, but it makes me want to drink cold water." The little girl let out a loud, satisfied burp, her lips shining with clear grease. Having eaten nothing but fatty meat for over half a month, without any coarse grains to balance, it was indeed cloying. "Don't worry, white flour and cornmeal will come later." Liu Shan picked up the basin and began cleaning up the soup. Although the wild boar meat was greasy, having solid oil in his stomach gave him astonishing strength. The energy consumed by his X-ray vision was fully replenished by these high-calorie meats. Liu Shan put down the basin and wiped his mouth. Under the stove, Xiao He had also finished gnawing on a large leg bone. "I'm going out. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone." Liu Shan dressed properly, slung the hunting rifle over his shoulder, tucked a hatchet at his waist, gave the instruction, and walked out of the yard with Xiao He. The heavy snow had stopped and deep winter had fully arrived. Dashi village was eerily quiet. No smoke rose from any chimney. Liu Shan trudged through the snow, passing the threshing ground of the production brigade. The old elm tree by the threshing ground had been stripped bare. A few emaciated villagers were struggling to scrape bark with kitchen knives. Their cheekbones protruded, eyes yellowed, looking like a group of shadow puppets. Next door, Uncle Wang leaned on a stick against the earthen wall, panting heavily. He was so weak from hunger that his legs wobbled, and he had no strength to speak. Liu Shan walked over and slowed his pace. "Shanzi, did you find any edible roots while patrolling the mountain?" Uncle Wang's voice trembled as he looked at him with eager eyes. "Uncle, even the roots outside are frozen solid. There's nothing to find." Liu Shan waved his hand and continued walking. Village Chief Zhao Youcai, wrapped in a military coat, squatted on the steps of the brigade headquarters, sighing. His once plump face had now shrunk, and he was tugging at his hair in worry. Zhao Youcai looked up and spotted Liu Shan. "Shanzi, you're looking quite well. Did the patrol keep you warm?" He stared at Liu Shan's ruddy cheeks, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Everyone in the village was gaunt and sallow from hunger, but this lad seemed to have grown sturdier. "Uncle, I'm young and have a hot temper. A few more steps, and I break a sweat." Liu Shan casually told a lie, patting the hatchet at his waist. Zhao Youcai let out a long sigh, pointing at the villagers scraping bark nearby. "The village's relief grain is completely gone. Even the rat holes have been dug up. The road to the commune to beg for grain is blocked by heavy snow and hasn't been cleared yet. If this continues, large numbers of people in the village will starve to death." Liu Shan's heart was calm, but he forced a bitter expression. "Uncle, everyone's having a hard time. We'll get through these few days." He said this while his stomach was digesting the large bowl of pure fat he had consumed that morning. In his space, he had piled up hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat, enough for the siblings to eat their fill. Not only was he not starving, but he had actually grown quite robust. This stark contrast gave him an indescribable sense of security. As long as he didn't show his wealth, the famine in Dashi village had nothing to do with him. Zhao Youcai stood up and glanced at the hunting rifle on Liu Shan's back. Shanzi, are you going into the mountains again today? He lowered his voice and leaned in closer. I've cut down most of the firewood around the perimeter. I want to go deeper. Liu Shan gave a hint, his eyes fixed on Zhao Yukai. If luck is on my side, I might bring back something good for you, uncle. Zhao Yukai swallowed hard, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He had tasted the wild boar meat Liu Shan had given him, and the flavor haunted his dreams every night, making him drool. The deep mountains are dangerous. Be very careful. If you really get something, bring it over under cover of darkness. Zhao Yukai was now relying entirely on Liu Shan to supplement his family's oil and meat, so he naturally offered many words of caution. Liu Shan nodded, blew a whistle, and Xiao He came trotting up, tongue lolling. Liu Shan waved his hand, and the man and dog strode out of the village, their feet crunching through the snow. Liu Shan led Xiao He just as they stepped out of the threshing ground, when the big black dog suddenly halted. It turned its head toward Uncle Liu Daqiang's house, baring its teeth and emitting a low rumbling growl. Liu Shan followed the dog's gaze and spotted a trail of messy footprints at the village entrance. The prints were large and deep, with patched sole impressions, clearly not left by the emaciated villagers of Dashi village. Unease gripped Liu Shan's heart, and he immediately signaled for Xiao He to lie down. Clutching his machete tightly, he followed the footprints to the back wall of Liu Daqiang's house. The dilapidated rammed earth wall had gaps on all four sides, allowing voices from within to carry through clearly. Liu Shan pressed his ear against the wall, holding his breath and straining to listen. Brother, you have to save our whole family. Wang Zuohua's voice drifted from inside, thick with tears. We've stripped every tree bark in Dashi village. If we can't find food soon, your sister-in-law and I will starve to death on the calm. Immediately following was a grating tenor voice that made one's stomach turn. Zuohua, there's no grain to borrow. Our Wangjia village has run out as well. This was Wang Lizi, Wang Zuohua's biological brother, notorious throughout the neighboring townships as the ringleader of a gang of misfits. He sniffed noisily and continued. But you mentioned earlier, that kid Liu Shan has meat hidden at home. Liu Daqiang's weak voice followed his words, edged with bitterness. Absolutely. That night, I smelled lard clearly. The boy now looks rosy-cheeked. He must be feasting in secret every day. He won't even lend us a spoonful of soup, and he's inciting the whole village to curse at us. Wang Lizi sneered and slapped the table. A kid who hasn't even grown a full set of teeth. Does he think he can defy heaven? Wang Zuohua quickly chimed in, her tone dripping with venom. Brother, he has the old earth gun that Grandpa Liu left behind. He fights recklessly and recently broke Li Erga's leg, sending him to hard labor. We can't seize it by force. We need a cunning scheme to deal with him. Wang Lizi lowered his voice, his words thick with calculation. The fact that he dares to enter the mountains with a gun is a ready-made pretext. I know someone in the commune's security department. Let's report him for speculation. Accuse him of secretly stockpiling wild game for resale. Liu Daqiang clapped his hands in excitement, applauding the plan through coughs. Right? Once he leaves the village in a couple days, you bring the commune officials to search his home. As long as they find meat, they'll parade him through the streets in disgrace, and that big house, and all the meat, will become ours. Wang Lizi snorted coldly and began negotiating terms. I'll run to the commune for you, but once this is done, I get most of Liu Shan's meat. Wang Zuohua gasped in pain, but determined to destroy Liu Shan, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Fine. As long as that brat gets thrown into prison, we'll split the meat with you. Liu Daqiang added, his tone growing more vicious. And that money-losing sister of his can't stay in Dashi village. It's an eyesore. We'll find a human trafficker and sell Liu Xiaolan to the mountain villages in exchange for coarse grain. Hearing this, Liu Shan outside the wall clenched his machete until the handle creaked and veins bulged on his hand. These bastards not only coveted his meat, but dared to plot against Xiaolan. Cold fury ignited in Liu Shan's eyes. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the urge to kick down the door and slaughter them. Killing them now would only get him shot. It wasn't worth it. If they were determined to die, he would craft a grand trap that would leave them beyond redemption. With this sentence sealed in his heart, Liu Shan turned and departed. He pushed through the snow crust, stepping carefully into the outer reaches of the old forest. He dared not walk fast. The ancient woods exuded an ominous energy everywhere. The sky was heavily overcast, clouds pressing against the treetops with no sunlight visible. The forest was deathly silent. Even the normally chattering wild sparrows were nowhere to be found. Liu Shan held his hunting rifle level, his eyes scanning alertly. He guided Xiao He forward for over 2 miles until reaching the earthen pit, where he had previously killed the large wild boar. The surrounding pine bark was chewed to shreds, and a large patch of frozen soil beneath the tree roots had been torn open. Liu Shan crouched and scooped up a handful of dirt, feeling it between his fingers. The soil has been thoroughly overturned. There isn't even a mouse left at the edges. He stood brushing the dirt from his hands, his brow deeply furrowed. This once-in-50 years blizzard had severed the old forest food chain entirely. The herbivorous wild rabbits had all frozen to death, and the carnivorous beasts, starved and desperate, were roaming wildly. Just as Liu Shan was about to head deeper into the forest, Xiao He suddenly emitted an uneasy low growl. Every hair on the big black dog's body stood on end, making it look like a hedgehog. It tucked its tail and dug its front paws desperately into the ground, refusing to advance another step. Liu Shan's heart sank as he immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Xiaohei, who had grown robust on bones and pure meat broth, was now strong enough to challenge a wild boar. For something to frighten it, this badly grave danger must lie ahead. Holding his breath, Liu Shan followed the direction the dog was snarling. Ahead on the snow, a large expanse of chaotic paw prints stood out clearly. These prints were a full circle larger than a dog's paw, deeply etched into the frozen snow crust. Cold sweat erupted across Liu Shan's back. Wolves, a whole pack. Liu Shan clenched his teeth and gripped the hunting rifle with both hands. An ordinary lone wolf was no threat, but these dense, intertwined tracks indicated at least 7 or 8 of them. These beasts should have remained deep in the forest's interior. They were clearly driven mad with hunger and had fled to the outer zones for food. Following this path downward, they would reach Dashi village within a day. By then, every weakened villager who could barely walk would become wolf meat. Liu Shan dared not gamble. His eyes widened sharply. His vision pierced directly through the dense forest and snowdrifts 30 meters ahead. Behind the shrubbery, 8 emaciated wild wolves lay concealed. Starvation had left their ribs, starkly visible bellies collapsed against their spines. The alpha was a one-eyed wolf king, its frame a full circle larger than Xiaohei's. The pack huddled in the snow hollows to shelter from the wind, their bodies glowing faintly red. Maintaining his clairvoyant sight drained him rapidly. Liu Shan felt the fat from his morning meal burning furiously within him. He quickly severed the clairvoyant ability and gasped for breath. Trouble. These beasts are far too close to the village. Liu Shan dared not turn and run. Presenting his back to a wolf pack meant certain death. He slowly raised the hunting rifle, pressing the stock firmly against his right shoulder. The one-eyed wolf king seemed to sense something and abruptly rose from the snow hollow. Its remaining eye locked onto Liu Shan's hiding place. It threw back its head and let out a howl. The entire old forest erupted. The remaining 7 wild wolves burst forth. They fanned out in a wide arc, sweeping across the snow at breakneck speed toward Liu Shan. Liu Shan squinted, fingers resting on the trigger, every muscle coiled tight. Ahead, 7 starving wolves broke through the snow-crust jaws wide, launching themselves forward with murderous intent. Driven mad with hunger, they feared nothing, not even men. Their eyes blazed with the cruel light of animals desperate for flesh. Liu Shan did not retreat. Instead, his heels dug deeper into the frozen earth. He shuffled half a step backward, pressing his spine firmly against the trunk of a massive red pine. In the deep forest, facing a pack of wolves, the greatest terror was being surrounded. With the tree guarding his back, these beasts could only press the attack from the front. A ferocious gale whipped snowflakes into his face. Liu Shan stood against the wind, quickly gauging its direction. He deliberately shifted 2 steps to the left, placing himself upwind so the entire pack would be downwind. Xiaohei, hold the right. Liu Shan bellowed, his rifle barrel locked onto the gray wolf charging at the forefront. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The homemade hunting rifle roared deafeningly. A cloud of iron pellets riding the wind slammed directly into the lead wolf's forehead. The gray wolf didn't even manage a howl before its skull caved in like rotten fruit. Its massive body slid forward on pure momentum for several meters before going utterly still. The remaining 6 wolves flinched at the gunshot, their advance faltering for a critical instant. Liu Shan's hands became a blur, executing the time-honored survival technique of a seasoned hunter. He planted the stock firmly into the snow, snatched the horn powder flask, and poured a heavy charge down the barrel. A mouthful of iron shot waited ready. He lowered his head and spat it straight into the muzzle. Drawing the ramrod, Liu Shan drove it down with practiced force, packing the powder tight. The entire sequence flowed like water, so swift it cost him no more than 3 quick breaths. The pack recovered its nerve. 2 wolves flanked him from left and right. As the right-hand wolf launched itself into the air, Xiaohei shot forward, jaws wide, teeth sinking deep into the gray wolf's throat. A dog that feasted on wild boar daily possessed extraordinary strength, flipping the wolf onto its back in the snow with brutal force. The left wolf seized the opening, lunging toward Liu Shan's thigh, jaws snapping. Liu Shan raised the freshly loaded gun, pressing the muzzle directly against the wolf's belly. He hammered the trigger. Bang! A second shot erupted, and black smoke billowed outward instantly. The wolf's abdomen burst open, entrails spilling across the snow as it thrashed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 wolves lay dead, and the rest went utterly feral. They threw themselves forward recklessly, denying him any moment to reload. Liu Shan inverted his rifle, wielding the stock like a club. A wolf closed in. Liu Shan swung the rifle stock in a fierce arc, smashing it against the beast's snout. A crisp crack echoed. The wolf's nasal bones shattered into fragments. Liu Shan kicked the howling wolf aside and drew the broad axe from his belt. Come on, you beasts, he roared, stepping boldly toward the remaining pack. In a hunt for survival, the one who yields becomes prey. Liu Shan gripped the axe in his left hand and the rifle barrel in his right, standing like a wrathful spirit amidst the snow-choked wilderness. The pack was cowed by his ferocity, hesitating to close in. But the one-eyed wolf king who had been holding the rear could no longer contain himself. It threw back its head and emitted a low commanding growl, urging the others to attack as one. 3 wolves leapt simultaneously, targeting Liu Shan's throat and legs from 3 directions. With cold composure under the storm of claws, Liu Shan split the left wolf's charge with a single axe stroke. His right leg swept upward in a devastating kick, catching the right-hand wolf beneath the jaw. The wolf flew backward, rolling through the snow several times. Seizing the gap, the center wolf clamped its jaws onto the tattered sleeve of Liu Shan's cotton jacket. Keen fangs tore through the fabric seconds from opening a bloody wound on his arm. Liu Shan didn't so much as flinch. His left hand shot out and seized the wolf's scruff. He let the axe fall from his right hand and drew the boning knife at his waist. Gripping the handle tight, Liu Shan drove the blade straight into the wolf's vulnerable flank. With a vicious twist, the wolf went limp. At that very moment, the one-eyed king struck. Its massive form swept forward like a dark gust of wind, vaulting over its fallen subordinates to descend upon Liu Shan's face. This beast was enormous. If it knocked him down, Liu Shan would surely die or be gravely wounded. Whoa! Xiao He, having just torn the throat of one wolf, turned his head to see his master in peril. All 4 paws drove into the earth as the dog launched himself diagonally toward the one-eyed king. The 2 colossal beasts collided in midair and crashed heavily into a snow-filled hollow. The wolf king roared repeatedly, jaws wide, as it attempted to crush Xiao He's skull. With agile reflexes, the dog pulled its neck back, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Fearless Xiao He pressed his advantage, clamping his jaws onto the king's lower mandible. The 2 beasts rolled and tore at each other in the snow, crimson blood staining vast patches of white. Xiao He was mighty, but the wolf king's battle-hardened cunning held the edge. With a violent flick of its neck, the king hurled the dog half a meter away. The king raised a forepaw, claws extended, ready to carve open Xiao He's belly. Liu Shan would not allow it. He exploded forward with sudden, desperate speed. Liu Shan slid across the snow in a low dive, closing the distance to the wolf king's side. His left hand grabbed a thick handful of fur at the beast's neck, pressing his body flush against it. The wolf king thrashed in panic, turning its head to sink its teeth into Liu Shan's neck. His right hand clenched the boning knife, every sinew in his arm bulging with raw tension. Reading the pulse point beneath the beast's jaw, Liu Shan drove the blade deep and true. The steel sank entirely into flesh as his wrist slashed downward with brutal force. Hot arterial blood erupted in a sudden geyser, splashing across Liu Shan's face. The wolf king let out a guttural, half-formed howl, the last of its strength draining away. Its massive frame gave 2 final twitches before crashing heavily onto Liu Shan's body. Liu Shan shoved the corpse aside and gasped for air, chest heaving. Wiping the blood from his face, he turned to face the 2 remaining wolves. With their alpha slain, the rest of the pack lost all courage. Tails tucked, they scrambled backward on paws and haunches, disappearing into the dense forest as though swallowed by the trees. Liu Shan made no move to pursue. He collapsed onto his backside in the snow, utterly spent. The hand-to-hand combat had drained most of the strength he had just regained. Xiao He nudged close, his warm tongue lapping at the dried blood on Liu Shan's face. Liu Shan ran his hands over the dog's body, confirming only superficial scrapes. Good work, old friend. You'll be getting all the marrow bones tonight. Liu Shan patted Xiao He's head before rising with the tree's support. Gazing at the scattered corpses littering the snow, a satisfied smile touched his lips. These wolves had provided not only warm pelts, but a substantial haul of meat. Wolf meat was no match for wild boar, but it was food nonetheless. Not wasting a moment, Liu Shan focused his mind. He circled the snowfield, slowly absorbing all 5 carcasses into the spatial dimension within his consciousness. He covered the bloodstains thoroughly with fresh snow. With everything done, Liu Shan retrieved his rifle and axe from the ground. Side by side with Xiao He, he marched onward through the driving snow and wind, never once looking back, heading toward Dashi village. A man and his dog returned to the dilapidated courtyard. Liu Shan pushed open the door and entered the house. He turned back to slide the latch, shutting out the swirling snow and wind. The main room was warm and cozy, with flames dancing merrily in the stove pit. Liu Xiaolan sat on the earthen bed, playing with a handful of dry straw. Her little face was rosy from the warmth. Seeing her brother return, the little girl joyfully rushed over and wrapped her arms around his leg. "Brother, you're back. Was it cold in the mountains?" Liu Shan patted his sister's head, then hung the hunting rifle on a nail in the corner. He walked to the water vat, scooped up a ladle of cold water, and gulped it down. The icy water was piercingly cold, just enough to quell the burning heat from his recent battle with the wolf pack. He connected his mind to the space and inspected the spoils within. Neatly stacked were the carcasses of 5 large wolves, not a single drop of blood leaking out. Liu Shan made up his mind and used his will to skin the wolves. These spoils would be enough to exchange for a large amount of cash and ration tickets, but he was in no hurry to sell them. He turned to the stove, cut a large piece of fatty pork, and threw it into the pot to make meat soup for his sister. Outside in Dashi village, it was almost dark. Liu Daqiang and Wang Lizi walked hunched on the dirt road to the commune. The north wind whipped snowflakes straight into their collars, freezing them until their noses ran. Brother, can this really work? Lu Daqiang shivered with cold sniffing as he asked. A flicker of doubt crept into his heart, and his steps slowed. Wang Lizi turned around and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. Rest assured, Officer Li of the security section has drunk with me. As long as we report Liu Shan's hoarding of game meat, we'll catch him red-handed. Lu Daqiang was still uneasy, stepping closer to ask further. What if that kid really hides the meat well, and they can't find it? If they can't find it, we'll force a search. He's a man without family. Would he dare fight the commune? Wang Lizi's face was full of brutish flesh, his eyes gleaming with malice. As long as Officer Li takes people there, Liu Shan will either die or be skinned alive. Once he's locked up, his broken thatched hut and stored grain will all be ours. After hearing this, greed overpowered Lu Daqiang's fear. The two quickened their pace, trudging through the thick snow to the gate of the commune's compound. Wang Lizi, familiar with the place, led Lu Daqiang into the security section's office. A large iron stove was burning, making the room warm and cozy. Officer Li was sitting behind his desk, drinking hot water, his brows furrowed. For the past few days, heavy snow had blocked the mountains, and the commune's cafeteria had run out of meat, serving cabbage meal after meal. He was just worrying about where to get some grease to gift to his superiors. Officer Li, I've come to report a major case to the commune. Wang Lizi stepped forward, his face full of fawning smiles, and offered a cigarette. Officer Li pushed away the cigarette and set down his enamel mug. He looked up at them with a hint of impatience in his voice. Wang Lizi, aren't you supposed to be weathering the winter in the village? What case are you reporting here? Lu Daqiang quickly stepped forward, bowing. Comrade officer, I want to report Liu Shan of our Dashi village for speculation and profiteering. He has a hunting rifle, goes into the deep mountains to hunt game, and hides a whole house full of fatty meat. Lu Daqiang grew more excited as he spoke, spittle flying everywhere. The whole village is starving, gnawing on tree bark, yet he not only eats alone, but also plans to sell the meat on the black market. He's sabotaging the collective economy, undermining socialism. As soon as Officer Li heard meat, his eyes lit up. In these famine years, dozens of pounds of wild boar meat was a major resource that could shake the commune. If he seized this batch of meat, he would not only earn a great merit, but also keep a few pounds for himself to satisfy his cravings. Can you guarantee that he has meat hidden in his house? I guarantee it with my head. I saw him eating with grease all over his mouth. Lu Daqiang patted his sunken chest, swearing solemnly. The aroma of the meat drifted for miles, if the whole village can testify. It's absolutely certain. Officer Li suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his face flushed with anger. Such audacity. Poaching collective property. The common people can't even keep their pots boiling, yet he dares to hoard meat. This is lawlessness itself. Officer Li threw on his military greatcoat, strode to the door, and called to his militia captain. Assemble the team immediately. Bring ropes and flashlights. At dawn tomorrow, follow me to Dashi village to arrest this speculating scoundrel. Lu Daqiang's heart blossomed with joy upon hearing this. He thought Liu Shan was utterly doomed this time. Even the greatest immortals couldn't save him. Once Officer Li raided Liu Shan's home, he would take the opportunity to snatch back the deed to those several tiled houses. Wang Lizi raised an eyebrow at Lu Daqiang. They exchanged a glance, their scheming written all over their faces. They thanked Officer Li and turned to leave the office. The thought of witnessing Liu Shan's public humiliation tomorrow morning made them forget the cold on their way back. Gradually, the sky was pitch black and the cold wind howled through the village. The commune's loudspeaker had long gone silent. In the home of Zhao Youcai, the village chief of Dashi village, the kerosene lamp in the main room was still lit. Zhao Youcai sat cross-legged on the warm bed, smoking a long-stemmed pipe. He held a porcelain bowl filled with wild boar soup, made from the meat Liu Shan had given him. He was sipping it contentedly, already planning to get more benefits from Liu Shan tomorrow. That Liu Shan kid knows how to handle things. A promising seedling worth cultivating. Just as Zhao Youcai swallowed the last mouthful of soup, the courtyard gate was suddenly pounded with thunderous knocks. Uncle, open up. Something terrible has happened. The voice of Zhao Youcai's nephew Zhao Gang came from outside. Zhao Gang worked as a temporary errand runner in the commune and rarely returned to the village late at night. Zhao Youcai quickly threw on his military greatcoat, got off the bed, and pulled open the gate. Zhao Gang, out of breath, rushed into the house. He grabbed the glass of cold water on the table, gulped down a big mouthful, and gasped for air. Uncle, the commune's security section is coming to our village to arrest someone at dawn tomorrow. Zhao Youcai frowned, tapped his pipe bowl, and asked calmly. Arrest who? Who committed a crime? Lu Daqiang went to the commune this afternoon and reported Liu Shan. Zhao Gang caught his breath and hurriedly continued. He said Liu Shan is speculating and hoarding wild boar meat at home. Tomorrow Officer Li is bringing militia to search the house. Zhao Youcai's hand trembled and his pipe fell directly to the ground. His face turned pale instantly and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew all too well whether Liu Shan had meat hidden at home. He himself had taken 2 caddies of fatty pork from Liu Shan. If this escalated, it would be all over for him. If Officer Li really found a large amount of game in Liu Shan's home and tied him up for interrogation in the commune, and if that young man couldn't withstand the beating and confessed to bribing him, the village chief, who accepted bribes, his official hat would fall off, and he might even end up eating prison food. That Liu Daqiang is a damned beast asking for death. Zhao Yukai slapped his thigh in fury, cursing loudly. He can't hunt himself, so he goes to the commune to stir up trouble when he sees others eating meat. He didn't bother to put on his cotton shoes, he slipped on cloth shoes, grabbed a flashlight, and ran outside. Gongzi, go home and sleep. Pretend you know nothing. Don't go around talking. Zhao Yukai gave these instructions, then plunged into the darkness, jogging all the way to Liu Shan's house. Liu Shan had just lain down, not yet fully asleep. Xiao He suddenly raised his head, whimpering low toward the courtyard gate, his tail standing straight up. Liu Shan rolled off the bed, walked to the doorway of the main room, and listened for any sound outside. Shanzi, open up, it's your uncle Zhao. From outside came Zhao Yotsai's voice, strained and urgent, laced with palpable anxiety. Liu Shan pulled back the bolt, let Zhao Yukai in, and resecured the door. Zhao Yotsai, drenched in sweat and frantic, grabbed Liu Shan's arm. Shanzi, you've landed yourself in a heap of trouble. Liu Daqiang has reported you to the commune for speculation. First thing tomorrow, Officer Li from the security department will be here with a team to search your home. You need to think of a plan, quick. Liu Shan's expression remained utterly unchanged, steady as a mountain. He motioned for Zhao Yukai to sit, then picked up the thermos and poured him a cup of hot water. Uncle, it's late. I'm sorry you had to come all this way. Have some water to warm yourself. You're still thinking about water. Hurry up and bury every bit of meat you have somewhere. Zhao Yukai stomped his feet in agitation, his eyes darting around the room. If they find even a single pig hair, we're both finished. I'll lose my position as village head. Liu Shan opened the cabinet drawer and spread his hands. Uncle, you know how poor I am. Where would I get meat? That old dog Liu Daqiang is just jealous, so he went to the commune to smear my name. Zhao Yukai paused, staring hard into Liu Shan's eyes. Are you telling me you didn't hide any of the game you caught at home? Liu Shan smiled, his tone perfectly calm. Uncle, I traded every rabbit I caught for coarse grain on the black market. I didn't keep any meat. This shack doesn't even have a mouse hole. Where would I hide dozens of pounds of meat? Tomorrow let Officer Li search all he wants. If he finds any meat, I'll dash my head against this doorframe on the spot. Zhao Yotsai, seeing Liu Shan's confident demeanor, finally felt his own anxiety ease. As long as there was no contraband in the house, the matter could be managed. All right, if your home is clean, I can shield you from this. Liu Daqiang dared to file a false report and stir up trouble with the commune cadres. Tomorrow I'll be watching to see how he talks his way out of this. Zhao Yukai finished his water, pulled his coat tighter, and turned to leave. Liu Shan saw the village head out, then returned inside, and firmly closed the door. He walked to the stove and connected his mind to the space. He put the meat cleaver and the basin that smelled of meat into the space. Then he grabbed a handful of dry ash and scrubbed away every trace of oil from the stovetop. Not a single scent of meat or grease remained in the room. Only the musty odor of a moldy straw mat. Liu Shan left the door half open, letting the cold wind blow in for half an hour. Only after confirming everything was safe did he crawl into bed. That old dog wanted to use a borrowed knife to kill. Let him taste the sting of the blade turning back on him. Tomorrow the curtain would rise on a grand drama, and Liu Daqiang, that clown, was doomed to fall into his own trap. The next day, at daybreak, footsteps echoed along the dirt road of Big Stone Village. The courtyard gate of Liu Shan's home was kicked open with a loud bang. Liu Shan, get out here. A roar shattered the morning calm. Liu Shan's eyes snapped open, and he sat up on the earthen bed. He had been awake long before his ears tuned to every sound outside. Brother, who's that? Liu Xiaolan trembled at the shout, shrinking deeper into the bedding. Xiaolan, don't be afraid. I'll go deal with them. Stay in bed and don't make a sound. Liu Shan patted his sister's back, then pulled on his padded coat. He rolled off the bed and reached out to calm Xiao He, who was growling with bared teeth. He walked to the doorway of the main room and pulled the door open. The courtyard was filled with a dozen or so men, all bristling with menace. Leading them was a man in a yellow army coat, Officer Li from the commune's security department. Behind Officer Li stood several armed militiamen carrying semi-automatic rifles, their faces dark and stern. His uncle Liu Daqiang and Wang Lizi lurked at the back of the crowd, smug satisfaction written all over their faces. Are you Liu Shan? Officer Li sized Liu Shan up with an icy glare. Comrade officer, I'm Liu Shan. What's going on so early in the morning? Liu Shan put on a frightened, naive look, shrinking his neck as he asked. Officer Li gave a cold snort, pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, and waved it. Someone has filed a formal complaint against you for speculation. They say you go into the mountains to hunt every day, and you've got dozens of pounds of game hidden at home ready to sell on the black market. At these words, the villagers who had gathered to watch gasped in unison. Speculation was a serious crime. Comrade officer, this is a terrible injustice. Liu Shan's face was full of panic, and he waved his hands frantically. In these lean years, you can't even find a mouse in the mountains. Where would I get dozens of pounds of meat? Liu Daqiang leaped out from behind the crowd, pointing at Liu Shan's nose and cursing. You little brat, stop pretending. I saw smoke rising from your house the night before last. Wang Lizi chimed in, fanning the flames. Comrade officer, don't listen to his nonsense. The meat must be hidden in the house. Just search it out and tie him up for the labor camp. Officer Li didn't bother with more words. He waved his hand grandly. Search the place. Don't leave even a mouse hole unchecked. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find that meat. A few militiamen immediately charged into the main room. Liu Shan obediently stepped aside, letting them ransack the place. Inwardly he smirked. His space was absolutely hidden. Not even the greatest immortal could find a single pig hair. The militiamen tore through the house, turning the already shabby dwelling upside down. The ragged straw mat on the earthen bed was ripped off. The pile of kindling in the corner was kicked all over the floor. Even the wood ash in the stove pit was dug out with a shovel and sifted through carefully. The room was cold as an ice cellar, and aside from a musty odor there was nothing else to smell. Lu Daqiang couldn't accept it. He rushed into the house himself. He got down on his hands and knees, poking a stick into every crack in the dirt floor. Report, Officer Li. There's nothing in here. The militia leader walked out, dusting off his hands. Not a single piece of wild boar meat, not even a chicken feather. The place is bare as bone. Officer Li's brow furrowed, and he turned to glare at Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes darting wildly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have dug a cellar. Just then one of the militiamen walked to the water vat in the corner and lifted the wooden lid. Officer, there's half a vat of food in here. At those words Lu Daqiang's eyes lit up and he lunged forward like a dog. I told you he hid the meat. It must be frozen at the bottom of the vat. Officer Li strode over quickly and peered into the vat. But there was no meat in the vat. Inside was a large dark lump of ice. Upon closer inspection, it was a mass of chopped bitter vegetable roots mixed with rotten elm bark. A bitter acrid smell hit the nostrils. Officer Li's face turned ashen. This was the big fat meat Lu Daqiang had talked about. This was the contraband for speculation. Who would speculate with bitter vegetable roots? Lu Daqiang, open your dog eyes wide and see what this is. Officer Li slapped the vat, shaking with rage. Dozens of villagers were watching. How was he as an officer supposed to save face? This is a clear case of false accusation. Lu Daqiang stared blankly at the bitter vegetable roots in the vat. As if all strength had been drained from him, his legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground. How can this be? I clearly smelled meat. Wang Lizi, sensing trouble, shrank his neck and desperately hid behind the crowd. Liu Shan seized the moment, suddenly dropping to his knees with a thud before Comrade Li. He covered his face with both hands, rubbed vigorously, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Comrade Li, you must seek justice for the poor peasants. Liu Shan's voice choked, tears streaming down his cheeks. My parents died young, and my uncle, seeing me as a burden, seized our family's brick and tile house. Pointing at Lu Daqiang, he accused through tears, he drove my 4-year-old sister and me into this dilapidated thatched hut, not even giving us a drop of water. During the famine years, my sister and I survived on bitter roots and tree bark, nearly starving to death several times. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers nodded and sighed. They all knew how miserably Liu Shan and his sister had lived and had long been disgusted by Lu Daqiang's actions. Liu Shan wiped his tears, stood up, and continued. My uncle wants to wipe us out completely. Seeing that we didn't die, he deliberately ran to the commune to file a false report, trying to use the government's hand to kill me. Comrade Li, look at my uncle. Everyone else is skin and bones from hunger, but he has the energy to run to the commune every day. Following Liu Shan's pointing finger, Comrade Li looked over. Although Lu Daqiang was also thin, he looked much better than the villagers with their sallow faces. His voice was robust, not at all like someone on the verge of starvation. At that moment, village chief Zhao Yukai squeezed through the crowd and strode forward. Comrade Li, I am the village chief of Dashi village, and I can testify for Liu Shan. Zhao Yukai spoke with righteous indignation, his face full of selfless integrity. This Lu Daqiang is always stealing chickens and dogs in the village of Blabbermouth. Liu Shan is an honest and hardworking boy who helps patrol the hills and gather firewood every day. He has never engaged in speculation or profiteering. With the village chief's testimony, the matter was completely settled. Comrade Li gnashed his teeth in anger. He had traveled a long way with his men through the snowstorm, only to be made a fool of by an old vagrant. If he didn't arrest someone to establish his authority, where would his face as the security officer be? Lu Daqiang, how dare you file a false report to fool the commune? Comrade Li kicked Lu Daqiang in the shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. Men, tie him up. 2 militiamen immediately stepped forward, pulling out hemp ropes to bind Lu Daqiang. Liu Shan, seizing the opportunity, coldly added fuel to the fire. Comrade Li, my uncle never goes to work, but never complains of hunger. He must be hiding illicit grain at home, probably stolen from somewhere. These words struck a chord with Comrade Li. Since there was no meat at Liu Shan's place, searching Lu Daqiang's home for some grain would at least make the trip worthwhile. Let's go. Search Lu Daqiang's house. Comrade Li waved his hand and led the militiamen straight to the neighboring brick house. Lu Daqiang, hearing that his home was to be searched, was terrified out of his wits. Don't search. Comrade Li, there's really no grain in my house. He struggled desperately, but was pinned down by the militiamen. A crowd surged into Lu Daqiang's yard. Wang Suihua was hiding in the house, too scared to come out. When the militiamen kicked the door open, she screamed in panic. What are you doing? This is my home. The militiamen ignored her and went straight into search. Within 5 minutes, a militiaman dragged out 2 large sacks from the Kong hole in the inner room. The moment the sack mouths were opened, wheat spilled all over the floor. This was unhulled whole wheat, a rare commodity only available during collective grain distribution. Report comradely. We found 2 sacks of wheat, at least 100 gene. Comradely stared at the wheat on the ground, his eyes wide. Excellent, Liu Shan. While the whole village starves, you dare to hoard collective grain. This charge was far more severe than filing a false report. Undermining socialism by stealing collective grain was enough to sentence him to 3 to 5 years of re-education through labor. Liu Shan and Wang Suihua were utterly despairing. They fell to their knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Spare us, comradely. This grain was saved by our frugality, not stolen. Comradely refused to listen to their excuses and directly ordered, tie them both up and take them along with the stolen goods back to the commune for interrogation. Several militiamen rushed forward and bound Liu Shan and his wife like a pretzel. The informant Wang Lizi, sensing trouble and trying to slip away, was also grabbed and tied up by the militiamen. A grand surprise search had turned into a farce where the uncle's family was caught. Liu Shan stood at the entrance of the dilapidated yard, coldly watching Liu Shan being led away. The uncle turned his head, staring at Liu Shan with eyes full of venom and fear. He couldn't understand how he had clearly smelled meat, but ended up getting himself caught. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Liu Shan's mouth. He turned, closed the yard gate, and bolted it. This was called retribution. The next morning at dawn, the broken gong in the threshing ground of Dashi village rang out deafeningly. Village chief Zhao Youcai, shouting at the top of his lungs, called every villager door to the threshing ground. The commune security department's jeep was parked under the old elm tree. Comrade Li, with a dark face, stood on the high platform of the threshing ground. Several militiamen carrying semi-automatic rifles escorted 3 people onto the platform. They were none other than Uncle Liu Shan, Aunt Wang Suihua, and that Wang Lizi. All 3 had their hands tied behind their backs, bound tightly with hemp ropes. Each wore a large wooden sign around their necks. The signs were hung with iron wire cutting into their necks until blood beads appeared. On the signs, large characters were written in black ink: bad elements who stole collective grain. Liu Shan and his wife shivered violently from the cold, their faces covered in tears and snot. All the men and women of the village gathered around the platform. With hunger showing on their sallow faces, they glared at the 3 thieves of grain, their eyes red with fury. Beat these heartless beasts to death, someone shouted. The villagers bent down, picked up frozen clods and ice shards from the ground, and hurled them at the platform like rain. A frozen clod hit Liu Shan on the forehead, instantly raising a large bloody lump. Wang Suihua screamed in terror, shrinking her neck and dodging. Comrade Li picked up a large tin megaphone and shouted to the crowd below. Fellow villagers, quiet down. Liu Shan colluded with outsiders, not only stealing over 100 gene of collective grain, but also going to the commune to file a false report and frame innocent people. This kind of cancer that undermines socialism must be severely punished. The commune has decided to send all 3 of them to a labor reform farm in the Great Northwest for 10 years. 10 years of re-education through labor. The moment these 4 words were spoken, Liu Shan's legs gave way and he collapsed onto the platform. In the bitter cold of the Great Northwest, let alone 10 years, he couldn't even survive 3 years with his old bones. Liu Shan, wearing a tattered cotton jacket, stood at the outermost edge of the crowd, watching coldly. Liu Shan's eyes swept through the crowd and landed on Liu Shan as if clutching at a lifeline. Shanzi, good nephew, plead with Comrade Li for me. Liu Shan knelt on the platform, kowtowing repeatedly to Liu Shan. Uncle knows he was wrong. Uncle will return the brick house to you. Save me, please. The villagers' eyes all fell on Liu Shan. Liu Shan took a step forward, straightened his back, and said in a loud voice, "You stole the life-saving grain of the entire village, and you still have the nerve to ask me to plead for you. When you and your wife drove my sister and me out of the house, why didn't you think I was your nephew? Comrade Li's judgment is correct. People like you deserve to be sent to labor reform." Liu Shan's words were resolute, leaving no room for mercy. The villagers below applauded and cheered. Shanzi is right. Such pests should be taken away. Uncle Wang raised his wooden stick and echoed loudly. Comrade Li waved his hand, and the militiamen dragged Liu Shan, Wang Suihua, and Wang Lizi toward the jeep. Wang Suihua wailed and thrashed about, but a rifle, to the back from a militiaman, quickly silenced her. The jeep spewed black smoke and drove out of Dashi village. The grand struggle meeting finally came to an end. Zhao Youcai walked over to Liu Shan and pulled out a brass key from his pocket. Shanzi, this is the key to your 3-room brick house. The commune has ruled that it be returned to its rightful owner. Liu Shan took the key and weighed it in his hand. Thank you, uncle, and thank Comrade Li for doing me justice. The villagers' gazes toward Liu Shan had completely changed. The once taciturn boy who couldn't utter a word now became the most formidable figure in the village. Li Ergu provoked him and ended up with a broken leg, sent to labor reform. His own uncle provoked him and was directly raided and sent to the Great Northwest. This half-grown lad was too ruthless, too tough. The villagers instinctively made way for Liu Shan. He pocketed the key, turned, and walked back with Xiaohe. He had firmly established his prestige in Dashi village. The relentless blizzard that had raged for over half a month finally ceased. The sun broke through the clouds, casting its light upon the rooftops of Dashi village. Though the weather had cleared, the temperature plummeted even further. By day the sun melted a thin layer of water on the topmost snow. Come nightfall, the icy wind froze that surface into a crust of ice. This was called a snow crust. Walking on it, one no longer sank into waist-deep snowdrifts. Liu Shan turned out of bed at dawn and stoked the stove to a roaring blaze. He retrieved a large slab of wild boar meat from his space and tossed it into a pot to boil. For over half a month there hadn't been a single grain of salt left in the house. Liu Xiaolan sat on the kong staring at the bowl of fatty meat boiled in plain water. Her little face scrunched up. Brother Xiaolan doesn't want to eat meat anymore. It makes my stomach churn with sourness. The little girl's cheeks were now round, but eating nothing but meat day after day was truly nauseating. Not just her. Liu Shan himself felt sick from it. Without salt or coarse grains to pad the stomach, swallowing that fatty meat felt like gulping down a lump of oil. Be good, Xiaolan. Bear with it for 2 more days. Liu Shan forced 2 pieces of meat into his own mouth and swallowed them in large gulps. Once I scout the mountain trail today, I'll head to the county town tomorrow and trade for flour and salt. Liu Shan set down the wooden bowl and slung the old hunting rifle over his shoulder. He settled Liu Xiaolan, then pushed open the gate and stepped out of the yard. Man and dog soon plunged into the fringe of the old forest. The woods were brighter now, yet still deathly silent. Liu Shan raised his rifle and activated his penetrating vision, sweeping the area ahead. Within a li, not a single living creature exuded warmth. After the last wolf pack's rampage, the periphery had become a barren wasteland. Liu Shan deactivated his penetrating vision and rubbed his throbbing temples. He followed a gully deeper into the forest. Suddenly Xiaohe stopped, sniffed the icy ground, then turned and dashed toward a pile of rubble on the right. Liu Shan followed and found a snow hole dug beneath the rubble. Xiaohe thrust his head inside and dragged out a frozen, stiff, wild pheasant. The pheasant must have frozen to death in its burrow, escaping the wolf's notice. Liu Shan tossed the bird into the space within his mind. He spent the entire morning wandering through the woods with Xiaohe. Apart from 2 frozen sparrows and a skeletal badger, he didn't spot a single living creature. The periphery has truly been gutted. Not even a rat left. Liu Shan leaned against a large pine tree and let out a long sigh. With game gone, his golden finger had no use. To hunt larger prey, he would have to cross the ridge ahead and venture into the middle layer of the old forest. But the middle layer was far too dangerous. He would need ample gunpowder and shot. He felt the meager remaining gunpowder in his pocket, his brow furrowed tightly. Liu Shan turned and looked past Dashi village toward the distant county town. In his space at home, he had hoarded over 100 caddies of wild boar meat and 5 fine wolf pelts. These good things couldn't be eaten or drunk stored in the space. They had to be turned into cash. He needed salt cloth, fine grains, and plenty of gunpowder. With the blizzard over the dirt road to the county town must have frozen solid. Liu Shan made up his mind, put away his hunting rifle called Xiaohe, and strode back with long, rapid steps. The next morning, Liu Shan woke before dawn. Lying with his hands behind his head, unable to sleep, he pondered. Dashi village was over 30 li from the county town, all dirt roads taking at least 2 hours, even at a fast pace. The cardinal rule of the black market was not to show your face. An orphan from Dashi village, if anyone recognized that he had so much meat and fine pelts, the trouble would be far worse than what Liu Daqiang's gang had caused. He had to disguise himself thoroughly. At that thought, Liu Shan got off the kong, went to the stove, and grabbed a handful of wood ash. He spat into his palm, mixed the ash with saliva into mud. Liu Shan faced the faint reflection in the broken water vat and smeared the black mud all over his face and neck. He deliberately added extra streaks around his eyes and forehead, creating fake wrinkles. With that smear, the originally handsome young lad instantly transformed into a weather-beaten, swarthy, middle-aged roughneck. He then found a tattered rag from the corner. He wrapped the rag tightly around his head, covering his hair completely, even his ears. As for the worn cotton coat, he simply put it on inside out. The lining faced outward, exposing the stiff, broken cotton wadding. Liu Shan hunched his back and took a couple of steps inside the room. Even Xiaohe whimpered at him, not recognizing his own master. All right, even if my birth parents crawled out of the grave, they wouldn't recognize me. Liu Shan wiped the black ash off his hands, thoroughly satisfied. With his disguise ready, he began preparing the goods to take to the black market. Though the space was convenient, he absolutely couldn't perform a magic trick in the market, pulling things out of thin air. He had to carry a shabby sack for show. He found a tattered grain sack. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved from his space the most complete wolf pelt with the brightest fur and stuffed it into the bottom of the sack. Next, he cut a 10 caddy slab of wild boar belly, wrapped it in dry grass, and placed it in the sack as well. This little bit was enough to test the waters at the black market and gauge the situation. If the buyer offered a high price, he could find a secluded alley and pull out the rest of the meat from his space. Xiaolan, wake up. Liu Shan nudged his still sleeping sister. Liu Xiaolan rubbed her eyes and sat up, recoiling at the sight of the stranger before her. It's me, your brother, Liu Shan quickly said. Recognizing her brother's voice, the little girl relaxed. Brother is going to the county town today to get you good things. Liu Shan instructed in a serious tone. After I leave, bolt the door shut. No matter who knocks, even if they claim to be the heavenly king, don't make a sound. Act as if no one is home. Xiaohei will stay with you, got it? Liu Xiaolan nodded obediently and firmly. Brother, don't worry. Xiaolan won't talk to anyone. I'll stay in the house and wait for you to come back. Liu Shan patted her head, picked up the tattered sack from the floor, and slung it over his shoulder. He pushed open the door of the main room and stepped into the pale light of early morning. The wind indeed carried a moist hint of melting snow. Liu Shan stood at the gate of the broken yard, gazing toward the county town 30 li away. The real life was just beginning. He pulled the towel down further, half covering his face, and took a deep breath of the early spring chill. As the elders said, the black market in the county town ran deep. 9 out of 10 country bumpkins who waited and would drown. Humph. Then today he would go and wade through it. 30 li was no short distance. Fortunately, the blizzard that had raged for half a month had finally ceased. The snow upon the road, whipped by the wind, had formed a crusty shell of ice. The icy crust was rock-hard, crunching loudly beneath every step. Over the past half-month, Liu Shan had been devouring rich fatty pork daily, completely replenishing his depleted frame. His body now brimmed with inexhaustible vigor, and his stamina far surpassed that of ordinary men. Breaking into a sprint, he cut through the biting cold wind, reaching the outskirts of the county town in barely 2 hours. Dawn was just breaking, a faint gray-white glow stirring in the eastern sky. Beyond the county perimeter lay a sprawl of low single-story houses and interwoven alleyways. Liu Shan dared not walk directly onto the main street. He veered into a deserted, dead-end alley and pressed his body against a mottled gray brick wall. Peering out with half his face, he scanned the main road beyond. The street lay desolate with hardly a soul in sight. At the crossroads stood 3 militia members wearing red armbands, their rifles fitted with bayonets, systematically questioning every passerby. Liu Shan held his breath, his gaze fixed upon those red armbands. Halt! What are you doing? One of them bellowed, intercepting a man pushing a handcart. The man trembled violently and immediately halted his cart. Comrade, I'm visiting relatives in town. I've brought them some frozen Chinese cabbage. Visiting relatives at daybreak. Untie that ragged burlap sack and submit to inspection. The red-armed man spoke sternly, stepping forward and yanking open the sack's mouth. Several spoiled frozen cabbages tumbled out. The red-armed man rummaged through them twice, but found no contraband. He waved his hand, allowing the man to pass. The man thanked him profusely and quickly pushed his cart away. Liu Shan, concealed in the shadows, had observed everything clearly. Were he to stride boldly down the street carrying over 10 pounds of wild boar meat, he would be arrested on the spot. In 1960, the crackdown on speculation and profiteering was severe. Should they discover meat on him, he could face a bullet. But Liu Shan possessed his spatial ability and harbored no fear whatsoever. He simply strolled forward with confidence. The red-armed man saw Liu Shan's hands were empty and could not be bothered to spare him a second glance. Liu Shan crossed the intersection and plunged headfirst into the tangled network of shacks across the way. The shanty town was riddled with narrow alleys running in every direction. In his past life, Liu Shan had visited the county town's black market and dimly recalled the route. He retrieved the burlap sack from his spatial ability and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Following the alleys winding left and right, the deeper he ventured, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The once empty alleys now began to show figures in 2s and 3s. All of them hunched their necks and tucked their hands into their sleeves. Regardless of age or gender, everyone's face was wrapped in thick cloth or tattered scarves. Only pairs of watchful eyes peered out, sizing each other up with suspicion. Liu Shan followed the stream of people forward and stopped at the entrance of an abandoned, rundown factory. The factory's large iron door was tightly shut, secured with a rusty padlock. Beside it was a small side door just wide enough for one person. Perched on the threshold was a man with a scarred face, wearing a black padded jacket. The man's eyes were fierce, and he was tossing 2 iron walnuts in his hands. Know the rules, right? 2 Mao at the door. The scarred man spat out a puff of white smoke and sidelong glanced at Liu Shan. Liu Shan's heart gave a sudden lurch. He couldn't produce a single copper coin from anywhere on his body, much less the 2 Mao entrance fee. Yet he remained composed, walking forward with a calm expression. Brother, I left home in a hurry and forgot to bring money. Liu Shan lowered his voice, carrying a rasping timbre. Can I trade goods instead? The scarred man snorted derisively, scanning Liu Shan's appearance from head to toe. Trade what? Your ratty old padded jacket. I wouldn't touch that. It reeks. The scarred man waved his hand, impatiently shooing him away. If you've got no money, get lost. Don't block the way here. Liu Shan didn't waste words, directly untying the sack on his shoulder. He reached inside and felt the pork belly. He drew the boning knife from behind his waist. The blade glided along the edge of the meat, slicing off a strip no thicker than a little finger. Liu Shan held the strip of fat pork up before the scar-faced man. Will this cover the 2 Mao fee? The scar-faced man's eyes instantly widened, and the iron walnuts in his hand clattered to the ground. He snatched the strip of fat pork in one motion and held it beneath his nose, inhaling deeply. Meat? Fresh wild boar fat. The scar-faced man whispered in astonishment, quickly stuffing the meat strip into his coat. His attitude underwent an immediate and dramatic reversal. Enough. More than enough. In these years of famine and hardship, a small strip of pure fat would fetch 5 mao on the black market. Brother, please come in. Make yourself at home. The scar-faced man stepped aside, his face creased with smiles. Liu Shan holstered his boning knife, retied the sack firmly, and stepped over the threshold into the darkness within. The factory's interior was spacious, but dim. Inside, no fewer than 100 people crouched. The atmosphere was suffocating, with not a single person daring to speak above a whisper. When buyers and sellers encountered one another, they all signaled prices by flexing fingers within their sleeves. Even when speaking, their voices were hushed to mere mosquito-like murmurs. The air was thick with the pungent odor of pipe tobacco and the sour stench of bodies that hadn't seen soap in weeks. Liu Shan walked while observing, discovering that everything imaginable was being traded here. Some were offering a worn bowl holding a small measure of cornmeal, others traded 2 pairs of cloth shoes for sweet potatoes. Yet he saw no one selling fatty pork. Liu Shan's gaze swept the area, and he spotted a secluded corner backed against a sturdy support column. This spot offered a clear vantage point over the entire factory floor. Should the red-armed militia launch a surprise raid, there was a shattered window behind him he could slip through to make his escape. Liu Shan walked over and set the worn burlap sack at his feet. He backed against the concrete pillar and crouched down, his eyelids lowered as he surveyed the surroundings. In these years of famine, fatty pork was an unparalleled treasure. He pulled the sack between his legs. Gripping the edge, he rolled it downward twice. The mouth of the sack opened. The top layer of dry straw was brushed aside. A section of sleek wild wolf pelt was revealed. The wolf fur was gray-black, glossy, and lustrous, clearly top-grade, freshly skinned. Beside the wolf pelt lay a piece of wild boar pork, belly weighing over 10 jin. The meat was rosy white. The pure white fat accounted for more than half, stretching fully 2 inches in length. In these lean years devoid of oil and grease, this substantial slab of fat was enough to make a man lose his mind. The moment Liu Shan revealed the meat, the atmosphere around him shifted instantly. Several men dealing in second-hand goods nearby fixed their eyes greedily upon it. Their Adam's apples bobbed up and down in unison, the sound of swallowing salivation rising and falling around them. Before half a pipe smoke had passed, 3 or 4 people had gathered before Liu Shan's stall. An old man in a tattered felt hat squatted down. The old man extended his withered fingers, reaching to touch the wild boar meat. Liu Shan raised his hand, blocking the old man's with the back of his palm. You may inspect the goods, but don't touch. Getting your hands on it will soil them. Liu Shan lowered his voice, adopting the cadence of an elder. The old man withdrew his hand and offered an embarrassed smile. Elder brother, how much for this meat? The old man slipped his hand into his sleeve and made a gesture. This was the black market custom, concealing wealth within sleeves, never flaunting it openly. Liu Shan shook his head and did not extend his hand. I don't care for that custom. Let's be straightforward. Liu Shan met the old man's gaze. I require national grain coupons, industrial vouchers, fine cotton cloth, and coarse salt crystals. Simply offering Tuanjin notes. I won't trade for those. The moment these words left his lips, every onlooker drew in a sharp breath. The old man rose with a bitter expression. Brother, your asking price is far too steep. Who in their right mind could produce so many ration coupons? The old man shook his head and shuffled away. A middle-aged woman from nearby leaned in close. Big brother, would you consider trading 5 jin of cornmeal for a single jin of your fatty pork? Liu Shan declined without hesitation. His spatial storage was overflowing with meat. What he lacked most were daily necessities and hunting equipment. A few jin of coarse grain simply did not warrant his attention. Inspectors came in relentless waves. Yet every one of them was frightened away by Liu Shan's asking price. He showed no trace of anxiety. He returned his hands to his sleeves and closed his eyes, resting peacefully. Quality goods never struggle to find buyers. There must surely be a wealthy purchaser lurking in this black market. He only needed to wait with patience. A man in a Zhongshan suit squeezed through the crowd. The man resembled a city laborer, and his clothes were reasonably clean. He crouched beside the burlap sack, staring at the wild pork and swallowing hard. Elder, my aged mother lies critically ill. The physician insists she must consume some meat to restore her strength. The man's eyes reddened as he fumbled a wristwatch from his pocket. I'll trade this watch for your 10 jin of meat. Deal. A wave of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. In these times, a single watch cost over 100 yuan and required special ration tickets. Liu Shan cast a dismissive glance at the watch. The crystal face was shattered and the strap was worn to peeling leather. He could barely taste his food, as it was what use was a broken trinket for decoration. No deal. Liu Shan spoke 2 crisp words, firm and decisive. The man grew desperate. Elder, your meat may be excellent, but this watch is hardly worthless either. Go to the department store and tell me how impossibly difficult it is to acquire such a timepiece. Liu Shan remained unmoved, not so much as lifting his eyelids. I have stated my terms: ration coupons, coarse salt, fine cotton cloth, and gunpowder primers. Nothing else will be accepted. The man clenched his teeth, slipped the watch back into his pocket, and reluctantly pushed through the crowd. From that moment on, no one dared approach to ask about prices. Everyone had seen clearly by now. This soot-stained country elder was a man who would not release his hawks until he had spotted his prey. Liu Shan's tactic was known as casting stones to test the depths. He had deliberately inflated the price to filter out impoverished buyers, waiting only for those with true purchasing power in the black market to come knocking. Before long, a commotion stirred at the periphery of the crowd. The crowd was pushed aside. 3 hoodlums wearing dogskin hats crowded up to Liu Shan. Their leader sported a center-parted hairstyle and a black mole at the corner of his mouth, a clear sign he was no friendly fellow. The center-parted man kicked at a brick beneath his foot, hands buried in his pockets. He looked down upon Liu Shan with disdain, then glanced at the meat and wolf pelts inside the burlap sack. "Old man, fine merchandise you've got there," the leader drawled in an arrogant, thuggish tone. Liu Shan did not so much as lift his eyelids, continuing to crouch with his sleeves folded about his hands. "Offer your price, or move along," Liu Shan replied flatly. The man sneered and spat onto the ground. "In this county's black market, there is no merchandise I, Huang San, cannot seize." Huang San bent down and reached directly into the sack for the wolf pelt. "I'll take this wolf hide along with the meat. I'll give you 5 yuan for the entire lot. 5 yuan for a top-grade wild wolf pelt, and 10 jin of wild boar meat." This was darker than outright robbery. Surrounding buyers recoiled several paces in alarm, no one daring to utter a word. The moment Huang San's fingers touched the edge of the wolf pelt, Liu Shan's right hand shot out. His fingers clamped around Huang San's wrist and squeezed with crushing force. Huang San felt as though his wrist had been seized in an iron vice. A crisp cracking sound echoed as bone groaned under pressure. Let go, you damn old corpse." Bending double in agony, cold sweat poured down Huang San's face. The 2 hoodlums behind him lost their tempers instantly. "You dare lay hands on our third brother? You've lived too long." The 2 hoodlums drew sharpened iron pipes from their waists and closed in around Liu Shan. Liu Shan snorted coldly and wrenched his wrist with tremendous force. Huang San was flung backward 2 or 3 steps by the overwhelming force, landing hard on his rear in the muddy ground. Liu Shan rose to his feet. His previously stooped back straightened instantly. His towering frame and burly build made him stand before the hoodlums like an immovable wall. Liu Shan lifted the hem of his inverted cotton-padded jacket. At his waistband, one side held a cleaver axe. The other side bore a boning curved blade. Both weapons gleamed with chilling light in the dim factory interior. Liu Shan's hand rested upon the axe handle, his eyes piercing with icy menace. Looking down at Huang San on the ground, he spoke in a rapid stream of northeastern underworld slang. "Brother, this scheme you tread is one you cannot survive. If you wish to prey upon prey, you must first weigh your own worth. Keep your eyes open and do not provoke a living thunder god, or you shall lose your head before you understand how it fell." The moment these words left his mouth, Huang San and both hoodlums froze stiff. Though they made their living in the black market, they were nothing more than cowardly bullies who harassed the weak and cowered before the strong. Faced with a seasoned hunter who had truly shed blood and slain wild beasts, terror seized them to their very marrow. The murderous aura radiating from Liu Shan was entirely genuine. It carried the ruthless ferocity of one who had recently slaughtered a wolf pack in the deep mountains. Huang San clutched his wounded wrist and swallowed hard. Glancing at the axe at Liu Shan's waist, his legs began trembling involuntarily. "Why you? Don't get so reckless." Huang San stammered out his threats even as his feet kept retreating. "Causing trouble on Black Master's territory, and you shall not leave this place alive." Liu Shan stepped forward half a pace and drew the cleaver axe from his waist in one fluid motion. "Then let us test it. See whether your tongue is harder or my axe is harder." Liu Shan spoke in a suppressed growl that carried an overwhelming, soul-chilling pressure. The 2 hoodlums brandishing iron pipes recoiled repeatedly, daring not to advance another step. All onlookers fell silent. No one could have imagined that this unremarkable country elder was in fact a deeply concealed powerhouse of terrifying capability. The entire scene froze. Just at that moment, footsteps echoed from behind the crowd. "Everyone stand down." A man in a military wool coat and leather shoes pushed through the gathering. He was in his 40s with a flat haircut and eyes sharp as piercing light. The moment he appeared, Huang San regarded him as his salvation. "Black Master, this old man is running wild on our turf and dares to draw blades." Huang San hurried over to lodge his complaint. The newcomer was none other than the commanding boss of this county's black market, Black Master. Black Master cast a glance at Huang San. "Useless fool. Scram and stand aside." Huang San shrank his neck in fright and hastily retreated to the side. Black Master turned his head and scrutinized Liu Shan from head to toe. His gaze finally settled upon the premium wild wolf pelt within the burlap sack. His eyes brightened and a faint smile graced his features. "Brother, my subordinates lack proper manners. Forgive the embarrassment caused." Black Master offered Liu Shan a respectful fist and palm salute. "I observe your goods are of exceptional quality. Might we retire to the back courtyard and discuss a substantial transaction?" Liu Shan regarded Black Master without returning his cleaver axe to its sheath. He knew The true master himself had finally arrived. How would you like to negotiate? Liu Shan asked, deliberately adopting an aged and gruff tone. Black Ancestor waved his hand, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed. He stepped forward to the worn sack and peered inside. After just one glance, Black Ancestor drew in a sharp breath. The wild wolf pelt was free of any blemishes, its fur lustrous and sleek. Beneath it lay wild boar belly meat, its flesh rosy white, with fat layers measuring nearly 2 inches thick. In these times, hunting a wild boar was no rarity. What stood out was the exceptional freshness of the meat. There wasn't a trace of drying, nor even a hint of blood seeping out. Brother, this merchandise must have just come out of the mountains, Black Ancestor said, looking up with a cordial smile. I came down from the mountains this morning, Liu Shan said off the cuff. There are too many years here. Let's go to the back and discuss this properly. Black Ancestor pointed toward a small door deep within the factory. Liu Shan surveyed the area around him. He tucked his cleaver back into his waistband, bent down, and lifted the worn sack. Lead the way. Black Ancestor turned and led Liu Shan toward the small door. Huang San clutched his wrist and approached. Black Ancestor, this old rogue injured me, and we're just letting it go. Huang San whispered, maliciously eager to report the grievance. Get out and guard the door, don't ruin my big deal. Black Ancestor glared at Huang San. Terrified, Huang San scurried back to the factory entrance. Black Ancestor pushed open the small door and led Liu Shan inside. It was an abandoned office, the windows completely covered with black cloth. In the center of the room stood a large iron stove with a vigorous fire burning brightly. An aluminum kettle sat atop it, whistling steam. Make yourself comfortable, brother. Have some hot water to warm yourself. Black Ancestor pulled over a bench, poured a cup of boiling water from the kettle, and pushed it toward Liu Shan. Liu Shan placed the sack beside his feet and sat down on the bench with an air of authority. He did not touch the cup of water, merely keeping his hands tucked into his sleeves. I won't bother with the water. Let's get straight to the price, Liu Shan said without preamble, keenly aware of time. Black Ancestor smiled and sat opposite him. Since you're straightforward, so will I be. This wolf pelt is in excellent condition. I'll give you 10 yuan per hide. The wild boar meat is well marbled, 1 yuan per jean, no ration coupons required. What do you think of this price? Black Ancestor named his figure, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Shan's face. In the year 1960, a worker's monthly salary was barely 30 yuan. Pork sold for 7 mao per jean at the state-run cooperative, and that was with ration coupons. The price Black Ancestor was offering was quite fair by black market standards. But Liu Shan had no interest in these paper notes. I don't need money. I want to trade for practical goods, he said, shaking his head. What do you want to exchange for? Black Ancestor took a sip from his tea mug. I want national grain coupons, industrial vouchers, and coarse salt. Also 5 feet of fine cotton cloth and a bag of high-quality cotton. Liu Shan counted off on his fingers. At these terms, Black Ancestor set down his mug and frowned. Brother, you're here to restock, not just sell. Black Ancestor produced a pack of Dakium cigarettes and offered one to Liu Shan, who waved it away. Beyond these necessities, I also need 2 life-saving items. Liu Shan leaned in halfway and lowered his voice. What life-saving things do you need? Black Ancestor asked, leaning forward as well. I want genuine detonator primers and a jean of good gunpowder. Liu Shan locked eyes with Black Ancestor, stating each word deliberately. With those words spoken, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. Black Ancestor's expression changed, his gaze growing wary. Gunpowder and primers were strictly controlled items. Misstep, and you'd lose your head. Brother, what you're asking for is too dangerous. Black Ancestor leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. You must be an experienced hunter from the mountains. Black Ancestor tried to probe Liu Shan's background, but he remained silent with his arms folded in his sleeves. I can source everything you need. Nothing in this county's black market is beyond my reach. Black Ancestor shifted his tone. But what you have in that sack simply isn't enough to trade for all these goods. He pointed to the sack beside Liu Shan. A single wolf pelt and 10 jean of wild boar meat were worth no more than 20 yuan at most. Just the national grain coupons and industrial vouchers Liu Shan wanted would cost more than 20 yuan on the black market alone, not to mention the controlled gunpowder and primers. Black Ancestor is a man who can get things done, which makes this easier. Liu Shan rose to his feet and adjusted the opening of the sack. What's in this bag is merely a token. Liu Shan looked down at Black Ancestor from above. I have a larger cache hidden in an abandoned kiln outside the city. Liu Shan lied without a flicker of hesitation. If you can gather everything I need, I'll go out and bring the main cargo right in. At the mention of a larger cache, Black Ancestor's eyes lit up immediately. What other good stuff do you have hidden? He asked, quickly rising from his seat. Goods 10 times better than this. Enough to make you a fortune. Liu Shan spoke in a calm tone, radiating absolute confidence. Wait here while I inspect the goods. If you can't secure everything I need, then we call off this deal. Liu Shan picked up the sack and turned toward the small door. Brother, wait. Black Ancestor called out urgently as Liu Shan walked away. Liu Shan stopped and turned to face him. Although you want quite a lot, Black Ancestor will see to it. Black Ancestor hurried to the table and opened a drawer. I have both gunpowder and primers in stock here, and plenty of industrial vouchers and grain coupons. Black Ancestor took out an iron box from the drawer and slammed it on the table. Go fetch your goods, and once the quality checks out we'll settle up right away. Black Ancestor was a sharp businessman who had no intention of letting such fine game slip away. Liu Shan nodded and pushed through the small door back into the factory. He didn't linger in the main hall, but walked straight through the crowd and exited through the side gate. Huang San was still crouching by the threshold, and when he saw Liu Shan emerge he shrank back in fright. Liu Shan ignored him entirely and strode into the alley. He navigated the narrow lanes, turning left and right, deliberately avoiding populated areas until he reached a dead end blocked by a crumbling brick wall. Liu Shan halted and scanned his surroundings. The alley was deserted, not a soul in sight. He steadied himself against the wall and closed his eyes. His consciousness dove directly into the space within his mind. Within the space, heaps of skinned wild wolf carcasses and over 100 pounds of wild boar meat awaited him. Beside them were neatly stacked premium wolf pelts. Liu Shan opened his eyes and unfurled the worn sack in his hands. He murmured a mental command. Suddenly 2 wild wolf pelts materialized from nowhere in his grasp. Liu Shan rolled the wolf pelts and tucked them deep into the bottom of the sack. Then with another mental impulse, a substantial cut of wild boar haunch bone appeared in his hands. This piece weighed nearly 30 gene, layered with thick, white fat marbled with lean meat. Liu Shan tossed it into the sack and covered it with dry straw. The sack instantly swelled to a bulky roundness, its weight pressing heavily on his hands. Combined with the earlier 10 gene of pork belly and a single wolf pelt, the sack now contained 3 premium wolf pelts and over 40 gene of wild boar meat. This was the art of strategic restraint. If you didn't conceal some of your goods, how would others know the depth of your reserves? Liu Shan tied the sack securely and swung it over his shoulder. The weight of over 40 gene bore down on him, yet he didn't stoop even slightly. Carrying the sack, he retraced his steps back to the abandoned factory. When he reached the side gate, Huang San spotted Liu Shan returning with a massive bulging bundle, and his eyes went wide with astonishment. Liu Shan stepped through the side gate and strided purposefully across the factory floor. He pushed open the inner door and entered Black Ancestor's room. Bang! Liu Shan threw the sack onto the ground, the sound confirming its considerable weight. Here's your merchandise, Black Ancestor. Inspect it yourself. Liu Shan returned to the bench and tucked his sleeves in place. Black Ancestor hurried over and crouched to untie the rope. He pulled back the dry straw inside. A massive piece of wild boar haunch weighing over 30 gene was revealed. The sheen of fat glistened brilliantly under the light bulb. Black Ancestor gasped sharply. After all these years dealing on the black market, he had never seen wild game so freshly preserved in such a substantial cut. He reached in and lifted the wild boar meat out, setting it on the ground. Then he retrieved 3 rolled wolf pelts from the bottom of the sack. Black Ancestor unrolled the pelts and spread them across the long table. The 3 pelts were uniformly sized with lustrous fur and not a single tear. These were prime materials for winter coats that would fetch astronomical prices in the provincial capital. Brother, you truly are a miraculous figure. Black Ancestor's voice trembled with excitement. These 3 wolf pelts combined with 40 gene of fatty pork. Liu Shan looked at Black Ancestor and stated his terms directly. Take out everything I mentioned earlier, and let's count it all here and now. Liu Shan's tone brooked no room for negotiation. Black Ancestor didn't hesitate at all, pulling a stack of vouchers from his inner pocket. Brother is straightforward, and so am I. Black Ancestor laid the vouchers out on the table. Here are 30 gins worth of national grain coupons and 20 industrial vouchers. Black Ancestor then produced a craft paper packet from the iron box. This is 1 gene of top-grade foreign gunpowder along with a complete box of copper primers. Black Ancestor pushed everything toward Liu Shan. As for the coarse salt and cotton cloth, I'll have my men bring them from the warehouse right away. Black Ancestor was extremely efficient, fearing Liu Shan might change his mind. He stepped out of the room to give a few instructions, and within moments 2 of his men entered carrying the goods. 5 gene of coarse sea salt, a roll of navy blue fine cotton cloth 5 feet long, and a large sack of fresh cotton. All of it piled onto the table. Liu Shan rose to his feet, packing the cotton cloth and salt into the sack. He tucked the gunpowder and primers close against his chest. The grain coupons and industrial vouchers were all stowed in the inner pockets of his padded jacket. Brother, your goods far exceed what we agreed upon. I'll throw in an extra 100 yuan. Black Ancestor withdrew a bill from his pocket and handed it to Liu Shan. Liu Shan took it without even glancing at it, stuffing it directly into his pocket. Carrying the supply-filled sack, he turned and headed toward the door. Brother, should you have such fine goods in the future, come directly to me, Black Ancestor. The price will always be fair. Black Ancestor chased after him to the doorway, shouting his promise. Agreed. Liu Shan waved his hand without turning around, never breaking stride as he walked away. Stepping out of the abandoned factory, the cold wind outside sobered Liu Shan up considerably. He reached through his cotton-padded jacket and touched the money and ration tickets tucked in the pocket against his heart. The sensation of real gold and silver pressed against his flesh brought him immense reassurance. This trip to the county pigeon market had not been in vain. His first pot of gold was now securely in hand. Although the salt and fine cotton cloth that Uncle Hay had given him had alleviated the immediate crisis, his home still lacked even a proper cooking utensil. Relying solely on that broken iron pot to stew meat every day was hardly sustainable. Liu Shan tightened the worn towel wrapped around his head, concealing his face smeared with black ash. Following the main street of the county, he inquired along the way and found the entrance of the state-owned supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative consisted of 2 rooms built of red brick and tile, with a wooden sign bearing chipped paint hanging above the door. Liu Shan pushed the door and stepped inside. The interior was spacious with a long row of glass counters lining the walls. Behind the counter stood a female sales clerk dressed in a blue cotton overall. She had permed hair and was engrossed in knitting a red sweater, her head bent low. Hearing someone enter, she didn't even lift her eyelids. Liu Shan walked to the ironware counter and gently placed his burlap sack at his feet. "Comrade, give me a large iron pot for cooking." Liu Shan spoke in a low, even tone. The sales clerk paused her knitting and cast a sidelong glance at him. Seeing Liu Shan's worn-out cotton coat worn inside out, her face was full of disdain. "Old man, this iron pot isn't cheap. It costs 6 yuan for 1 pot." The sales clerk drew out her words, her tone carrying the arrogance of a city dweller. "And that's not all. You'll also need 5 industrial coupons. Do you have any tickets?" In those days, iron was extremely precious, entirely dependent on planned supply. Without the industrial coupons stamped with a red seal, you couldn't buy a pot, even if you brought a mountain of gold. Liu Shan couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. He pulled out a 10-yuan note and, together with the industrial coupons Uncle Hay had given him, counted out 5 and slapped them all on the glass counter. With a soft slap, the sales clerk's eyes widened at the sight of the 10-yuan note. She quickly put down her sweater, and the disdain on her face instantly transformed into a beaming smile. "Oh, so you brought tickets. I'll fetch the pot for you right away." The sales clerk deftly collected the money and tickets and turned to enter the back storeroom. Before long, she emerged carrying a shiny black solid iron pot and placed it on the counter. "Here's the pot. Do you need anything else?" The sales clerk's tone had become exceedingly warm. Liu Shan lifted the 40-pound iron pot with one hand and stuffed it directly into the burlap sack at his feet. "Give me 10 coarse porcelain bowls, 2 caddies of kerosene, and 2 packs of matches." Liu Shan immediately rattled off a list of urgently needed daily necessities. At home, there wasn't even a single bowl for eating. The siblings had been awkwardly scooping food from the pot with wooden spoons. The sales clerk hurriedly brought out 10 large porcelain bowls, tied them skillfully with straw rope, and handed them over. Liu Shan carefully placed the bowls and the glass bottle of kerosene into the sack. "How much is your strong flour here?" "Weigh me 20 caddies." Liu Shan's gaze swept over the grain and oil counter, pointing at the large wooden barrel filled with refined white flour. Strong flour was the finest grade with absolutely no impurities. Even urban workers were reluctant to eat their fill of it during ordinary festivals. The sales clerk was taken aback. "Old man, strong flour is 20 cents per caddy, but you'll need national general grain coupons. Local grain coupons won't buy this refined flour." Liu Shan pulled out a stack of grain coupons from his pocket, counted out the amount for 20 caddies, and handed them over. The sales clerk took the grain coupons, carefully examined the red stamp on them, and sucked in a sharp breath. This old country fellow looked like a beggar, but his spending was even more generous than a county party secretary's. Without another word, she quickly weighed out a full 20 caddies of strong flour in a craft paper bag. Liu Shan settled the bill and turned his gaze to the adjacent non-staple food counter. Inside the transparent glass jars were colorful candies. The most eye-catching were the toffees printed with the pattern of a white rabbit. "Weigh me 2 caddies of these toffees," Liu Shan said, pointing at the jar. Little Lon had never even tasted the cheapest fruit candy in her entire life. Today, with money in hand, he had to buy the best for his sister. "White rabbit is 1 yuan and 20 cents per caddy, and you need sugar tickets too," the sales clerk said as she skillfully began to weigh. Liu Shan found a sugar ticket and handed it over, then took the large package of toffees. This trip to the city had covered all the necessary supplies. The burlap sack was now completely stuffed, bulging with a large lump. Liu Shan grabbed the sack's opening with one hand, swung it over his shoulder, and strode out of the cooperative. It was broad daylight. Carrying such a conspicuous bundle back to the village would surely attract unwanted attention. The starving villagers of Dashi village had noses sharper than dogs. If they caught sight of the iron pot and refined flour, they would wear down his doorstep. Liu Shan ducked into a deserted, broken alley. He leaned against the wall, looked around in all directions, and confirmed there wasn't a single soul in sight. Liu Shan closed his eyes, and his mind flashed with a sudden thought. The burlap sack vanished into thin air. The iron pot, strong flour, white rabbit, toffees, kerosene, and matches all disappeared. These newly purchased supplies were all stored into the space within his mind. In that space, this pile of goods was neatly stacked together with the grain of sea salt, fine cotton cloth, and the remaining wild boar meat. Liu Shan opened his eyes, feeling completely light and unburdened. He found a sheltered, dead-end alley, crouched down, and rested against the wall with his eyes closed. He couldn't travel during the day. He had to wait until dark to move. He endured until the sun set, and the sky was pitch black. The cold wind began to scurry through the alleys again. Liu Shan stood up and stretched his limbs vigorously. From his space, he retrieved a piece of roasted wild boar rib that had been cooked earlier. He tore into it with large bites and swallowed it down, replenishing all the energy he had spent during the long day. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Liu Shan walked out of the county with his hands empty, swaggering. He stepped onto the main dirt road back to Dashi village. The night road was pitch black and the wind cut into his face like a knife. Liu Shan walked rapidly, covering the 30 li without even catching his breath. His little sister was still at home alone. He was worried. With solid fat and oil in his belly, he radiated warmth from head to toe as he walked the night road, feeling no cold at all. In his mind, he planned once he returned to the village he would first stow these good things safely. In a couple of days, when the night was deep and quiet, he would move from the broken thatched hut into the 3 large tiled rooms. Those rooms were spacious and sturdy, with the doors and windows locked. No one could come to mooch off him. By the time he neared the entrance of Dashi village, the sky had turned a pale gray. It was the coldest hour before dawn, when people were most drowsy. Early in the morning, the village was already faintly stirring. Liu Shan crouched low, hiding behind the old elm tree at the village entrance. He poked half his head out and looked down the village dirt road. Several villagers, gaunt as skeletons, each carrying a broken bamboo basket, were heading to the back mountain to dig for roots. Liu Shan held his breath and suddenly widened his eyes. His X-ray vision activated instantly. He clearly saw on the path he had to take to get home a figure squatting by the wall, relieving himself. It was Uncle Wong from next door. Liu Shan immediately cut off the X-ray vision and rubbed his throbbing temples. He patiently crouched behind the tree and waited for another while. After Uncle Wong had pulled up his pants and walked away and the root-digging villagers had turned around the mountain spur, Liu Shan slipped out from behind the elm tree like greased lightning. He trotted along the wall where no one was around, moving as silently as a cat. Without making a sound, he slipped unseen to the outside of the courtyard wall of his own broken thatched hut. Liu Shan pressed his hands on the low wall, pushed off with his legs, and vaulted into the yard. From inside the house came a low, muffled whine. The big black dog had caught its master's scent. Liu Shan walked to the door, reached out, and tapped lightly on the doorframe 3 times. "Xiaolon, it's your brother. Open the door." His voice was barely a whisper. The door bolt scraped with a clatter, and the door cracked open. Liu Xiaolan, wrapped in a tattered quilt, poked her little head out. Seeing it was her brother, her eyes reddened instantly. "Brother, you're finally back." Xiaolon didn't dare sleep all night. Liu Shan's heart ached. With no one else at home, a little girl of just a few years old had been alone, terrified beyond measure. Liu Shan quickly slipped into the house and bolted the door behind him. He touched his little sister's cheek, scooped her up, and placed her back on the Kong, wrapping her in the cotton quilt. "Brother is back. Not only am I back, but I've also brought you the best things you've never tasted in your whole life." Liu Shan let out a long breath. This perilous trip to the black market had been completely and utterly successful. From now on, it was time for his little sister to enjoy a good life with him. He turned and walked to the stove pit, his consciousness flickering. A large iron pot materialized out of thin air on the stovetop. "Xiaolon, look at what brother brought back." Liu Xiaolan's big eyes lit up instantly. "Brother's such a big iron pot. It's even larger than Uncle's." Liu Shan didn't respond, skillfully adding a handful of dry firewood to the stove pit. He struck a match to light the fire, flames instantly leaping up. The iron pot quickly became scalding hot. Connecting his consciousness to the spatial dimension, Liu Shan retrieved a large piece of wild boar meat. He gripped the boning knife and diced the wild boar meat, then swept all the chunks into the searing iron pot. A sharp sizzle erupted as cooking smoke immediately billowed forth. The fat rendered from the pork belly under intense heat, pooling as shimmering oil at the pot's base. Stirring rapidly with a ladle, Liu Shan transformed the meat chunks into crispy golden bits. He extracted coarse sea salt from his spatial storage and generously hand-folded into the pot without hesitation. Upon contact with the hot oil, the salt blossomed into an intense savory aroma. The fragrance penetrated his nostrils, making him salivate uncontrollably. Liu Shan poured a ladle of cool water along the pot's edge, causing the broth to churn violently within. He turned and retrieved a paper bag of premium flour, piling 2 handfuls of pristine white flour onto a wooden board. Mixing in water, he kneaded it into dough, exceptionally elastic and pure, free from any impurities. With a knife, Liu Shan sliced the dough into slender noodles and dropped them all into the rolling broth. Within minutes, a pot of glistening, fragrant noodle soup was ready. "Xiaolon, hurry and eat while it's hot." Liu Shan fetched a newly purchased large bowl, loaded it generously with noodles, and topped it with chunks of fatty pork. He carried the bowl to the earthen bed and handed it to his sister. Liu Xiaolan couldn't wait, greedily shoving a mouthful of noodles into her mouth. The savory umami blended with rich lard erupted across her tongue instantly. "Brother, this meat has flavor now, salty and delicious. It's so good," the little girl exclaimed with excitement, tears welling in her eyes. For over half a month, she'd been eating plain boiled meat daily, which had made her thoroughly nauseated. This salty, fine noodle soup felt like celestial fare. Once the body receives adequate salt, strength returns instantly throughout. Liu Xiaolan slurped the noodles, voraciously chewing and swallowing until her mouth glistened with oil. Liu Shan served himself a large basin as well. He devoured the contents greedily, the meat chunks releasing fragrance with each chew. Woof 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 woof. Little Black wagged its tail, rubbing against Liu Shan's pant legs continuously. Almost forgot about you. Liu Shan withdrew a large pork bone with meat and skin from the spatial dimension and tossed it onto the ground. Little Black clutched the bone and gnawed at it enthusiastically. This was the life humans should live. Neither sibling spoke as the room filled with the sound of slurping noodles. The entire pot of noodles and broth was finished completely by the two of them. Liu Shan set down his basin and let out a contented belch. He walked to the edge of the Kong and reached into his pocket for a packet of white rabbit cream candy. Xiaolon, open your mouth. Liu Shan unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it in his sister's mouth. Liu Xiaolan paused momentarily as the milky sweetness dissolved across her tongue. She had never tasted anything so sweet before. Brother, what is this? It's even sweeter than the malt sugar during Spring Festival. The little girl cupped her cheeks with both hands, her eyes squinting into curved slits from the overwhelming sweetness. This is cream candy, a luxury only city folk can afford. Liu Shan patted her head, his heart filled with deep satisfaction. From now on, our family will eat meat every day and have candy every day. Brother will make sure you recover from all the hardship you've endured. MH. Gradually, night fell deep. Dashikan village lay silent, not even a dog's bark could be heard. The cold wind still blew outside, though considerably gentler than during the blizzard. Liu Xiaolan fell asleep on the Kong. Liu Shan sat at the edge, his fingers brushing the keys in his pocket. It had been several days since Uncle's family was taken away. After reclaiming the keys to those 3 blue brick-tiled roof rooms, he had never found time to inspect them. Now that he'd secured his first pot of gold, it was time to claim the inheritance his father had left behind. He rolled off the bed, pulled on his padded jacket, and gathered a kerosene lamp and matches. Little Black watched the door. He instructed toward the stove pit. Little Black lifted its large head and whined softly, obediently remaining in place. Liu Shan withdrew the door bolt and slipped outside, moving quietly along the perimeter wall of their dilapidated courtyard. Soon he reached the row of houses at Dashikan village's center. Those 3 blue brick-tiled rooms were something his father had traded his life for back then. The courtyard walls rose impressively high, and the gate was constructed from red date, with planks exuding grandeur. Liu Shan produced his key and inserted it into the iron lock on the door. A soft click echoed as the lock gave way. He pushed the door open to find the courtyard utterly silent. Inside, darkness was so complete he could barely see his hand, and a sour stench hung heavy in the air. Liu Shan struck a match and lit the kerosene lamp, its glow gradually spreading to reveal the interior clearly. His brow furrowed as his expression darkened. The house itself was spacious and solid, the plaster walls uncracked and draft-free, yet Uncle's family had reduced it to a state of utter ruin. Broken porcelain shards and rotting vegetable leaves littered the floor everywhere. A pile of tattered clothing lay in the corner, while the large iron wok on the stovetop was coated in red rust with blackened residue caked to its base. Most repulsive was the heated brick bed in the inner room. The sleeping mat had been torn to shreds, stained with yellow patches of who knew what filth. Fist-sized mouse holes gaped open, emitting faint scratching sounds from within. These bastards have turned a perfectly good house into a pigsty. Liu Shan snorted derisively, circling the 3 rooms with his lamp. All the valuable furniture had been sold off by Liu Daqiang, leaving only several immovable broken wooden cabinets. Though the doors and windows remained intact, the glass panes were coated thick with grime. Cleaning this alone would take him 3 days and nights at minimum, not to mention the sour stench seeping into the floor tiles. Yet Liu Shan felt no distress. He now possessed a spatial dimension as his advantage, making this trivial. Liu Shan set the lamp on the stovetop and positioned himself at the room's center, drawing a deep breath. Tonight he would employ his spatial retrieval ability to conduct a thorough cleanup of the entire house. His consciousness sank into the spatial dimension. He designated a corner section specifically for waste disposal, then opened his eyes and focused directly on the pile of rags in the corner. Collect, he silently commanded. With a swift motion, the tattered clothes vanished, instantly transferred to the designated corner within the spatial dimension. Approaching the cracked water vat, Liu Shan regarded the scattered fragments of broken bowls and rotten vegetables. Another mental command cleared the debris, completely leaving nothing behind. The speed of his cleaning was remarkable. Carrying the kerosene lamp, Liu Shan lifted the doorway curtain and entered the inner room, where the heated bed had suffered the worst devastation. The sleeping mat had disintegrated into ragged strips crusted with yellow filth. Mouse holes gaped open, concealing untold amounts of grime within. Liu Shan furrowed his brows and extended his consciousness across the heated bed. Without hesitation, he peeled away the ruined mat and the contaminated surface layer together. Collect. The decayed mat and foul crust vanished instantly, revealing blue bricks beneath. Dusty but markedly improved. His attention shifted to the rodent holes. Extending his consciousness into each opening, he extracted rotting roots, deceased mice, and loose soil, transferring everything directly into the spatial dimension. In less time than it takes to smoke a pipe, the 3 rooms, once suffocating under Uncle's family's filth, had been completely cleared. Every foul-smelling item was transferred into the spatial dimension, leaving the rooms eerily vacant save for a thin layer of dust on the floor. Liu Shan pushed open all the windows in both chambers. Cold air rushed through the spaces, clearing the lingering stench after roughly half an hour of ventilation. After securing the windows, he retrieved several chunks of red pine from the spatial dimension and fed them to the stove. The flames roared to life, sending warmth coursing through the flue into the inner room's heated bed. The once frigid Kong gradually warmed. Liu Shan brushed the dust from his hands, gazing at the spotless room with immense satisfaction. What would take another family 3 days and nights of labor, he accomplished with nothing more than a glance. Turning, he extinguished the lamp and stepped outside through the main door. Locking the door behind him, Liu Shan deviated from the direct route home, following a village path to an abandoned well at the settlement's rear. Dry for decades and bottomless, this well rarely saw human presence. Standing at its edge, Liu Shan activated his spatial consciousness. The filthy garments, shattered porcelain, and degraded material were dumped into the well's depths with a rushing sound, disappearing without a trace. Liu Shan brushed off his hands, having disposed of the waste with complete stealth. Time to return home. Returning to the room, Liu Shan gently nudged his sister sleeping by the heated Kong. Xiaolan, let's go. Liu Xiaolan rubbed her eyes and lifted her head. Liu Shan slipped inside and quickly latched the door tightly. Brother, what's wrong? The little girl raised her head while rubbing her eyes, her voice soft and sleepy. Xiaolan, don't sleep anymore. Brother is taking you to move now. Liu Shan walked over, picked up his sister in his arms, and went straight to the edge of the earthen Kong. Move? Liu Xiaolan's eyes widened, and she instantly became alert. Where are we moving to? Are we going to the city? Not to the city. We're going back to our big house. Liu Shan pulled over a cotton quilt, wrapped his sister tightly inside it, leaving only her big eyes visible. The large tiled house our father left behind, brother is taking it back. Liu Xiaolan understood and twisted her body happily inside the quilt. That's great. The large tiled house doesn't let in wind. Before, my uncle wouldn't even let me take a look inside. From now on, that house is entirely yours. You can look around however you like. Liu Shan placed his sister wrapped like a round ball onto the Kong. He turned around and began to pack the belongings in this dilapidated grass hut. In truth, there was hardly anything worth packing. Without even looking twice, Liu Shan focused his mind. Anything that was not utterly broken and still usable was collected into his spatial dimension without exception. He didn't even spare the worn-out straw mat on the Kong, rolling it all up. After finishing, Liu Shan walked to the Kong and secured Xiaolan on his back. He found a hemp rope, wrapped it twice around his waist, and tied it firmly. Hold tight to brother's neck. It's very windy outside. Keep your face buried in the quilt and don't lift your head. Liu Shan warned her. The little girl obediently pressed her face against Liu Shan's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Little Black, follow. Liu Shan called to the big black dog, pushed open the door, and stepped into the dark night. Dashikin was eerily quiet at this hour, with every villager huddled under quilts enduring the winter cold. With his sister on his back and the dog following, Liu Shan proceeded along the alley. His footsteps were incredibly light, as silent as ants relocating, absolutely not disturbing anyone. Working quietly to accumulate wealth, living well in silence. That is the true way. Before long, the man and the dog arrived at the gate of the large tiled house. Liu Shan took out the key, opened the door, and quickly crossed the courtyard into the main room. The room was warm. The pine knots he had burned earlier had done their work, and the heat had warmed the entire house. Liu Shan entered the inner room and gently placed his sister from his back onto the brick-heated Kong. The blue brick Kong was scalding hot, and even through the worn quilt one could feel that comfortable warmth. Liu Xiaolan poked her head out of the quilt and touched the hot bricks beneath her. Brother, this Kong is so warm. It doesn't sting my bottom at all. The little girl rolled excitedly on the Kong. She turned her head around, looking at the blue brick walls and the sturdy window paper. There really is no wind now, brother. We'll never have to suffer the cold again. Watching his sister's happy expression, Liu Shan's mouth curled upward involuntarily. Those bitter days had finally come to an end. He turned and walked to the stove in the main room, linking his mind. The large iron pot landed steadily on the stove pit. Its size fitted perfectly. Then 10 large bowls were neatly arranged on the cutting board. Liu Shan took out the newly purchased kerosene lamp, lit it, and placed it on the table. The light illuminated the spacious, large tiled house. He walked to the inner room and put the fine cotton cloth and cotton on the head of the Kong. Xiaolan, let's make do for tonight. Tomorrow, brother will use this new cotton to make you a large, soft quilt. Liu Xiaolan touched the new cotton, soft as clouds, her eyes sparkling. Brother, this place is wonderful. It's like a dream. Liu Shan took off his worn cotton jacket, turned over, and climbed onto the hot Kong. He hugged his sister, and Little Black also ran over, lying comfortably beneath the edge of the Kong. Sleep now. This isn't a dream. Better days are yet to come. Liu Shan closed his eyes, and together with his sister, he peacefully fell asleep. Before dawn had fully broken, it was already very warm inside the large tiled house. Liu Shan woke up early and got off the Kong. Liu Xiaolan was sound asleep, curled up in the quilt. Liu Shan brought all the white cotton cloth and red floral fabric purchased yesterday onto the earthen Kong. Picking up scissors, he measured against the Kang's dimensions, cutting out the quilt lining and cover. Then, threading a long needle with cotton thread, he spread the cloth flat on the heated Kong and began layering the new cotton. The new cotton carried a fresh scent from the sun. Liu Shan put in a full tin jean of cotton, covered it with the floral quilt top, and began stitching. Poor children mature early. Though a young boy, he could handle everything. The stitching work would be rough, but that was acceptable. His hands, covered in calluses, flew up and down, and within half an hour a large quilt was sewn. He bit off the thread, grabbed the corner of the quilt, gave it a vigorous shake, and covered it directly over Liu Shan. The little girl felt a weight settle upon her and opened her drowsy eyes. Brother is at daybreak. She rubbed her eyelids, threw off the old cotton quilt from her head, and stared blankly at the new red floral quilt before her, reaching out a small hand to touch the silky cover. Brother, are you a magician? There really is a new quilt. The little girl exclaimed in delight and sprang up from the Kong. Has brother ever lied to you? If I say you'll have a new quilt, you will absolutely get one. Liu Shan smiled, withdrew the old quilt, tossed it on the floor, and continued. From now on, we'll never sleep under ragged things again. We'll only lie in new quilts. Liu Shan cheered and threw herself into the new quilt, rolling about on the hot Kong. At times she buried her face inside to smell, and at others wrapped herself up like a giant silkworm cocoon with the quilt corner. It's so warm, not a single draft of cold air gets in. The little girl bounced on the Kong. Little Black, restless beneath the Kong edge, wagged his tail anxiously and placed his front paws on the edge, wanting to climb up. Shoo shoo, your paws are covered in mud. Don't soil the new quilt with them. Liu Shan kicked Little Black away, put on his shoes, and walked to the stove in the main room. He sliced a large chunk of wild boar meat and threw it into the iron pot to render the fat, then ladled 2 large bowls of fine white flour mixed with water to form dough drop soup. Before long, a pot of savory, fragrant white flour meat drop soup was ready. The siblings sat on the hot Kong, each holding a large bowl and slurping until they sweated profusely. After eating and drinking their fill, Liu Shan burrowed into the new quilt, revealing a pair of smiling crescent eyes. Brother, the old cotton quilt was dark, hard, and always itchy. This quilt is fragrant and warm. Liu Shan chuckled foolishly. As long as his sister was happy, it was his greatest comfort. He turned and washed the bowls and chopsticks clean. Outside, the sky had turned completely bright. The sun rose, dispersing the morning mist. Village head Zhao Youcai, wrapped in a military coat, squatted at his own courtyard entrance, drinking hot water. Catching sight of the cooking smoke, he paused momentarily, rubbed his eyes, poured out the water from his cup, gathered his sleeves, and walked toward the large tiled house. He reached the main door, extended his hand, and hammered the door knocker twice forcefully. Is anyone inside? Who's lighting a fire in the house? Zhao Youcai called out in a loud voice. Footsteps came from the courtyard, and the door bolt clicked open. Liu Shan opened the door halfway and stood at the threshold. Uncle, have you had breakfast yet this early morning? Liu Shan greeted him and stepped aside to make way. Zhao Youcai, full of astonishment, stepped into the courtyard. Shanzi, why have you come to this house? This is the house my father left behind. With my eldest uncle gone, I moved in last night. Liu Shan closed the main door behind him and led Zhao Youcai toward the main room. Zhao Youcai looked around as he walked. He clearly remembered that 2 days prior, when the commune had come to confiscate property, the house had been ravaged like a pigsty, but now entering the main room left him completely dumbfounded. The blue bricks on the floor were swept spotless, all the rags in the corner of the wall were gone, the black ash on the stove top was scrubbed until it shone, and atop it sat a large iron pot from which emanated the aroma of white flour meat soup. You cleaned all this out by yourself in one night. Zhao Youcai's eyes bulged as he pointed at the room, stammering. How many carts of trash must have been hauled away, and why didn't we hear a single sound in the village? Liu Shan fetched a clean bench for Zhao Youcai to sit on. Uncle, I'm young and strong. I carried it out in trips in the middle of the night and threw it into the dry well. Liu Shan casually fabricated an excuse. Sitting on the bench, Zhao Youcai inhaled sharply twice, catching the scent of new cotton and fine white flour in the room. He then looked up at the iron pot on the stove, growing suspicious in his heart, wondering if Liu Shan had struck it rich in the mountains. Shanzi, you're quite nimble, even using a new pot. Zhao Youcai's words carried hidden meaning as he stared at Liu Shan, continuing his interrogation. Yesterday, I didn't see you leave the village. Where did all these things come from? Liu Shan knew exactly what was happening. To live peacefully in Dashikan, he had to silence the old fox. He calmly reached into the pocket of his cotton jacket and pulled out a pack of Daqinmen cigarettes. Liu Shan tore open the seal, pulled out a cigarette, and handed it to Zhao Youcai's lips. Striking a match, he leaned in to light it. Oh, this is a rare treat. Zhao Youcai took a deep drag, exhaling white smoke. He was used to cheap, coarse tobacco leaves, never having smoked the premium cigarettes sold at the supply cooperative for 35 cents a pack. Liu Shan stuffed the remaining cigarettes into Zhao Youcai's coat pocket. Uncle, I owe this to a relative in the city. Lowering his voice, Liu Shan rehearsed the excuse he had prepared. My father had a comrade in the city who worked as a cadre at the meatpacking plant. I brought him a few hares I had hunted, and he gave me some industrial coupons and cigarettes in return. Zhao Youcai patted the cigarettes in his pocket, his eyes lighting up instantly, his wrinkled face breaking into a wide grin. A cadre at the city's meatpacking plant was a formidable backing. No wonder the boy dared to spend freely on an iron pot. I told you your father was a capable man, and the connections he left behind are surely reliable. Zhao Yukai exhaled a smoke ring and patted Liu Shan on the shoulder. Shanzi, rest assured, staying in the village. If anyone dares to pry into your family affairs, your uncle will be the first to tear their mouth apart. Spring plowing is about to start. You tend to your patrol duties and don't worry about the field work. Liu Shan nodded with a smile. Thank you, uncle, for your care. When I hunt good game, I'll make sure you get your share. Zhao Yukai finished his last puff with satisfaction, clasped his hands behind his back, and hummed a tune as he walked out the door. Liu Shan watched his retreating figure with a cold sneer. With the old fox as a shield, the jealous villagers couldn't cause any trouble. Seeing Zhao Yukai far away, Liu Shan closed the courtyard gate and returned to the house. After several days of spring winds, the snow crust outside Dashi village had completely melted, leaving the ground covered in wet, slippery mud. By mid-morning, the bronze gong on the threshing ground suddenly rang out with a deafening clang. Zhao Youcai, draped in a military coat, stood on a high platform and shouted at the top of his lungs, summoning the entire village for a meeting. The spring plowing season had arrived. The villagers leaning on hoes and spades staggered out of their homes in twos and threes. Most of the villagers had gone half a year without a full meal, their eyes sunken from hunger, their legs trembling, relying on their farming tools to support themselves. Liu Shan carried no farm tools, only a hatchet tucked into his belt. He sauntered to the edge of the crowd and leaned against an old elm tree. Everyone perk up. Zhao Yukai roared through a tin megaphone. The snow has melted and the season waits for no one. Today we must turn over the soil on the southern slope. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Old Wong next door sighed and tapped the ground with his stick. Village chief, we don't even have a bowl of thin soup in our bellies. It's hard enough to stand, let alone swing a hoe to till the land. A chorus of grievances rose from the crowd. Exactly. The village has no relief grain left. Are they trying to starve us to death? Look at Liu Shan. Why doesn't he have to work the fields? A jealous man suddenly turned and pointed at Liu Shan, who was leaning against the tree. He loafs around the village with his hatchet all day. Why should we break our backs? All eyes turned sharply to Liu Shan. Liu Shan had been eating meat every day lately, his face ruddy and glowing, his sturdy frame impossible to hide. He straightened up, his gaze coldly sweeping over the man, his hand resting on the hatchet handle without a word. Zhao Youcai, fearing Liu Shan's secrets might be exposed, quickly put down the megaphone and cursed the man loudly. Nonsense. Liu Shan is patrolling the mountain and watching the forest for the village. The snow has just thawed and hungry beasts are sneaking toward the village. Without Liu Shan standing guard, you'd already be wolf bait. Zhao Yukai pointed toward the southern slope, his eyes wide. If anyone is jealous, take a stick tomorrow and patrol the old forest. I'll immediately exempt you from spring plowing. The entire village shrank back, not daring to respond. The old forest was home to wolf packs. Entering meant certain death. The man swallowed his saliva and slunk away, head lowered. A cold smile curled at the corner of Liu Shan's mouth. Too lazy to look at the starving eyes, he whistled to Xiao He on the ground. Man and dog strode out of the threshing ground, heading toward the outskirts of the old forest. Though the weather had not yet warmed, spring had already arrived. Many flowers, grass, and trees had sprouted tender buds. Liu Shan wandered around the periphery for most of the day, searching carefully. He found the area had been thoroughly cleaned out. Not a single rabbit hair, only a few skinny sparrows. He leaned against a large blue stone and took a sip of water, realizing that relying on the periphery for scraps of meat was unrealistic. The greater the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. The deeper the forest, the more abundant the game. Every hunter understood this principle. He had to cross the ridge ahead and enter the middle layer of the old forest to bag big game. But the middle layer was extremely dangerous. Relying solely on a hatchet was nothing short of suicide. Liu Shan touched the homemade shotgun on his back and stood up. He turned with Xiao He and headed back to Dashi village. Today he had to fully upgrade the gun. Tomorrow he would feast in the middle layer. Gradually the sun slanted westward. Liu Shan and Xiao He returned to the big tiled house. Liu Xiaolan sat on the heated brick bed, sewing a cushion for Xiao He from scraps of cloth. Seeing her brother return, she happily put down her needle and thread. Brother, you're back. There's meat soup warming on the stove. Liu Shan smiled and nodded, took off his worn shoes, poured warm water to wash the mud from his hands, then sat on the edge of the bed, laying the shotgun across his lap. Xiaolan, I'm not having soup today. I've got serious work to do. Liu Shan took out the high-quality gunpowder, then fetched an iron box containing a row of copper primers, and finally pulled out a cloth bag filled with perfectly round steel pellets polished from fine steel. Brother, what are you fiddling with that fire poker for? Liu Xiaolan leaned in, curiously staring at the items on the table. This isn't a fire poker, it's our family's livelihood. Liu Shan grinned, pulled out the cleaning rod from under the barrel, wrapped a clean piece of rag around its tip, thrust it into the muzzle, and pulled it back and forth with force. When he withdrew it, it was covered in powder residue and rust. He changed the rag, poured a little kerosene, and continued scrubbing. After a full half hour, the rod came out clean, and the inside of the barrel gleamed brightly. Liu Shan scooped half a spoonful of high-quality gunpowder, poured it down the muzzle, used the rod to tamp it firmly, then untied the cloth bag, and shoved a dozen steel pellets into the barrel. These steel pellets had twice the penetration of crushed iron sand. A hit to a vital spot could bring down a large wild boar. Liu Shan used the rod again to press the pellets tight, turned the gun over, flipped open the hammer to expose the firing pan, picked up a new copper primer, and snapped it into place, fitting perfectly. This copper primer was moisture-proof and had an extremely high ignition rate, never misfiring. With a crisp click, Liu Shan reset the hammer and lifted the refurbished shotgun with both hands. The gun felt weighty from the steel pellets. He squinted his left eye through the sight at an old tree branch outside the window. This was truly a transformation, from a pop gun to a cannon. With this upgraded weapon, hunting in the middle layer held no fear. Xiaohei, crouching by the edge of the bed, sensed the killing intent of the gun, stood up and whimpered at the shotgun. "Easy, old friend." Liu Shan put down the gun and rubbed the fur on Xiaohei's neck. "When the weather warms a bit more, we'll cross the ridge, enter the deep forest and feast." Just after dawn, Liu Shan crawled out of the warm Kong, pulled on his cotton-padded jacket, and took down his hunting rifle from the corner of the wall. He was about to head to the outer periphery of the forest to try his luck, when just as he was about to leave, a thunderous rumble shook the sky. A sudden thunderclap crashed down, followed by a torrential downpour that poured into the courtyard. "Brother, it's thunder." Liu Xiaolan, startled awake by the thunder, shrank back into the blanket in fear. Liu Shan closed the door. The spring rain was too heavy, making the muddy road slippery. There was no way he could go into the mountains today. Xiaohei, the black dog, rose from under the edge of the Kong and shook its black fur vigorously. This dog had been feasting on wild boar fat with Liu Shan every day, and its frame had fully expanded. Now standing, it reached Liu Shan's thigh, its body covered in solid, sinewy muscle. Xiaohei opened its wide mouth and yawned, revealing a full set of sharp teeth. Liu Shan cut off a large chunk of raw wild boar meat and handed it over. Xiaohei bit down, tearing the meat in two. It barely chewed before swallowing it whole. "You beast, your skill at eating meat is indeed impressive. But you're lucky to have such a generous master." The whole village struggled to get a single meal, yet his dog ate meat every meal. "Woof, woof." Xiaohei wagged its tail. Liu Shan wiped his hands. Taking advantage of the rain that kept him indoors, he decided to train the dog's tracking ability. "Xiaohei, come here." Liu Shan placed the knife on the chopping board and beckoned to the big black dog. He pulled out a wild boar bone with streaks of blood from under the board and waved it twice in front of Xiaohei's black nose. Xiaohei caught the scent of blood, wagged its tail furiously, and scratched at the floor tiles with its front paws. Liu Shan dragged the wild boar bone across the blue brick floor of the main room. He circled around the table, passed between two stools, and deliberately drew a few loops on the ground. Finally, he went to the corner of the room and stuffed the bone into the narrow gap beneath the wardrobe. Throughout the whole process, Liu Shan made sure Xiaohei didn't see. He walked back to the Kong, patted the dust off his hands, and without a word raised his right hand and made a forward-pointing gesture toward Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately understood and shot forward. It lowered its big head, its black nose nearly touching the blue bricks. Outside, the rain was pouring, filling the room with moisture that could easily disperse scents. Moreover, the brick floor was spotless, with no footprints or snow patches to guide it. Xiaohei relied purely on its nose, following the route Liu Shan had dragged the bone, circling back and forth. It skirted around the table, squeezed between the two stools, following the exact path. After 2 loops in the room, it finally stopped in front of the old wooden wardrobe. Its front paws scratched the ground rapidly, and it shoved its head into the gap beneath the wardrobe. Within half a minute, Xiaohei emerged with the blood-stained wild boar bone in its mouth. It ran to Liu Shan and proudly placed the bone at his feet. "Good dog, well done." Liu Shan bent down and vigorously rubbed the thick fur on Xiaohei's neck. The blood-tracking skill was now fully mastered. Even on snowless flat ground, it posed no challenge. Once the rain stopped and they entered the mountains, the middle layer of the old forest would have no snow prints, and he would rely entirely on the dog's nose to lead him to big game. The spring rain continued for 3 days and 3 nights without a break. Liu Shan stayed indoors, preparing enough dry provisions for the mountain trip. He took out over 10 jin of lean wild boar meat from his space and cut it all into long strips. The iron pan heated on the stove. Liu Shan added no water to the pan, relying solely on the dry heat. He spread the meat strips flat on the bottom and slowly turned them with a spatula. The moisture in the meat was gradually forced out by the high heat, rising as white steam. Liu Shan kept stirring until the strips became hard and firm. A layer of golden brown appeared on the surface of the meat strips, releasing a pure meaty aroma. He grabbed a handful of salt and sprinkled it evenly over the dried meat. The salty fragrance spread through the room with the heat, making people swallow their saliva. "Brother, why are you making so much jerky?" Liu Xiaolan dropped her cloth bundle, ran to the stove, and stood on tiptoe to look into the pot. "This is dry food for deep into the mountains." Liu Shan picked up a roasted meat strip, blew on the heat, and stuffed it directly into his sister's mouth. "The middle layer of the old forest is dangerous. Lighting a fire there to cook would attract big beasts. We'll have to survive on jerky." Liu Xiaolan chewed the jerky with effort, salty, chewy, and delicious enough to make her squint her eyes. By noon on the 4th day, the rain finally stopped. The blazing sun broke through the clouds, glaring painfully into the eyes. The dirt roads of Dashi village had completely changed. The snow crust had turned into muddy water, leaving the ground covered in slippery wet mud. Let's scout the area today. Liu Shan beckoned to Xiaohei and left home, heading straight for the outer periphery of the old forest. The scene in the forest had also changed drastically. The mud holes under the roots of withered trees had collapsed after being soaked by the rain. Green shoots emerged from under the rotted leaves and hard-shelled insects crawled everywhere. Xiaohei ran under a large pine tree, its front paws rapidly digging through the mud. It pulled out a garter snake from the pit. The snake had just awakened, its body still limp, and Xiaohei bit through its neck with one snap. Xiaohei chewed a couple of times and swallowed the snake meat. All things were reviving, hibernating animals were all emerging to find food. Liu Shan scanned the surroundings carefully. He wandered the outer periphery for a long time, not even seeing a single footprint of a large beast. The outer area was completely barren. The herbivores had been wiped out by the blizzard, and the remaining game had long been scavenged by wolves. Catching a few snakes and skinny sparrows was nowhere near enough to fill their bellies. Liu Shan leaned against a tree trunk and looked up at the towering ridge in the distance. In the deep old forest, danger often accompanied opportunity. As a child of the mountains, he had to live off the land. Tomorrow he truly had to venture in and take the risk. Liu Shan made up his mind. The next morning before dawn, Liu Shan swung himself off the warm kong. He mixed meat broth with flour and made a large bowl of dough drop soup. The siblings sat at the kong table, slurping down the hot soup into their stomachs. Having eaten and drunk to their fill, Liu Shan began to pack his gear for the deep mountains. He took the oil paper packet of gunpowder and copper primers and tucked it into the inner pocket of his chest. He took down the old hunting rifle from the corner of the wall, thumbed back the hammer, and carefully inspected the flash pan. On his left waist, he carried a woodcutter's axe, and on his right a curved knife. He checked all the food and drink. Fully armed, Liu Shan exuded an air of capability. "Xiaolan, I'm going far today. Bolt the door from inside and don't open it for anyone. If there's a bad person, scream for the village chief." Liu Shan gave the solemn instructions. "I know, brother. I'll stay at home and not go anywhere." Liu Xiaolan nodded obediently. Liu Shan shouldered his rifle, pulled open the door, and stepped out. Xiaohei gave a low, excited growl and pressed close to Liu Shan's leg. The dirt road after the spring rain was extremely difficult to traverse. Yet Liu Shan walked swiftly, splattering mud all over his pants. Soon he plunged into the outer periphery of the old forest, ignoring the startled pheasants, and headed straight for the depths. After walking for over an hour, a steep ridge loomed before him. The slope was covered in rocks and thorny brambles. Liu Shan unclipped the woodcutter's axe from his waist and gripped it firmly. "Up," he commanded in a low voice and started climbing. Mud mixed with gravel made it extremely slippery, and Liu Shan's foot slipped, sending him sliding half a meter downward. He grabbed a tree root jutting out beside him with his left hand, then swung the axe to cut through the obstructing vines. Xiaohei dug its paws into the mud, leaping nimbly among the rocks, and quickly scrambled ahead. After climbing for the time it takes to smoke 2 pipes, Liu Shan caught the edge of a large blue stone with both hands. He exerted his arms and vaulted over the ridge. Liu Shan stood upright, panting heavily, then returned the axe to his waist and raised the hunting rifle. On this side of the ridge lay the middle layer of the old forest. Towering trees surrounded them, their dense canopies blocking the sun completely. The light dimmed instantly, and the air was thick with the smell of decaying leaves and the musky odor of wild beasts. As soon as Xiaohei stepped into the middle layer, it abandoned its playful demeanor. It lowered its head, its nose pressed to the mud, twitching madly. Its tail tucked stiffly between its hind legs, and a low, wary growl rumbled from its throat. Liu Shan stopped, gently thumbing back the hammer of his rifle. He followed the direction of Xiaohei's bared teeth. Ahead on the muddy ground there were several deep pits the size of bowls, and a small sapling beside the prints had been snapped cleanly in half. Liu Shan crouched down, reaching out to touch the freshly turned mud. The mud was still damp, and the sap from the broken tree hadn't dried. This was the trail of a large beast weighing several hundred jin that had just passed through. This indicated that large wild animals were active in the area. Liu Shan immediately grew alert, slinging his hunting rifle off his back. He and Xiaohei sidestepped the sapling that had been snapped aside and trudged forward through the leaf litter in near silence. They crept forward for roughly half a li when Xiaohei suddenly halted. Its ears shot upright, and its right forepaw hovered in midair, refusing to touch the ground. Xiaohei pressed its head low, black nose twitching toward the dense thicket to the front right. Liu Shan immediately crouched down and placed a hand firmly on the dog's neck, signaling it to stay quiet. Liu Shan gently brushed aside the thorny brambles blocking his view and narrowed his eyes, following Xiaohei's gaze. About 50 paces ahead lay a small clearing. Fresh green spring grass covered the clearing, and 3 yellow-brown animals were feeding with their heads down, tearing at the grass in large mouthfuls. Roe deer. Their lean meat made for excellent stew and roasted dishes. Liu Shan slung the rifle back onto his shoulders. The barrel was loaded with steel shot and premium foreign powder. A single shot from this gun would turn a roe deer into shored meat. It would waste fine meat and ruin such expensive ammunition. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut simply wasn't worth it. Liu Shan withdrew his hand, and turned to look at Xiaohei lying in the mud. Xiaohei watched the right. Liu Shan leaned close to the dog's ear and whispered his instructions. He raised his right hand and pointed toward the right side of the roe deer herd. You circle around the side and get behind them. On my signal you attack from behind. Xiaohei, now clever as they come, understood Liu Shan's commands immediately. The black dog lowered its body until its belly nearly brushed the muddy ground. Like a shadow it slipped silently into the nearby brush. Liu Shan drew the curved blade from his waist, gripping it reversed in his hand. He moved low and cautious, stepping forward one careful pace at a time. 30 paces. 20 paces. The 3 roe deer remained oblivious, still busy grazing. Liu Shan stopped and crouched behind a red pine. He picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it toward the brush to the left of the deer. Crash! The stone struck a dry branch with a sharp crack. The 3 roe deer started and bolted to the right on instinct. Right where Xiaohei had hidden. Woof! The dog burst from the brush like a descending tiger, launching itself forward. It lunged straight for the lead roe deer with its jaws open. The herd scattered in panic, but the last one stopped and turned around. Foolishly it stared at Xiaohei, trying to understand what made the noise. That was why roe deer earned their name. Curiosity bigger than survival instinct. Xiaohei didn't care. It launched itself forward with powerful hind legs, pinning the roe deer to the ground. With a heavy thud the dog slammed the roe deer into the mud. Xiaohei clamped its jaws around the back of the neck and held on tight. The roe deer screamed in pain, legs flailing in the air. Liu Shan seized the moment and sprang from behind the tree. He closed the distance in 2 strides, stomping on the hind legs to pin them. He drove his blade straight into the roe deer's throat. He twisted the blade and pulled it free. Blood sprayed across the muddy ground as the roe deer shuddered and went still. Good dog, well done. Liu Shan wiped his blade on grass and returned it to his waist. He rubbed Xiaohei's head affectionately. This tactic saved a great deal of ammunition going forward. Liu Shan grabbed the roe deer's hind legs and focused his mind. The 60-pound roe deer vanished into the space within his consciousness. He kicked mud over the bloodstain to mask the scent. Not bad catch. Liu Shan pulled out 2 strips of dried meat. One for himself, one for Xiaohei. They rested and refueled on the spot. Good start, luck all day. Hunting a roe deer right away meant today would be productive. After a quick meal, Liu Shan pressed on deeper into the old forest with Xiaohei. The forest grew denser with thick layers of rotting leaves on the ground. Xiaohei ran ahead, nose to the earth, tracking scents. Liu Shan stopped suddenly and knelt, brushing aside dead leaves to reveal a worn, muddy path beneath. The narrow trail wound through the brush. This is an animal path. Liu Shan picked up soil and smelled it. Wild animals stick to familiar routes when seeking water or food. Over time, these repeated journeys were hidden trails into the earth. Liu Shan examined the tracks closely. There were hair prints with their distinctive splits and musk deer hoof marks. Even little wild boar prints marred the path. This is good ground, won't waste it, Liu Shan muttered as he stood. Experienced hunters relied on snares as much as guns. No powder wasted, and prey could be caught day or night. Liu Shan uncoiled the hemp rope from his waist and cut a 2-meter length with his axe. After scouting the area, he selected a flexible willow sapling near the trail. The sapling was supple enough to bend without snapping. Liu Shan grabbed the sapling's top with both hands and bent it downward with all his strength until it formed a taut bough. He tied one end of rope securely to the bent sapling and looped the other end twice through his fingers, forming a slip noose. This was a draw-tight knot. The more the beast struggled, the tighter the noose constricted. With the snare ready, the next step was the trigger mechanism, the most critical part. Liu Shan found a dead log about wrist thick and split it into 2 1-foot wooden stakes, sharpening one end of each. He drove the stakes into the muddy path on either side. Then he picked up a thin stick and carved a notched groove into its center with his boning knife. He balanced the stick across the 2 stakes, engaging the notch. Liu Shan carefully pulled the tensioned rope. He anchored the rope's load-bearing point onto the notched stick. The moment any beast kicked the horizontal stick, the mechanism would release. The trigger would instantaneously collapse, and the bent willow sapling would snap upright, with tremendous force hoisting the beast into the air. Liu Shan spread the circular noose directly above the trigger mechanism. He grabbed handfuls of dead leaves and gently scattered them over the snare and the trigger. With minimal concealment, the spot blended seamlessly with the surrounding mud. All set. That's a leg hang snare, Liu Shan said, brushing dirt from his hands and standing upright. But he didn't stop there. He followed the trail another 10 paces forward, found another supple sapling, and repeated the process. In less than 10 minutes, the second snare was ready. Another 10 paces forward, the third was set. This was called a chain trap. Wild animals tend to panic in groups when danger strikes. If the lead beast triggered the first snare, the others would scatter in terror. In that chaos, there was no escaping the second or third snare. Liu Shan peeled a patch of bark from a trunk beside the third trap as a marker so he wouldn't lose his way returning. Let's go, Xiaohei. Liu Shan checked his blades and axe at his waist and patted the hunting rifle on his back. Appetizers are set. Time to hunt for something substantial. Liu Shan nodded toward the deep forest. Xiaohei wagged its tail and together man and dog faded back into the dim wilderness. The further in they went, the rougher the terrain became, with pothole-ridden muddy ground that made for treacherous footing. Dense thickets of shrubs surrounded them, leaving no gaps, and were overgrown with thorny wild pepper bushes. The broad canopy of trees blocked out the sunlight entirely, plunging the forest into a twilight gloom. The place was so shrouded that visibility was severely restricted. Liu Shan halted, wiped the sweat from his brow, and swung his axe to cut through a vine blocking his path. Xiaohe sniffed around carefully. Any big movements nearby? Xiaohe pressed his black nose against the mud, sniffing in circles several times. He wagged his tail, not even a low growl escaping his throat, indicating that there wasn't a single large beast's hair in the vicinity. Though the middle layer of the old forest was rich in resources, it was also vast beyond measure, making it far too difficult to rely on blind luck. Liu Shan steeled his resolve and widened his eyes. His X-ray vision activated instantly. He was searching for elk or wild boar hidden in the shadows. His gaze pierced through layers of underbrush only to find a few gray rabbits huddled in grassy nests. He paid them no mind, turning his neck to scan further into the distant mountain hollow. The X-ray vision was extremely draining. Normally, he could only use it for about 10 seconds before shutting it off. Today, determined to bag something big, he gritted his teeth and kept it on, striding forward with the X-ray vision active. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Liu Shan felt the oil in his gut being drained away, his legs beginning to grow unsteady. As he walked, he chewed on dried meat, hoping to counteract the X-ray vision's consumption and recharge himself. But as he walked, something went terribly wrong. Liu Shan felt as if boiling water had been poured into his eyes, radiating a scorching heat outward. His eye sockets ached fiercely, and his vision began to blur. The tree trunks ahead appeared as multiple overlapping images. With a sharp intake of breath, Liu Shan quickly closed his eyes, trying to deactivate the X-ray vision. But this time something was deeply wrong. The ability seemed to cling to his eyelids. The heat in his eyes not only refused to subside, but grew fiercer. The heat surged through his eye sockets, drilling into his brain like invisible steel needles. The needles stabbed his nerves, sending violent convulsions through his entire body. Liu Shan's legs gave way, and the hunting rifle in his hand clattered to the muddy ground. He clutched his eyes, his body uncontrollably falling backward. His back slammed against a red pine trunk. With a scream he couldn't suppress, he collapsed to the ground. The excruciating pain in his head came in waves, as if a dull saw was cutting through his skull. Large beads of sweat poured down Liu Shan's forehead, splashing onto his worn cotton coat. He gasped for breath, his vision filled with stars. The agony drained the last ounce of strength from his body. His consciousness began to fade, and he was on the verge of fainting. A wave of panic washed over Liu Shan. Had he overused it, burning out this life-saving golden finger? If he went blind, he and Xiaolan would be doomed in this famine-ridden year. With that thought, Liu Shan bit down hard on his lip, tasting a hint of blood. He summoned every ounce of his strength to combat the overwhelming pain. Xiaohe was terrified. Having grown up with Liu Shan, he had never seen his master writhing in such agony. The big black dog circled around Liu Shan, emitting anxious whimpers. His paws scratched frantically at the ground, flinging mud everywhere. Xiaohe approached Liu Shan, lowered his large head, and extended his tongue, desperately licking the sweat from Liu Shan's face. Xiaohe, don't move. Liu Shan gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. He clung to the rotten tree roots, maintaining the last shred of consciousness to endure the agony. Time crawled by at an agonizing pace, each second like a torment in a frying pan. He didn't know how long it lasted. Perhaps the time it took to smoke a pipe, perhaps just a few minutes. Finally, the pain in his head ceased. Like a receding tide, the stabbing sensation vanished without a trace. Then a cool, refreshing current rose from his eyes, circling his sockets. Liu Shan gasped for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. Even his worn cotton coat was soaked through, clinging to his back. He slowly released his grip on the tree roots and tentatively opened his eyes. The moment he did, he froze in astonishment. This middle layer of the old forest had been so dim that one couldn't see beyond a few dozen steps. But now, with a single glance, everything within 200 meters was as clear as broad daylight. The rotting bark on the tree trunks, the fallen leaves on the ground. All were visible in perfect detail. He could even make out the fur on a gray rat's tail hiding in a distant thicket. This is night vision, Liu Shan exclaimed, pushing himself up from the muddy ground. He wiped the cold sweat from his face and realized he hadn't activated his X-ray ability. This was entirely a change in his eyes themselves. Simply opening them allowed him to see through the forest's darkness. Damn, that's incredible. Liu Shan couldn't help but curse. The weight in his heart finally lifted. The golden finger wasn't broken, instead heaven had granted him an upgrade. He tried closing his eyes, then suddenly widening them again, activating his X-ray vision to its fullest. Not only did his gaze pierce through the trees ahead, but he also saw something even stranger. On the muddy ground and fallen leaves, a long string of imprints had appeared. The imprints looked like patches of red mist stretching deep into the forest. Liu Shan hurried over, crouching to examine the glowing spots. Beneath the red glow was half an animal footprint. To the naked eye, the mud showed no sign of being stepped on, but in Liu Shan's view the spot blazed red. This is the residual heat of a beast. A flash of inspiration struck Liu Shan. He suddenly understood. The excruciating pain wasn't his eyes failing, it was his chi evolving. His X-ray vision had advanced directly from basic to intermediate. Now not only could he see clearly in the dark for 200 meters, but he could also see the heat signatures left on the ground by passing animals. This was a divine tracking skill for hunting, far more effective than the best hound's nose. Suppressing his ecstasy, Liu Shan turned to look at Xiaohe. Under the intermediate X-ray vision, Xiaohe's entire body glowed with a reddish heat. That was the abundant warmth of a living creature. He looked down at the ground, where Xiaohe had just walked. Clearly visible on the ground was a row of fading red dog paw prints. Liu Shan stared for half a minute, noticing that the red glow of the prints was gradually weakening over time. This meant the brighter the red glow, the closer the prey. Xiaohe, we've got a new toy to play with. Liu Shan deactivated his X-ray vision, and the red glow vanished instantly, his vision returning to its normal night vision state. He picked up the fallen hunting rifle, leveling the barrel again. With this intermediate X-ray vision, any beast hiding deep or any lack of tracks in the snow was now irrelevant. Once he had his eye on something, following the heat trail would lead him to it, even if it burrowed 3 feet under. Liu Shan activated his intermediate X-ray vision, scanning the depths of the forest carefully. Among the intricate red residual glows, he selected a trail with the deepest color and the largest footprints. The prints were terrifyingly large with extremely wide strides. The residual glow was blindingly red, indicating that the large beast had passed through not long ago. Let's go see what this feast is. Liu Shan called to Xiaohe. He shouldered the rifle, tramping through the mud as he followed the tracks. Today he was determined to bag a hefty beast of several hundred pounds and bring it home. Xiaohe, keep close and don't make much noise underfoot. Liu Shan lowered his voice to call out. This mid-level clairvoyance, I was truly a godly treasure. In the past, tracking beasts in these old forests required seasoned hunters to lie on the ground, painstakingly digging through mud to find footprints and relying on their noses to catch the scent of animal urine in the grass. It was hard on the eyes and easy to lose the trail. Now there was no need for such effort at all. A man and his dog made their way down the hillside, trampling through rotten leaves that squelched with dark water beneath their feet. Liu Shan's strides grew longer and faster as he walked. He discovered something important by simply observing the residual heat signatures of footsteps on the ground, without forcing himself to see through solid objects like tree trunks. His head didn't ache at all, and his energy dissipated much more slowly. Woof! Xiaohe ran alongside, suppressing his barks with muffled sounds from his throat, his nose pressed against the ground. Even this large black dog could catch the animal scent ahead and spun about excitedly. Steady now, don't cause a scene. Liu Shan reached out and pressed firmly on Xiaohe's neck, calming the dog's restless energy. Below them, the crimson trail of footprints on the ground grew increasingly luminous, shifting from a deep maroon to a bright vivid red. Even fragments of broken branches along the path retained traces of lingering light. This meant the great beast was drawing near, likely not far ahead. Liu Shan felt the hollow ache of an empty stomach. The rapid pace was exhausting him. He pulled out strips of wild boar jerky and shoved them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing to sustain himself against the drain of his supernatural sight. This was undoubtedly a test of endurance. Together they sprinted for over 2 li through the dense trailless forest, their legs pumping hard, until they crested a mound thick with decaying roots beyond which the trees suddenly grew denser. Liu Shan came to an abrupt halt, yanking Xiaohe to a stop. He crouched low behind a thick trunk, peering forward with just half his face visible. Ahead lay a sheltered hollow where wild grass spread across the ground. Through his vision, Liu Shan saw a brilliant glow coiled within the depression, steam rising steadily from it. Found it resting in that grassy hollow. Liu Shan's heart raced with excitement. This ability to track by following clues was sharper than any divine power. They had covered 2 li without once taking a wrong turn. Liu Shan quickly shut his eyes, extinguishing the clairvoyance eye to conserve energy, and when he opened them again, his vision returned to normal. From 40 or 50 paces away, Liu Shan focused his gaze into the hollow. There unmistakably lay a massive yellowish-brown beast in the grass. The creature was enormous, sprawled on the ground like a small mound, head bowed, as it chewed steadily. Holy cow, it's a sick deer. Liu Shan cheered inwardly with excitement. This was far more valuable than a roe deer. Without antlers, it appeared to be a doe, yet its physique was remarkably powerful. Just from its back and neck alone, it weighed easily over 200 caddies. Sika deer meat was considered premium in the old forests, a highly nutritious prize rarely encountered. The large deer lay comfortably in the grassy hollow, cud chewing. Its mouth worked rhythmically as it ground up the regurgitated root material, its large ears flicking back and forth. It had no idea that 50 paces away behind a great tree, a lethal pair of eyes had already locked onto it. Liu Shan bent low, pressing Xiaohe down into the muddy ground. Stay right here. Unless I fire, you are not to move. A single sound is forbidden. When hunting a beast of this size, 200 or 300 caddies, it was absolutely crucial not to let the dog charge first. If the deer panicked and kicked, those massive hooves could crush a dog's skull or rupture its organs. Xiaohei was clever enough to understand. He lay flat against the mud, head pressed low, tail motionless. With the dog secured, Liu Shan raised his homemade hunting rifle with both hands, bracing his body against the tree trunk to steady his aim as he extended the barrel around the bark. The stock rested firmly in the crook of his shoulder. 200+ caddies of prime meat. Missing this shot would haunt him for weeks. His thumb found the hammer, applying gentle pressure downward. As his finger exerted force, the hammer was drawn back until it clicked into place with an almost inaudible metallic snap. Despite its faintness, the sound carried through the quiet forest. The stag's acute hearing caught it immediately, its large ears snapping upright. It stopped chewing at its cud, instantly turning its head toward the tree where Liu Shan hid. Realizing something was wrong, the stag bent its forelegs, preparing to bolt. Now, Liu Shan held his breath, refusing to blink. His left eye aligned through the sight, centering on the space between the deer's eyes. His right index finger squeezed the trigger. The gunshot exploded through the ancient forest like thunder. Decayed leaves shook loose from the branches, fluttering to the ground. The raw gunpowder's force was overwhelming, driving Liu Shan's shoulder numb with recoil and pushing him half a step backward. The round steel balls from the barrel cut through the air in a tracer line propelled by expanding gases. A dull thud echoed through the trees. Steel pellets shattered bone and buried themselves in flesh. The stag couldn't even cry out before the rounds pierced clean through its skull. The massive 200-caddy body recoiled violently, crashing into the muddy grass and carving a deep hollow. Blood welled from multiple wounds on the skull, flowing freely from the forehead. Within 10 seconds, the beast lay completely still. One shot fatal. The steel balls paired with crude powder proved devastating. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing the gunshot and seeing the prey fall, Xiaohei bounded forward toward the stag. Liu Shan emerged from behind the tree, rifle smoking. Worth every penny. Where fragmented iron shot used to only wound flesh, the steel balls now shattered bone entirely. Liu Shan nudged the hindquarters, then crouched beside it. His first expedition into the middle layer had yielded both experience and a massive quarry. Life had finally turned around completely. The gunshot just now was loud, definitely carrying for miles. Combined with the smell of blood, it might attract some fierce beasts. A pack of wolves would be manageable, but if a black bear shows up, we're in trouble. He had to quickly gather the prey and leave. Liu Shan crouched down, pressing both hands on the elk's back. He closed his eyes, connecting his mind to the space within his consciousness. Collect. The 200-pound elk on the ground vanished. There was a designated clearing in the space for storing prey. The elk lay there alongside wild boar meat and a few dead wolves. Liu Shan felt delighted. Elk meat was far more precious than wild boar. Boar meat turned tough and dry when cooked too much, but elk meat was a top-tier nourishing delicacy. He would bring it back to make broth for his sister, helping Xiao Lan grow plump and healthy. The leftover meat and hide could be taken to the black market. Master He would definitely covet them, fetching a large sum of money. Liu Shan stood up and pulled out a paper packet. He poured gunpowder into the barrel, pushed a ramrod down to pack it, loaded a handful of steel pellets, and reattached the copper primer. With the bullet chambered, Liu Shan lifted his homemade shotgun and glanced around. Xiaohei retreat. He beckoned to the big black dog, and the pair left the muddy ground. They moved along the slope, deliberately pushing through untrodden thickets of grass. After traveling about 2 or 3 li, Liu Shan's stomach growled with hunger. The energy spent using his clairvoyant eyes needed to be replenished. Find a place to rest and fill our bellies. Liu Shan stopped activating his clairvoyant eyes to scan the surroundings. No red heat signatures were visible, meaning no large animals nearby. He deactivated the clairvoyant eyes and led Xiaohei toward a rocky slope on the right. Today was a bountiful harvest. He should reward himself and this loyal dog. Liu Shan climbed the rocky pile with Xiaohei. Halfway up, he noticed a crack in the cliff face. Drawing closer, it turned out to be a natural dry cave. The entrance was small, but the interior was spacious, perfect for shelter from wind and rain. Liu Shan picked up a stone, tossed it inside, and listened. The cave was empty, with no hidden beasts. He bent down and crawled in, Xiaohei wagging his tail and following. We'll have our meal here. Liu Shan leaned his shotgun against the stone wall, then turned and went outside to gather a bundle of dry branches. He built a fire in the deepest part of the cave and lit it with a match. Flames leaped up, dispelling the cold dampness. Liu Shan sat against the stone wall, his mind diving into the space. He fixed his gaze on the large elk, using his will to control a boning knife. The blade glided gently along the elk's ribs. A large slab of rib meat with a layer of fat was cut away. Liu Shan opened his eyes, and a whole elk rib rack materialized in his hand. The elk meat had a beautiful red and white marbling, tempting to the eye. He drew out his hatchet and chopped the ribs into several large pieces. Finding a sturdy branch, he skewered all the meat. Liu Shan held the branch and roasted the elk ribs over the fire. Soon the fat on the ribs sizzled loudly. Hot oil dripped onto the embers, sending up white smoke. The aroma of elk meat was cleaner than wild boar, with no gamey smell at all. Seeing the meat change color, Liu Shan reached down and untied a small cloth pouch from his waist. It was coarse sea salt he had packed before leaving this morning. He grabbed a pinch of salt and sprinkled it over the sizzling ribs. As the salt hit the hot oil, a savory fragrance rose with the heat. Xiaohei crouched beside the fire, eyes fixed on the roasting meat, drool pooling on the ground. "You greedy beast," Liu Shan laughed and scolded, tearing off the largest rib from the branch. He blew on it to cool it down, then tossed it to Xiaohei. Ignoring the heat, the dog clamped his jaws and crunched through bone and meat with a satisfying crackle. Liu Shan himself tore off a rib and took a big bite. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender inside, the sweetness of elk mingling with the saltiness of the sea salt. Juices flooded his mouth as he chewed, so delicious he could swallow his tongue. "Damn, that's good." Liu Shan devoured the elk meat, steam rising from his body. In the depths of this perilous forest, hiding in a dry cave and enjoying a hot roasted meal, this was truly a life of the gods. Within half an hour, the entire rib rack was devoured by man and dog. Liu Shan belched and wiped the grease from his mouth with the back of his hand. The elk meat was indeed nourishing. After eating it, the energy expended by his clairvoyant eyes was fully restored. His whole body felt warm, brimming with inexhaustible strength. He stood up, kicked dirt over the fire to smother it. In the forest, one had to be careful not to leave any embers. Liu Shan picked up his shotgun and checked his gear at his waist. He patted his belly in high spirits. "Let's go, old friend. Time to head home. And check those snares along the way." Liu Shan called out to Xiaohei and strode out of the cave with the dog. They retraced their steps. When they reached the game trail, he didn't rush in. Liu Shan fixed his gaze ahead, activating his clairvoyant eyes. He saw two patches of red light swaying in the air ahead. He deactivated the vision and walked quickly toward them. The first Manchurian ash sapling had already snapped upright, a fat gray rabbit dangling from the hemp rope beneath it. The rabbit's neck was tightly noosed, already dead, its body spinning in the breeze. Liu Shan stepped forward, pulled out his boning knife, cut the rope, and freed the gray rabbit. The rabbit was plump, weighing at least 7 or 8 gene. He walked 10 paces ahead. The second snare was empty, the grass and leaves on the ground in disarray. Some animal had triggered it and escaped. Liu Shan didn't mind and continued to the third snare. That sapling also held a prize, a large pheasant with bright, colorful feathers. The pheasant's leg was caught in the noose, hanging upside down, frozen stiff. Every bit counts. 2 fat pieces of meat without firing a single shot. The snares were worth it. Liu Shan grinned, then directly stored the rabbit and pheasant in his space. This mid-tier trial had yielded a large elk plus a rabbit and a pheasant, a complete bounty. "Let's go home," Liu Shan called to Xiaohei, and the pair climbed up the slope. They crossed the steep ridge and returned to the outskirts of the old forest. The sky was completely dark. The village was pitch black. Everyone had gone to bed early from hunger. Liu Shan hugged the wall and felt his way to his own tiled house. "Xiaolan, big brother is back. Open the door." Hasty footsteps sounded inside, and the door bolt slid open with a creak. Liu Shan slipped into the yard and bolted the door behind him. Liu Xiaolan saw her brother return and rushed to hug his leg. "Brother, you're finally back. I've heated the water. You're a good girl." Liu Shan patted his sister's head, and with a flick of his mind, a pheasant and a gray rabbit appeared in his hand. "Look what good things your brother brought you." Liu Shan dropped the pheasant and rabbit on the ground. "Wow, such a big pheasant." The little girl crouched down, reaching out to touch the pheasant's feathers. Liu Shan didn't bring out the large elk. It was too big and would leave blood everywhere. "Brother, wash your feet." Liu Xiaolan carried a basin of steaming hot water to the foot of the Kong. Liu Shan was overjoyed. He washed his face first, then took off his mud-caked broken shoes. The moment his feet soaked in the hot water, it was pure bliss. This first trip to the mid-tier had been safe and profitable. In the dead of night, patter-patter, Liu Shan was sleeping soundly when suddenly a torrential rain sounded on the roof. Liu Shan sat up, went to the window, and pushed it open a crack to look outside. The heavens had changed again. A dense spring rain was falling. The rain was soft and steady, without strong wind pouring straight down. Liu Shan closed the window and sat back on the warm Kong, unable to fall back asleep. He crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and his mind entered the space in his head. He needed to take stock of his assets. Inside the space, the freshly hunted elk lay solidly. Beside the elk were 2 wolf pelts left over from the last trip to the black market and 5 skinned wolf carcasses. Of the large wild boar's meat, 40 gene had been sold, and after the siblings had eaten and made jerky, there was still over 180 gene left. Plus the rabbit and pheasant from the snares today, the meat supply was enough for him and his sister to eat freely for over half a year. But Liu Shan knew that meat alone wasn't enough. In this famine-ridden era, though meat was precious, it also drew attention. Carrying big chunks of fat meat to the black market every day would eventually get him noticed and cause big trouble. To make real money and acquire true hard currency, he needed to change his approach. Game meat was ultimately small change. What was truly valuable were the decades-old, century-old precious herbs growing in the deep mountains. A well-formed wild ginseng could fetch dozens or even 100 gene of fine grain on the black market, or even gold bars. With the spring rain falling, this was the golden season for gathering mountain herbs. Once the rain soaked through, the old ginseng and lingji in the mountains would all sprout. Liu Shan stroked his chin, making up his mind. The spring rain fell for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, early in the morning, the rain finally ceased, and the sky cleared. A bright light appeared on the horizon, a fine sunny day. Liu Shan pushed open the door and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. The smell of earth mingled with the fragrance of grass and trees, filling his nostrils. "Brother, are you going hunting today?" Liu Shaolan was inside, sipping hot meat broth from a large bowl. "No shooting today. Your brother is going into the mountains to dig up a big treasure for you." Liu Shan turned around and pulled several red cords from a broken cabinet. He also found a few sharp spikes made from wild boar bone. These were all professional tools used by old hunters to mark ginseng. "What big treasure? Can I eat it?" the little girl blinked. "No, but it can buy lots of white rabbit creamy candy and new clothes." Liu Shan tucked the red cords and bone spikes into his bosom and hung a pouch of jerky at his waist. He now possessed mid-level clairvoyant eyes. As long as an old ginseng was hidden beneath the mud, he could see it at a glance. Having such a divine sheet and not using it for treasure hunting would be a complete waste. "Xiaohei, guard the house. You're not allowed to follow today." Liu Shan kicked the big black dog on the ground. Digging herbs required a calm mind. A dog running through the forest could easily break the roots of the medicinal plants. Xiaohei whimpered in grievance and obediently laid down on the threshold. Liu Shan strode out of the yard and headed toward the mountains. Liu Shan crossed the ridge and arrived once again at the mid-level dense forest. The rain had just ceased and the woods were thick with choking moisture. Water droplets clung to every leaf. When the wind blew, they cascaded down in torrents. Liu Shan carried no gun, only gripping a mountain-cleaving axe in his hand. He was not hunting today. He came specifically to seek treasure. Using the axe, he pushed aside the obstructing wild, prickly ash bushes and found a large bluestone to stand on. He took a deep breath of the forest's cool air, then abruptly widened his eyes. The intermediate X-ray vision activated. Immediately the scene before him transformed. Within dozens of meters, the tree trunks and weeds became translucent, phantom-like silhouettes. Yesterday, when tracking beasts, he looked for reddish heat. Today, seeking herbs, he observed the earth's chi beneath the ground. Aged medicinal herbs, having absorbed the essence of the earth, would emit a white glow. Liu Shan turned his head, scanning beneath the layers of rotting leaves. Before long, his eye sockets began to ache and swell. The cheat was effective, but it drained his mental energy. Liu Shan closed his eyes and deactivated the X-ray vision. He untied the cloth bag at his waist and pulled out 2 strips of dried red deer meat. He opened his mouth and chewed vigorously, swallowing the meat and fat together to replenish his depleted strength. "Treasure hunting is a life-risking business too," he muttered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand before changing direction and heading toward a shaded ravine. He walked with pauses, activating his X-ray vision every half-li. In the ravine, sunlight rarely reached, and there were many muddy bogs. Beneath the X-ray vision, the white glows became more numerous. Liu Shan spotted a thumb-sized white glow and walked over, digging through the mud with his hands. After excavating, he found it was a small astragalus that had only grown a few years. He shook his head, tossed the astragalus back into the hole, and kicked some dirt over it. That thing wouldn't fetch a good price. Why bother with the effort? Liu Shan followed the ravine for an entire morning. He had eaten most of the dried meat at his waist, and his eyes were bloodshot from strain. Yet aside from worthless little roots, he had found nothing valuable. He leaned against a large pine tree, panting heavily. Could it be that this entire mountain has been picked clean by old ginseng hunters? Liu Shan, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and activated his X-ray vision again. He turned his gaze toward a sunny slope at the end of the ravine. That area was overgrown with waist-high weeds so thick that even wild boars would be reluctant to enter. His vision pierced through the knee-deep turf straight into the earth. Suddenly, a brilliant light struck Liu Shan's eyes. This light was entirely different from the small white dots earlier. It was as large as a big bowl, its glow tinged with a yellowish hue, dazzlingly bright. It was as if a small gold ingot were buried underground, vibrant with life. Liu Shan's heart leaped, and he nearly cried out. Found a big one. He deactivated the X-ray vision and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Gripping his mountain-cleaving axe tightly, Liu Shan quickened his pace and scrambled up the sunny slope. The slope was covered in mud. He grabbed tree roots with one hand and pushed off the ground with the other, forcing his way up. Pushing aside the man-high weeds, he arrived at the spot where the light had shone. A broken dead tree trunk lay across the ground. Beside the trunk, amidst a pile of rotting leaves, stood an inconspicuous little green plant. The plant had 5 forked leaves, and at the top a small cluster of red berries. 5 great leaves. Liu Shan recognized it at a glance, trembling with excitement. His father, when alive, had said that a ginseng with 5 leaves must be at least several decades old. Buried beneath it was undoubtedly an old ginseng that could trade for a human life. Liu Shan knelt directly on the muddy ground, not daring to breathe heavily. This was a genuine gold nugget. His entire future prosperity depended on it. Old ginseng possessed spiritual energy. According to the tradition passed down by veteran hunters, digging ginseng must not be rushed. One must observe the ritual of lifting the ginseng. If the ritual was disrupted, the ginseng might escape, and worse, incur the wrath of the mountain god. Liu Shan dared not be careless in the slightest. Ginseng, he shouted at the top of his lungs into the empty old forest. This was called shouting to the mountain. According to custom, if there were companions, they would reply, "What herb?" Today Liu Shan was alone in the mountains, so he answered himself. 4 leaves, 5 leaves, head of the family. After shouting this jargon, Liu Shan quickly pulled a small cloth bundle from his bosom. He had found this bundle a few days ago while cleaning the big tile-roofed house hidden in a secret compartment under his father's old wooden cabinet. Inside were all the ancestral tools for ginseng digging passed down from old hunters. Liu Shan untied the bundle and took out a bright red fine cotton thread. Threaded on the string were 2 large copper coins green with age. This was called the ginseng lock. Legend had it that old ginseng, upon hearing human voices, would burrow into the earth and flee. One must tie a red string around its neck and use copper coins to suppress its spiritual energy so it could not escape. Liu Shan held the red string with both hands, moving with extreme care, and looped it around the ginseng stem. He tied a slip knot on the stem and placed the 2 copper coins securely on the muddy ground on either side. After securing the ginseng, Liu Shan took out a sharp white bone pick from the cloth bundle. This was a bone pick painstakingly ground from a wild boar's thigh bone. Iron tools must never be used to dig old ginseng. Iron carried baleful qi. If it nicked the ginseng skin, the sap would turn black and drain away, greatly diminishing its medicinal potency. Liu Shan held the bone pick in his right hand and gently brushed aside the rotting leaves on the surface with his left. He began inserting the pick at a distance of 1 foot from the ginseng stem. The bone pick pierced into the mud, lifting out soil bit by bit. This task required patience and precision. No haste was allowed. Liu Shan lay flat on the muddy ground, not blinking an eye. He worked like embroidering, peeling away the soil, encasing the ginseng roots little by little. Time ticked by. The sun moved from overhead to the west, and the wind in the forest turned chilly. Liu Shan was drenched in sweat. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow into his eyes, stinging painfully. He dared not even wipe his sweat, fearing that a trembling hand might snap the delicate ginseng fibers underground. A ginseng fiber thinner than a strand of hair emerged. Liu Shan gasped sharply, his movements becoming even more delicate. He followed the fiber downward, carefully clearing away the surrounding stones and hard soil. After a full 3 hours of digging, a complete pit appeared before Liu Shan. At the bottom lay an old ginseng shaped like a tiny human figure. The old ginseng was not large, only about the length of a child's fist. But its rhizome was long, and its body was covered with rings of iron wire patterns. The ginseng fibers, more intricate than a spider's web, were all intact, perfectly displayed before Liu Shan. Beautiful. Liu Shan held the old ginseng with trembling hands. With this appearance and age, taking it to the black market to find He could definitely trade it for 2 small gold bars. Liu Shan did not touch the ginseng body with his hands. He peeled off a piece of red pine bark and pulled a handful of damp green moss from nearby. He spread the moss on the bark and carefully placed the old ginseng in the center of the moss. He wrapped it in the red pine bark and tied both ends tightly with grass rope. A natural preservation box was made. Liu Shan stood up, pressing his muddy hands onto the pine bark. With a flash of thought, the bark-wrapped ginseng instantly vanished, transferred into the space within his mind. The space was absolute stillness. The old ginseng would remain exactly as it was when placed inside, not a trace of its medicinal potency lost. Liu Shan let out a long breath, plopped down on the ground, and threw his head back in hearty laughter. Liu Shan rested for a short while. He rose from the ground, brushed the dirt from his knees, and was about to leave when suddenly the sound of a breaking branch echoed from the distant forest to the left. Liu Shan's expression shifted instantly. He quickly retreated behind a large pine tree. In the depths of the ancient forest, encountering wild beasts was not the greatest danger. The true horror lay in meeting other living souls. In the remote mountain wilderness, no law prevailed. To seize a mouthful of food, men murdered and robbed without a second thought. Liu Shan pressed his body against the tree trunk and silently withdrew the machete from his waist. Through the tangled thicket, Liu Shan made out the newcomers. 2 men in tattered garments, each shouldering an aged musket. Their sallow, haggard faces marked them as destitute hunters from outside the village, come to this mountain seeking fortune. "Big brother, we've been circling for half the day and haven't so much as spied a bird." The shorter man leaned on his musket, gasping for breath. "Venture any further, and we'll enter the middle tier. Can our ragged muskets handle that?" The leading man spat onto the ground, his face hardened with resolve. "What is there to fear? My wife and children at home are starving to death. If I return without meat, we are all doomed. I just noticed the grass here had been trampled flat. A large beast must have passed this way." The leader advanced toward the spot where Liu Shan had knelt, musket raised. Liu Shan held his breath, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. If these men dared to draw near, he would cleave them down without hesitation. In these deep mountains, he trusted a dog far more than any living soul standing before him. The leader approached the broken log and glanced down at the muddy ground. "Big brother, look at these impressions in the mud. It appears someone was kneeling here." The shorter man crept forward, his voice trembling with alarm. "Could there be someone else in this place? What if we've stumbled upon some mountain bandits?" Hearing this, the leader's countenance darkened. He hastily raised his musket and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Deep within the forest the light was dim. Aside from the whisper of wind through the leaves, all else was silence. This place is cursed. Night falls soon. We withdraw. Gritting his teeth, the leader turned decisively. Neither man dared step forward again. They fled back along their path in a desperate scramble. Liu Shan leaned against the tree, watching coldly until the two men vanished from sight. Only then did he sheath his machete and exhale deeply. Even this ancient forest is no longer peaceful. Desperate men will do desperate things. Liu Shan had no intention of lingering in the mountains. He struck out along a hidden animal trail, striding swiftly toward Dashi village. Today he had unearthed an ancient wild ginseng. He must reach the county town tomorrow without delay. Goods remaining unsold were worthless. Only what found a buyer counted as true wealth. By the time he returned home, darkness had already fallen. Liu Shan simply boiled a pot of meat soup, ate his fill, and retired early. The next morning, Liu Shan rose before dawn. Using the leftover broth as a base, he prepared a pot of thick porridge. Once he and his sister had eaten their fill, he set about making himself ready inside the house. He smeared soot from the bottom of the pot across his cheeks and neck, turned his cotton jacket inside out, and wrapped a tattered towel tightly around his head. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into that withered elderly peasant. Xiaolan brother is going to the county town today. Keep the door locked tight. Liu Shan picked up the prepared sack and ruffled his sister's hair. Liu Xiaolan nodded obediently and helped open the gate for him. Liu Shan stepped out of the courtyard and, taking advantage of the village still sleeping, made his way along the familiar path. He waded through the muddy roads, marching purposefully toward the county town. This time Liu Shan traveled with practiced ease, wasting no time at the city outskirts. He moved through the shanty town and arrived directly at the abandoned factory. At the corner gate, the scarred man stood guard as before. Liu Shan approached and drew 2 paper bills from his pocket. The previous sale of meat had earned him plenty of change. No need this time to barter with fatty pork. The scarred man accepted the coins and stepped aside. Liu Shan crossed the threshold and walked through the crowded black market hall. He did not linger in the main hall, but proceeded directly to the small door at the far end. He knocked 3 times upon the wooden panel. "Enter." The steady voice of Boss Hay rang out from within. Liu Shan pushed the door open and stepped inside, drawing it shut behind him. The room was warm, with Boss Hay seated at an octagonal table sipping hot tea. Upon seeing the soot-faced, ragged old man enter, Boss Hay paused in surprise. But when his eyes fell upon the large sack slung across Liu Shan's back, they immediately brightened. "Good heavens, brother. You've finally come." Boss Hay set down his teacup and rose to welcome him. Do sit, do sit. I've been hoping for days that you would bring fine goods." Liu Shan set the sack upon the floor and settled heavily onto the long bench. He tucked his hands into his ragged sleeves and regarded Boss Hay. "Boss Hay, today's consignment is somewhat substantial. Tell me, can your operation handle it?" Boss Hay's smile widened. "Brother, you wound me. Must you treat me as an outsider? In this county town's black market, as long as the goods are fine, there is nothing I, Boss Hay, cannot take." Boss Hay crouched and untied the hemp rope securing the sack. He pulled back the dry grass covering it. Inside lay 2 substantial cuts of fresh horse deer meat, bone included, fully 60 or more gene. Beside them rested 2 glistening wild wolf pelts. At the bottom, hidden beneath, were a plump wild hare and a pheasant. Boss Hay drew in a sharp breath, his hands trembling. "My good heavens, horse deer meat." He looked up at Liu Shan, his face frozen in astonishment. "Brother, to bring down a beast of that size. Your skill is truly divine." Liu Shan did not rise to the compliment, merely replied in a calm tone. 60 gene of deer meat, 2 wolf pelts along with the pheasant and hare. Name your price. I have no need for paper currency. I seek only hard coin." Boss Hay rose and paced twice around the sack, calculating silently in his mind. Liu Shan sat upon the bench, watching him with unhurried composure. This meat and these pelts were merely an appetizer. The true trump card he still concealed within his spatial stash, waiting to be revealed. Once he unveiled the ancient wild ginseng, it would surely leave Boss Hay utterly dumbfounded. Blackie crouched on the ground, his eyes fixed on the large chunks of venison and wolfskin inside the sack. He reached out and pinched the elk meat. It was firm and still warm. "Old brother, your skills are truly miraculous, even bringing down such a big beast." Blackie stood up and gave Liu Shan a thumbs up. "Elk meat is 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound. Here are 60 pounds, that'll be 72. 2 wolfskins, 20 wild rabbits, and pheasants 3, total 95. Blackie counted out 9 great unity bills from his pocket and held them out to Liu Shan. Liu Shan didn't take the money. His hands were tucked into the sleeves of his cotton-padded jacket, and he sat still without moving. "Blackie, this bit of meat is no rush to settle. Take a look at this instead." With a flick of his mind, Liu Shan produced the old wild ginseng from his space. A long package wrapped in red pine bark was placed on the octagonal table. Blackie stared at the bark package, which was covered in green moss. "Old brother, what are you up to? What treasure is inside? Open it and see for yourself," Liu Shan said in a hoarse voice, lifting his chin. Blackie approached hesitantly, snapped the wild grass rope binding the bark package, and carefully peeled back the 2 pieces of bark, revealing the damp moss inside. The moss parted to reveal a rare object shaped like a small human. Its slender reed head was covered with bowl-shaped marks, and the body was etched with countless fine needle-like iron wire patterns. Most astonishing were the dense roots, not a single one broken. The moment Blackie saw it, a jolt like electricity shot through his body, and he shuddered violently. He staggered, nearly knocking over the tea mug. "My dear mother. This is a ginseng." Blackie cried out, his hands hovering in the air, wanting to touch, but afraid to. "Look at the reed head, the skin color. It must be at least 60 years old. This is a 5-leaf mountain ginseng, not a single root damaged. Old brother, where did you get this?" Blackie's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he began to stammer. In this era of severe famine, grains and meat were precious, but they only filled the stomach. But this top-grade mountain ginseng capable of saving lives was a priceless treasure that even the high-ranking officials in the provincial capital dreamed of. In other words, it could preserve life. "I dug it in the mountains. Does it meet your standards, Blackie?" Liu Shan sat on the bench, his tone calm. "More than meets my standards. It's mind-blowing." Blackie paced around the octagonal table, rubbing his hands anxiously on his coat. "Old brother, to be honest, there's a high-ranking official in the provincial capital whose elderly father is in the hospital waiting for ginseng to save his life. Bringing this ginseng is a lifesaver for me." Blackie stopped, turned, and stared at Liu Shan's face covered in soot. "Old brother, I'll take this ginseng. Name your price, and I won't haggle." Liu Shan held up one finger and waved it in front of Blackie. 100 yuan. No, that would be a waste. I'll give you this much. Blackie gritted his teeth and spread his right hand in a 5 gesture. 500 yuan, plus 200 gene of national grain coupons, and 100 industrial vouchers. Blackie, eyes red, quoted a staggering price that would stun the entire village. In 1960, 500 yuan could buy several brick and tile houses in Big Stone Village. Liu Shan sat on the bench staring at the old ginseng on the table, silent for a long time. 500 yuan in paper money was indeed a large sum. But in his experienced eyes, paper money during the famine years could easily become worthless scraps, too rough even for wiping. Money is good, but in these times having money but nothing to buy is useless. Liu Shan spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Blackie paused, unsure of the old man's intentions. "Old brother, if you think it's not enough, I'll add 50 more gene of grain coupons. That's really my bottom line." Blackie stamped his feet in agitation, pulling open his coat collar to cool off. Liu Shan shook his head and pointed at the table. "I'll take part of the money in coupons. For the rest, I want to trade for something else." "What?" "As long as it's in this pigeon market, you can pick anything." Blackie patted his chest. "I want gold. Small yellow croakers. You must have some, right?" Liu Shan stepped closer, his eyes fixed on Blackie. Hearing the words small yellow croakers, Blackie's face instantly changed. Trading in gold and silver privately was a serious crime punishable by execution, and they were hidden more deeply than anything. "Old brother, your appetite is quite big. That stuff isn't easy to come by these days." Blackie lowered his voice, his eyes darting. "Blackie, let's be straightforward." Liu Shan sneered, pointing at the old ginseng in the bark. "If you send this old ginseng to the provincial capital, how much influence it can gain you know better than I do. Those high-ranking officials in the provincial capital lack lifespan, not gold. If you trade this ginseng, you'll get plenty of benefits." Liu Shan's words struck directly at Blackie's heart. Blackie stood there calculating for a full 2 minutes, then stomped his foot. "Fine. Old brother, you're a wise man. I, Blackie, admit defeat." Blackie walked to the corner of the room, reached up, and pulled aside the tattered New Year picture hanging on the wall. Behind the wall there was a hidden compartment. He took out a key, unlocked it, and retrieved an iron box. Blackie returned to the table and carefully opened the lid. 2 gold bars lay on red velvet, each about the thickness of a thumb. These were the small yellow croakers that wealthy families used to hoard, each weighing exactly 1 liang. The gold gleamed under the light bulb with a tempting luster. 2 small yellow croakers worth 300 yuan in cash. Blackie pushed the gold bars toward Liu Shan, his heart aching with every twitch. "The remaining 100 yuan for the meat plus 200 for the ginseng, total 300. I'll pay you in cash." Blackie then pulled out a thick stack of colorful vouchers and great unity bills from his pocket. "Here are 200 gene of national grain coupons, 100 industrial vouchers, and 30 great unity bills." All items were neatly arranged on the octagonal table. Liu Shan reached out, grabbed the 2 gold bars, and weighed them in his hand. They were heavy, sound hard currency. He pretended to stuff them into the inner pocket of his cotton-padded jacket, but mentally he tossed them into the deepest part of his space. Then he tucked the 300 yuan in cash and the vouchers into his chest. "All settled. Blackie, you're a man of your word. If I get good goods, I'll come to you again." Liu Shan stood up, rewrapped the bark package, and handed it to Blackie. "That's great. Old brother, next time you come to town, just come through the back door to find me." Blackie, holding the old ginseng, beamed with joy and personally escorted Liu Shan to the small wooden door. Liu Shan hoisted a tattered sack containing some coarse salt and cotton cloth and strode out of the factory. With the gold bars and vouchers hidden in his chest, Liu Shan walked swiftly all the way. With 2 gold bars tucked in his bosom alongside 300 crisp banknotes and a thick stack of ration tickets, his every step felt as light as a feather. In these times, having provisions in one's pocket brought peace of mind. let alone the real gold and silver that could buy one's life. As dusk fell, Liu Shan slipped into Dashi village. The village was dead silent, not even a single dog bark could be heard. Though spring plowing had begun, the villagers had no food in their bellies. After a day's labor, they collapsed on their earthen beds, too weak to move. Occasionally a wisp of blue smoke rose from a chimney. The bitter bark congee, mixed with a handful of cornmeal they were boiling. Passing by Uncle Wang's door, Liu Shan heard through the low wall the old man groaning with hunger. When will this ever end? I don't even have the strength to shit. Liu Shan said nothing, quickening his pace back to his own tiled house. Brother, you're back. In the main room, Liu Xiaolan was playing with knucklebones on the table. Hearing the sound, she bounced with joy. Keep your voice down, don't let outsiders hear. Liu Shan smiled and patted his sister's head, then turned into the inner room, stuffing rags into every gap in the window paper. He lit the kerosene lamp, took off his tattered cotton coat, and sat down heavily on the warm Kong. Xiaolan, come here. I'll show you something good. Liu Shan beckoned mysteriously. He reached into his bosom and pulled out 2 small gold bars, slapping them onto the Kong table. Brother, what's this? So shiny and pretty. Is it copper? The little girl curiously poked it with her finger, feeling the cold, heavy weight. This is called gold. It's more useful than anything. If famine strikes again, we trade it for big, white steamed buns. Liu Shan then took out the 300 cash and a thick stack of grain coupons and industrial tickets, spreading them out on the Kong table. Seeing the half table covered with banknotes and tickets, Liu Shan felt an unprecedented sense of security. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness dove straight into the space within his mind. Outside, the villagers were starving for a bowl of thin porridge. But in his space, there was everything: firewood, rice, oil, salt, ginger tea, vinegar. It was like an endless mountain of meat. Even if the heavens sent another 3 years of heavy snow, he and his sister could eat meat every meal, living more comfortably than a high-ranking city official. Xiaolan, tonight we'll have a feast, red deer meat. Liu Shan opened his eyes, and with a flicker of his will, a fresh, bloody haunch of red deer meat appeared in a wooden basin. He grabbed a knife, deftly cut the meat into large chunks, and tossed them into the iron pot. Before long, the aroma of meat filled the room. The siblings each held a big earthen bowl, squatting on the Kong, devouring the meat and soup. This hidden rich life was better than that of the immortals. Spring plowing grew more intense day by day, the mud in the fields heavy and wet. The villagers had no oil in their bellies. After a couple of hoe swings, they had to gasp for air. But there were a few notorious lazybones in the village who were useless at work, yet sharp-eyed when it came to other people's business. Wang Er and Li Si from the east end were 2 loafers. They were skin and bones, their eyes glowing with a greenish light. These past 2 days they had noticed something: Liu Shan, the village's forest ranger, never had to work in the fields. Not only that, but the boy's face was ruddy and glowing, and his muscles bulged under his tattered cotton coat. Even his big black dog was as sturdy as a young calf. Fourth brother, look at that Liu Shan. He's definitely secretly eating alone. Wang Er, carrying his hoe, stared at Liu Shan walking away in the distance, swallowing hard. Li Si spat a yellow glob of phlegm onto the ground and lowered his voice. Need you say it? Look at his energy. Does he look like someone chewing bark every day? After Lu Daqiang was taken away, those 3 big tiled houses all went to this kid. Who knows how much fine grain and cured meat he's hiding inside. The more they talked, the redder their eyes grew, their greed fully awakened. Starve the timid, stuff the bold. Tonight let's go check it out. If we can snatch a couple of pieces of meat, that'll last us half a month. Li Si hardened his resolve and gritted his teeth. By midnight, thick clouds covered the moon, and it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Each carrying a rusty chopper, Wang Er and Li Si crept along the wall, sneaking to the outside of Liu Shan's tiled house. The courtyard wall was over 2 meters high. Li Si crouched down and cupped his hands. Step on my shoulders. Move lightly, don't make a sound. Wang Er stepped onto Li Si's shoulders, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and with great effort managed to climb over. He lay on the wall, peering into the courtyard. It was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. Wang Er grew bolder, jumped down, and landed in the yard. Thud. His feet hit the blue bricks with a sound, just as Wang Er turned to pull Li Si up. From the dark corner of the yard, 2 fierce gleams suddenly lit up. It was Xiao Hei's eyes. The big black dog had smelled the stranger's scent long ago, lying in the dark, without a sound, waiting for the thief to land. Whoosh! A gust of rancid wind rushed at him. Before Wang Er could react, his chest felt as if struck by a sledgehammer, and he was knocked flat. Ow! Xiao Hei sank its teeth into Wang Er's thigh. The dog's fangs pierced the flesh, and Wang Er screamed like a stuck pig. Li Si on the wall was terrified out of his wits. Just as he was about to jump down to help, the door of the main room creaked open. Liu Shan strode out without even lighting a lamp. He was bare-chested, holding a felling axe in his right hand. Which blind bastard dares to climb my wall? Tired of living, huh? Liu Shan's voice carried a fierce edge. Wang Er lay on the ground, his thigh clamped in Xiao Hei's jaws, tears and snot streaming down his face. Shanzi, brother Liu Shan, spare me. It's me, your brother Wang Er. I was just confused, wanted to find some food. Li Si on the wall wet his pants in fear, stammering for mercy. Shanzi, brother, don't set the dog on me. We'll never dare again. Liu Shan strode up to Wang Er and kicked him hard in the stomach. Don't you dare pretend to be friendly with me. Liu Shan flicked his wrist and pressed the felling axe against Wang Er's neck. The cold blade touched his skin. Wang Er was so scared he choked back his screams, trembling like a leaf. In the old forest, this axe has split more wolves than you've ever seen stray dogs. If you two think your necks are tougher than a wolf's bones, try it today. No, no, Grandpa Shanzi, ancestor, take the axe away. We'll scram, right now. Wang Er and Li Si were scared out of their wits. Liu Shan, having shown his might, put away the felling axe and whistled to Xiaohe. Xiaohe let go, retreating to Liu Shan's side, still bearing its blood-stained fangs at the two. Get the hell out. If I hear a single piece of gossip in the village about my family. Liu Shan patted Wang Er's cheek with the bloodied axe blade. My uncle ended up in the commune's lockup. Oh, I'll make sure you two end up there for 10 years. Wang Er, clutching his bleeding thigh, scrambled over the wall and fled. The two didn't even bother to pick up their fallen choppers, running home howling in terror. Liu Shan watched their retreating figures with a cold smile. In fact, having thieves come knocking was a good thing. Tonight he'd killed the chicken to scare the monkey. From now on, anyone who dared to scheme against his family would have to think twice about whether they could escape Xiaohe's jaws and his felling axe. The villagers of Dashi village labored in the fields under the scorching sun, sweating profusely every day. Liu Shan, however, shouldered a homemade hunting rifle and carried a hatchet at his waist. He led Xiaohe swaggering boldly into the middle layer of the old forest day after day. Before leaving in the morning, Liu Shan busied himself at the stove. A large iron pot steamed with white flour meat buns, their aroma wafting out irresistibly. Xiaoland, there are meat buns in the pot. Heat them up for yourself at noon. Liu Shan padlocked the gate and called out to the house. Brother, don't worry. I'll bolt the door and won't open it for anyone, no matter who comes. Liu Xiaoland responded loudly from inside the house. Liu Shan kicked the yard gate open and strode along the village's dirt road. Village Chief Xiao Yukai was squatting under a tree smoking dry tobacco. Seeing Liu Shan, he quickly stood up. Shanzi off to patrol the forest again. Anything stirring in the woods lately? Xiao Yukai greeted with a grin. Uncle, it's my duty. I need to walk through the forest more often to keep the beasts from descending and ruining the crops. Liu Shan replied, casually handing over a dakium and cigarette. Xiao Yukai accepted it cheerfully, watching Liu Shan leave the village. Liu Shan and Xiaohe crossed the ridge and entered the middle layer. This middle layer of the old forest now felt like his personal ATM. He widened his eyes, activating his intermediate clairvoyant vision. A string of red light immediately materialized on the muddy ground ahead. Xiaohe, this track is wide. It's a big wild boar. Let's follow it. Liu Shan patted the big black dog on the neck, raised his rifle, and pushed forward. Xiaohe wagged his tail, nose to the mud, leading the way. After less than 2 li, a snorting sound came from beside a fallen rotten stump ahead. A 200 to 300 gene black-haired old sow was rooting at a tree root with her rump in the air. 3 half-grown piglets followed beside her. Liu Shan hid behind a large pine tree, cocking the hammer of his homemade rifle. A soft click sounded. The old sow raised her head, her small eyes warily scanning the area. Liu Shan gave her no chance to flee. He aimed at her head and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gunshot shook leaves from the trees. Steel pellets pierced flesh and bone, blowing off the old sow's skull. The big black boar toppled into the mud, its legs twitching a few times before going still. The 3 piglets scattered in panic. Go! Bite that fat one! Liu Shan bellowed, charging forward with his hatchet raised. Xiaohe pounced, sinking his teeth into a piglet's hind leg. The piglet squealed in pain, struggling desperately. Liu Shan strode over, stomped on the pig's belly, and drove the blade tip straight into its neck. One strike killed it, blood spattering the ground. Well done, I'll treat you to big bones tonight. Liu Shan pulled out the knife and wiped the blood clean on the grass. He walked over to the old sow, placed both hands on its back, and focused his mind. In an instant, both wild boars were absorbed into the space, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. After the hunt, Liu Shan didn't idle. Using his clairvoyant vision, he deliberately ventured into the shaded mountain gullies. He didn't come across any 5-leaf-old ginseng again, but he dug up many fine medicinal herbs. A large patch of wild gastrodia and several clumps of excellent Cotinopsis root. Xiaohe, don't run around. If you trample the medicinal seedlings, I'll skin you alive. Liu Shan crouched before a clump of Cotinopsis, using a bone pick to carefully loosen the soil. He dug out half a basket of Cotinopsis and tossed it all into the space. He sat on a rock, gnawing on salted dried meat, and probed his mind into the space. Over the past half-month, his primary space was nearly full. Thousands of gene of wild boar and red deer meet a pile of precious herbs and several intact hides. Relying on his clairvoyant vision and the divine dog Xiaohe, he continuously emptied the middle layer of wild boar's roe, deer, and medicinal materials. Liu Shan returned home fully loaded, every day his life growing more comfortable by the day. Liu Xiaolan's face had become fair and rosy, just like a city girl. Liu Shan himself had developed a body of solid muscle strong enough to lift a small wild boar with one hand. He was thoroughly enjoying this life. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the outer area near Dashi village, the good stuff had basically been cleaned out by Liu Shan. What remained were only worthless rabbits and weeds. Liu Shan planned to venture deeper into the middle layer. Early that morning, he packed his homemade rifle full of gunpowder and steel pellets. "Xiaohei, today we're going farther to dig up some real treasure." "Woof!" Xiaohei responded with fervor. Over these days of coming and going with Liu Shan, his fighting skills had grown increasingly fierce. Even if he encountered a bear now, he would dare to tangle with it. After packing his gear, the man and the dog set off into the forest. The middle layer dense woods were not a large area. Compared to the entire mountain range, they were a mere drop in the bucket. There were still many unexplored forest regions, and no one knew what lurked within. Driven by curiosity, the man and the dog walked deeper and deeper, the rotten leaves underfoot piling up more and more. The towering trees around them blocked the sunlight completely, leaving the forest dark and cold. Liu Shan swung his hatchet, cutting through the obstructing long vines. "This place doesn't even have a bird's chirp. It's eerily strange." Liu Shan exhaled a puff of white breath, holding his rifle and scanning left and right. A strong rancid odor hung in the air, making one nauseous. Xiaohei ran ahead, his pace noticeably slowing. The big black dog's tail stopped wagging and tucked between his hind legs. His black snout skimmed the ground, sniffing twice before lifting his head to look around. After another li of walking, a muddy swamp appeared ahead. The edges of the swamp were littered with fallen rotten tree trunks covered in green moss. Xiaohei suddenly halted, his front claws digging firmly into the mud. A frantic whimper escaped his throat as he shrank backward. "What's up, old buddy? See something?" Liu Shan stepped closer, reaching out to touch Xiaohei's head. The moment his hand touched the dog's fur, Liu Shan's heart skipped a beat. Xiaohei's black fur bristled all over. He trembled uncontrollably. No matter how Liu Shan tugged, he refused to take another step forward. "You worthless mutt, all that meat you ate was for nothing." Liu Shan kicked Xiaohei's belly, but the dog still lay on the ground, unmoving. A divine dog that had once killed a big wild boar was this terrified. There had to be a lethal creature ahead. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Liu Shan released the dog leash, pulled out the hatchet backward, and gripped it in his left hand. "Woof!" Xiaohei suddenly barked toward the depths of the swamp, his voice filled with fear. Liu Shan immediately stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening. He activated his clairvoyant vision. In the mud pit at the very center of the swamp, he saw a massive red light. This red light was absurdly large, 2 or 3 times bigger than the big red deer he had hunted before. The light burned brightly like a blazing boiler. This was definitely a living creature, and a massive beast lying motionless in the mud pit. Liu Shan felt his scalp tingle, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He immediately deactivated his clairvoyant vision and stepped back 2 paces. In the depths of this old forest, anything that could grow to such a size was either a tiger that had become a spirit or a colossal bear that had lived for who knew how many years. Whichever he encountered, the homemade rifle in his hand would be no more useful than a fire poker. Liu Shan swallowed hard, his hand gripping the hatchet slick with sweat. "Retreat, get out of here fast. Dog's life comes first." Liu Shan lowered his voice, signaling Xiaohei with a gesture. He didn't dare turn around, backing away step by step with his rifle raised. Just then a roar erupted from the depths of the swamp. The sound traveled across the mud, shaking the leaves with a loud rustle. On this day, Liu Shan sat in the courtyard sharpening his mountain-cleaving axe. The sweltering heat stirred a profound unease within him. Xiaohei lay in the shade, his tongue lolling out, panting heavily. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the dirt road outside. A ragged boy dashed over, looking half-starved. The lad hurled a half-brick over the low wall into the courtyard. Liu Shan set down his axe and walked over. Beneath the brick lay a crumpled yellow slip of paper. On it, a crude drawing of a spear had been sketched with charcoal. This boy was the younger brother of the scar-faced man at the corner of the pigeon market. Liu Shan understood. This was the signal from He Yi. He crushed the yellow paper into a ball and tossed it into the stove fire, reducing it to ash. Liu Shan turned and went back into the house, retrieving his tattered cotton-padded jacket. He sat on the warm brick bed, patiently waiting for nightfall. Xiaolon crouched by a wooden basin, washing a few freshly picked wild fruits. "Brother, are you going out again tonight?" The little girl looked up at Liu Shan as he took out black soot, her voice crisp and clear. "I'm heading to the city for an important matter. Bolt the door tight and stay inside." Liu Shan patted his sister's head. When the night had fully descended, and even the dogs in the village had fallen silent, he smeared his face with stove black and turned his jacket inside out. Empty-handed, he vaulted over the wall and slipped out of Big Stone Village. Summer nights made for easier travel than winter, though the air was still muggy. Liu Shan took long strides, hastening to the county's pigeon market. He avoided the main entrance, circling around to the backyard of the abandoned factory. On the small wooden door, he knocked 3 long and 2 short. The door creaked open a crack, and He Yi himself peered out from behind. "Old brother, coming quickly." He Yi yanked Liu Shan into the yard and secured the door behind him. They entered the derelict office, where even the windows were covered with 2 layers of black cloth. "Old brother, you finally arrived." He Yi lowered his voice, his forehead beaded with sweat. "To get this deadly thing, I've lost 3 whole circles in the past few days. The goods you wanted are all here." He Yi pointed to a wooden crate on the 8 immortal table. Liu Shan strode over and lifted the lid. Inside lay a brand new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. It was far heavier than his old hunting gun, carrying a substantial weight in his hands. Stock smuggled out of the armory depot overnight. Hey, you wiped the sweat from his brow. If this gets found out, I'll be the one taking the bullet. Beside the wooden crate sat a green iron ammunition box. Liu Shan reached out and flipped the latch. Inside, bullets were neatly arranged in rows. He picked up a bullet and examined it. The tip was sharp, encasing a solid steel core. Such bullets could pierce straight through the bones of a beast. Hey, you certainly work efficiently. Liu Shan tossed the bullet back into the box with a crisp clink. He pulled out a remaining small gold bar from his bosom and slapped it onto the table. This is the balance of the deposit. Liu Shan met Heye's eyes. I'll take the rifle now. As for the 50-year-old wild ginseng, I'll venture deep into the mountains in a few days to dig it up and settle the account. Heye pocketed the gold bar and let out a long sigh. I trust you, old brother. Get this rifle out of here now. Leaving it with me keeps me awake every night, fearing someone will come to check the records. Liu Shan untied the tattered hemp sack he carried, stuffing the rifle and ammunition box inside. He cinched the sack tight and slung it over his shoulder. I'm off. Wait for my good news. Liu Shan hoisted the sack and stepped out the small wooden door. In a deserted dead-end alley, he closed his eyes and willed it. The sack, along with its deadly contents, instantly vanished into his spatial dimension. Liu Shan felt light as a feather, striding back to Big Stone Village in great strides. With this military-grade weapon, he had bid farewell to his old hunting gun forever. The ancient monsters lurking deep in the Forbidden Mountains were no longer a threat. He returned to Big Stone Village in the dark. The villagers were all sound asleep, the dirt roads shrouded in silence. He vaulted into his own yard and pushed open the main door. Xiaohei, roused by the noise, darted out from beside the stove, wagging his tail and rubbing against Liu Shan's pant leg. Liu Shan patted the dog's head, then turned to latch the main door. Liu Xiaolan was sleeping soundly on the warm brick bed in the inner room, rolling over and snoring. Without disturbing his sister, Liu Shan tiptoed to the window. He fetched some cotton cloth and carefully sealed every gap in the window frame. Ensuring no light could escape, he struck a match and lit the kerosene lamp. He placed the lamp steadily on the immortal table. Closing his eyes, Liu Shan focused his mind on the space within his consciousness. The wooden crate and green ammunition box materialized instantly on the table. Liu Shan opened the crate and took out the Type 56 rifle. Fresh from the factory, it was coated in a layer of yellow grease. If he didn't wipe off all that anti-rust oil, the gun could easily jam or even explode when fired. Liu Shan found a clean piece of rag and poured a bowl of kerosene. He gripped the rifle with both hands, pressing his thumb against the catch behind the receiver cover. With a firm push forward, the cover sprang open with a satisfying click. Liu Shan removed the recoil spring and carefully extracted the bolt. The metal parts came apart one by one in his rough palms. The firing pin, extractor, and gas tube were all laid out on the table. The craftsmanship of this military rifle was incomparable to the crude guns made by the village blacksmith. Every part exuded a cold, decisive lethality. Liu Shan took the rag, dipped it in kerosene, and meticulously wiped the grease off each metal component. His hands, steady from years of hunting, moved with swift precision. He scrubbed the firing pin, removing the excess oil grime. Even the rifling inside the barrel was polished to a gleaming shine with strips of cloth. The scent of kerosene mingled with gun oil in the room. After cleaning all the parts, Liu Shan used a dry cloth to wipe away any remaining residue. He began reassembling the deadly weapon. The gas tube snapped into place, the firing pin slid into the bolt. The bolt glided along the rails into the receiver, the recoil spring braced against the rear, and the receiver cover clicked shut with force. Every part fit together perfectly with no excess play. Liu Shan gripped the charging handle with his right hand and pulled it back sharply. He released it abruptly, and the bolt slammed forward with the force of the spring. Click! The metallic clang echoed through the hall. The sound was crisp and decisive, sending a wave of satisfaction through Liu Shan. He worked the bolt several times, the motion growing smoother with each repetition. Liu Shan opened the green iron ammunition box. He grabbed a handful of military bullets. The weight of these steel core rounds was far heavier than the crude lead shot he used before. One by one, Liu Shan pressed the bullets into the 10-round magazine. After loading 10 rounds, he raised the rifle and pressed the stock against his shoulder. He squinted his left eye, aligning the rear sight with the front sight post, aiming at the flame of the kerosene lamp. The military rifle sight radius was exceptionally long, offering a crystal-clear view. The stock pressed against his cheek, filling him with an overwhelming sense of control over life and death. With this genuine weapon, the big game became mere targets. Liu Shan set down the rifle, wrapped it in a dry cloth, and stored it away in his spatial dimension. He blew out the kerosene lamp, took off his shoes, and climbed onto the warm brick bed. His mind was consumed with anticipation for the next day's test firing. Come dawn, he would head to the desolate gully behind the mountain to personally witness the devastating power of these bullets. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Liu Shan climbed from the heated Kong bed and pushed open the door. A crisp chill of early morning drifted in from outside. Xiaohei was sprawled asleep on the threshold. Hearing the movement, it instantly sprang to its feet. The larger black dog trotted over with its tail wagging, rubbing against Liu Shan's pant leg. "Let's go. I'll let you hear something impressive," Liu Shan whispered, lowering his voice as he opened the main gate. One man and one dog slipped out along the wall before the villagers had stirred. Liu Shan did not head toward the old forest. Instead, he led Xiao He around the village and ducked straight into a desolate gully behind Dashixi village. No woodcutters came here regularly, only tangled rocks and wild weeds. He followed the gully inward, walking until he reached a dead end at its deepest point. Tall lush cliffs rose on three sides. Even if he fired here, any noise would not carry far. Liu Shan halted and surveyed the terrain within the dry ravine. He glanced up at the morning sky. The villagers of Dashixi had hardly risen yet. It was the perfect time to test the rifle. Liu Shan planted his feet and began scanning for a target. 100 paces away stood a wild Chinese ash tree. Its trunk was exceptionally sturdy, the wood dense and hard, ideal for testing the penetrating power of a firearm. He began backing away, measuring the distance step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Only after retreating a full 100 paces did Liu Shan come to a stand. For hunting in the old forest, this was already a considerable distance. A standard homemade hunting gun could barely scratch the bark at 30 or 40 paces with its scattered shot. But the Type 562 was different. It was a military-grade rifle with a marked range far beyond ordinary hunting weapons. Liu Shan connected his mind to his spatial dimension, and the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle materialized instantly in his hands. The cold weight of the metal and the wooden stock settled into his palm, impressively solid. He turned to look at Xiao He. "Go lie down over there. Stay quiet." The black dog, remarkably intelligent, obediently trotted to a nearby pile of dry grass and lay down. Liu Shan turned back, spread his feet firmly, and grasped the charging handle with his right hand, pulling it all the way back. He released the bolt, and it snapped forward, chambering around. Click! The sharp sound echoed through the ravine, heartening to hear. Liu Shan shouldered the rifle, pressing the stock firmly into the hollow of his right shoulder. His left hand supported the forend, and his cheek rested against the stock. He closed his left eye. Through the notch of the rear sight, his right eye aligned the front sight post directly with the trunk of the Chinese ash 100 paces away. Liu Shan drew a deep breath and held it in his chest. Every muscle in his body tensed, and his aim remained perfectly steady. His index finger slowly rested on the trigger, pressing backward with incrementally increasing force. Bang! The gunshot erupted through the ravine. The tremendous echo ricocheted back and forth between the earthen cliffs, leaving his ears ringing. A burst of flames spat from the muzzle. A powerful recoil slammed into Liu Shan's shoulder, yet he did not stagger an inch, absorbing the force with iron discipline. Wild birds perched atop the cliff were startled into chaotic flight. Xiao He jumped in fright, springing from the grass. It barked twice toward the target and looked around nervously. Liu Shan lowered the rifle. Ignoring Xiao He, he strode purposefully toward the Chinese ash. The 100 paces were covered in moments. He approached the trunk and examined it closely. The entry wound was merely a small black hole, the surrounding bark scorched dark by intense heat. Liu Shan circled to the opposite side of the trunk and looked through. What he saw made his eyes widen in astonishment. The exit wound had blown open a cavity the size of a wide-bowled basin. Splinters of the rock-hard Chinese ashwood curled outward in every direction. Bark and wood chips littered the ground. The bullet had not stopped after piercing through the trunk. It drove straight into the lush cliff behind it, gouging a deep crater. Liu Shan reached out and touched the curled wood fragments. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he could not help but mentally commend the weapon. The devastating power was truly formidable. From 100 paces it had punched clean through the hardest ash trunk. If this struck a wild beast, it would shred internal organs instantly. Liu Shan turned, holding the Type 562 in one hand. His confidence surged like never before. With steel core ammunition designed for large game, nothing in the middle layers of the old forest could stop him. "What's a black bear to me?" Liu Shan sneered and patted the barrel. "Next time I meet one, I'll blow its skull clean off," Liu Shan thought, and the still warm rifle vanished back into his spatial dimension. "Xiao He, let's go home. We're having a real feast." Liu Shan beckoned the dog and walked out of the gully. The sun had already begun cresting the eastern hills, painting them with a faint red glow. Dashixi village was beginning to stir, the occasional rooster crow breaking the morning silence. Back home, Xiaolan was still asleep on the warm Kong in the inner room. Liu Shan walked to the water vat, scooped a ladle of cool water, and drank it down in long gulps. The cool water soothed his throat and relaxed his entire body. Sitting on the long wooden bench, his mind began calculating what lay ahead. He had the rifle, and he had tested its power. Now everything was in place save for the final opportunity. The massive black bear hiding in that muddy swamp would not survive the summer. Once he eliminated the bear, he could step into the inner forest without fear. The underground cellar left by the old ginseng hunter, along with the century-old wild ginseng, all awaited him. Liu Shan clenched his fist. In these times, only with a true weapon in hand could one stand tall. He would use this Type 562 to carve out a real domain for himself in the ancient forests surrounding Dashixi village. Just then a rustling sound came from the inner room. Liu Shan rubbed her eyes and peeked out from behind the door curtain. Brother, where did you go? Why do you smell like damp earth? The young girl sniffed the air and asked in her clear, bright voice. I just took a walk in the back hills to stretch my legs, Liu Shan replied, standing up and brushing the yellow dust from his pant legs. Go wash your face. Today I'll make you a proper feast. We're having steamed buns stuffed with white flour and meat. At the mention of meat buns, Liu Shan cheered and sprinted into the courtyard to fetch a basin of water. Liu Shan turned to the stove and connected his mind to his spatial dimension. He summoned 20 caddies of wild boar meat rich with both fat and lean, along with half a rack of wild boar spare ribs. He tossed the ribs to Xiaohei, who had been drooling and wagging its tail eagerly. The big black dog snatched the ribs and scampered to the corner, gnawing on them with great enthusiasm. Liu Shan picked up the boning knife from the cutting board. With swift practiced strokes, he chopped the wild boar meat into large chunks, then minced it into coarse filling. This old wild boar was covered in thick fat, making the mince extraordinarily rich and oily. He grabbed a paper bag of premium wheat flour and measured out 2 large bowls of refined white flour. Adding cool water, he kneaded the dough vigorously on the wooden board with both large hands. The finest flour, completely free of bran, produced a smooth, luminous dough. Liu Shan pinched off pieces of dough and flattened each into a wrapper with his palm. He stuffed each with generous handfuls of wild boar filling, sprinkled a pinch of coarse sea salt for flavor, and sealed them into buns the size of an adult's fist. He fed dry pine wood into the stove pit, filled a large iron pot with water, and stacked 2 bamboo steamers inside. Arranging all the buns neatly on the steamer trays, he covered them with a wooden lid. Flames licked the bottom of the pot, and within moments thick clouds of steam billowed up. The aroma of white flour mingled with the rich scent of wild boar fat, spreading through the room. Worried the smell might escape the yard and invite envy, Liu Shan quickly closed the main hall door tightly. After roughly half an hour, he lifted the lid. The plump, snowy white meat buns filled the bamboo steamer to the brim, each puff perfectly risen. Xiaolan, breakfast is ready. Liu Shan used chopsticks to transfer 2 large buns into a rough porcelain bowl and handed them over. Xiaolan did not wait for them to cool and bit into a bun with both hands. The snow-white wrapper enveloped the juicy meat filling, and rich oils exploded across her tongue. Brother, this is incredible. All the filling is full of meat juice. The girl's face glistened with oil as she held the bowl and praised the food enthusiastically. Liu Shan himself grabbed a bun and devoured it in 3 or 4 bites. In these times, even a city factory director would struggle to enjoy such pure meat and fine flour during festivals. The siblings ate heartily, finishing more than a dozen large meat buns between them, each one stuffed to fullness. The remaining buns Liu Shan stored entirely in his spatial dimension, saving them for provisions on future mountain trips. Days slipped by, and the full force of midsummer settled in. The heat pressed down like a giant steamer with not a whisper of wind. Crops in the fields withered under the vicious sun. Inside, the old forest vegetation flourished, growing wildly to over a person's height. Animal trails leading into the mountains were completely blocked by tall grass and thorny vines. The people of Dashi village toiled in the fields under the scorching sun day after day. Meanwhile, Liu Shan had avoided venturing into the deep forest these past few days, staying in his large tiled roof house to recuperate. Sitting in the shade of his courtyard, he mentally scanned his resources. His storage held ample food supplies, including hundreds of caddies of wild boar and horse deer meat stacked high. Flour and coarse sea salt would last him over half a year. Most crucially, his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle sat prominently displayed, its magazine fully loaded. Time had come to settle old scores in the deep forest. Liu Shan opened his eyes, rose from his stool, and walked back into the main hall. Xiaolan, I'm heading into the deep mountains today. Keep the door barred while I'm gone. He slung the water canteen around his neck and called out to the house. Brother, come back early. I'll grab steamed buns from the pot myself at noon. Liu Xiaolan poked her head out and waved. Liu Shan opened the courtyard gate and stepped out with He Xiao. Summers in the forest brought swarms of mosquitoes, biting flies, snakes, and ants. At the village entrance, Liu Shan grabbed 2 handfuls of yellow clay and smeared it around his pant legs to ward off insects. Man and dog trekked along the yellow dirt road outside the village, pressing straight for the rear mountain under the harsh sun. This time, entering the mountains, Liu Shan's mindset had completely shifted. Last time, when that massive black bear had chased him through the middle layer, he'd only survived by retreating quickly. Today, armed with a military-grade weapon, he was no longer prey fleeing for his life. He was going as a true hunter. He Xiao, stay sharp. Today I'm taking you to reclaim our turf. Liu Shan patted the dog's head, his gaze turning cold and fierce. He Xiao seemed to sense the killing intent radiating from his master, and stopped panting with its tongue lolling out. The large black dog kept its mouth shut, ears perked upright, stepping forward with steady light movements. Beyond the outer ridge, the old forest's middle layer was filled with towering trees. The dense canopy blocked the sun overhead, easing the stifling heat slightly. Liu Shan didn't linger in these outer areas. Swinging his axe to clear the blocking weeds, he set his direction and pressed straight for the deepest part of the middle layer. His objective was singular. It was that muddy bog. The black bear had claimed the territory, and today he intended to drive it out. Man and dog spent over half an hour navigating through the forest. The air grew increasingly humid and oppressive, carrying a pungent, putrid smell of mud. Liu Shan halted and sheathed his mountain axe at his waist. "We're here right in this clearing," he murmured to He Xiao, pressing down gently on the dog's neck. He Xiao immediately dropped into the mud, emitting a low whine from its throat. Its tail tucked tightly between its hind legs, body shrinking closer to Liu Shan's legs. The dog's memory was sharp. It recognized the scent immediately as the place where they'd nearly lost their lives last time. "Stay down and don't move. Today bro's going to avenge us." Liu Shan crouched and rubbed the dog's head to calm its fears. Using a thick tree trunk for cover, he crept forward a few steps in a crouch. The view ahead opened up to reveal the muddy swamp. Liu Shan closed his eyes to catch his breath, then suddenly widened them, his X-ray vision activating instantly. His gaze penetrated through the thickets and toxic miasma. 200 paces away, near the edge of the mud pit, lay a massive red glow. The bearer of that glow was hunched over with its black rump elevated, two enormous bare paws clawing wildly at the muddy ground. The black bear dug up a large chunk of muddy rotten tree root and shoved it into its mouth, chewing greedily. This was the dominant bear occupying the swamp, a beast weighing at least 500 or 600 caddies by its size. A single swipe from those paws could shatter even the hardest bluestone. Liu Shan deactivated his X-ray vision and rubbed his tired eyes with a cold smile. Last encounter with this beast, he'd been armed with nothing but a worn hunting rifle that couldn't even penetrate the bear's hide, forcing him to flee like a stray dog. But today the roles had completely reversed. The hunter and the hunted had swapped places entirely. With a thought, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle materialized in his hands. The rifle had been scrubbed spotless, free of any excess grease. Liu Shan's right hand gripped the charging handle and pulled it back with full force. He released it in one motion, the bolt snapping forward with spring tension. Click! The metallic ring of iron echoed through the forest as the chamber loaded. The sound wasn't loud, but the distant bear's ears were razor sharp. It caught the anomaly instantly. It spat out the rotten root and rose to its full height. Its two face basin-sized paws hung in the air as it turned its black head, scanning for the source of the sound. This beast had dominated the inner perimeter year after year, never once knowing what fear tasted like. It could never have imagined that the two-legged prey that had fled last time would dare return today, armed with lethal iron. The massive black bear stood upright, its black snout pointing skyward as it sniffed repeatedly. Liu Shan didn't flinch. He bent down, scooped up a handful of dry soil, and scattered it into the air. The dirt blew back toward his face with the wind. Good wind direction. Liu Shan grinned, silently spitting out the grit from his mouth. He was positioned downwind. All the human scent and metallic odor on his body was carried away behind him. The black bear couldn't catch a trace. Unable to locate its enemy, the massive bear grew agitated. It dropped to all fours, opened its blood-filled maw, and unleashed a thunderous roar across the swamp. The sound shook the surrounding grass until it trembled. "Stay right here. You don't move until I call you." Liu Shan glanced back and warned He Xiao, then rose to his feet with the Type 56 rifle in hand. He bent low, using scattered brush on the ground for cover, and moved toward a massive boulder to his front left. The bluestone was about half a person's height, perfect for resting the rifle, closing the distance to the black bear to just over 100 paces. Behind the boulder, Liu Shan laid the barrel flat across its surface. He spread his legs for stability and pressed the stock firmly into the crook of his right shoulder. His left hand supported the forend, his cheek pressed against the stock. Liu Shan closed his right eye and aligned his left eye through the notch of the rear sight, settling the front sight post into place. A bear's skull is incredibly dense. Deviate even slightly, and the bullet risks glancing off. Old hunters know that when hunting bears, you must aim for the base of the ear, where the path leads straight to the brain, ensuring a single fatal strike. The tip of the front sight rested precisely on the base of the black bear's left ear. The bear was still shaking its head in anger. Liu Shan drew a deep breath and held it, his index finger wrapping around the trigger, applying steady, gradual pressure. Bang! An explosive report rang out near the edge of the swamp. A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle, and the tremendous recoil numbed Liu Shan's shoulder. The bullet tore through the air and punched straight into the base of the black bear's ear. Its brutal, destructive power erupted in full at that moment. The projectile detonated inside the flesh, and the overwhelming kinetic energy blew half the bear's skull apart. The massive black bear never even managed to scream. Its 500 or 600 caddy body collapsed like a fallen timber trunk. Blood mixed with white brain matter oozed into the mud. The bear twitched twice and went completely still. Woof! Woof! He Xiao, watching from a distance as the giant creature fell, jumped up and barked wildly in excitement. Liu Shan shouldered his rifle and strode out from behind the boulder's cover. He waded through the mud to the black bear's corpse, gazing at the shattered skull on the ground, then back at the smoking Type 56 in his hands. Now this is what a true hunter's legendary weapon looks like. One shot to crush the overlord of the deep mountains. Liu Shan kicked the bear's bloated belly with his foot, confirming the beast was thoroughly dead. The hide and flesh that a traditional hunting rifle couldn't penetrate were as fragile as paper against a bullet. No hesitation, no dangerous struggle. One shot, one kill. That was the terrifying power of modern standard-issue weaponry. With this rifle in hand, the forbidden zones within the inner perimeter of the old forest would be completely trampled beneath his feet. Xiaohe circled the black bear's carcass. The big black dog growled low in its throat, opening its mouth as if to bite it a few times for spite. Liu Shan raised his leg to block Xiaohe. Don't bite, this one is our great benefactor. Liu Shan slung the Type 56 rifle over his back. He crouched down, pressed both hands on the black bear's spine, closed his eyes, and connected his mind to the space within him. He murmured inwardly, collect. The black bear's corpse vanished. The moment the bear entered the space, something changed. A dull thunderclap echoed in Liu Shan's mind. A current of air burst from the depths of the space and surged to his crown. This black bear had lived for countless years, its body saturated with the mountain wild's fortune accumulated in this ancient forest. The fortune rushed into the space, shattering the original equilibrium. Liu Shan's vision went dark, his body swayed, and he sat down in the muddy ground. Ignoring the dirty water, he sank his mind into the space to investigate. Inside, the space transformation was underway. The dense mist that had surrounded the original area of a dozen cubic meters was receding. The territory expanded inch by inch, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. The hundreds of pounds of wild boar and elk meat that had been piled in the corner now occupied only a small patch. But this was not all. In the center of the newly expanded area, a crack split open in the black earth. The sound of bubbling water echoed in Liu Shan's mind. A spring burst forth from the fissure underground. The water surged more and more, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. After the puddle filled, the spring no longer overflowed, only churning bubbles at its center. Liu Shan stared in amazement, bringing his mind closer to the spring. A cool, refreshing aura rushed toward him. This was no ordinary mountain spring. A layer of white mist rose above the water's surface. This was a spirit spring born from absorbing the bear's fortune. Liu Shan opened his eyes, panting heavily. He pushed himself up from the mud with both hands. This intermediate level space and the spirit spring were treasures that could defy fate and change his destiny. With this water, whether for healing injuries, saving lives, or strengthening his body, he now possessed his greatest trump card. The spirit spring continued to bubble. Liu Shan scrutinized the black soil around the spirit spring. As he looked, he discovered something even stranger. Originally, the space was absolutely static. Anything placed inside became lifeless. Not even a blade of grass could grow. But now, on the black mud beside the spirit spring, tender green sprouts emerged. The sprouts grew rapidly, soon spreading into a patch of emerald grass the size of a palm. Alive. This place can hold living things. Liu Shan's heart raced with excitement. He opened his eyes and looked around. He rummaged through the rotting leaves by the swamp. With a swift grab, he caught a green frog. The frog struggled in his hand, its slippery body trying to escape. Liu Shan held the frog with both hands and focused his mind. He tossed the living frog into the new area of the space. Previously, if he put a living creature inside, it would instantly become a lifeless object. Liu Shan held his breath, staring at the large frog in the space. The frog landed on the grassy ground beside the spirit spring. Not only did it not die, but it puffed its cheeks and croaked twice. Then, with a kick of its hind legs, it leaped into the spring pool and swam happily. It's truly a living creature enclosure now. Liu Shan pumped his fist. The space was now completely divided into two halves. The area where the wild boar and elk meat had been stored remained a dead still preservation zone, where meat would not spoil. Meanwhile, the area around the newly emerged spirit spring had become a living, breathing land. Time flowed here with water and grass capable of sustaining living things. Liu Shan's mind worked quickly. This living creature enclosure function was incredibly practical. In the future, if he encountered half-grown wild boar piglets or unweaned elk calves deep in the mountains, he wouldn't need to shoot them dead. He could capture them alive and throw them into the space to raise. With spirit spring water to drink and grass to eat, it was like carrying a never-ending live meat farm with him. Deer, antler, elk meat, wild boar fat. He could now continuously produce them himself. Even if all the game in the world died out, he and his sister would never go hungry. Xiaohe, we've struck it rich. Liu Shan broke his focus and looked down at the big black dog by his feet. Xiaohe wagged its tail, came forward, and sniffed the scent on Liu Shan. It sensed a pleasant, fresh fragrance emanating from its master. Liu Shan took the rifle off his back and held it in his hands. The biggest obstacle, the black bear, had been dealt with and the space had upgraded. Now, on the edge of this ancient forest's inner region, nothing could block his path. He looked up at the sun in the sky. Let's go. While it's still light, we'll clear out that earthen shelter as a base. Liu Shan called out, leading Xiaohe around the muddy swamp. Man and dog crept toward the hidden old wooden cabin beneath the slope. Xiaohe, keep your eyes sharp. Sniff around to see if there are any other living creatures. Liu Shan said in a low voice. Xiaohe pressed its black nose to the rotting leaves, sniffed in circles a few times, then wagged its tail at Liu Shan, indicating the area was safe. Liu Shan walked to the side of the slope and used his hatchet to push aside the man-high wild grass. The broken wooden roof shaped like an inverted V was revealed. Most of the dugout shelter was buried beneath the slope, covered with thick tree trunks, mud, and moss blending into the hillside. Liu Shan approached the entrance of the shelter. The entrance was a small doorway that required crouching to enter. The door plank had long rotted into a pile of splintered wood. This old ginseng hunter must have been from decades ago. The door has turned to mud. Liu Shan kicked away the rotten wood, ducked his head, and crawled inside. Xiaohei followed, wagging its tail. The interior of the shelter was small, barely enough for a bed and a stove pit, with a musty smell of earth. It was pitch black inside, but Liu Shan had penetrative vision. He could see in the dark as clearly as in broad daylight. He looked around. The walls were compacted hard earth, solid and unbroken. In the corner stood a stone-heaped Kong bed, its mat long rotted away. On the ground lay two rusty short-handled shovels, their wooden handles crumbling at a touch. This place is perfect. Out of the wind and rain here in the inner forbidden zone, it's like an iron fortress. Liu Shan felt the sturdy earthen wall, a sense of security settling in. Deep in this man-eating ancient forest, having a safe underground bunker brought more peace of mind than finding a gold ingot. But leaving the door wide open won't do. If we rest here at night, the wind will blow and wild beasts can directly sneak in. Liu Shan turned around and crawled out of the dugout. He unfastened the splitting axe from his waist and walked to a pine forest beside the earthen slope. Spotting a few red pine branches, he swung his axe with a few sharp chops, cut them down, and dragged them back. He was quick and nimble, using the axe to strip the bark off the pine branches and cut them into pieces about the height of a man. Then he went to the edge of the swamp and pulled down several old mountain vines. Liu Shan sat at the entrance of the dugout, arranging the cut sticks in a row and binding them together with the mountain vines, his hands moving swiftly up and down. In less than an hour, he had fashioned a sturdy wooden door. He carried the wooden door over, fitted it into the doorway, and tested it. It fit perfectly. As long as a crossbar was wedged from inside, even a wild boar trying to dig its way in with its tusks wouldn't be able to force it open. Done. Liu Shan dusted off the wood shavings from his hands and pushed the wooden door open. He stepped into the dugout, and with a flick of his mind, he retrieved a bundle of dry wild grass and a tattered wolfskin he had been reluctant to sell from his space. He spread the dry grass over the stone sleeping platform, covered it with the wolfskin, and a soft warm bed was ready. Liu Shan plopped down onto the wolfskin, feeling utterly comfortable. The dugout was cool in summer and warm in winter, with none of the outside heat seeping in. He unfastened his water canteen from his waist and was about to take a drink when he suddenly remembered the new spiritual spring that had appeared in his space. That water, it emerged after absorbing the black bear's fortune, must be highly nourishing. Liu Shan stood up and walked out of the dugout. Behind the earthen slope, he found a patch of wild mountain bamboo. He picked one stalk and with a single axe stroke cut off a section. Using his curved knife, he smoothed the cut end of the bamboo and fashioned it into a bamboo tube. Liu Shan held the tube, closed his eyes, and sent his mind into the space. He manipulated the tube to scoop up a full tube of water from the churning spiritual spring. When he opened his eyes, the bamboo tube appeared in his hand with a faint wisp of cool air rising from it. Liu Shan brought the tube to his lips and took a small sip. As soon as the water entered his mouth, a refreshing sweetness rushed straight to his forehead. When he swallowed, it felt like a gentle flame spreading instantly through every limb and joint of his body. After trekking so many mountain paths today and the tense killing of the black bear, his sore muscles suddenly relaxed completely. Good stuff. Truly divine water. Liu Shan's eyes widened, and he took another big gulp. He couldn't bear to drink the remaining half tube. I must take this back for Xiaolan to taste. This water can definitely cure illness. Liu Shan stuffed the mouth of the bamboo tube with a rag and tucked it into his belt. He closed the dugout door and scattered some rotten leaves at the entrance as camouflage. Xiaohei, let's go. We're returning with a full load today, home. Liu Shan led Xiaohei down the mountain. By the time the sun was about to set, he trudged along the yellow earth road into Dashi village. A few men who had just finished work in the fields were hunched over from hunger like walking corpses. Seeing Liu Shan stride past them, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Liu Shan ignored them and walked straight to his own tiled house. He knocked 3 times on the door. Xiaolan, big brother is back. Open the door. The latch clattered and Liu Xiaolan poked out half her head. Brother, you're back so early today. The little girl pulled open the gate and helped Liu Shan brush the dust off his trouser legs. Liu Shan slipped into the yard and bolted the door behind him. He walked into the main room, took off his rifle, and hung it on the wall. Xiaolan, go get a clean big bowl. Liu Shan unhooked the bamboo tube from his waist and set it on the square table. Liu Xiaolan acknowledged and ran to the cupboard to fetch a large bowl. Brother, what's in this bamboo tube? It's giving off cool air. Liu Shan pulled out the stopper from the bamboo tube and poured the spiritual spring water into the big bowl. The water was clear and bright, sloshing in the bowl, emitting a faint fragrance of grass and trees. This is the divine water your brother found deep in the mountains. Liu Shan lifted the bowl and brought it to his sister's lips. Drink it quickly. This water will make you grow taller and you'll never get sick again. Liu Xiaolan blinked her eyes, took the bowl with both hands, and drank it down in gulps. The water was so delicious, sweeter than well water with brown sugar. The little girl finished the half bowl of water in one breath, even licking her lips. Brother, this water is really sweet. As soon as she said that, Liu Shan frowned. Brother, why is my stomach suddenly so hot? It's like a little stove burning inside. Liu Shan took his sister's hand. The little girl's palm was scorching hot and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. But that wasn't all. As the sweat emerged, Liu Shan noticed that a layer of oily grime was seeping out on Xiaolan's forehead, neck, and the back of her hands. The grime gave off a sour, stinking odor. Liu Shan understood clearly. This was the spiritual spring water taking effect. During the Great Famine these past years, Xiaolan had been eating chaff and wild vegetables every meal, even gnawing on tree bark, and toxins and root causes of illness had accumulated in her body. Now the spiritual spring water was washing out the filth from deep within her bones. Don't be afraid, this is a good sign. Liu Shan comforted her, then walked to the stove. With a flick of his mind, he poured half a pot of well water into the large iron wok and stuffed a handful of dry firewood into the stove pit. He lit the fire, pulled the bellows, and in no time the water was boiling hot. Liu Shan ladled the hot water into a large wooden basin and carried it into the inner room. Xiaolan, go take a bath and scrub off all the black grime. He took out an old towel from the cabinet and handed it to her, then retreated to the main room and closed the door. The sound of splashing water came from the inner room. After about half an hour, the sound of water stopped. Brother, I'm done washing. Liu Shan lifted the door curtain and walked in. When he saw her, he was completely stunned. His sister, who had been covered in black grime moments ago, now looked like a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg. Her originally sallow and withered little face was now fair with a rosy glow so tender that it seemed it could be pinched to yield water. Even her once dry and yellow hair had turned glossy black. Oh my, is this still my little scrawny monkey? Liu Shan grinned from ear to ear, reaching out to pinch Xiaolan's cheek. Brother, I'm not skinny anymore. Xiaolan spun around in joy. The power of this spiritual spring water was even stronger than a century-old wild ginseng from the black market. Now Xiaolan's root cause of illness and deficiencies were completely made up, for her physical foundation was even stronger than that of a wealthy city girl. Liu Shan was overjoyed inside. With this spiritual spring, he had a get-out-of-death-free card in this year of famine. Hungry? Big brother will stew some meat for you right now. Liu Shan turned and walked out of the inner room. He glanced at Xiao He, who was wagging his tail at his feet. This spiritual spring water couldn't be just for humans. This big black dog was his top helper when he risked his life in the mountains. Liu Shan found a broken wooden bowl, poured the last mouthful of spiritual spring water from the bamboo tube into it, and set it in front of Xiao He. Drink up, old partner. After drinking, you'll quickly put on some fat, and from now on you'll follow me and enjoy the good life. Little Black had long caught the pleasant aroma from the water and leaned in, lapping vigorously with its massive tongue. Within moments, it had licked the spirit spring water clean, leaving the bowl gleaming at its base. After finishing the water, Little Black snorted loudly, turned, and prepared to return to the corner to lie down. Just 2 steps and the big black dog's body suddenly froze. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground, whimpering from its throat. Little Black's 4 legs kicked frantically, its body arched into a curved shape. Liu Shan was startled and quickly crouched to stroke the dog's head. The moment his hand touched the fur, a crisp cracking sound echoed from within Little Black's body. The noise resembled roasted soybeans popping, resonating from its spine down to all 4 legs. Little Black writhed in pain on the ground, slapping the floor tiles with sharp cracks. Brother, what's wrong with Little Black? Did it eat something that stomach? Xiao Lan heard the commotion and rushed out from the inner room, her eyes brimming with anxious tears. It's nothing, it's shedding its old form and growing stronger. Liu Shan pulled his sister back, firmly preventing her from approaching. After the cracking sounds lasted the duration of a pipe smoke, the commotion finally subsided. Little Black lay panting heavily on the ground, a layer of black, oily sludge oozing from its body. This muck was thicker than what Xiao Lan had expelled, and the foul, fishy stench was nauseating. Good heavens, this spirit spring water has flushed out all the impurities from the dog's gut. Liu Shan rose to his feet, grabbed Little Black by the scruff of its neck, and dragged it directly into the courtyard. He walked to the well, grabbed the bucket, lowered it into the shaft, and hauled up a full container of cool water. Liu Shan took a gourd dipper and splashed the well water directly onto Little Black. The black sludge washed away with the stream into the muddy patches of the courtyard. You miserable beast, you stink something fierce. Liu Shan drew 5 full buckets from the well before the filthy dog was finally rinsed clean. Little Black shook its body vigorously, sending droplets flying from its fur. It rose to its feet, thrust its neck upward, and let out a long, mournful howl toward the sky. That call bore no resemblance to a dog's bark. It carried the untamed ferocity of a mountain wolf king. Liu Shan's eyes widened as he scrutinized the massive black dog from head to tail. Little Black had grown noticeably taller, now reaching Liu Shan's belt when standing upright. Dense muscles bulged beneath its coat, stretching the fur taut. What struck him most was the quality of its coat. Once cleansed, the black fur gleamed like premium silk, flawless and free of any stray hairs. Little Black turned its head to regard Liu Shan. The dog's gaze had transformed entirely. Where there had only been wildness before now sparkled a sharp, intelligent awareness uniquely human. Hey, are you becoming the heavenly hound? Liu Shan felt a surge of delight, and with a thought retrieved the thickest wild boar femur from his spatial storage. This bone was as hard as stone. Little Black would normally spend half the day gnawing at it. Liu Shan carried the femur into the courtyard and hurled it high into the air. Catch it! Little Black launched itself skyward with a powerful push of its hind legs, soaring over 2 meters into the air. Its jaws snapped shut around the bone mid-flight. Crack! The mighty boar femur split cleanly in two under Little Black's bite. Shattered bone fragments rained down around it. Little Black landed firmly, chewed twice, and swallowed both the marrow and bone shards whole. Its bite force had doubled. It could snap a wild wolf's neck in a single grip. Liu Shan stepped forward and pried the dog's jaws open for inspection. The teeth resembled a row of daggers, terrifyingly sharp. I've truly found a living treasure. This isn't a dog at all, but a black fiend incarnate. Liu Shan patted Little Black's back, grinning with satisfaction. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a strip of partially dried meat. Wrapping it in cloth, he circled the yard and tucked it beneath the rotting firewood pile in the corner. He pointed toward the woodpile and signaled to the dog. Little Black's black nose twitched twice in the air, ignoring the ground entirely. It bolted straight to the woodpile, pawed aside the dry branches, and precisely retrieved the wrapped meat strip. What a dog! That nose is more accurate than a compass. Liu Shan burst into laughter. After drinking the spirit spring water, Little Black's physical prowess, bite force, and sense of smell had all surged dramatically. With this divine hound leading the way, nothing in the deep mountains could escape their pursuit. Night fell. Liu Shan busied himself at the stove preparing a bowl of white noodle soup for Xiaolon. He devoured 2 large pieces of roasted venison before turning onto the heated Kong. Tomorrow he would venture into the inner perimeter of the old forest, the place no one dared to tread, with this divine hound at his side. By the next morning, before the roosters had finished their second crow, dawn was already breaking. Liu Shan rose at first light. Seated at the 8 immortal table, he meticulously inspected his mountain gear. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was polished to a shine, its magazine loaded to the brim. His mountain axe and curved blade honed sharp enough to slice through iron as though it were mud hung ready at his hips. Xiaolon, I'm traveling far today. Stay inside. There's cooled boiled water in the vat. Liu Shan slung the water skin over his neck and called toward the inner room. Xiaolon obediently agreed and ran out to help her brother unlatch the gate. Liu Shan stepped out of the courtyard with Little Black close at his heels. Man and dog hurried down the dirt road from Dashi village toward the back mountains. The villagers were all weeding in the fields, and the path stood empty. Liu Shan's strides were enormous as he crested the first ridge and entered the outer fringe of the ancient forest. The wild grass here grew taller than a person, completely obscuring the trail ahead. Liu Shan didn't even draw his axe, letting Little Black blaze the trail. The great black dog charged through the tall grass, carving a passage with its massive frame. In less than half an hour they breached the middle zone and reached the mire of rotting mud. A pallid poison fog drifted above the swamp, its sin enough to make one gag. The last time they'd been here, a great black bear had lurked in the mud pit, gnawing tree roots. Now that the black bear had already been absorbed into Liu Shan's spatial dimension, this territory posed no threat. Liu Shan reached the swamp's edge and found a long wooden pole to test the ground ahead. He jabbed it into the rotting mud several times, only stepping forward once he'd located solid ground. The marsh proved treacherous. Each step sank deep into black sludge. Liu Shan moved with painstaking caution, placing each foot deliberately. Little Black, meanwhile, splayed its forepaws and used the muddy surface for leverage, bounding across in mere strides. After what felt like a full pipe's worth of time, Liu Shan finally conquered the deadly wetland. He stood on a dry bluestone and vigorously shook the black muck from his shoes. Liu Shan lifted his gaze forward and saw everything transformed. Beyond the swamp lay the forbidden inner sanctuary of the ancient forest. The trees here were colossal. Multiple people couldn't encircle them with their arms. Moss and unnamed fungi carpeted the bark, while overlapping canopies blotted out the sun entirely. The forest floor was dark and damp, saturated with the pleasing fragrance of pine. Beneath his boots, red pine needles and decaying leaves formed a soft, yielding carpet. No living soul had ever dared tread here. There wasn't a single footprint to be found. Truly an untouched treasure land. Liu Shan removed the Type 56 from his back, widened his eyes, and activated his spatial vision instantly. Through the dense canopy his gaze pierced the woods to reveal countless shimmering light points. Some glowed white with precious medicinal herbs, others pulsed red with small game. The primordial riches of this inner sanctuary were staggering. Anything he gathered could fetch a fortune on the black market. Little Black sprinted circles on the pine needles, a restless growl rumbling in its throat. The undisturbed trails here carried an intensely concentrated animal scent. Its black nose pressed to the earth, locking onto a direction instantly. Found something valuable. Liu Shan deactivated his spatial vision and beckoned the dog forward. Gripping his rifle tight, he followed the great black dog deeper into the forest. Though treasure lay everywhere, this place also harbored countless beasts that could end a man's life. Liu Shan moved with extreme caution, ears straining for any sound around him. He intended to strip this untrodden sanctuary of its richest yields. In the inner ring of the old forest, the canopy blocked out the sunlight completely, and the ground was carpeted with rotting leaves. Liu Shan carried his rifle, moving without making a sound. Xiaohe ran ahead to clear the path, his black nose pressed against the ground, sniffing back and forth. No one had ever been to this place. The ground was crisscrossed with trails worn by beasts. Suddenly Xiaohe stopped, his front paws digging into the mud. It turned its head and bared its teeth at Liu Shan, a low growl rumbling in its throat. "Found something big?" Liu Shan asked in a hushed voice. Xiaohe said nothing, wagging its tail as it slipped into the dense shrubbery on the right. Liu Shan quickly followed, parting the wild Sichuan pepper bushes. The man and dog crept forward for about 100 steps until a mud pit appeared ahead. Beside the pit lay a large ring of broken branches and dry grass, clearly an old boar's nesting ground. Snort, snort. A series of grunts came from the nest. Liu Shan crouched low behind a large red pine, poking half his head out to peer inside. A massive wild boar covered in black fur was rolling beside the mud pit. The boar was enormous, its two tusks curving upward past its lips, radiating menace. Judging by its size, it must have weighed at least 250 pounds. Beside the male boar, 4 living creatures scrambled in the grass. They were newborn piglets, their bodies still striped like watermelons. What a perfect haul. Take the whole brood. A smirk crossed Liu Shan's face as he rested the barrel of his rifle on a tree trunk. He pressed his cheek against the wooden stock, squinting his left eye, and through the rear sight aligned the boar's ear, pulling back on the trigger. Bang! The bullet drove into the boar's skull. The 200-pound fierce beast didn't even manage a scream before its head exploded in a crimson hole. It collapsed straight into the mud pit, dead. At the sound of the gunshot, the 4 piglets scattered in panic. They scrambled on their short legs, diving wildly into the deep grass. "Xiaohe, block them all. Keep them alive." Liu Shan roared and charged out from behind the tree, rifle in hand. Xiaohe launched itself into the air, clearing the mud pit in a single bound. It didn't bite, but instead ran to the front, throwing its body sideways to block the piglet's escape route, then opened its jaws and let out a wolf-like howl. The 4 little boars froze in terror, trembling as they huddled together beneath rotting tree roots. Xiaohe used its nose to herd them, nudging and driving the frantic piglets until they all gathered in a small depression. Liu Shan strode over and looked down at the pile of striped piglets in the pit. "Nice work. Tonight you get a bonus. Big bones to chew." Liu Shan praised Xiaohe, then bent down and grabbed 2 of the piglets. The piglets kicked frantically in midair, squealing in distress. Liu Shan ignored their struggles and connected his consciousness to the mid-level space in his mind. "Go on in," he muttered inwardly and flicked his hands forward. The 2 live piglets in his hands vanished instantly. Then he tossed the remaining 2 into the space as well. Liu Shan closed his eyes and focused his attention inward. In the creature pen area of the space, the 4 piglets lay on the ground, dazed. Sensing the moist vapor rising from the nearby spiritual spring, they forgot their fear and shuffled over. The piglets crouched by the water puddle and lapped up the spiritual water greedily. After drinking, they actually started grazing on grass roots in the meadow, showing no ill effects whatsoever. Liu Shan opened his eyes and laughed aloud. Now my spatial breeding operation is officially up and running. He walked over to the boar, pressed his hand on its back, and with a thought securely stored it in the perishables preservation zone. Live ones bred, dead ones stored. This business was guaranteed profit. Liu Shan patted the mud off his hands and shouldered his rifle again. "Xiaohe, let's go? We're pressing deeper for more big game." Man and dog stepped over fallen leaves, continuing deeper into the ancient forest. The canopy blotted out all sunlight. They waded through a patch of waist-high ferns, and ahead a steep rock cliff face rose up. The cliff side was perpetually shaded, never seeing sunlight, and the air reeked of damp mildew. At the base of the cliff, green moss covered the ground, slick and treacherous. These damp, shadowy areas are where rare, medicinal herbs thrive. Liu Shan stopped and slung his rifle onto his back. He planted his feet firmly and widened his eyes. His X-ray vision activated instantly, and the scene before him transformed. The surrounding tree trunks and scattered rocks all became semi-transparent phantoms. Liu Shan rotated his head, carefully scanning the base of the cliff. He didn't see the red heat signatures of living creatures, but he could clearly perceive the energy flows beneath the ground. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to a bright glow at the foot of the cliff. It was a large mass of white light, dazzling to behold. The light emanated from a fallen, decaying log. Liu Shan's heart leaped with delight. He quickly deactivated his X-ray vision and rubbed his aching eyelids. Such intense radiance meant this was undoubtedly an aged premium medicinal herb. He drew his machete and chopped through the thorny vines blocking his way, making his way toward the base of the cliff. Xiaohe followed with its tail wagging, silent and obedient. Up close, Liu Shan saw it was a red pine that had fallen countless years ago. The trunk was extraordinarily thick. 2 grown men would need to stretch their arms to embrace it. The wood had long rotted, its surface encrusted with moss and poisonous mushrooms. Liu Shan leaned close and gently brushed aside a layer of decayed leaves with the handle of his axe. What was revealed beneath made Liu Shan suck in his breath sharply. Firmly nestled within the cracks of the rotting wood grew several enormous purple racier mushrooms. These racier mushrooms were massive. The largest cap was nearly the size of a traditional grinding stone. Their surfaces gleamed with a deep purple luster, each concentric ring clearly visible. A dusting of spore powder coated the tops, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Good heavens, what enormous purple racier! Liu Shan's eyes gleamed, nearly forgetting to breathe. Any veteran hunter knows that racier grows slowly in the mountains. Reaching the size of a wash basin counts as rare. These millstone-sized specimens required at least 100 years to mature. In these times, such top-grade precious herbs could be taken to the provincial herbal bureau or sold to boss hay enough to exchange for rooms full of rice and flour. This was a treasure trove handed to him on a silver platter. Liu Shan sheathed his machete and wiped his hands vigorously on his pants. He dared not yank them directly, afraid of damaging the racier roots. Liu Shan took out the small cloth pouch he had previously used for ginseng digging and retrieved a pointed pick carved from wild boar bone, approaching the rotten wood with great care. This bone pick carried no iron's murderous aura, making it ideal for excavating such precious herbs. Liu Shan gradually pried away the rotting wood wrapped around the racier roots. This task could not be rushed. He squatted half-crouched on the ground, not daring to draw a single breath. After scraping for over half an hour, he finally managed to pry out the largest purple lingji in one complete piece from between the wood cracks. The fungus felt remarkably heavy in his hand. Liu Shan cradled the lingji with both hands and mentally shifted it into his spatial storage, placing it beside the aged mountain ginseng. Then, wielding the bone picks, he carefully extracted the remaining smaller lingji clusters from the rotting timber. All of them disappeared into his spatial pocket, leaving behind only a few hollowed-out depressions in the ground. This inner zone is nothing short of a vault. Heavy treasures practically step up to you, Liu Shan murmured, rising to massage his aching lower back. With the bone picks secured in his cloth pouch, satisfaction settled over him. This expedition had already yielded a live wild boar piglet and top-grade medicinal herbs. A truly fortunate outing. Come on, Xiaohei, let's explore somewhere else. Liu Shan patted the hilt of his blade at his side and waved to his black dog. Together they trudged across the decaying leaf litter, following the shaded base of the cliff deeper into the mountain. The shaded area was utterly still, the air thick and humid. Not long after venturing forward, Liu Shan's nostrils flared. Amidst the damp, moldy atmosphere, he caught a faint, elusive sweetness. Xiaohei, do you smell that? The black dog lifted its head, snuffling the air, before turning its gaze upward toward the cliff face. Following the dog's line of sight, Liu Shan looked up. High above the ground on the rocky cliff, a palm-width crevice buzzed constantly as wild ground bees swarmed in and out. The sweet fragrance was emanating from that crevice. Well, I'll be a wild honeybee nest. Liu Shan's eyes lit up with excitement. Raw honey from these deep mountains was a potent tonic. Pure and unadulterated, it would nourish Xiaolan's vitality when dissolved in water. He remembered how before his uncle's family was taken away, Xiaolan could barely afford cornmeal porridge, let alone such precious sweetness. Back then, the desperate girl would scrape sweet tree roots from beneath the bark just to chew on them. The memory hardened his resolve. He would secure that honeycomb today, no matter what. Liu Shan slung his rifle across his back and studied the cliff base below. A long honeycomb stretched from the crevice, its golden honey dripping down the stone in thick, sugary threads. Reaching in barehanded would mean being stung into a swollen mess. Experienced hunters knew to use smoke to calm the bees first. Liu Shan turned and headed into the nearby pine grove, selecting fresh branches to chop with his axe. Green pine wood smoldered rather than flamed, producing thick smoke ideal for driving off insects. Bundling the pine branches together, he gathered dry grass and bound it all with an old vine, packing the grass at the base as tinder. Striking a match, Liu Shan ignited the dry grass. The flames quickly caught hold of the damp pine branches above. A plume of white smoke billowed upward. Gripping the makeshift torch, Liu Shan used protruding rocks as footholds and scaled the cliff face with practiced ease. Securing himself against a large boulder, he steadied his footing on the cliff and angled the smoking torch directly toward the crevice. The thick smoke poured into the cavity, overwhelming the bees with its pungent pine resin sting. They erupted from their nesting site in panic. Swarms of wild bees tumbled from the crevice, dazed by the acrid smoke, too disoriented to defend themselves. After nearly half an hour of smoking them out, not a single bee remained. The crevice and surrounding area were completely cleared. Liu Shan tossed the torch to the ground below and drew his curved blade, reaching into the crevice to slice through the honeycomb where it attached to the rock face. A massive, glistening comb came free in one piece, and golden honey began streaming down the stone as soon as it was detached. With a mental shift, Liu Shan summoned a basin from his spatial storage. The honeycomb settled securely inside, and he carved away the remaining residue from the crevice until it was completely emptied. The basin overflowed with comb and honey. Liu Shan hopped back to the ground balancing it in one hand, then dipped his finger into a drop of honey and tasted it. A rich sweetness exploded across his tongue, spreading warmth through his chest, and the wild floral aroma lingered long after swallowing. Incredible sweetness. Xiaolan would be overjoyed tasting this. Liu Shan laughed, weighing the basin in his hands. The honeycomb weighed at least 30 jin. While some would stay as a treat for Xiaolan, the rest could be sold through Black Yi at the county's black market. His contact at the black market had plenty of wealthy buyers with the right credentials. Pure mountain honey like this would fetch a fortune. Liu Shan licked the remaining sweetness from his fingers and crouched down. Come taste this, Xiaohei. He offered his honey-smeared finger to the black dog, who licked it eagerly with its broad tongue. The moment the honey touched its tongue, Xiaohei's tail wagged wildly, and a contented rumble vibrated in its throat. You greedy dog, even honey gets you excited. Liu Shan chuckled, patting the dog's head before storing the basin in his spatial storage's preservation chamber, where it would remain fresh for months. What luck today, let's press deeper. After extinguishing the fire and ensuring no embers remained, Liu Shan led Xiaohei away from the cliff. They left the shaded area and moved toward the denser woods beyond the inner perimeter, where ancient trees rose wild and thick, their decomposing leaf litter yielding softly underfoot. The forest felt eerily silent. No insect chorus broke the stillness. Liu Shan gripped his rifle and moved with deliberate caution. In the deep mountains, abnormal silence signaled danger. Xiaohei forged ahead 3 paces, scanning the path. Suddenly, Xiaohei froze, claws digging into the leaf litter as its body coiled tight like a drawn bow. Every black hair on its neck bristled. The dog, now a formidable beast enhanced by spiritual spring water, wouldn't react this intensely unless something deadly had approached. What is it? Liu Shan stopped and pressed himself against a massive red pine, his gaze snapping immediately to Xiaohei. The dog's snout pointed upward, nostrils flaring as it tracked scents drifting from the canopy above. The threat was in the trees. Liu Shan's heart tightened and his eyes shot open. In an instant, his X-ray vision activated. 3 blazing red glows flared up within the crowns of the 3 large trees to his left front. Those 3 heat sources exhibited sleek, streamlined forms lying motionless on the branches a dozen meters up. The intense red glow indicated that these beasts were brimming with vitality, undoubtedly apex predators. Liu Shan, his eyes unblinking, discerned their outlines through the gaps in the leaves. These beasts were covered in black spots like coins, their fur a dull yellow. Their build was robust, larger than ordinary wolves, with long tails flicking slightly behind the branches. Far Eastern leopards. Those 3 words burst into Liu Shan's mind. In the old forest, they were called earth leopards or coin leopards. These creatures were genuine jungle killers, swift as lightning, claws sharper than blades. When his father was alive, he had said that the most feared encounter in the deep mountains was not a black bear, but a silent earth leopard. Black bears were bulky, their movements loud, audible from afar. But the Far Eastern leopard moved without stirring a breeze, usually sleeping soundly in the forks of trees. Once they locked onto prey, they would follow through the canopy for miles, waiting until the prey let down its guard before striking. These 3 were clearly from the same litter, cooperating with each other. One watched from the front canopy, while the other 2 circled around from behind. They intended to trap Liu Shan and Xiaohei. Liu Shan stared at the 3 red glows, a chill creeping up his spine. If not for Xiaohei drinking the spirit spring water, which doubled its sense of smell and alerted him early, he would have already been pounced on by the leopards. The extreme danger of the inner map was fully displayed at this moment. Any creature that jumped out could be a life-taking menace. Liu Shan deactivated his X-ray vision, and the red glows vanished, his sight returning to normal. He straightened up. Instead of retreating, his gaze turned cold. A hunter who was scared off by prey might as well go home and hold a baby. Besides, what he now held in his hands was not a crude hunting gun. This was a genuine military rifle with 10 large-caliber steel-core rounds in the magazine. It could even blow open the skull of a 5 or 600-pound black bear, so a few wild leopards were nothing. Liu Shan sneered, his right hand gripping the bolt handle. Click! The round chambered smoothly. The sound was harsh in the forest, traveling directly to the canopy above. Rustling came from the leaves overhead. The 3 Far Eastern leopards had clearly heard the noise, their killing intent aroused. Liu Shan raised the rifle with both hands, the stock pressed against his shoulder. Xiaohei, step back. Liu Shan lowered his voice, staring at the canopy above, the muzzle angled upward, his index finger on the trigger. The forest was so still it seemed you could hear your own heartbeat. Suddenly, a rustling of leaves came from the branches a dozen meters above. The leading Far Eastern leopard could no longer restrain itself. The beast had caught the scent of human flesh and blood, its innate killing instinct fully unleashed. It clung to the bark, then with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, opened its great maw and lunged down from midair. A blur streaked through the forest straight for Liu Shan's neck. An ordinary hunter would have been paralyzed with fear. But Liu Shan stood his ground, not even shifting his feet. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he steadied the rifle's handguard and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots exploded in the forest. The recoil of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle slammed into his shoulder, but Liu Shan held firm. The bullets tore into the far eastern leopard's head. A burst of blood mist erupted in midair. The rounds pierced the leopard's skull, scrambling its brains into pulp. The leopard didn't even have a chance to land. It was dead in an instant. Immediately, chaotic commotion came from the canopy above. The remaining two far eastern leopards, originally planning to flank, saw their leader's head blown off in an instant and fled in terror. These beasts, usually dominating the mountains, had never encountered such a fire-spitting hard weapon. They abandoned the hunt, turned on the branches, snapped several dry twigs, and bolted deep into the forest, disappearing into the shadows in moments. Liu Shan lowered the rifle, casting a cold glance at the retreating leopards, too lazy to fire again. You run fast enough, lucky for you. He nudged the dead leopard with his foot. Before the Type 56, whether it was a black bear or an earth leopard, they were all just targets to be taken down with one shot. Xiao He padded over, sniffed the blood on the dead leopard, and wagged its tail excitedly. Liu Shan crouched down, examining the kill carefully. The head's completely shattered. What a shame about this fine fur. He stroked the golden fur of the leopard. Except for the skull, which was split open, the fur from the neck down was intact, not even a scratch. On the black market, a far eastern leopard skin with coin spots would fetch a sky-high price. Liu Shan pressed his hands on the leopard's corpse, his mind connecting to the space store. The far eastern leopard vanished, instantly landing in the dead items preservation zone of the space. Liu Shan stood up, slinging the rifle over his back. Today, just entering the inner area, he had caught a wild boarlet, dug up a purple Ganoderma, collected wild honey, and finally killed a far eastern leopard. The harvest from this mountain expedition was already substantial enough. There was no need to delve deeper. He looked up at the sky, obscured by the canopy. Xiao He, we're done for the day. Let's head home and rest. We still have to go into town tonight for important business. Liu Shan called out, leading the big black dog back along the path they came. Man and dog trudged through the decaying leaves, making their way down the mountain. By the time they crossed the ridge and returned to Dashi village, it was already pitch dark. Liu Shan slipped into the yard, entered the house, glanced at his sleeping sister, and did not disturb her. Xiao He, guard your little mistress. If anyone tries to climb the wall, no matter who, bite them to death. Liu Shan took a large bone from the space and tossed it to his companion. Xiao He rumbled twice, clearly understanding the command. It picked up the bone and lay down at the gate of the yard, acting as a guardian. With Xiao He's current size, even a few ordinary men couldn't get close. With it guarding his sister at home, Liu Shan felt at ease. Next, Liu Shan crouched in the yard, hastily splashing water on his face. Then he went to the stove, smeared something on his face and neck, put on a ragged shirt, and wrapped a tattered towel around his head. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed back into that withered, aged country old man. Liu Shan closed his eyes, his mind entering the space. He took the boning knife and skinned the far eastern leopard entirely within the space. The leopard's skin was glossy and smooth, its coin spots eye-catching. Then he cut a large piece of fresh fat from the dead wild boar. Liu Shan found a large sack, rolled the leopard skin, and placed it at the bottom, then piled the wild boar meat on top. He opened his eyes, climbed over the yard wall, and strode through the night straight toward the county town. An hour later, Liu Shan walked to the backyard of the large factory. With a mere thought, he hoisted the heavy sack onto his shoulder and knocked 3 times on the small wooden door. Da-da-da. After a moment, the door creaked open. Master He, wrapped in a long coat, stood behind it. Seeing Liu Shan carrying the sack inside, he quickly shut and secured the door. Brother, what giant treasure did you bring in the middle of the night? Master He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the sack slung over Liu Shan's shoulder. Liu Shan said nothing, strode to the table, and dumped the sack onto the ground. The thud echoed, making the enamel mug on the table rattle violently. Liu Shan sat on the long bench, tucking his hands into his tattered sleeve cuffs. 100 gene of fresh wild boar fat, with a prime hide included. Master He, inspect the goods yourself. Master He hurriedly squatted and untied the hemp rope securing the sack. Pulling back the layer of dry straw on top, he revealed chunk after chunk of glistening white wild boar fat, remarkably fresh. Master He swallowed hard and began lifting the pieces of pork out one by one, placing them onto a wooden cart beside him. Once the sack was emptied, he noticed a golden fur pelt tightly rolled at the very bottom. He pulled it out and unfurled it directly on the 8 Immortals table. The moment he caught sight of the distinctive black rosettes upon it, Master He gasped sharply, his blood running cold. Good heavens! A ground leopard! Master He's hand trembled, and he stumbled backward 2 steps, his eyes bulging with astonishment. Having spent years in the black market, he knew all too well how treacherous and elusive the far eastern leopard could be. This creature moved with terrifying speed. Even a party of 5 or 6 seasoned hunters armed with rifles often returned from the mountains empty-handed. Master He leaned forward, scrutinizing the leopard pelt with meticulous care. When his fingers brushed the area above the pelt's neck, they stopped abruptly. There was a neat circular hole. The fur around its edges had been scorched black by extreme heat. A thunderbolt struck Master He's mind, and he instantly pieced it together. This gunshot wound had to have been inflicted by the very same Type 56 semi-automatic rifle he had sold to Liu Shan just days earlier. A single bullet had blown apart this mountain assassin's skull clean. Master He turned his head to look at Liu Shan, who sat perfectly still upon the bench. The reverence in his eyes had completely overshadowed the calculating shrewdness of a merchant. To take down a Far Eastern leopard with one precise headshot in the pitch-black depths of an ancient forest, such eye and courage made him nothing short of the king of hell himself walking among mortals. Master He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his demeanor shifting to one of deep respect. Brother, I am thoroughly convinced by your prowess. He fished out a box of matches from his pocket and personally lit a cigarette for Liu Shan. This wild boar meat and leopard pelt are both absolute top-tier treasures on the black market. Standing by the table, Master He did a quick mental calculation. Brother, I know you're not short on paper currency. How about this? I'll handle the exchange myself and convert both the meat payment and the pelt payment entirely into hard commodity rice and wheat flour. What do you think? Liu Shan exhaled a ring of smoke and gave a slight nod. Very well. Master He truly understands the rules. In these times of famine, scarce grain, priced beyond the reach of ordinary folks, was the most reliable thing for survival. Upon seeing Liu Shan agree, Master He hurried out of the room to the backyard warehouse to arrange the goods. Not long after, he returned leading several trusted followers, each shouldering a large sack. Brother, here are 50 jin of genuine Northeast rice and 50 jin of premium wheat flour. Master He piled the sacks at Liu Shan's feet, then retrieved a large glass jar from the cabinet, plus a barrel of pure sesame oil and 2 jin of brown sugar. All on me as a small token of respect for you, brother. Liu Shan rose to his feet and hoisted the sack of grain and flour with one hand. The load was heavy, yet he didn't even bend his waist. All settled. Master He is a man of straightforward dealings. Liu Shan tucked the sesame oil and brown sugar securely into his coat. With these ration provisions in hand, he and Xiaolan could live like gods throughout the summer. The riches hidden within the inner zone had only begun to surface, and better days still lay ahead. Just as Liu Shan was about to take his leave, lifting one leg to step away, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Master He hurriedly caught up, pressed a hand against the doorframe, and called out in a hushed voice. Brother, wait. Liu Shan paused and turned to look at him. Master He poked his head out toward the backyard, scanning for any wandering souls. Finding no one about, he quickly pulled Liu Shan back inside. Liu Shan set the sack down, his gaze querying. Is there something else you need, Master He? Brother, I was so distracted by the pelt that I forgot to mention something crucial. Master He leaned close to Liu Shan, his voice lowered to barely a whisper, as though fearful of eavesdroppers beyond the walls. The covert asset I placed in the county armed department just sent word. Higher-ups have been cracking down heavily, and they're about to dispatch teams to the countryside for surprise inspections. They're specifically targeting the militia weapons inventory in each village, along with rooting out vagrants and unregistered residents. Word is that the provincial authorities have issued a directive for a major public security rectification campaign. The net is being drawn extremely tight. Liu Shan listened, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. Inspecting weapons and household registers. What does that have to do with our business? I'm merely an old peasant who I'm no outsider or unregistered drifter. Master He slapped his own thigh in agitation, his facial features twitching. Oh my dear brother, that Type 56 rifle in your possession, it was smuggled straight out of their warehouse. Although I've covered the books and made it appear as though the weapon was scrapped and destroyed, there's always the risk that someone might let the secret slip. Should the inspection work team arrive at your village and discover that rifle inside your home, both you and I will be feeding bullets. Liu Shan observed Master He's flustered countenance and understood clearly. This black market kingpin was nervous about being implicated and dragged down. He was giving Liu Shan a heads up beforehand so he could conceal the firearm. The Type 56 rifle rested peacefully within the spatial void in his mind. Even if outsiders turned village upside down from top to bottom, not a single gun fragment would be found. What constituted a desperate predicament for ordinary people was for him no obstacle at all, not even a small bump in the road. A dead end for others was merely a non-existence for him. Hey, you just rest assured. Liu Shan's tone was calm. I'm tight-lipped and steady-handed. The place where I hide things is so secret that even ghosts can't find it. Even if the armed forces move into my house and sleep on my Kong, they won't find a single clue. The hunting rifle I use is the one registered in the village. That real weapon will never show its face in public. Hearing Liu Shan's assurance, He let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his chin. Brother, I trust you completely, but we still have to guard against petty people. The countryside is poor and jealousy runs rampant. If your household is feasting on meat and fish every day, it's bound to attract envy. When the inspection team comes to the village, you'd better keep a low profile and not run into the line of fire. Liu Shan nodded, stood up, and picked up the sack again. Thank you for the advice, Yi. I'll remember this favor. In a few days when the heat dies down, I'll bring you that 50-year-old wild ginseng. With that, Liu Shan pushed open the door and strode into the night. Carrying the large sack, he left the pigeon market and deliberately walked through dark, deserted alleys. At the dead end of an abandoned brick kiln, he glanced around to confirm no one was there. With a flicker of his mind, the rice, flour, sesame, oil, and brown sugar on his shoulder vanished instantly. All the fine grains were neatly packed into the preservation zone of his space. Empty-handed and light-footed, Liu Shan hurried back to Dashi village. The late summer night breeze blew against him, carrying a hint of comfort. As he walked, he mulled over the intelligence He Yi had given him. The armed forces coming down to the village for an inspection was indeed a variable he had to guard against in advance. In Dashi village, those starving villagers had countless eyes fixed on his big tiled house, unknown numbers of them lurking in the shadows. If someone really wrote a tip-off letter and brought the armed forces to investigate him, even though they wouldn't find the real gun, it would still cause a lot of trouble. If they found the big iron pot and the white flower, that would be a serious crime of speculation. So he had to find a shield to stand in front. His position as a forest ranger was given by village chief Zhao Youcai, and the hunting rifle he used was registered in the village records. Zhao Youcai had eaten so much of his wild boar meat and high-grade cigarettes that they were already bound together. As long as he fully fattened up this local deity Zhao Youcai, when the commune and armed forces came down, the village chief would naturally step up to block them. Liu Shan made up his mind and quickened his pace. By the time he returned to Dashi village, the sky had not yet dawned. The village was silent, only the sound of wind scraping against dead branches could be heard. Liu Shan climbed over the wall into his yard. Xiao He, lying under the edge of the Kong, wagged his tail and rubbed against his master when he heard him return. Liu Shan took off his worn-out cotton jacket turned inside out and scooped a ladle of cold water from the vat to wash his face. He sat on the warm Kong and went over the things he needed to do tomorrow in his mind. Meet the enemy with a shield, block the flood with earth. With intelligence as a foundation, he could still smoothly navigate this sudden large-scale inspection. He slept until broad daylight. Liu Shan got up from the warm Kong and stretched his arms. In the inner room, Liu Xiaolan was already awake, sweeping the dust from the floor with a small broom. "Brother, you came back so late last night, why not sleep a bit longer?" The little girl put down the broom, ran over, and picked up the basin to fetch water from the yard for washing his face. After washing up, Liu Shan smiled and walked to the stove. "Today I won't go into the mountains. Oh, I'll make you a rare treat at home." With a thought, he connected to his space and directly retrieved a small bag of northeastern rice. The rice grains were plump white and shiny, free of impurities. Liu Shan scooped out 2 large bowls of white rice with a big bowl and poured them into a wooden basin to wash. As the clean water ran over it, the distinctive fragrance of rice wafted out. In these 2 years of great famine, not to mention rice, even coarse sorghum flour with the husk on had become a life-saving treasure. Xiaolan smelled the fragrance and tiptoed to the edge of the wooden basin to look. "Brother, what is this shiny white stuff? Is it fine flour for the new year?" The little girl had never even seen rice in her life, but she thought it was dough balls. "This is called rice. It's a fine grain that only big cadres in the south and provincial capitals can afford." Liu Shan poured the washed rice into a large iron pot and added a ladle of clear water. He added red pine wood to the fire pit, and in less than half an hour steam began to rise from the pot. The lid of the pot was pushed up by the steam, making a pfft sound, and the aroma of rice drilled out through the gaps. The smell was too strong. Liu Shan, afraid the scent would drift out of the yard, quickly closed the windows of the main room tightly and bolted the door. He lifted the wooden lid, revealing a pot of glossy, perfectly cooked rice. Each grain had bloomed, and steam rose, making his mouth water. Liu Shan scooped the rice into 2 large bowls. Then he took out the sesame oil that He Yi had gifted him. He dripped several large drops of sesame oil into each bowl. He also took out a piece of cooked red deer meat, diced it finely, and mixed it with the rice along with a few large grains of sea salt. With a stir of the chopsticks, the sesame oil coated the white rice, and the meat bits were interspersed, glistening with oil. "Xiaolan, take this to the Kong and eat. Don't burn your hands." Liu Shan handed the bowl over. Liu Xiaolan held the bowl with both hands, her eyes wide and fixed. She picked up her chopsticks and shoveled a large mouthful of rice into her mouth. The softness of the rice, the richness of the sesame oil, and the savory freshness of the venison instantly melted on her tongue. "Brother, this is so delicious." The little girl was so excited she stamped her feet, her eyes reddening. "This rice is so smooth, I don't even need to chew. It just slides down." She shoveled it into her mouth in big mouthfuls, her face covered with grains of rice. Somehow, seeing his little sister's face dotted with rice, Liu Shan's heart ached. Life in the 1960s was too bitter, too bitter. Liu Shan smiled, picked up his own bowl, and leaned against the earthen Kong, swallowing big mouthfuls. After 2 bowls of rice, his stomach felt warm and comfortable, and his whole body relaxed. This was the life a person should live. This was the confidence of being reborn. He casually scooped a large basin of rice mixed with wild boar ribs and placed it on the ground for Xiao He. The big black dog wagged his tail, chewing noisily on the rib rice, gobbling it down with a grunt. While the siblings were enjoying their rice indoors, outside Dashi village, the villagers were lining up with broken bowls for the communal pot. In the large iron pot, thin bark porridge like clear water was boiling with a few yellowed wild greens floating in it. Wang Er, next door, holding half a bowl of bark porridge, was so hungry he saw stars. He walked along the wall toward home, passing by the outer wall of Liu Shan's tiled house. Suddenly, a faint scent of sesame oil drifted over with the wind. Wang Er stopped abruptly, his nose twitching twice. His stomach grumbled in protest, and saliva uncontrollably flowed down. What's that smell? It's so fragrant, like fried peanuts. Wang Er climbed onto the low wall to look into Liu Shan's yard, but the gate was tightly shut, and he could see nothing. He remembered that night, when Liu Shan had put an axe to his neck looking fierce, and he shivered. Wang Er swallowed a big mouthful of saliva, looked down at the watery bark in his bowl, and his tears almost fell. He eats dragon meat, and I eat pig slop. This life is unbearable. Carrying his broken bowl, he slunk back home in disgrace. Inside the house, Liu Shan was full and satisfied. He put down the bowl, walked to the stove, and took out a clean piece of cloth. He wrapped 3 jean of wild boar meat, and stuffed 2 packs of dakium cigarettes inside. Xiaolon, I'm going to the village chief's house. Stay at home, and don't run around. Liu Shan instructed his sister, open the gate, and walked out. The inspection team would be coming down soon, and he had to get ahead and fill Zhao Youcai's mouth. As long as he kept this big Buddha steady, no one in Dashi village could stir up trouble. Taking advantage of the night, Liu Shan slipped out of village chief Zhao Youcai's house. Earlier at Zhao's place, he had quietly placed the wild boar fat and 2 cartons of dakium cigarettes on the stove. Zhao Youcai, that old fox, was shrewd enough to know that upon seeing the meat and cigarettes, he would surely be able to block the upcoming inspection team. Returning to the tiled house, Xiaolan was already asleep, her breathing steady. Liu Shan took off his shoes and settled cross-legged on the heated Kong. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and instantly entered the space within his mind. Inside the space, it remained divided into a preservation zone for non-living items and a breeding zone for living creatures. Liu Shan's attention was entirely fixed on the patch of green grass beside the spiritual spring. At this sight, his heart bloomed with joy. The 4 wild boar piglets he had captured alive had completely transformed. When he first brought them in, these 4 little creatures were only the size of a palm, their bodies marked with patterns like watermelon rinds. Yet in just over 10 days, these little fellows had grown twice as large. Their markings had all faded, replaced by a layer of black, glossy, and stiff bristles. Each one was plump and big-eared, weighing at least 20 to 30 jean. The power of this spiritual spring and the black soil of the space is truly formidable, Liu Shan marveled inwardly. Under normal conditions in the wild mountains, it would take at least half a year for a wild boar piglet to reach 20 or 30 jean. But here, in just over 10 days, they had grown so much, the rate of fattening was like inflating a balloon. Even more delightful to Liu Shan was that these 4 half-grown boars were extremely docile. They showed none of the violent, dangerous wildness of normal boars. When hungry, they lowered their heads to nibble on the tender grass growing from the black soil. When thirsty, they gathered by the spiritual spring to drink. After eating and drinking their fill, they would lie down one by one in the grass to sleep soundly, requiring no effort from Liu Shan to feed them. Even their droppings, when they fell on the black soil, were automatically absorbed cleanly within moments. There was not a trace of odor in the space. It was refreshingly clean. At this rate, within at most 2 months, these 4 pigs will reach 200 jean and be ready for slaughter. Liu Shan looked at the 4 black piglets as if they were 4 breathing mountains of meat. This meant he no longer needed to risk his life in the deep mountains battling fierce beasts. Relying solely on the game that bred and grew within this space, his strategic meat reserves would multiply rapidly. Satisfied, Liu Shan withdrew his consciousness, laid down in his bedding, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, Zhao Youcai, wearing a tattered jacket, walked out of the inner room yawning. He had a full bladder and planned to relieve himself in the corner of the yard. As he passed the stove in the main hall, Zhao Youcai stopped. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he peered at the stove. A piece of wild boar belly meat weighing at least 3 jean lay neatly on the chopping board. Beside it were 2 cartons of dakium cigarettes. Zhao Youcai swallowed hard, stepped forward, and reached out to touch the wild boar meat. The fat layer was 2 fingers thick. Pressing it left his hand slick with oil. This was a life-saving treasure during years of famine. Zhao Youcai grabbed the 2 cartons of dakium and stuffed them into his pocket and glanced toward the direction of the main gate. This Liu Shan is truly a living immortal with real skills. Zhao Youcai marveled inwardly. While the whole village was starving and chewing on tree bark, this young man not only had fine grain to eat, but could also bring out large cuts of game as gifts from time to time. To thrive so well in the deep mountain forest, his methods were certainly extraordinary. Zhao Youcai patted the pocket holding the cigarettes, a determined expression spreading across his face. This kid is destined for great things. Old Zhao must firmly latch onto this leg. Having made up his mind, Zhao Youcai, holding up his pants, cheerfully ran to the yard to relieve himself. In the dog days of summer, the sky's face changed like a child's. In the morning, the sun was scorching, but by noon, a layer of dark clouds suddenly gathered. The dark clouds covered the sky, smothering Dashi village like a stuffy jar. There was not a breath of wind in the air, and the heat was suffocating. Boom! A thunderclap exploded over the mountain, shaking the very ground. Then raindrops as large as soybeans came pounding down without mercy. The sudden downpour during the dog days was ferocious, offering no respite. Within half an hour, flash floods erupted from the rear mountain. Muddy water mixed with broken branches and crushed stones roared down the slope. The only dirt road leading from Dashi village to the county was washed away by the flood, completely severed. The village instantly fell into chaos. For the villagers of Dashi village, this heavy rain was a devastating disaster. Most of the houses in the village were rammed earth huts with thatched roofs. Unable to withstand the torrential downpour, the mud walls began to crumble and shed large chunks of earth. The thatch on the roofs was also soaked and rotten. Outside, the rain poured, inside it dripped. Neighbor Wang Er, shirtless, held a broken wooden basin on the Kong to catch the leaks. The Kong mat was completely soaked, and cold wind seeped through the cracks in the door, chilling him to the bone. With no food in his belly and no dry clothes on his back, Wang Er curled up in the corner, his eyes filled with despair. But at this very moment, next door in Liu Shan's home, it was a completely different scene. The tiled house was built of solid blue bricks with sturdy blue tiles on the roof. No matter how the wind and rain raged outside, not a single drop leaked inside. It was perfectly dry. Liu Shan closed the solid windows tightly and pulled the cloth curtains. In the kitchen stove, he stuffed a large handful of red pine knots. With the strike of a match, the pine would ignite it instantly, flames leaping high. The temperature in the room quickly rose warm and cozy, dispelling all the chill brought by the storm. Xiaolan, it's pouring outside. Today we'll have a hot meal to warm ourselves. Liu Shan called toward the inner room. He connected to the space with his mind and took out a jean of rice. He rinsed the rice clean and put it into a small iron pot to steam. Then he took out a wild purple Ganoderma mushroom and cut off a palm-sized piece. Next, he took a piece of fresh red deer meat from the space and cut it into large cubes. He heated the big iron wok, added a little oil, and stir-fried the deer meat until fragrant. Liu Shan ladled 2 scoops of water into the wok and tossed in the sliced Ganoderma. He brought the soup to a boil over high heat, then added a handful of coarse sea salt. He covered the wok, reduced the heat, and let it simmer. After an hour, the pot was bubbling. The rice was cooked, and the Ganoderma and deer meat soup had turned into a milky white broth. Liu Shan lifted the lid. The aroma of meat mixed with the medicinal fragrance of Ganoderma instantly filled the entire tiled house. Brother, it smells so good. Liu Xiaolan ran out, drawn by the scent, carrying 2 large bowls. Liu Shan used a big ladle to fill her bowl with rice, then poured 2 spoonfuls of the deer meat soup on top. On the surface of the bowl lay several pieces of braised red deer meat, tender and soft. The little girl sat on the edge of the warm Kong, picked up her chopsticks, and began eating heartily. The rice was soft and sticky, the deer meat sweet and succulent, and the Ganoderma soup warmed her body from the inside, causing beads of sweat to form. Xiaolan's cheeks turned rosy. Xiaohei also got a basin filled with meat soup, soaked bones wagging its tail as it ate. Liu Shan picked up his bowl and took a big slurping gulp of the hot soup. Listening to the pelting rain outside, he looked at the dry, warm tiled house and his sister eating with greasy lips. Outside was a hellish scene of villagers suffering from hunger and cold. Inside, it was a cozy nest filled with the aroma of meat and warm as spring. In this second life, he had risked everything to hunt in the deep mountains and build a foundation. Also, that when the heavens turned harsh, he could sit steadily on this heated Kong, enjoying a warm meal of white flour and meat. This was true happiness. This was the good life. A torrential downpour raged for an entire day. Only as dusk settled did the rain finally ease into a fine misty drizzle. Liu Shan set down his large bowl and let out a satisfied belch. Xiao Lan, clear the table. I'll go check by the window whether the floodwater has receded. Liu Shan rose to his feet and walked to the window at the far end of the main room. He reached out, pushed aside the cloth curtain, and peered through the crack in the window. Outside was pitch black with yellow muddy water covering the ground. Liu Shan closed his eyes and suddenly snapped them open. His X-ray vision activated instantly. He wanted to check whether the mudslide from the rear mountain had rushed into the village. His gaze swept along the dirt road of Dashikan village. The mudslide hadn't entered the village, but at the village entrance beneath an old elm tree a red glow was shimmering. It was the residual heat signature of a living person. On a night like this, with the entire village huddled in their blankets, enduring hunger and cold, who would be running toward the village? Liu Shan squinted his left eye, locking his gaze onto the red glow. With the night vision of his X-ray power, he clearly discerned the newcomer's features. It was a middle-aged man wearing a tattered straw rain cape and a bamboo hat. The man had a face full of coarse flesh with a thieving glint in his eyes. Liu Shan recognized him. It was Li Matzi, a scoundrel cousin of his uncle Liu Daqian from another village. Li Matzi hunched his neck and crept along the wall toward the village. He reached the dilapidated thatched cottage belonging to Wang Er next door and kicked open Wang Er's door. Wang Er was wrapped in a tattered quilt on the heated Kong, shivering from the cold. Startled by the intruder, he cried out in alarm. "Who's there? What do you want?" he shouted at the top of his lungs, grabbing a wooden stick. Li Matzi removed his bamboo hat and shook the rainwater against the doorframe, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Stop shouting like that, it's me, your cousin Li Matzi." Wang Er recognized the visitor and lowered his stick, shrinking back onto the Kong with a fully guarded expression. "Li Matzi, what are you doing here in Dashikan village on such a rainy night? I heard the whole Liu Daqian family was taken away by the commune for forced labor. Is that true?" Li Matzi strode over to the Kong, sat down brazenly, and casually picked up a chipped bowl from Wang Er's bedside table to examine it. They were taken away long ago, sentenced to 10 years. Uncle Daxiang's house is completely empty now. Wang Er swallowed hard and answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, greed flashed in Li Matzi's triangular eyes. That's wonderful then. Since my cousin Daxiang is locked up, those 3 big blue brick-tiled rooms of his can't just sit empty for rats, can they? I'm his own cousin. That house should rightfully come to me to manage. Li Matzi leaned close to Wang Er, lowering his voice as he continued to probe. Tell me straight, who currently holds the deed to that big tiled house? Did village head Zhao Yukai take it, or is it with someone else? Wang Er's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He recalled that night when the big black dog had bitten through his thigh and the axe that had been pressed against his neck, making him tremble with fear. Brotherly, I advise you to give up that thought. You can't lay hands on that house. What? Is there someone in Dashikan village who dares to swallow my Liu family's property? Li Matzi's eyes bulged as he pulled a butcher knife from his chest and slammed it onto the edge of the Kong with a sharp slap. Whoever took the deed, I'll make them spit it out today. Wang Er shrank into his blanket and pointed toward Liu Shan's house. The deed is with Liu Shan. When Uncle Daxiang was taken away, he moved right into that big tiled house. Liu Shan, that sickly cripple. Li Matzi sneered derisively. How dare a green kid like him monopolize his elder's property? I'll bring some brothers tomorrow and kick him out. Wang Er quickly waved his hands, lowering his voice. Brotherly, don't provoke him. That kid is extremely dangerous now. Not only is he the village mountain patrol officer with a gun, he also keeps a man-eating black dog at home. A while back I climbed the wall to find some food, almost got chopped to death by his axe. He's basically the living Yama of our village now. Li Matzi's face showed a flicker of apprehension after hearing this, but the thought of those 3 big tiled rooms overpowered his greed. So what if he has a gun? Does he dare to kill someone in the village? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. I'm just here to scope things out. When the winter inspection comes, I'll team up with people at the commune and pin the charge of speculation and profiteering on him. By then he'll be inside, and those big tiled rooms will still be mine. Li Matzi spat viciously on the ground. Standing at his own window, Liu Shan had heard every word clearly. He deactivated his X-ray vision and gave a cold smile. Though his uncle was sent to endure hardship in the northwest, these grasshoppers after autumn still wanted to hop around, trying to use the winter inspection to take me down. He had 10,000 ways to make Li Matzi disappear tonight without a trace. But he chose not to. Li Matzi was merely a minor lackey. Behind him must lie other messes left by his uncle. An old hunter never hunts wolves one by one. You scatter the bait, wait for the whole pack to gather, then sweep them all up in one net. I'll let you live a few more days. When the winter snow seals the mountains, I'll root out all of you bastards. People in rural areas during these times lived one character their entire lives, from birth to death, and that character was endure. Days passed, endured one after another, until autumn rains fell several times. The weather in Dashikan village turned completely cold. The leaves in the old forest had all turned yellow, and when the wind blew, they rustled down in abundance. Autumn was the prime season for everything in the mountains to bear fruit. Pine cones ripened, hazelnuts split open, and the mountainside was filled with wild fruits emitting sweet fragrances. All manner of beasts, big and small, were frantically foraging, preparing to store up thick fat to survive the harsh winter. Liu Shan sat in the courtyard of the big tiled house, quietly cleaning his semi-automatic rifle. He pulled back the bolt to check, finding 10 rounds neatly stacked in the magazine. Click! Liu Shan forcefully slid the bolt home and slung the rifle over his shoulder. He then brought out a large cloth bag from the house, filling it with 10 caddies of roasted Manchurian deer jerky. The water flask was filled to the brim with plain boiled water to quench thirst. An axe was tucked on the left side of his belt, a curved blade on the right. Today he was going to accomplish something extremely important. Xiaolan brother is heading into the deep mountains today and probably won't be back for several days. Liu Shan stroked his sister's newly cut mushroom bob, speaking softly. The rice jar at home is full, and the meat is all frozen in the cellar. Make sure you eat on time. The weather's getting cold. Remember to heat the Kong well when you sleep at night. Liu Xiaolan obediently nodded and adjusted the collar of Liu Shan's cotton jacket for him. Brother, don't worry about me. I won't go anywhere from home. I'll bolt the main door tight. Liu Shan smiled satisfactorily, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Xiao He had long been unable to contain his impatience. The big black dog wagged its tail and closely followed Liu Shan's legs. Now fully grown and tremendously robust, Xiao He strode along the village's dirt road like a patrolling black leopard. The envious idlers in the village all kept to the walls in fear at the sight of this dog, not daring to breathe loudly. Liu Shan led the dog out of the village and plunged straight into the old forest behind the mountain. The old forest in autumn exuded a chilly desolation. A thick layer of fallen leaves covered the ground, crunching crisply underfoot. Liu Shan's objective for this mountain expedition was crystal clear. He had promised He Yi of Gazishi that he would deliver a 50-year-old wild ginseng to settle the debt for the firearms. Now the date when heavy snow would seal off the mountain was drawing ever closer. Once the snow fell and blanketed the ground, digging for ginseng would become more difficult than ascending to heaven. Thus he had to unearth this debt-settling ginseng before winter arrived. The good finds in the outer and middle territories had been nearly exhausted by his previous searches. That 60-year-old five-leaf specimen had been dug from a shady ditch in the middle area. To find another top-grade piece of 50 years, he had to push deeper into the untouched inner reaches. With extraordinary stamina, Liu Shan strode swiftly through the woods with Xiao He. They passed the outer zone, crossed the middle area, and arrived before a mostly dried-up muddy swamp. Crossing the swamp, the man and his dog officially stepped into the depths of the inner region. Here the trees were colossal, with red pines that required 3 men to encircle, appearing everywhere. The ground was littered with pine cones the size of fists, exuding a rich aroma of pine nuts. A troop of plump squirrels darted among the branches, busily hauling their winter provisions into tree hollows. Liu Shan paid no heed to these morsels of meat. Xiao He, stay close to my feet, don't wander off, he instructed in a low voice. The big black dog instantly obeyed, pressing against his thigh. In the depths of the inner region, any wild boar that leaped out would be a formidable beast weighing at least 200 to 300 jin. Liu Shan took a deep breath and suddenly widened his eyes. His penetrating vision activated instantly. The scene before him transformed. The towering trees around him became semi-transparent phantoms. He ignored the red glow representing the heat of living creatures. Instead, he focused all his mind on the energy of medicinal herbs beneath the earth. The inner depths were indeed a natural treasure trove, untouched by human hands. The ground was dotted with countless specks of white light, all wild herbs of considerable age. There were decade-old Cotinopsis and patches of wild Gastrodia. As he walked and surveyed, Liu Shan didn't bother bending over for those with insufficient radiance. His standards had risen, as such trifles no longer caught his eye. He sought the big prizes that emitted dazzling light. After walking for over an hour, Liu Shan felt his eyes growing sore and his temples throbbing with pain. He immediately cut off his penetrating vision, pulled out 2 strips of elk meat, and chewed them vigorously. This high-intensity vision drained his stamina, requiring fatty meat to sustain him. Liu Shan leaned against a tree trunk to rest for the time it took to smoke half a pipe. Swallowing the last piece of meat, he pressed onward. This golden autumn mountain expedition has just begun. I refuse to believe I can't dig out a 50-year-old ginseng from these inner depths. With a resolute gaze, Liu Shan led Xiao He deeper into the sea of trees. The autumn days were short. In the afternoon, a darkness fell quickly. A cold wind howled through the old forest, rustling the leaves noisily. Liu Shan and Xiao He made a wide circuit through the woods without finding a suitable ginseng. Glancing at the sky, he turned and headed back with the dog. Forget it, we'll stop for now. Let's go back to the dugout to rest. Liu Shan rubbed his growling stomach and quickened his pace. Man and dog reached the old dugout at the foot of the earthen slope just before darkness completely fell. The wooden door he had set up a few days earlier still stood firmly in the entrance. He reached out, pulled out the wooden latch on the outside, and crawled inside. The dugout was dry and comfortable, with none of the cold wind outside creeping in. Connecting his mind to his spatial storage, Liu Shan produced a large bundle of red pine branches. He pulled out matches from his pocket and lit the firewood in the stove pit. As the flames leaped up, the interior instantly brightened. Liu Shan took out a piece of roasted fatty wild boar meat and cut it in half with his knife. He tossed the larger half to Xiao He and chewed the smaller half himself. After eating and drinking his fill, he examined the stone-heated bed in the corner by the firelight. The bed was built of stones with yellow clay filling the gaps. Over the years, much of the clay had crumbled away. Liu Shan walked over and pressed on the stones of the bed surface. Several large blue stones wobbled, offering no steady sleep. This broken bed needs fixing, or it'll poke my back when I sleep. He drew his knife, crouched by the edge of the bed, and scraped the mud out of the stone cracks with the tip. He scraped away all the loose dirt, planning to dig fresh mud from outside tomorrow and plaster it. When the knife tip reached the deepest part of the crack, a sharp clang sounded. Liu Shan's wrist paused and his brow furrowed. That sound was wrong. It was not the noise of metal hitting stone. He leaned forward and poked the tip inside again. The metallic clink was even clearer. There's something here. Liu Shan's eyes lit up. He reached his hand directly into the crevice. Inside was a hard object completely encased in yellow clay. Gripping the knife handle, he pried forcefully along the edge of the object. After much effort, he pulled out a square lump covered in dirt and grime. He weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. Liu Shan walked to the fire and wiped off all the yellow earth with his sleeve. It was a palm-sized iron box with red rust on the corners. The seams of the box had been sealed with pine resin. No wonder it hadn't rotted through after decades buried underground. Liu Shan placed the iron box on the ground, aligned the knife tip with the pine resin seal, gripped the handle with both hands, pressed down hard, and then jerked his wrist upward. With a snap, the lid of the iron box was pried open. A smell of paper wafted out. Liu Shan lifted the lid. Inside there was no gold or silver, nor any silver dollars. Only a paper package tightly wrapped in moisture-proof oil paper. He took out the oil paper bundle and carefully unfolded it. Inside was a sheet of yellowed handmade paper. On the paper, many winding lines were drawn with charcoal. Liu Shan brought it close to the fire and studied the drawing intently. The sketch marked several mountain peaks, a small stream, and a terrain resembling a large canyon. In the deepest part of the canyon, several large dark circles were drawn. Beside the circles, a few traditional Chinese characters were written in a crooked hand. Although Liu Shan was not highly educated, he could barely recognize these characters. Ginseng nest, old astragalus. He read the words out loud, and his breath instantly quickened. This was no ordinary drawing. It was a secret herbal map of the deep mountains left by an old ginseng hunter decades ago. The older generation of mountain runners had a tradition called preserving the seed. When they discovered top-grade medicinal herbs in the deep mountains, if the plants were not yet mature, they would not dig them up entirely. Instead, they would mark the spot discreetly and even plant the ginseng seeds nearby, leaving them as heirlooms for future generations. In the jargon of mountain runners, this was called a private plot. This iron box was clearly the treasured keepsake that old ginseng hunter had hidden in the dugout. Perhaps the old hunter encountered a fierce beast or met with some accident and never returned. This private plot, which had been growing for decades, had been left untouched deep in the inner forest. Liu Shan held the secret map, a grin spreading across his face. You can search far and wide, but find nothing yet get it without effort. He rewrapped the map in the oil paper and tucked it into his inner pocket. With this thing, he wouldn't have to grope blindly in the inner region tomorrow. Following the map, all the century-old rare herbs on the mountain would end up in his space. Liu Shan patted the chest where he had stored the map and fell asleep soundly on the heated stone bed. Early the next morning, Liu Shan crawled out of the heated brick bed, grabbed 2 handfuls of dirt, and smothered the embers in the stove pit. He took out his water flask and drank a couple of mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. He instantly felt refreshed, as if an inexhaustible surge of strength flowed through his entire body. Liu Shan pushed open the plank door, and with Xiaohei stepped out of the underground cellar dwelling. He pulled an oiled paper from his bosom, unfolded the secret map, and carefully verified the terrain. The map depicted a mountain peak split in two, halves serving as a landmark for entering the gorge. Liu Shan lifted his head and looked around. The dense trees in the inner region blocked his view. Nimble and quick, he climbed up a tall Korean pine, standing on a branch to gaze into the distance. Due north, a mountain peak indeed split open from the middle, resembling a giant mouth. It's over there. Liu Shan slid down the tree and waved at Xiaohei. Come on, I'll take you to the treasure left behind by someone before. The man and the dog sprinted northward nonstop. The map made it look close, but the actual journey took a full 2 hours. Liu Shan swung his mountain-splitting axe, hacking through the vines blocking the path. They rounded the split peak, and before them appeared an extremely concealed crevice. Inside the crevice lay a long, narrow, and deep gorge. On both sides, sheer stone cliffs blocked the sky, shutting out nearly all the daylight. It rarely saw the sun, and the air was so humid it could be wrung like water. This place is a perfect haven for growing medicinal herbs. Liu Shan sidled into the stone crevice, squeezing through. Xiaohei, agile and lithe, slipped into the gorge in a flash. The ground at the bottom was covered in patches of mud strewn with black rotting leaves. Liu Shan took a deep breath of the damp air, his eyes snapping wide open. He activated his X-ray vision. The sight before him made him suck in a sharp breath. This wasn't a search for herbs, it was like stumbling into a glittering treasure vault. Beneath the soil, patches of white light flickered everywhere. Some of the glowing clusters were the size of eggs, while others were larger than a big bowl. These white lights connected into a stretch, illuminating the muddy ground of the gorge like stars in the night sky. I'm rich, truly rich this time. Liu Shan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly deactivated his X-ray vision. He strode to the nearest tree root. Liu Shan didn't even use a bone scraper. He crouched down directly, digging the black soil away with his hands. The earth was extremely soft there. After just a few scoops, a rootstock was exposed. Liu Shan grabbed the upper half of the rootstock and yanked upward with force. A dull thud sounded. He pulled out a wild Cotinopsis palaceula as thick as a small forearm. The Cotinopsis was plump and full, covered with deep brown transverse wrinkles. Judging by its appearance, it had at least 30 years of medicinal potency. The soil here is so fertile that digging herbs is as satisfying as pulling radishes in a vegetable garden. Liu Shan laughed out loud, and with a flicker of thought, the large Cotinopsis flew directly into the preservation zone of his space. He stood up, took 2 steps forward, and crouched down again to dig. This time, after scraping away the rotten leaves, what appeared was a lump of root mass resembling a black potato. Wild Polygonum multiflorum. Liu Shan used both hands and lifted the dozen-gene polygonum out. Without pausing, he sent it into the space again. The entire bottom of the gorge had been sown with seeds of various precious herbs by that old herbalist decades ago. After decades of wild, unchecked growth, this place had become a natural medicinal field left untended by anyone. Liu Shan advanced along the canyon, and whenever he spotted a sizable medicinal herb, he would dig it up directly. If the roots were deeply embedded, he would unsheath his cleaver and split the hard earth beside them. Xiaohei, watch where you step, don't crush my precious treasures. Liu Shan yelled at the bounding black dog while tossing astragalus roots into his storage space. Woof woof. In just half a day, he had plucked over 100 gene of these valuable ordinary herbs. A small mountain of medicinal plants had been piled up in a corner of his space. Liu Shan straightened his back, pounding his sore shoulders. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and gazed toward the deepest part of the gorge. The Cotinopsis and Polygonum multiflorum at the periphery were merely appetizers. The real prize, marked with a black circle on the map, still lurked further inside. Xiaohei, stop rolling in the mud and follow me. Liu Shan beckoned and strode toward the innermost depths of the canyon. The deeper he went, the narrower the rocky cliffs on both sides became, squeezing together. Overhead, not a single ray of sunlight filtered through, leaving everything pitch black. The damp air in the gorge was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Slippery moss covered the ground beneath his feet. He took a deep breath and suddenly widened his eyes. His penetrating vision activated once more. At the base of the cliff at the canyon's end grew an ancient red pine that had been dead for who knew how many years. The trunk of the red pine was thicker than a water vat. Beneath the rotten roots of this old tree coiled a massive, dazzling light. This light was not the white glow of ordinary herbs. It radiated a yellowish halo, the circle as large as a wash basin. The brilliance stabbed at Liu Shan's eyes, making them ache. Found it. His heart pounded wildly as he swiftly deactivated his penetrating vision. He rushed over in 3 quick strides, wading straight through the muddy ditch to reach the foot of the old red pine. Xiaohei followed, wagging its tail as it circled the tree roots. Go lie down over there, you can't trample this spot. Liu Shan kicked the big black dog away. The old hunter had rules for digging ginseng. The greater the treasure, the more meticulous one must be. Liu Shan opened his throat and bellowed into the empty canyon, Bongshui. The echoes reverberated through the gorge, but no one answered. Liu Shan himself opened his mouth to complete the secret code. 7 leaves the Great Elder. After shouting to the mountain, he pulled out a small cloth bundle containing his tools. He pinched a red cotton thread tied with 2 copper coins. Using both hands, he scraped away the dead leaves to reveal a ginseng stem protruding from the ground. Liu Shan looped the red thread around the stem in a slipknot. The 2 coins pressed firmly onto the mud on either side. This was called locking the ginseng, to prevent the old mountain ginseng from fleeing upon hearing human activity. Though Liu Shan wasn't entirely convinced, his father had said that when it comes to the treasures of the mountains, it's better to believe in them than to dismiss them. Liu Shan took out a sharp bamboo stick. He lay down on the ground, his face nearly touching the mud. Using the bone stick, he began to loosen the soil bit by bit, starting a foot away from the ginseng stem. This work could not be rushed. Liu Shan held his breath, his wrist steady as a rock. The soil was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the ginseng root hairs beneath. These root hairs were finer than silk threads, intricately tangled in the crevices of the tree roots. A single broken strand would slash the value of the old mountain ginseng by more than half. Liu Shan used the bone stick to pry away clumps of earth, then gently brushed off the loose soil with his fingertips. Time passed drop by drop. His limbs grew numb and his stomach growled with hunger. Liu Shan paused, fished out a dried strip of red deer meat from his pocket, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed, then uncapped his canteen and took a gulp of cold boiled water. Fueled by the jerky's oil to replenish his depleted energy, he continued lying on the ground, digging through the mud. After 3 full hours, Liu Shan's knees were soaked in the muddy water, and his eyes were bloodshot from strain. Beneath the old red pine, he had excavated a deep pit over 2 feet deep. A complete gigantic old mountain ginseng finally revealed its full form. Liu Shan discarded the bone stick, cradled the base of the old ginseng, and carefully lifted this rare treasure of the mountains into his hands. This mountain ginseng was astonishingly large. Its neck was extremely long, with 7 branched leaf stalks on top. Mountain runners called this a 7-leaf grade, a quality only found in century-old ginseng kings. The body was covered with rings of horizontal lines finer than iron wire. The countless root hairs beneath hung densely in midair like the white beard of an old man. The most crucial factor was its weight. Liu Shan held the old ginseng in his palm, and his wrists sank from the heaviness. It was extremely weighty, at least half a jin. As the old saying goes, 7 liang is ginseng, 8 liang is treasure. In the ancient scale, half a jin equaled 8 liang. This century-old wild ginseng was undoubtedly a peerless, priceless treasure. If Heiyi saw this thing, he'd kneel and kowtow out to me. Liu Shan's grin stretched from ear to ear, his hands trembling with excitement. He couldn't bear to wrap it in red pine bark. Closing his eyes with a flicker of thought, he directly stored this century-old ginseng king into his space. The treasure settled securely in the center of the space's preservation zone. With this ginseng king as the foundation, he could finally escape poverty. Liu Shan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his bones aching with fatigue. The 3 hours of meticulous work had been more exhausting than fighting a black bear. Xiaohei wandered over and approached the deep pit Liu Shan had dug. The big black dog lowered its head, its black nose sniffing vigorously at the pit wall. It let out a low growl from its throat and scraped its front paws at the edge of the mud pit. Shoo, go play somewhere else. Liu Shan tapped the dog's head with the handle of his axe. The living ancestor in this pit has already been invited away by me. What are you still sniffing at? Despite the tap, Xiaohe refused to leave, wagging its tail at a corner at the bottom of the pit. Liu Shan looked at the stubborn dog and grew suspicious. Xiaohe had drunk the spiritual spring water. Its nose was more sensitive than a god's. Could there be something else hidden in this pit? Liu Shan crouched down again and peered into that corner. The pit wall was covered with a layer of black mud, revealing nothing to the naked eye. Without another word, Liu Shan widened his eyes. Penetrating vision activated. His sight pierced through the layer of mud, reaching half a foot into the earth. A fist-sized red glow slammed into his vision. The red light didn't resemble the life force of a beast. Instead, it exuded the vitality peculiar to plants. The radiance was as red as dripping blood, extremely eye-catching. There really is a survivor. Liu Shan deactivated his penetrating vision, quickly retrieved the bone stick from his cloth bag, and lay by the pit, digging at the spot where the glow had been. This time he didn't need to be so meticulous. The bone stick pried the soil away swiftly. After a few scoops, a cluster of plant roots emerged. Recognizing the appearance, Liu Shan couldn't help but exclaim. These herbs looked like carrots, but they were suffused with a dark red hue. Even the root hairs beneath were blood red, emitting a smell of earth. Wild blood ginseng. Liu Shan recognized this rare treasure. Though not as valuable as a century-old wild ginseng, it was extremely difficult to find. It was specifically used to treat severe blood loss. If a woman consumed it after a hemorrhage, it could save her life. Moreover, since it grew beside a century-old ginseng king, it had absorbed the earth's essence, making its medicinal potency exceptionally formidable. Just as Liu Shan reached out to pull the blood ginseng from the ground, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. This blood ginseng is still alive. If I just pull it out, it'll become a dead thing, and that would be a waste. After all, he possessed a space that could house living creatures. Inside, there was not only a spiritual spring, but also vast stretches of black soil. Liu Shan flipped his wrist and drew his knife. Following the perimeter of the blood ginseng patch, he used the blade to carve a large circle in the muddy ground. The blade dug deep into the earth, and with a forceful pry upward, he lifted an entire chunk of mud, complete with the original soil of the old forest in one piece. Inside were 4 or 5 intact living blood ginseng plants. Clutching the large clump of mud, Liu Shan instantly connected his mind to the space. Enter. He immersed himself along with the blood ginseng into the space through sheer will. The spiritual spring within continued to bubble with clear water. For a little while, boars were gnawing on grass roots in the meadow, looking plumper than yesterday. Spotting Liu Shan, the frightened piglets scurried behind the spiritual spring. Ignoring the little beasts, Liu Shan walked straight to the black soil beside the spiritual spring. He dug a shallow pit in the dark earth with his hands. He placed the mud clump containing the blood ginseng into the pit and firmly packed the surrounding black soil. This was his first time planting medicinal herbs in the space, and he felt uncertain about the outcome. Liu Shan went to the edge of the spiritual spring, cupped some water, returned to the blood ginseng, and slowly poured it over the roots. The moment the spiritual spring water touched the black soil, it was instantly absorbed. A miraculous scene unfolded. The blood ginseng leaves, which had wilted slightly after being unearthed, visibly perked up. The leaves turned a lush green, while the red ginseng body beneath gleamed with a brighter luster. The blood ginseng had firmly taken root in the black soil of the space. Liu Shan crouched on the ground, gazing at the thriving medicinal herbs, and let out a joyful laugh. It's done. With the spiritual spring water sustaining it, this blood ginseng might one day grow into an extraordinary celestial herb. He turned and pointed at the 4 little wild boars hiding in the distance. Listen up, you little beasts, Liu Shan said in a fierce tone. If any of you dares to take a bite of this blood ginseng leaf, I'll skin you alive and roast you for dinner. The piglets seemed to understand the threat, backing away in fear, snorting and whimpering without daring to approach. Liu Shan patted the dirt off his hands with satisfaction. The space's hidden arsenal had received another major upgrade. From now on, whenever he encountered living top-grade medicinal herbs in the old forest, he could bring them all in and cultivate them himself. Liu Shan withdrew his consciousness from the space. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath of the canyon air. This treasure hunt following the map had completely emptied the old ginseng hunter's greatest hidden trove. Every spot marked with a black circle on the map had been thoroughly scoured. Liu Shan stood up, hanging his knife and axe back on his belt. Xiaohe, the work is done. Let's retreat. He called out to the big black dog. Xiaohe was sniffing around under a rotten tree stump with its rear end in the air. Hearing its master's command, it wagged its tail and trotted over. Man and dog made their way out through the crevices of the rocks. By now the sun outside had already tilted westward, and the light in the forest grew increasingly dim. In high spirits, Liu Shan hummed an out-of-tune ditty from a folk duet, taking long, steady strides. He had just squeezed out of the canyon gap and reached a sunny slope covered with red pine trees and low shrubs. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the thick grass ahead, as if a flock of domestic chickens were scratching for food. Xiaohe's ears perked up, and it was about to lunge with bared teeth. Quick as a flash, Liu Shan grabbed the big black dog by the scruff of its neck and pressed it to the ground. Quiet. Get down, he whispered, his eyes fixed intently on the shrubbery. He crouched low, using the trunk of a large pine tree as cover, and peered out with half his head. Just ahead, less than 30 paces away in a grassy hollow, 3 or 4 grayish-brown feathered creatures were pecking at pine seeds. The birds were peculiar in appearance, roughly the size of a domestic pigeon, but with round, plump bodies. Beneath their necks was a ring of black and white patterns, and their tails were edged with a dark border. They walked without any fear of humans, looking rather foolish as they scratched through the dead leaves. Flying dragon birds. Liu Shan recognized this rare delicacy at a glance, his eyes gleaming with covetous green light as his appetite was instantly stirred. As the old saying goes, heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat. In the mountains, the so-called dragon meat referred precisely to this flying dragon bird. These birds grew up eating pine seeds and wild fruits, making their flesh incredibly tender. Simply pluck the feathers, stew them in clear water with a pinch of coarse salt, and the aroma would be so savory it could make your tongue melt. In the past, only the highest-ranking officials in the provincial capital could taste such a dish during festivals. Xiaohei, lie here and play dead. Don't even wag your tail. If you scare them away, I'm stewing dog meat tonight, Liu Shan warned, leaning close to the dog's ear. The big black dog whimpered pitifully, obediently pressing its head against the mud and staying perfectly still. Liu Shan didn't reach for his rifle. The military-grade gun was too powerful. One shot would turn the flying dragon bird into a bloody pulp, leaving not a single edible feather. For such precious game, veteran hunters never used firearms. They relied on traditional methods. Liu Shan pulled out his curved knife from his belt and crouched behind a tree. He picked up a few branches from the ground, sharpened one end with the knife tip, and carved a deep groove on the other. Then from the inner pocket of his cotton jacket, he pulled out a small coil of thin nylon fishing line. This line was something he had traded for at a stall in the county pigeon market on his last trip, extremely sturdy. Liu Shan cut the nylon line into several segments, expertly tying a slip knot in each one, commonly known as a noose knot. He fastened the nylon loop to the notched branch. After making 3 simple wooden fork snares, Liu Shan lay on the ground and crawled forward slowly like a giant turtle. His movements were so light that he didn't even crush a single dry leaf. When he got within 10 paces of the flying dragon birds, he identified several paths that the birds regularly used. Liu Shan inserted the wooden forks into the mud, securing them firmly. Then he opened the nylon loops and suspended them half an inch above the ground. He took out a few wild red berries he had picked along the way and gently scattered them in the center and around the loops. Having set the traps, Liu Shan slowly retreated behind the tree, held his breath, and stared intently, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Those few flying dragon birds were completely unaware of the danger, still dazedly searching for food. The fattest one on the edge spotted wild red berries on the ground and fluttered its small wings as it scurried over. It lowered its head to peck at the berries, its neck passing right through the nylon slipknot. After finishing the berries, it lifted its head and was about to move forward. The nylon line instantly tightened, strangling its neck. Cuckoo! The flying dragon bird, unable to breathe, flapped its wings frantically, thrashing about on the ground. The more it struggled, the tighter the noose around its neck became. The other 2 flying dragon birds, instead of fleeing, curiously approached to see what was wrong with their companion. This was precisely the foolishness of flying dragon birds. They had no concept of fear. One of them, while wandering, stepped into a ground snare nearby. The loop tightened, directly trapping its claw. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Liu Shan sprang out from behind the tree like a leopard. The remaining flying dragon bird, startled, flapped its wings in an attempt to fly up into the tree. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Liu Shan snatched one of them midair, gripping it firmly. In less than the time it takes to smoke half a pipe, 3 small snares combined with bare hands had captured 3 plump, flying dragon birds. The one strangled had already rolled its eyes back and expired. The 2, one snared by the claw and the other held in Liu Shan's hand, were still writhing desperately. Today's luck is simply ancestral blessings. Liu Shan grinned broadly, pulled a straw rope from his waist, and securely tied the wings and claws of the 2 live flying dragons. Together with the dead one, he hefted them in his hand to gauge their weight. The 3 birds totaled over 2 gene, all plump and full of lean meat. Xiaolan is in for a treat this time. Stewing these flying dragons with wild cotinopsis will make a pot of soup that will surely make the little girl grow a few inches. Liu Shan did not hang these good things on his waist. The smell of blood in the forest would attract trouble. With a flick of his mind, he tossed the 2 live flying dragons directly onto the grassland in his space to keep company with the few wild boar piglets. The dead one was tossed directly into the preservation zone. Xiaohei, let's go home. Liu Shan patted the bird feathers off his hands and gathered all the nylon lines from the ground back into his pocket. He called out to the big black dog, and with a radiant face continued down the slope. This trip out, his basket was full, his space was full. Time to go home and enjoy a good life. Gradually the sun sank behind the mountain. The inner forest darkened rapidly. Moments ago the leaves were still visible, now only pitch-black tree shadows remained. The temperature dropped sharply as well, gusts of cold wind pouring down the mountain gullies into his neck. Liu Shan quickened his pace. Crossing the weed-covered ridge ahead and leaving this no-man's land would mean escaping the inner restricted zone. Xiaohei had lost its earlier exuberance, obediently sticking close to Liu Shan's trouser leg. Buck up when we get back to the cellar, I'll light a fire and roast meat for you. Liu Shan muttered and reached out to touch the barrel of his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, feeling reassured. Man and dog were walking when the entire old forest suddenly fell deathly silent. The birdsong ceased, the insect chirping stopped. All sounds vanished so quiet that it made his ears ache. Even the fierce draft blowing through the valley seemed to be abruptly severed by some force. A faint musky odor wafted. It wasn't the stench of decay but the bloody scent of a ferocious beast. Something was wrong, very wrong. Liu Shan looked around. Perhaps it was a hunter's sixth sense. He sensed danger. Oh! Xiaohei beside him suddenly let out a pitiful howl filled with bone-deep terror. Liu Shan looked down, his heart skipped a beat. The big black dog's forelegs trembled like a sieve, unable to stand. With a thud it collapsed onto the muddy ground, most of its body pressed against the earth. Its usually proudly raised tail was tucked between its hind legs, its belly twitching. Xiaohei had drunk spiritual spring water, eaten wild boar meat, dared to fight wolf packs, and even bared its teeth at black bears. But now this divine dog was so terrified it couldn't even stand, lacking the strength to flee. This was the ultimate suppression from the depths of its bloodline. Could it be? Damn it, we're in big trouble. Liu Shan's hair stood on end, his scalp tingling. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly unshouldered the Type 56 from his back. Click. The bullet chambered. He spread his legs slightly, assuming a defensive stance. Not daring to look around, he squeezed his eyes shut and focused. His X-ray vision, instantly activated, pushed to its maximum limit. The darkness was torn apart. His sight pierced through rows of trees and dense thickets. Within 100 meters around, there was not a single living creature breathing. He didn't dare relax, scanning bit by bit along the muddy ground. About 100 paces away there was a fallen, withered, old poplar tree. Beside the old poplar tree on a patch of mud was a large imprint emitting a faint dark red glow. The red light hadn't faded, yet indicating that the creature that left the mark had passed by not long ago. Liu Shan stared at the glowing imprint, cold sweat soaking through his cotton-padded jacket. It was a clear, large, plum-shaped footprint. Unbelievably huge, larger than the wash basin at home. The toe prints were deeply embedded in the mud, and at the front deep claw marks were visible. In the old forests of the northeast, the only beast that could leave such a large plum-shaped imprint was that thing. The true ruler of this forest sea. A wild northeastern tiger. The mountain king spoken of by old hunters. Liu Shan's hand holding the rifle was slick with sweat. He dared not even breathe heavily. He had only heard his father mention that deep within the inner forest lurked a great beast, but in 2 lifetimes this was the first time he had actually encountered one. Compared to this forest king weighing 7 or 800 gene, capable of leaping 7 or 8 meters in a single bound, the far eastern leopard and the black bear were all insignificant little brothers. Tigers are extremely intelligent, moving with no sound at all. It wasn't within the range of his X-ray vision, meaning the great beast had likely already detected him and was lurking in the shadows hundreds of meters away watching. This invisible pressure of death weighed on his chest like a mountain. Damn it, this trip today is practically touching the king of hell's nose. Liu Shan swallowed a dry, painful lump of saliva. Calm down. His mind raced with calculations. His gaze alternated between the forest and the rifle in his hand. The Type 56 in his hand was indeed a formidable weapon for taking down large game. Its bullets could penetrate a tiger's skull. But the light within the inner forest was too dim, and the surroundings were filled with tree trunks and tangled weeds blocking his view. Tigers move like lightning. If a fight broke out, the great beast would use the tree trunks as cover and pounce ferociously. If his first shot missed and didn't hit a vital spot, the 7 or 800 gene body would crash down, turning Liu Shan and Xiaohei into minced meat. In this godforsaken place, going head-on with the Mountain King is not worth it. He cursed silently in his heart and quickly made up his mind. An old hunter enters the mountains for profit and never fights a battle without certainty. Moreover, in the current situation, the tiger was in the dark while he was in the light. He was already at a disadvantage. No, he had to retreat. Liu Shan slowly lowered his head and glanced at Xiaohei, who was trembling on the ground. He bent down, grabbed the scruff of the dog's neck, and lifted the large black dog up. Xiaohei's forelegs went weak with fear, his body sliding downward. Ow, ow. Stand still, you bastard. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die. He growled in a suppressed voice and pressed his knee against Xiaohei's belly. The large black dog barely managed to steady himself, not daring to make a sound. He lifted his head, his gaze still fixed on where the red glow had vanished. He began backing away. Each step was extremely light, choosing only the soft mud free of dry branches. One step backward, and he pulled Xiaohei along with him. The muzzle of the rifle stayed level, aimed at the direction where the tiger had left its mark. He retreated over 100 paces before his back pressed against a large, cool, bluish-gray boulder. He stopped and turned his head to check the wind direction. A draft wind blew straight south through the forest. The tiger was in the deep gully to the northwest, and the wind carried Liu Shan and Xiaohei sent away completely. Good wind. Heaven is not abandoning us. He let out a long breath, his tense muscles relaxing slightly. He turned around and led Xiaohei straight up a steep slope to the due south. The steep slope was extremely treacherous, covered with sharp, jagged rocks. He slung the rifle behind his back, gripped the crevices between stones with his hands, and kicked hard with his legs. Xiaohe, equally desperate to survive, clawed fiercely at the rocks and scrambled upward with all his might. Man and dog used both hands and feet to crawl for half an hour before cresting the ridge. They had completely left the territory of that northeastern tiger. The pungent gamey odor in the air had also dissipated. Xiaohe crawled onto the ridge and collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. His tightly clamped tail finally relaxed, swishing twice and slapping against the ground with sharp clicks. Liu Shan sat heavily on a large boulder beside him and wiped the cold sweat from his face. He unhooked the water bottle at his waist and took several hearty gulps of cool boiled water. The well water flowed down his throat into his stomach, calming the fire in his chest. He looked at the Type 56 rifle in his hands. "You hairy beast, you got lucky today." He patted the rifle barrel and turned to look at the dark, dense inner forest behind him. "When winter comes and heavy snow seals the mountains and all the leaves fall bare, by then I'll come back to settle the final score with you. I'll definitely skin you and make a coat." Liu Shan stood up and stretched his sore arms and legs. Far from feeling defeated, a sense of steadiness filled his heart. To encounter the Mountain King in the inner zone and retreat unscathed, that was the true skill of a hunter. "Xiaohe, get up and move. We've got to take a long detour home." Calling out, he led the large black dog along an unfamiliar mountain path to the south, continuing outward. This southern detour path was clearly untouched by human feet. Wild grass grew taller than a person, completely blocking the way. Liu Shan drew his clearing axe and hacked ahead, cutting through all the vines that obstructed the path. Xiaohe had fully recovered by now and had regained the demeanor of a distinguished hunting dog. He shook his black fur and dashed ahead of Liu Shan into the thickets to scout for movement. Man and dog spent nearly half an hour hacking through the unfamiliar grassy slope. Ahead, a vast muddy depression filled with dense reeds appeared. Xiaohe had just reached the edge of the depression when he suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and sniffed vigorously at a few broken reed stalks with his black nose. His eyes lit up. Without barking loudly, he turned back and wagged his broad tail at Liu Shan. Then he lowered his body and slipped into the dense reed marsh like a shadow. Liu Shan saw this posture and knew there was more game ahead. He sheathed his axe back into his belt and advanced quickly with his rifle raised. As he reached the edge of the depression, a noisy rustling sound came from deep within the reed marsh. Immediately afterward, two brown shapes burst out from the dry reed thickets. They were two young sika deer, only a few months old, about the size of the village's large yellow dog, with conspicuous rows of white, spotted patterns along their backs. Clearly frightened, they charged blindly in Liu Shan's direction. Liu Shan's sharp eyes immediately recognized this as a prize. Sika deer meat was the most tender, and judging by the bone nubs on their heads, both were young bucks. Once raised to maturity and their antlers harvested, that would be a precious medicinal ingredient more valuable than ginseng. "Deer stepping right to my door. How could I let them run?" He directly threw his rifle onto a nearby dry grass pile. His legs exploded with force as he charged toward the two young sika deer. When the fawns saw a living person up close, they panicked and scrambled to turn around. Xiaohe behind them had long blocked their escape route. "Woof!" The large black dog let out a low growl, stunning the two fawns in place. In that frozen moment, Liu Shan had already closed the distance. His left hand seized the scruff of the deer on the left, and his right hand grabbed the long ear of the one on the right. The two young sika deer let out piercing cries, twisting desperately to break free. Liu Shan's muscles bulged, and using his forward momentum, he forcibly pinned the two animals weighing over 100 jin combined to the ground. "Behaved!" he roared, pressing his knee against the belly of one of the deer. "All of you get in there." With a fierce thought, he exerted force with both hands into the void. The two live deer that had been struggling desperately on the muddy ground disappeared instantly without a trace. Liu Shan's hands fell empty. He patted the mud from his palms and stood up. He immersed his entire attention into the spatial dimension. On the vast black earth within the space, the two young sika deer were dazed, lying in the green grass. They looked around and found no threatening large black dog, only lush tender grass. Beside them, the spirit spring was bubbling fresh water. Smelling the pure fragrance of the spring water, the two young sika deer immediately got up and rushed to the water's edge to drink deeply. The four young wild boar piglets that had been grazing on roots in the distance heard the commotion and all ran over. The piglets circled around the newcomers, sniffing them all over with their black noses. The young sika deer were not shy at all. After drinking their fill, they lowered their heads to graze together with the piglets. These creatures got along extremely harmoniously in the space, showing not the slightest sign of aggression. Watching this vibrant scene in his space, Liu Shan was so pleased he slapped his thigh. This living creature breeding area is truly miraculous. No cages needed. They sustain themselves. He calculated this profitable venture in his mind. Sika deer grew fast, and with the spirit spring water they would reach hundreds of jin in less than a year. When the male deer grew large antlers, he could simply slice them off, process them, and sell them on the black market for a massive amount of coupons and gold. Whenever he wanted meat, he could pluck one out anytime and slaughter it fresh. This was equivalent to carrying a super farm in his mind that could never run out. His wealth was silently doubling and his trump cards growing ever thicker. Satisfied, he severed his consciousness and opened his eyes. He bent down, picked up his Type 56 rifle from the ground, and brushed off the grass fragments. Xiao, this detour wasn't in vain. Great job. He took a large piece of wild boar jerky from his pocket and tossed it to the large black dog. Xiao caught it midair and wagged his tail with joy. Returning home, the sky had already turned pitch black. Brother, you're finally back. The little girl ran up happily, helping Liu Shan unbuckle the canteen from his neck, then took a clean cloth to wipe his sweat. Today I found the most exquisite delicacy deep in the mountains, something you've never tasted before. Liu Shan turned around, flicking his wrist. 2 flying dragon birds instantly appeared in his hands. The birds were round and plump with black and white patterns on their necks and smooth feathers. Brother, you can do magic. Xiaolon leaned in to see the novelty, reached out her small hand to touch the bird's wing, her big eyes twinkling. Brother, why is this pigeon so fat? It's even sturdier than the old hen in the village chief's yard. Liu Shan laughed heartily, reached out, and pinched the flying dragon bird's body. The flesh was firm. This isn't a domestic pigeon. It's called a flying dragon bird. In the deep mountains they call it dragon meat from heaven. Today I'll let you taste this heavenly delicacy. He stood up and walked to the stove, pouring half a basin of boiling water into the basin. Liu Shan threw both flying dragon birds into the hot water to scald the skin, then plucked the feathers with rapid hand movements. These birds had grown up eating pine nuts, so the layer of fat under the skin was thick. After plucking, the skin gleamed. Using a cleaver on the cutting board, he gutted the birds and removed the innards. After washing clean, the flying dragon meat showed a pinkish hue, looking tender and fresh. Liu Shan then took out a freshly dug wild Cotinopsis palaciula from his space. He washed off the yellow mud on the surface, then cut it into finger-length segments with a knife. Liu Shan chopped the flying dragon meat into large square chunks, threw them all into the iron pot, and added 2 large ladles of well water. The cut Cotinopsis palaciula pieces were also tossed in, and finally a generous handful of sea salt was sprinkled. He struck a match to light the dry pine wood, stuffed it into the stove pit, and pulled the bellows to fan the flames. Whoosh whoosh. The flames licked the bottom of the pot. The water in the iron pot soon boiled, churning up white bubbles. Liu Shan covered the pot and reduced the heat to simmer slowly. After more than an hour, the pot gurgled loudly. A captivating, overpowering aroma seeped through the gaps in the lid. The fragrance carried the sweet freshness of the flying dragon meat mingled with the medicinal scent of wild Cotinopsis palaciula. The aroma drifted up through the chimney of the tiled house and spread with the night breeze across most of Dashi village. The hungry idlers in the village, whose eyes gleamed with starvation, were all tempted by the smell, their mouths watering and stomachs growling. Next door, Wang Er, holding a chipped bowl of plain soup, caught the scent and threw the bowl onto the earthen bed. He pressed against the wall, desperately sniffing the air, peering over the low wall toward Liu Shan's yard. This Liu Shan eats meat every day, and now he's stewing medicinal herbs. His life is even more comfortable than the landlord's. Wang Er stomped his feet in frustration, but dared not cross the line, afraid of having his leg bitten by the big black dog. Liu Shan ignored the outside commotion. He judged the timing was right and lifted the lid. Thick white steam billowed upward. The chicken soup in the pot had turned a milky white. The meat chunks tumbled in the broth with a layer of golden oil floating on the surface, looking utterly tempting. Xiaolon, bring the big bowls. Time to eat. Liu Shan ladled out 2 large bowls full of meat and soup. Xiaolon carried the bowl to the table, ignoring the heat, and took a big sip of the hot soup. The savory hot soup flowed down her throat, and the little girl squinted in comfort, her breath carrying the fragrance of meat. Brother, this dragon soup is so delicious, 100 times better than meat buns. She picked up a piece of flying dragon meat, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it, her lips greasy. Back when Uncle was home, we couldn't even get enough corn porridge. Now it's like New Year's every day. Xiaolon sighed as she ate, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Liu Shan patted his sister's hair, then lifted his own bowl, and drank the soup, and ate the meat with gusto. The hot soup warmed him, and sweat broke out all over his body, washing away the fatigue of days spent in the mountains. He Xiao also got a basin of flying dragon bones mixed with broth, gnawing on them with a crisp crunch. Full and satisfied, Liu Shan put down the large bowl, patted his round belly, and let out a loud belch. He looked at the meat-scented room and his contented sister, feeling a surge of motivation. This life had finally turned around. It would only get better from now on. Gradually the night grew deep and still. In Dashi village, not even a dog's bark could be heard as darkness swallowed everything. Judging that everyone in the village was asleep, Liu Shan got off the Kong, transformed, and put on a tattered cotton coat and a ragged headscarf, becoming a wizened old man, so changed that even his own father wouldn't recognize him. Xiaolon locked the door tight inside. I'm going to the town. He Xiao, guard your little master. His sister was sensible. He Xiao was fierce and loyal, so Liu Shan felt completely at ease. Liu Shan tightened his tattered cotton coat, pushed open the door, and stepped into the night. He moved swiftly, following the deserted dirt road at a brisk pace. In less than half an hour he reached the edge of the county town's black market. He skillfully slipped into the dark alley and arrived outside the backyard of an abandoned factory building. Liu Shan knocked on the door 3 times long and 2 times short the signal agreed upon with He Yi. The bolt slid open and He Yi poked out most of his body, looking around anxiously. Seeing Liu Shan, he pulled him into the yard and bolted the door securely behind them. "Oh, my old friend, you're finally here. My eyelids have been twitching all these days, worried something might have happened to you." He Yi led Liu Shan through the yard, quickly entering the inner room. A kerosene lamp was on the table, its flame dim and yellow, illuminating He Yi's face. Liu Shan sat on a long bench, hands tucked into his cotton sleeves, ignoring He Yi's pleasantries. He directly focused his mind into his internal space. The 100-year-old 7-leaf ginseng king he had dug up was stored in the deepest part of the preservation zone. Such a heaven-defying treasure would never be casually revealed. It was his trump card for turning the tables and surviving. Liu Shan shifted his focus and selected the over 50-year-old wild ginseng. He pulled out the bark-wrapped bundle from the inner pocket of his cotton coat and slapped it onto the table. "He Yi, here's the item I promised you. Have an expert take a look." Hearing this, He Yi's eyes lit up. He leaned over the table and untied the straw rope. As the dry bark peeled away, a scent of earth and medicinal herbs surged into his nostrils. He Yi looked down, gave a start, and even held his breath for a moment. The wild ginseng lay on the bark, its size thicker than a thumb. The rhizome was long with fine, dense horizontal wrinkles, and the roots trailed down in a large tuft, none broken. The specimen was perfect without any damage. "My God, this is at least a 50-year-old top-grade treasure." He Yi's voice trembled, his hand hovering in the air, afraid to touch it. Having traded mountain goods on the black market for years, he knew well the value of this item. Such an aged and pristine wild ginseng was rarely seen in a small county town in years. "Brother, your methods are truly heaven-piercing. You can actually retrieve family heirlooms like this in perfect condition." Black Master swallowed hard and plopped down onto a nearby chair with a thud. He raised his head to look at Liu Shan, and in his eyes, besides a merchant's sharpness, there remained only reverence. To produce such an old wild ginseng without a scratch from the inner restricted zone where eastern far leopards roamed was simply unbelievable. The strength of this gaunt old man before him far exceeded his imagination. He almost suspected this old man might be some ancient spirit from the deep mountains who had descended to the mortal world. "That inspection by the armed department you mentioned earlier, has the situation settled down?" Liu Shan paid no mind to the flattery and got straight to the point. "Rest assured, brother, the armed department folks went around checking several large villages, but found nothing substantial. They've already called it off." Black Master quickly flashed a wide grin as he replied, worried about displeasing this living Buddha. "Will that payment cover the balance for the rifle and the entire box of ammunition?" Liu Shan tapped his fingers on the table, the sound echoing sharply as he got straight to business. "Enough. More than enough. This deal is a massive windfall for yours truly, Black Master." Black Master shot to his feet, his jowls trembling with excitement as he rushed to fetch the moisture-proof box. Without even reaching for the scale, he made his way to the corner of the inner room and retrieved a locked redwood box. Black Master carefully placed the old wild ginseng bark and all into the redwood box and locked it tight, fearful of losing the medicinal essence. "You're too generous, brother. Our accounts are now completely settled. From now on, whenever you need anything in this black market, just say the word. As long as I, Black Master, am capable of handling it, I won't decline for a moment." This transaction was straightforward. No unnecessary words exchanged, just immediate payment and delivery. Having achieved his goal, Liu Shan didn't linger inside. He stood up and adjusted his worn cotton-padded jacket. "Keep your men's mouths shut. I don't want to hear any gossip about this." After leaving his warning, Liu Shan turned, pushed open the wooden door, and strode out. "Take care, brother. Rest assured, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they'd never dare to gossip recklessly." Black Master followed him out and personally helped pull open the small wooden gate to the courtyard. He bowed slightly, his manner so respectful that there was nothing to fault. As Liu Shan stepped over the threshold, a chill night breeze swept into his collar. He shivered, and images of the devastating snow disaster from his past life in the 60s flooded his mind. Countless lives lost to the bitter cold. By his calculations, it should have been this year. Though the house was stocked with grain and meat, he and Xiaolan were still wearing patched-up thin clothes. When the heavy snows came, temperatures would plummet to over 40 degrees below zero. Without windproof cotton-padded jackets and pants, they would still freeze to death indoors. Liu Shan pulled back his leg and turned around, stepping back into the courtyard. Black Master was just about to close the door when he spotted Liu Shan returning, so he hurried to greet him. "Brother, did you leave something behind? Come inside quickly." Liu Shan walked back into the room and sat down by the table. "Nothing left behind. I'm here to stock up on some winter gear." "Black Master, do you have any brand new cotton and warm fabrics?" Black Master slapped his thigh, nodding eagerly with a broad smile spreading across his chubby face. "Brother, you've come to the right person. I just got a shipment of fine goods from the provincial textile mill a couple days ago. I was planning to sell them at a high price before winter, but since you need them, I'll give them to you at cost." He shouted out the door, instructing his 2 trusted assistants to open the storage room in the back courtyard. In no time, the 2 assistants carried in 3 huge sacks, each as tall as a person. Black Master personally untied the first sack and pulled out a large clump of snow-white cotton. Brother, feel this yourself? This is genuine Xinjiang long staple cotton mixed with not a bit of recycled material. Liu Shan reached out and grabbed a handful of the cotton, rubbing it between his fingers. It felt soft and carried a dry, sun-warmed scent. Truly quality goods. Quilts and padded jackets made from this new cotton would cling to the body and block out the biting cold wind. I'll take 15 jean of this cotton. Also bring me 3 large bolts of the warmest navy blue coarse cotton cloth, enough to make several sets of heavy padded jackets and trousers. Black Master hurriedly sent his assistant to fetch the cloth while he went rummaging through the corner of the inner room himself. He emerged carrying 2 pairs of large cowhide boots and set them on the table. Brother, these leather boots are premium work protective gear from the city steel mills security department. Look at the uppers, pure cowhide with a layer of soft wool inside. They're incredibly warm. Want some? Liu Shan picked up a boot to inspect it. The soles were thick rubber with anti-slip patterns, and the stitching was tight and durable. Stepping on deep mountain snow with these would keep the cold out completely. I'll take all the boots. Get your abacus and tally up the total. Liu Shan pulled out a thick wad of 10 yuan notes along with a stack of nationally recognized industrial coupons. Let me calculate, brother. While these items are in demand compared to your wild ginseng. Black Master waved his hand dismissively. Save the chatter. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. One thing is one thing, every cent counts. Liu Shan had never liked owing people favors. Black Master didn't argue further, pulling out his abacus and clicking through the beads before stating a fair price. Liu Shan counted out the bills and vouchers, slapping them onto the table. After collecting the payment, Black Master instructed his assistant to pack the cotton cloth and leather boots into large sacks, securing them tightly with hemp rope. Liu Shan hoisted a sack onto his shoulder with one hand. Brother, it's dark out. Watch your step. Black Master saw him out. Liu Shan nodded and strode out through the small wooden gate, turning into an empty alley nearby. He glanced left and right, confirming no one was following, the surroundings completely silent. With a thought, the large sack vanished into the spatial pocket within his mind. The cotton cloth and boots landed in the corner of his preservation area. Combined with the rice flour and sesame oil he'd acquired earlier, his cold weather supplies now formed a small mountain. He had prepared in advance for the heavy winter snows to come. No matter how fierce the snow disaster proved to be, he and Xiaolan would be safe from cold and hunger within their tile-roofed house. Feeling light and carefree, Liu Shan hurried back to Dashi village at a brisk pace. For the next few days, Liu Shan didn't venture into the deep mountains again. Instead, he stayed tucked away in the tile-roofed house, constantly preparing different delicious meals for his younger sister, Liu Xiaolan. In the morning, meat broth simmered in the large iron pot. At noon, wild boar stewed, and in the evening, fluffy white steamed buns. The aroma of meat drifted from the chimney of the blue brick house each day, carrying through the wind until the entire village was filled with its scent. The constant wafting of meat fragrance from Liu Shan's home finally irked several gossiping women in the village. Every mealtime, quite a few people would squat outside Liu Shan's courtyard wall with their chipped bowls, desperately swallowing their saliva. That afternoon, 4 or 5 people crowded into the dilapidated thatched cottage next door, belonging to Wang Er's family. Li Matzi, the scoundrel cousin from another village related to Liu Shan's elder uncle, sat on the heated kong, smoking his pipe with a grim expression. Third aunt from the village slapped her thigh and let out a shrill curse. Sniff this. Liu Shan's cooking meat again. He's trying to drive us all mad with hunger. He's definitely speculating and engaging in a legal trade. How does he get so much money to buy meat every day? Another dark-faced woman chimed in, her teeth gritted with jealousy. Exactly. Our entire village is starving, reduced to skin and bones, yet somehow a sickly lad like him can feast richly every single day. Li Matzi exhaled a ring of smoke, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. The ants are right. This kid must be sneaking all the mountain goods from behind the village and selling them at the city's black market. That's a capital offense, undermining socialism. Let's go report him to village head Zhao Yukai right now and get him arrested and paraded through the streets. Upon hearing this, a few gossipy women buzzed with excitement, like roosters pumped full of energy. They dragged along their uncle's distant relative from another village and rushed to village chief Zhao Youcai's residence to file a false accusation claiming that Liu Shan was undoubtedly engaged in illicit trade of mountain goods. Zhao Yucai was seated in his own courtyard, leisurely puffing on dakium and cigarettes. This premium tobacco had been delivered by Liu Shan late the previous night, and it smoked smoothly, far superior to his worn-out clay smoking pipe. San Yang led the group, shouldering open the courtyard gate and storming in with righteous indignation. Chief, you've got to put a stop to Liu Shan's wretched behavior. He's stewing large cuts of pork in his house every day. There's no doubt he's smuggling collective mountain resources, which is a grave offense. Li Matzi quickly stepped forward, fanning the flames of discord. Chief Zhao, such harmful elements cannot be tolerated within our community. We must immediately report to the commune's armed department and request they send officers armed with weapons to arrest him. Zhao Yukai took a drag from his cigarette and cast a sideways glance across the assembly. He understood clearly. These destitute souls were afflicted by envy, unable to bear seeing others prosper while they suffered. What kind of man was Liu Shan? He was a formidable figure capable of hunting down wild boars single-handedly deep within the mountains. Recently, he had presented 3 jean of fatty pork and 2 boxes of cigarettes. A gesture of sincerity, most generous. Having accepted Liu Shan's dakium and cigarettes and wild pork, Zhao Yukai slammed his palm on the table and berated the gossipy women mercilessly. He rose abruptly, seized the nearby broomstick, and brought it down with a sharp crack upon the stone table. Shut your filthy mouths at once. This thunderous shout made San Yang and Li Matzi flinch, violently silencing the courtyard in an instant. With hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Yukai pointed squarely at San Yang's nose and launched into his reprimand. Liu Shan is the village's officially appointed forest ranger, wielding a legally permitted hunting rifle. When he hunts a couple of wild rabbits in the forest using his own skills, that is simply living off the land according to tradition. Do you not understand propriety? Your hunger stems from your own incompetence. Cease this venomous jealousy. Zhao Yotsai's eyes bulged with fury as droplets of saliva splattered across San Yang's face. Dare to spread such slander against an honorable man again, and I shall send every last one of you to the commune's labor camp as vagrants to dig sand. Terrified, San Yang shrank her neck and dared not utter a single word of rebuttal, her legs trembling weakly. Seeing the chief's overt partiality, Li Matzi realized he would gain nothing from persisting. Gnashing his teeth, he retreated dejectedly toward the doorway. Get out and return to your work. Don't tell me you've abandoned hope for your annual labor credits. Wielding the broomstick, Zhao Yukai drove the entire assembly of gossipers out of his courtyard. With a resounding bang, the courtyard gate was slammed shut. Letting out a cold snort, Zhao Yukai retrieved Liu Shan's dakium and cigarettes from his pocket and lit one once more. HHH. Indeed, this tobacco smokes splendidly. Night fell, completely shrouding Dashi village in darkness. Not even a dog's bark could be heard. Inside the main hall, Liu Shan sat holding a whetstone, rhythmically drawing it along the blade of his axes. Brother, why are you sharpening the axe so late at night? Liu Xiaolan poked her head out from the inner chamber. I have matters to attend to outside. Keep the main door securely bolted. Whatever sounds you hear, do not venture forth. Liu Shan tested the blade with his thumb, secured the axe to his belt, extinguished the lamp, and stepped outside. The cold wind swirled into his collar. From a straw nest by the wall corner, a black dog sprang up, tail wagging, eager to follow. Watch over the home. Liu Shan pressed down on the dog's head with a quiet instruction before departing from the tiled house. Whether just or unjust accounts, he abhorred owing debts, and tonight he would settle them all. Liu Shan hurried along the yellow earthen road beyond the village, heading straight for neighboring Lijia village. By day, San Yang's complaint against Liu Shan had been orchestrated from behind by Li Matzi, that envious rascal. Such wolves, rendered desperate by hunger, if not checked now by breaking their spines, would become lethal troubles down the line. Liu Shan quickened his pace. Lijia village lay not far from Dashi village, merely beyond a single earthen ridge. At the village entrance stood a dilapidated thatched cottage. Light seeped through cracks in the wooden windows, accompanied by the raucous quarreling of several men within. Li Matzi sat cross-legged upon the heated brick bed, raising a bowl to gulp down sweet potato liquor. Opposite him sat 2 village idlers, tossing peanuts into their mouths. Brotherly San Yang's accusation today came to nothing. Are we to swallow this disgrace so easily? Li Matzi smashed his chipped bowl onto the low bed table. Swallow my foot. Those gossiping women are blind. I have sharp eyes. That discarded cigarette, but Chief Zhao tossed aside, was dakium and first-rate tobacco. That old wretch must have accepted bribes from Liu Shan, which is why he defended the young man. Humph. I shall deal with him just as surely. Tomorrow morning we will file a written denunciation with the commune armed department, accusing Liu Shan of privately hoarding firearms and trafficking collective mountain goods. Enraged, Li Matzi's eyes blazed with greed. Once Liu Shan is sent to the labor camp to dig sand, his grand house, and everything in it, shall divide among us brothers. No sooner had he spoken when, bang, the door was kicked open from outside. A gust of draft swept in, extinguishing the kerosene lamp on the bed table. The room plunged into near darkness, illuminated only by moonlight, revealing a towering silhouette at the threshold. Liu Shan's face remained grim as stone as he strode across the threshold toward the heated bed. The 2 idle youths scrambled backward in terror, pressing themselves into the corner without daring to make a sound. Recognizing the intruder, Li Matzi sucked in a sharp breath and hastily slipped his hand beneath the pillow, drawing out a pork-killing knife. What do you intend? Don't come closer. My ancestors were butchers. A butcher's descendant. Heh. I am Liu Shan of Dashi village, come to sort things out. Announcing himself, Liu Shan drew the mountaineering axe from his waist, swung his arm fully, and struck down upon a half-brick, serving as a bedstone beside Li Matzi's feet. Thwack! The heavy axe shattered the blue brick into a pile of powder. Stone fragments sprayed across Li Matzi's face and hair. Li Matzi screamed in terror, dropping his pork knife with a clatter. An instant warmth flooded his crotch as urine streamed down his leg onto the bed mat, its foul stench filling the air. He rolled off the heated bed, collapsed to his knees, and bowed his head repeatedly in desperation. Lord Liu, ancestor, I was blinded by greed. Please let my transgressions pass like wind. Liu Shan withdrew his axe from where it had wedged in the wooden bed frame. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I've slaughtered blind bears, what threat poses a mere beast like you? He tapped Li Mozi's face with the flat of the axe blade. Remember this well. If I ever hear you spreading such nonsense again, next time this axe shall strike flesh, not brick. Trembling, Li Mozi swallowed hard and nodded frantically. With a dismissive snort, Liu Shan secured his axe to his lower back, turned, and disappeared into the night. Days passed, and the mountain wind grew harsher. Deep autumn had arrived, and the leaves of the old forest began to fall in swathes, heralding the imminent cold. The few ancient elm trees outside the village of Dashi now stood as bare branches. The village elders, wrapped in tattered quilts, squatted against the walls to bask in the sun. Everyone knew that this winter would be much colder than before. Liu Shan stood in his own yard, lifting his head to gaze at the overcast sky to the north. The sky was filled with layers of gray clouds, not a single ray of sunlight penetrating through. The air bore a damp, cold scent that heralded imminent snowfall. Once the heavy snow fell, this deep mountain forest would be sealed off. The ground would freeze as hard as iron, rendering it impossible to venture into the mountains to dig medicinal herbs. Liu Shan resolved to make one final foray into the inner reaches before the snow sealed the mountains, to gather all the remaining valuable herbs around the old ginseng gatherer's cellar hideout. Xiaolan, I'm going to the old forest one more time to fetch some good things before the snow falls. Liu Shan patted his sister's head, pushed open the yard gate, and walked out. Xiaohei was already waiting outside, wagging his big tail. Old partner, let's go. Liu Shan called out, leading the big black dog as they ventured once again into the deepest part of the mountains. As soon as they entered the old forest, the ground was entirely covered with fallen leaves. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the wild birds that usually chattered had hidden themselves in tree hollows. Liu Shan held his rifle, his strides long and urgent. He didn't even glance at the outer and middle zones. He simply pushed straight through. In less than 2 hours, the man and the dog arrived before the swamp that had once been occupied by a large black bear. The mud of the swamp had been dried hard by the autumn wind. A layer of frost had formed on the surface, and stepping on it, there was no risk of sinking. Liu Shan stepped onto the clods of mud and easily crossed this natural barrier. Once inside the inner zone, the light grew dimmer. The towering red pines still stood lush and dense, blocking the already meager light from above. The cold wind howled through the gaps between the tree trunks. Liu Shan dared not waste any time. He led Xiaohei straight toward the concealed old cellar hideout. Reaching the foot of the earth slope, the plank door was intact. Liu Shan pulled open the door and crawled inside, then took out a match to light the dry firewood in the stove pit. The room instantly warmed up, dispelling the chill that had accompanied him on the journey. He sat on the stone bed and pulled out the sketch left by the old ginseng gatherer from his bosom. By the firelight, Liu Shan traced his finger over the drawing. That medicinal field near the big canyon has been emptied. The rocky slope to the south I haven't visited yet. Liu Shan tucked the sketch back into his bosom, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Xiaohei, while it's still not completely dark, let's scout around the south side. He grabbed his wood-splitting axe and led the big black dog out of the cellar hideout. Instantly, he activated his X-ray vision. The aura of medicinal herbs beneath the surrounding ground became fully visible. Let's go, there's a large patch of white light to the south. Liu Shan waved his hand and headed toward the target with Xiaohei. Not long after they set off, the wind direction suddenly changed. The draft that had been blowing from south to north abruptly turned around, rushing straight into Liu Shan's face. A pungent, gamey odor filled his nostrils with the wind. The smell was overwhelming, stinging his brain and churning his stomach. Xiaohei dug his front claws into the muddy ground and let out a low, anguished growl from his throat. The big black dog's fur stood on end, its tail tucked between its hind legs. Liu Shan halted in his tracks and immediately pressed his body against a large blue stone beside him. He activated his X-ray vision. His gaze pierced through the rocky outcrops ahead, turning the obstructing shrubs into mere shadows. A massive red glow slammed directly into Liu Shan's eyes. It was that creature. Liu Shan deactivated his X-ray vision and gripped his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Click! He pulled the bolt handle and chambered around. Liu Shan poked half his head out, peering from the edge of the stone toward the rocky outcrops. What he saw sent all his blood rushing to his head. On a clearing less than 30 steps away, a colossal beast was lowering its head to forage for food. This creature was enormous, over 3 meters from head to tail, with a body as sturdy as a bull. Its yellow fur was dotted with black horizontal stripes, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The living ancestor of the old forest, the true king of the mountains, a wild far eastern Siberian tiger. Finally, it revealed its true form. The tiger's ears perked up, and it turned its head to stare fixedly at the large blue stone. With the shift in wind, the scent of a living human had drifted straight to it. The tiger spotted the stranger behind the stone and opened its massive jaws. Roar! A thunderous roar exploded deep within the inner zone. The sound shook the dead leaves from the tree trunks, sending them rustling down. The supreme aura of the king of beasts swept over them. Xiaohe collapsed onto the muddy ground, trembling, too weak to even stand. There was no avoiding it this time. With the wind direction changed, his scent could not be hidden. Liu Shan gritted his teeth and stepped out from behind the large blue stone. He did not retreat, a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. Today in this deep mountain it would be either the tiger's death or his own. Seeing the two-legged sheep dare to show itself, the tiger's eyes blazed with ferocity. Its hind legs pushed off the muddy ground, propelling its body into the air. Liu Shan planted his feet firmly on the mud, his body tensed. He aimed his Type 56, not blinking an eye. Closing his left eye, he widened his right. Instantly, he activated his X-ray vision. His gaze pierced through the tiger's fur and chest bones, revealing the beating heart within. He raised the muzzle, aligning the sight with the heart. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward half a pace toward the charging tiger, pressing the butt of the rifle tight into his shoulder. 10 steps. 7 steps. The ferocious wind struck his face. Liu Shan pressed his index finger against the trigger and squeezed 3 times in succession. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots merged into one. Flame shot from the muzzle, and the recoil numbed his shoulder. The bullets exited the barrel in an instant. The first round pierced straight into the tiger's chest, tearing through its heart. The remaining 2 bullets struck the creature's skull, blowing off half of its cranium. The tiger didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its body lost all momentum midair, crashing straight toward Liu Shan under its own inertia. Liu Shan sidestepped, quickly dodging the fatal impact. The tiger slammed into the ground, creating a large muddy crater, twitched twice, and then breathed its last. Liu Shan remained extremely cautious. He stood still with his rifle, cocking his ear to listen for any sound around. Apart from the rustle of the wind through the leaves, there wasn't a single living creature breathing in the old forest. Only then did he lower his rifle and slowly walk over to the tiger's corpse. First he lifted his foot and tentatively kicked the tiger's belly to confirm it was dead. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. What's a mountain king? When faced with a firearm, it has to admit defeat. No matter how powerful a carbon-based life form, it is nothing before thermal weapons. Liu Shan wiped the sweat from his brow, crouched down, and pressed both hands on the tiger's belly. He murmured inwardly, absorb. The massive tiger, weighing 700 or 800 gene, vanished without a trace. Yet the moment the tiger was taken into the space, a sudden earth-shattering vertigo slammed into Liu Shan's mind. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The tiger was the king of beasts, carrying the dominance and fortune of the entire mountain. As this fortune rushed into the space within his mind, it shattered the balance inside. Could it be that the space was about to upgrade again? Liu Shan closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the space. Inside, it was churning violently. The gray mist around suddenly retreated backward, and the black soil expanded inch by inch, quickly growing to the size of 3 basketball courts. The wild boar and elk meat in the corner now looked like an insignificant mound. Several live young wild boars and elk calves were scurrying about in terror. The spiritual spring in the center of the space had also changed. The water, which had been gently churning, was now bubbling violently, like boiling water with large bubbles rising. A whoosh sound came. A yellow light shot out from the depths of the spring, breaking through the water surface. A light yellow pearl the size of a longan was pushed up by the spring water and hovered in midair. The pearl spun rapidly, emitting a layer of white mist. Liu Shan leaned in to examine this rare treasure. He sensed boundless vitality hidden within the pearl. This thing was far more formidable than the spring water below. It must have been born after absorbing the fortune of the Tiger King. Besides the spiritual spring pearl, the black soil had also changed. Liu Shan turned to look at the plot where blood ginseng and mountain ginseng were planted. A layer of needle-tip-sized green sprouts emerged from the black mud. The soil had come to life completely, not only preserving living things, but also possessing the ability to accelerate plant growth. With the spiritual spring pearl and the mutated living soil, couldn't he create a small world of his own? Liu Shan took a deep breath, his heart pounding with joy. In this era of famine, Liu Shan could go wherever he pleased. After checking the space, he withdrew his consciousness and opened his eyes. Just as he got up, he heard a whimper coming from behind the rocky outcrop. Xiaohe! Liu Shan's heart tightened. He leaped over the grass pile and rushed over. The tiger's roar from earlier had been too powerful. Xiaohe's dog courage had been shattered. Now it lay behind the stone, vomiting blood from its mouth. Woo! Like a cry before death. Don't move, big brother will heal you. Liu Shan held the big black dog's head. With a flash of his mind, he drew a handful of spring water from the spiritual spring. He pried open the dog's mouth and poured it in. Xiaohe swallowed the spring water, but still whimpered in its throat. The spring water alone was not enough to repair its internal organs. Got it. Liu Shan's mind stirred, and he summoned the hovering spiritual spring pearl. The pearl spun once, separating a wisp of pale yellow thick mist. The mist followed his will and drilled into his right palm. Liu Shan hovered his palm over Xiaohe's back. The mist sank downward, entering its body. Xiaohe lay on the ground, and from its belly came a crisp, crackling sound from the cervical vertebrae to the tailbone. its skeleton elongated by a section, and the muscles stretched the fur taut. Xiaohei braced its forelegs and stood up. Its size even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf, and when standing upright it reached Liu Shan's chest. Whoa! Xiaohei kept nuzzling affectionately against Liu Shan's pants leg. Just a simple rub nearly knocked Liu Shan over. Wow! Now this is a divine dog. Liu Shan patted the dog's head and looked at the spiritual spring pearl in his palm. This thing couldn't just be called a good thing, but should be called a divine artifact. With the spiritual spring water and the spiritual spring pearl, he would never have to worry about illness again. Perhaps he could even prolong his life and achieve immortality. Liu Shan willed the pearl back into the space. Let's go, Xiaohei, we're heading to town. This trip had not only killed the Mountain King, but also brought great changes to the space. Liu Shan felt exhilarated, his steps swift. He didn't return to Dashi village, but headed straight for the county town along the overgrown path. As dusk fell, the man and the dog arrived behind an abandoned factory building. Liu Shan looked around to see if anyone was watching, then connected his mind to the space. Inside, the carcass of the large tiger was still steaming. Liu Shan used his mind to control a boning knife, quickly dissecting the tiger and extracting the liver and the tiger's penis. The tiger's entire body was a treasure, but these two parts were especially valuable. He wrapped the liver and the tiger's penis in oil paper, withdrew his consciousness from the space, and then raised his hand to knock on the door 3 times. Soon footsteps came from behind the door. Creak. Who is it? He just started to ask, then looked closely and quickly pulled Liu Shan inside. Old brother, I haven't seen you for days. I thought you were hibernating. He rubbed his hands and welcomed Liu Shan into the main room. He knew that every time this old brother came, he brought great surprises. He was like a god of wealth. Liu Shan walked to the 8 immortal table, pulled out a stool, and sat down. Xiaohei lay at his feet, staring at Yi with its eyes. Yi felt unnerved by the dog's gaze and quickly went to pour a mug of hot tea. Old brother, your dog is really sturdy like a little calf. Liu Shan picked up the tea mug and took a sip. The heavy snow is about to seal the mountains. I came to settle the last account with you. He didn't reply to the remark, but connected his mind to the space. The most valuable part of the tiger was not the meat, but those rare parts. See how much this is worth. Yi stepped forward and unwrapped the oil paper. The first package contained a dark red, fresh, large heart and liver. The second package held a dried piece with barbs. Yi recognized them at a glance. My God! Tiger penis and tiger gall. Yi stumbled back 2 steps, knocking over the bench behind him. Old brother, you killed the Mountain King. His eyes bulged and he even stopped breathing. The most common legend in the mountains was the Mountain Lord. Even a dozen armed old hunters would be wiped out if they encountered it. Liu Shan picked up the bench and set it steady without raising his eyelids. I happened to run into it and took care of it casually. Give me an estimate and exchange it all for winter supplies. Yi swallowed his saliva and fetched a large steel yard. Old brother, your move is too frightening. This tiger liver and tiger penis are divine medicines to save lives. Take it to the provincial capital and you can get 2 small gold bars in return. Yi fiddled with an abacus for a while. I'll get you 300 caddies of coarse sea salt and 10 barrels of kerosene. The kerosene is for your lamps, and the salt will be enough for curing meat for over half a year. Liu Shan shook his head. Not enough. I need fine grain too, as much enriched flour as possible. Also get a cartload of good dry firewood hardwood. No problem, no problem. Yi agreed repeatedly. The tiger penis was something that could only be found by chance with no price ceiling. He quickly called his underlings to move things from the storeroom. In no time the yard was piled with sacks and barrels, and several large carts of dry firewood were also pulled in. Old brother, 2,000 caddies of enriched flour, and all the firewood is split hardwood. Yi wiped the oily sweat from his face. Liu Shan stood up and walked to the middle of the yard. He told Yi to dismiss all his men and bolt the yard gate. Liu Shan looked around. There was no one else in the yard. With a flash of his mind, the several large carts of supplies vanished in an instant. Yi had just dismissed the men and closed the door. When he turned around, the yard was empty. He rubbed his eyes, his mouth wide enough to stuff a steamed bun. Several carts of goods disappeared into thin air, and Yi's legs trembled with fright. Living immortal, you're using the 5 ghosts carrying technique. Yi's whole body was shaking. Liu Shan stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and pulled him up. I'm not just a hunter, I've also entered the Taoist gate. You must know that heavenly secrets cannot be divulged, so keep your mouth shut tight. Let today's matters rot in your stomach. Next spring I'll come find you to do business again. If even a hint of gossip leaks out, your head will end up like the Mountain King's. Understand? Understood, understood. Yi nodded repeatedly. Fear, respect, and admiration left him with no crooked thoughts. Remember, as long as I have a piece of meat, you'll have a sip of soup. Liu Shan released Yi's collar, turned around, and left the yard. The last day of late autumn. The sky over Dash village hung as dark and heavy as the bottom of a well-used wok. Vicious winds raced down the mountain ravines into the village, causing the ancient elm branches to creak and groan in protest. Liu Shan rose before dawn. Bare-chested, he stepped into the courtyard, scooped a gourd of ice-cold water, and splashed his face. Drying off with an old rag, he lifted his gaze toward the hills behind the village. Hundreds of li away above the old forest, a vast expanse of purplish-black clouds churned overhead like a colossal funnel pressing downward. This was no ordinary winter snowfall. This was a catastrophic blizzard, one not seen in 60 years. Memories from his past life surged into his mind. The snow would fall relentlessly for over half a month, burying every single-story house beneath towering drifts. Starving wild beasts from the mountains would descend in packs, storming into the village to prey on living people. Liu Shan severed his spiritual sight and drew in a sharp breath. A calamity was coming. He turned on his heel and hurried back to the large tiled roof house. Xiaolong, get down and help your brother. Liu Shan reached beneath the Kong bedding and dragged out a thick bundle of hemp rope and cloth strips. Something's wrong out there. A snowstorm capable of devouring people is coming. We have to seal every window and door tight. Not a single draft can get through. On it, bro. The little girl quickly slipped on her shoes and hopped down. Together the siblings stuffed the gaps around the windows with cloth strips until they were completely sealed. Liu Shan grabbed his machete and stepped out into the courtyard. He reached into his spatial storage and pulled out nearly a full cartload of hard timber that Black Master had given him. One by one he carried the pieces into the main room, stacking them along the walls until an entire wall's worth was piled high. Lu Xiaolan washed her hands and came over. Brother, we have so much grain at home, we won't go hungry. Don't worry so much. Liu Shan shook his head and took an iron hammer from the cabinet. Not having food problems doesn't mean there's no danger. In times of famine, what's most terrifying isn't natural disasters. It's the cruelty of man. The villagers can barely chew on tree bark at the best of times. When this snow buries everything, whoever's household smells the most appetizing will become a sitting target. Liu Shan took the iron hammer to the window frames and drove the nails in once more. He hammered them so tightly that not even a fly could squeeze through. He had calculated everything in advance. The heavy snow would seal off the village, and Village's food supplies wouldn't last beyond half a month. When starvation struck, desperate people would surely scramble about raiding whatever they could find. To protect what he had in the large house, food and firewood alone wouldn't suffice. He needed weapons to defend against human threats. Anyone who dared approach his property would be met with bullets from his Type 56 rifle. With the divine hound guarding the courtyard, firearms at the door, and a spatial stash of grain, no disaster could threaten him. Knock, knock, knock. Just then someone pounded fiercely on the courtyard gate. Brother Liu Shan, open up. I've got information to trade for a meal. Wang Er shrank against the gate, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Liu Shan furrowed his brow and walked over to unlatch the gate. Little Black followed behind, baring his teeth at Wang Er with a low growl. Gruff. Wang Er stumbled back 2 steps and swallowed hard. Oh my God, brother Liu Shan, why are you keeping a wolf at home? Spit it out. Liu Shan blocked the doorway with no room for anyone to squeeze past. Uncle Daqiang sent a letter from the labor camp in the northwest to leave family village. I've got some rapport with the postman. When I happened to bump into him, I asked around. I figured Uncle Daqiang was already sent to the labor camp, so why send letters back? Out of curiosity, I borrowed the letter and took a peek. When I saw what was inside, you'll never guess. Wang Er deliberately paused for effect. Liu Shan's expression hardened. Say it straight, or get nothing at all. Hold on. Wang Er lowered his voice and glanced around nervously. The letter says Uncle Daqiang has rubbed shoulders with the camp wardens in the northwest, and this person has connections in our commune's armed department. They've plotted it out. They're coming with the winter inspections to seize your house. Liu Shan's eyes turned cold. Is that all? My living ancestor, this could cost you your life. They plan to pin the charge of speculation and profiteering on you and shoot you. Wang Er nervously rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on the chimney above Liu Shan's kitchen. Brother Liu Shan, everyone in the village knows you're an extraordinary hunter, haha. Without warning, Liu Shan summoned a chunk of wild boar offal from his spatial storage and dropped it at Wang Er's feet. Take it and get out. Stop hanging around my place from now on. Right away. Thank you, brother. Wang Er snatched the offal, stuffed it into his coat, and bolted home. Liu Shan shut the gate and returned to the main room, settling onto the edge of the heated Kong. His eldest uncle's family had gone northwest to suffer through the sand, yet they still dared to reach back with their claws. As expected, only crying when faced with the coffin. They wanted to seize the house during the snowstorm and commune inspection. That was like carrying a lantern while collecting manure, explicitly courting death. Liu Shan poked at the flames with his tongs. He worked through the situation in his mind without a flicker of panic. Once the snow buried everything and cut off all routes, Village would become an isolated stronghold with no hope of rescue. Should anyone dare come after him now, he wouldn't mind digging a few more graves behind the hill. Since these clowns insisted on running headlong into danger, they'd get what was coming to them. Brother, who's knocking? Liu Xiaolan peeked out from the inner room. Just a beggar. I sent him packing. Liu Shan waved to his sister and rose to fetch water from the vat. The wind's picking up outside. Let's just stay in and make rice porridge today. Liu Shan retrieved 2 jean of white rice from his space and began washing it in the iron pot. He sliced a thick piece of marbled cicadere meat and dropped it into the pot to stew. Brother, it smells so good. Xiaolan sat by the hearth, cupping her cheeks with her hands, her little nose twitching. Stop drooling and add some firewood, Liu Shan told her with a smile. Xiaolan grabbed a large log and tossed it into the fire pit. Crackling and popping echoed from the fire. Yet beneath that a soft rustling sound drifted in from beyond the window. The howling wind suddenly fell silent. Liu Shan cracked the door open and stared out. Coin-sized snowflakes were drifting down from the sky. Within moments the ground turned white. It's snowing. Liu Shan murmured softly before closing the door. Xiaolan, make the Kong hotter. We're in for a cold night. All right. After dinner, Liu Shan sat on the steaming Kong and began cutting the cotton cloth he'd purchased with scissors. He pulled out fresh long staple cotton and spread it evenly across the fabric. Liu Xiaolan took needle and thread and stitched the covers with impressive speed. The siblings labored through the night, finishing 2 large thermal curtains to block the wind. Liu Shan hammered the curtains into place around the door frames and windows, sealing every gap so thoroughly that not a single draft could penetrate. The stove burned hot with firewood piled high, filling the room with spring-like warmth that made even the padded jacket unnecessary. Xiaolan sat cross-legged on the Kong, sucking on a piece of brown sugar, with eyes squinting from the sweetness. Liu Shan moved to the corner where he kept his Type 56 rifle, wiping the barrel with an old cloth. Little Black lay beside the heated Kong, contentedly gnawing on a large bone. With a rifle and a dog guarding the yard, any intruder would meet their end. Outside, the snow grew heavier, snapping the ancient elm branches with sharp cracking sounds. Brother, the snow is so heavy. Will we even be able to open the door tomorrow morning? Xiaolan pressed close to the window, listening to the storm outside. If we can't open it, we won't. We'll have enough food to last a month inside. Liu Shan pulled his sister back under the covers and tucked her in. With full stores and his rifle within reach, Liu Shan felt at peace. Let the blizzard rage on. The blizzard raged through the night. A thick layer of snow blanketed the roof of the large tile-roofed house, causing the green tiles to creak faintly. Dawn broke. Liu Shan opened his eyes on the warm Kong, sat up, and reached for a thin shirt to drape over his shoulders. The fire in the stove pit had not yet died out, its residual warmth heating the main room. He pulled on his cowhide boots and stepped down to the floor. Xiao He, who had been sleeping by the threshold, immediately stood up upon hearing the noise. The big black dog wagged its tail and approached, rubbing its head against Liu Shan's trouser leg. Go stay over there. Liu Shan patted the dog's head, then turned and walked behind the door. He pulled out the door bolt and pushed outward with force, but the door panel remained unmoved, as if blocked by a wall. Raising his eyebrows, he braced his shoulder against the door and slammed into it with a sudden burst of strength. A sharp crack. The door panel was forced open, a narrow gap. A large clump of snow particles poured straight into the main room through the gap. Liu Shan stuck half his head out to look. The snow in the courtyard was already waist deep. The normally waist-high courtyard wall now showed only a gray top edge. The world was a vast expanse of white. Dashi village was completely sealed off by this heavy blizzard, with no path to be found. Brother, how heavy is the snow outside? Liu Xiaolan rubbed her eyes and walked out from the inner room. The young girl was thinly dressed, but felt no cold at all. The snow has blocked the door. We can't go out today. Liu Shan pulled himself back inside, closed the door, tightly slid the bolt, and brushed the snow off his shoulders. Go back to the Kong and sit. I'll make you some meat soup to warm you up. Liu Shan walked to the water vat, scooped a ladle of cold water to wash his face, then turned and went to the stove. He directly conjured a tiger leg bone from the northeast. The bone still had streaks of fresh red lean meat attached. With a flick of his wrist, the tiger bone materialized on the large chopping board. Liu Shan pulled out the cleaver from his waist, held the bone steady, and swung the axe with his other hand, striking down fiercely. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The hard tiger bone was split into 3 large sections, revealing the dark red marrow inside. He threw all the bone pieces into the large iron pot, then took a wild Cotinopsis root from his space. Liu Shan sliced it into small segments and tossed them into the pot as well. He filled the water gourd with clear well water and poured it into the pot until the bones were submerged. He covered the pot, walked to the corner, and picked up an armful of hard pine wood. Liu Shan stuffed them all into the stove pit, struck a match, and lit the kindling. The flames rose, and he pulled the bellows, making the fire blaze stronger. Xiao He smelled the meat and crept to the edge of the stove, drooling with a rumbling sound from its throat. Half an hour passed. Gurgling sounds came from the iron pot. A bold aroma of meat seeped through the lid crack. On such a cold day, one sniff made people swallow eagerly. Liu Shan lifted the lid. Steam billowed out. The soup in the pot had turned milky white. The marrow had fully dissolved into the broth, with a layer of oil floating on the surface. Xiaolan, bring the bowls. Liu Shan used a ladle to scoop out 2 large sea bowls full of soup and bones. Liu Xiaolan hurried over, taking the large bowls with both hands. She carried the bowls to the square table, ignoring the heat, and slurped a big mouthful of the thick soup. The hot broth warmed her all the way down her throat into her stomach. Brother, this soup is delicious. Xiaolan's small face flushed instantly, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her whole body felt comfortable. Liu Shan picked up his own bowl and drank the soup in large gulps. Tiger bone is highly nourishing. Once the soup went down, he felt his blood and chi surge, heat radiating even from his fingertips. He fished out the remaining large tiger bones and tossed them into a basin. Xiaohei pounced on them, grabbed a bone, and ran to the corner to gnaw on it. Liu Shan put down his empty bowl and walked to the window. He pushed aside the cotton curtain and glanced at the icy world outside. Half of Wang Er's thatched cottage next door had collapsed under the snow. Many in the village were suffering from hunger and cold. Yet inside the large tile-roofed house, it was warm as spring with the rich aroma of meat wafting. Liu Shan felt the matches in his pocket. With enough resources, he could live better than anyone through this great disaster. After eating and drinking his fill, Liu Shan let his sister play on the Kong by herself. He leaned against the edge of the heated Kong, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the space within his mind. The space was bright and clear. The spirit spring in the center bubbled with clear water. A layer of white mist floated above the pool. Liu Shan turned his gaze to the adjacent livestock enclosure. The sight before him delighted his heart. The 4 small wild boar piglets he had caught in the deep mountains a while ago had now transformed dramatically. Originally, the piglets were only palm-sized with stripes on their bodies. They had been drinking spirit spring water and nibbling the tender grass on the black soil, their bodies swelling like balloons. Now each one weighed 60 to 70 jin. The stripes on the piglets had faded, completely replaced by a layer of hard black bristles. The 4 half-grown wild boars were rooting around in the grass, with their black snouts digging for grass roots. The piglets were plump and sturdy, all prime meat. Not far away, 2 small sika deer were frolicking and leaping on the black soil. They lowered their heads to drink a few mouthfuls of spirit spring water, then lay down to rest. The deer had also grown a size larger, their coats glossy and smooth. This space had become a self-sustaining live meat farm requiring no care. Liu Shan calculated in his mind. Outside, the heavy snow had sealed the village and the crops in the fields had long frozen to death. The villagers of Dashi village couldn't even gnaw on tree bark and were about to starve to death. He guarded this live meat farm, which could continuously produce fresh meat. The wild boars and deer grew larger and larger. Even if he ate all the meat stored in the cellar, there were still live animals in the space to sustain him. Liu Shan opened his eyes, stood up, and walked to the corner of the main room. Dry hard firewood was neatly stacked there. He fetched the cleaver and selected a dozen dry pine branches. Then with a flick of his mind, his consciousness entered the space along with the branches. The black soil in the space was extremely spacious, and Liu Shan's consciousness materialized into a human form. He carried the axe and walked to the open area between the wild boars and deer. He first sharpened one end of the pine branches, then thrust them forcefully into the black soil. The dry wooden stakes were firmly planted in the ground. In the space, time was still, and working required no effort. Liu Shan drove down stake after stake. In no time, a row of sturdy wooden fences stood up on the grassland. He separated the wild boars from the deer. These beasts were still young now. When they later grew into large beasts weighing hundreds of jin, they might go wild and rampage. Fencing off the area in advance prevented them from damaging the precious herbs planted nearby. After finishing the fence, Liu Shan walked to the spirit spring, crouched down, and looked at the blood ginseng planted in the black soil. The blood ginseng leaves were a lush green, full of vitality. The century-old wild ginseng nearby had also taken root, firmly growing vigorously. Liu Shan cupped a handful of spirit spring water and poured it on the roots of the herbs. The soil instantly absorbed the water, seeming to shimmer with spiritual light. After finishing the work, his consciousness withdrew from the space. He returned to the warm main room of the large tile-roofed house. Xiaolan was already asleep on the Kong. Liu Shan walked to the window, pulled open a gap in the curtain, and glanced outside. The snow was falling even thicker, with fierce winds whipping the snowflakes into whirlwinds in midair. This heavy snow would surely bury many lives. Liu Shan's face showed no expression. In the large tile-roofed house, the granary was full and live animals were abundant. He had enough capital to coldly watch this natural disaster pass. In this era, though they spoke of selfless sharing, everyone was ultimately most selfish. The heavy snow had fallen for 3 days and 3 nights without pause. The village's dirt roads had long vanished from sight. From the chimney of Liu Shan's tile-roofed house, white smoke curled upward every day. The scent of meat mingled with the wind and snow drifting through the entire village. In the dilapidated thatched hut next door, Wang Er wrapped himself in a tattered cotton quilt, his lips blue from the biting cold. He had gone hungry for 3 full days, his stomach filled with nothing but water, and a greenish gleam flickered in his eyes. Sharing the hut with him were 2 notorious idlers and loafers from the village. "Second brother, I can't take it anymore," one of the loafers groaned, weakly clutching his hollow stomach. "Liu Shan's family feasts on meat every day. Why should they live so comfortably while we starve to death?" Wang Er swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The aroma of meat carried by the wind overwhelmed his reason, drowning it in sheer hunger. The timid starve, the bold feast. Clenching his teeth, Wang Er crawled up from the Kong. The snow piled high against Liu Shan's courtyard wall. "We can climb up the snow slope and over the top. Let's sneak over quietly. If we can just get a little food, we'll survive." At the mention of food, the 2 loafers' eyes lit up instantly. "But what about his dog? What's there to fear? When hunger takes over, men bite dogs." Bring the knives. If luck's on our side tonight, we'll have hot pot with dog meat. The three men mustered their strength, a firewood knife, a sickle, and a cleaver, one weapon per person, and trudged through the deep snow toward Liu Shan's courtyard wall. The fierce wind drowned out the sound of their footsteps. The courtyard wall of the tile-roofed house was originally not low, but after days of heavy snow, the snowdrift outside had built up into a natural ramp. Wang Er rubbed his hands together. He pressed his body against the blue brick wall, climbing the snow slope, gripping the cracks between the bricks, and cautiously raised his head above the edge. The courtyard was eerily silent. The windows and doors of the main hall were covered with thick cotton curtains, not a sliver of light escaping. Moreover, the entrance was blocked by snow, so even if Liu Shan discovered him, he couldn't get out anytime soon. A secret joy welled up in Wang Er's heart. Heaven never seals off all exits. He pressed down on the wall top, ready to flip over and steal grain. Just then, from the snowdrift at the base of the wall, a black shadow suddenly burst forth. Without even a bark, Xiaohe leaped into the air, all four legs propelling it forward. Before Wang Er could react, a gaping maw filled with fangs was right before his eyes. Crunch! Xiaohe sank its teeth into Wang Er's right hand, which was gripping the wall top. The sharp canine teeth severed 3 fingers instantly. "Ah, my mother!" Wang Er let out a blood-curdling scream. Racked with pain, his whole body convulsed, and he tumbled down the snow slope from the wall, crashing onto the 2 loafers below. Blood spurted from the severed fingers, staining the white snow crimson. My hand is broken." Wang Er clutched his bloody, mangled right hand, writhing in agony in the snow. The 2 loafers looked up. A black dog larger than a wolf stood on the wall. Xiaohe chewed the 3 severed fingers, swallowed them, and stared at them with fierce, beastly eyes. Gulp, gulp. Heavens! A living demon. The loafers were terrified out of their wits, their thieving intentions forgotten. They scrambled up from the snow, helped the handless Wang Er to his feet, and fled. Inside the main hall, Liu Shan sat on the heated Kong. He heard the screams outside clearly, but didn't even lift his eyelids. Foolish wretches who don't know their place. He took a sip of hot tea from the table. With Xiaohe guarding the yard, anyone who dared to stretch out a claw would have it chopped off. The rule of a snowbound village was that there were no rules. Gradually the sky turned completely dark. From lifeless day to silent night, the snow-locked hamlet sank into a cycle that repeated day after day. Whoosh! The wind and snow raged on, blanketing the old forest on the back mountain. With the heavy snow sealing everything, the wild animals that came out searching for food froze stiff beneath the icy crust. The beasts had lost their food supply. On the ridge, several gaunt black shadows slid down the snow slope. It was a pack of starving wolves, 7 in total. The Wolf King was nothing but skin and bones, its eyes glowing green. Following the scent of meat carried on the wind, they made their way into Dashikan village. The village was dead silent. Snowdrifts reached waist height, and no one dared to step outside. The windows of the mud houses were all blocked with old burlap sacks, not a single light inside. The 7 wolves trudged through the snow along the village road. They passed by Wang Er's dilapidated thatched hut. The alpha wolf stopped, sniffing the bloodstains on the ground. It was left from Wang Er's severed fingers earlier that day. Wang Er was writhing on the Kong, clutching his wounded hand, when he heard the wolves panting outside. Fear made him tremble all over. Wolves? Wolves have entered the village. He shouted at the top of his lungs, and urine streamed down his legs, soaking the Kong. The other villagers hiding in their broken houses all heard the commotion. Third Aunt and her family huddled together, their teeth chattering in terror. Heaven is determined to wipe us all out. They covered their heads with torn quilts, not daring to breathe loudly. In such a heavy snowstorm, if the wolf pack broke into the house, the whole family would be reduced to bones. The wolves didn't linger long outside Wang Er's hut. There wasn't even a cup of hot water inside, just a stench of poverty. They caught a more tantalizing scent and headed straight for Liu Shan's tile-roofed house surrounding it. The courtyard wall blocked their path. The Wolf King placed its front paws on the door and sniffed through the crack. The rich aroma of meat inside made the wolves drool. They circled the gate, scratching at the door panels with their claws, making a screeching sound. Driven mad by hunger, the beasts feared nothing and were ready to charge at any moment. The commotion outside grew louder. Inside the main hall, Liu Shan was sitting on the heated Kong, oiling his rifle. He had already sensed something. Xiaohe suddenly stood up from the floor, a low growl rumbling in its throat. It bared its fangs toward the gate, its thick black tail stiff as a rod. Liu Shan put down the rag and activated his X-ray vision instantly. 7 clusters of red heat were blocking the gate outside his yard. Coming down the mountain to look for food, and they pick me, eh? Liu Shan deactivated his X-ray vision with a cold sneer, but he set down the rifle. Shooting in the heavy snow would make too much noise and disturb the whole village. Besides, those scrawny mutts weren't worth his bullets. Brother, what's going on outside? Are there thieves? Liu Xiaolan shrank under the quilt, clutching the edge, and asked. It's wolves, Liu Shan replied casually. Ah, wolves. Xiaolan quickly pulled the blanket over her head. The tale of the wolf grandmother coming to snatch children was a childhood nightmare for many. But reality was more cruel than the story. Starving wolves were far more terrifying than the wolf grandmother. Just a few beggar mutts. Stay in the room and don't move. I'll deal with them. Liu Shan picked up the cleaver and tucked it into his waistband. He gestured to Xiao He, and together man and dog pushed open the door of the main hall and stepped out. Xiao He had drunk the spirit spring water and been transformed by the spirit spring pearl, making it a full circle larger than the gray wolf. Its current prowess allowed it to slaughter a few hungry wolves as easily as child's play. Liu Shan walked behind the courtyard gate, pulled the bolt back, and yanked the door open without a trace of fear. A gust of wind and snow burst into the yard. 7 wild wolves outside the gate, seeing the door open, bared their fangs and arched their backs. The Wolf King, upon seeing the living man emerge, had eyes filled with nothing but thirst for blood. It pushed off with its hind legs and lunged straight at Liu Shan's face. Liu Shan stood still without even shifting his feet. "Xiao He, go!" Liu Shan uttered 2 words calmly. The big black dog instantly shot out from Liu Shan's side, its speed like a black streak of lightning. Xiao He collided in midair with the Wolf King that was pouncing. The 2 beasts crashed heavily into the snow, sending up a burst of white powder. Before the Wolf King could turn over, Xiao He clamped its jaws onto its neck. The big black dog's bite force was terrifying. With a crisp crack of breaking bone, the Wolf King's neck was crushed, its head lolled to one side, and it died instantly. The remaining 6 wild wolves, seeing their leader dead, not only did not flee, but were provoked into ferocity. They opened their maws wide and lunged at Xiao He from all directions. Xiao He showed no fear, turned and smacked a wolf on the side of the head with its paw. The wolf was sent flying, crashed into the courtyard wall, and fell into a snowdrift, unable to get up. Then Xiao He whirled around and bit another wolf's lower back. Its sharp canine teeth pierced the fur and directly snapped the wolf's spine. In the blink of an eye, 3 wolves lay dead in the snow. The remaining 4 hungry wolves were utterly terrified by Xiao He's domineering aura. They tucked their tails between their legs, abandoned their companions' carcasses, and bolted wildly toward the wasteland outside the village. Xiao He stood in the snow, lifted its head, and let out a roar at the fleeing wolves. The wolves ran even faster, disappearing into the wind and snow in an instant. The big black dog shook off the snow on its body, turned, and walked back into the yard. It came to Liu Shan, wagging its big tail as if asking for credit. "Well done. I'll give you an extra big piece of meat tonight." Liu Shan patted the divine dog's back. He looked at the 3 wolf carcasses in the snow. Though the lean wolf meat was tough for humans, it was excellent for feeding dogs. Liu Shan dragged all 3 wolf carcasses into the yard. Then he fetched a splitting axe, stepped on one wolf's head, and swung the axe down. The wolf hide and bones were split open, revealing the dark red lean meat inside. Liu Shan then used a boning knife, cut along the edge of the hide, and peeled it down in one smooth motion. He skillfully stripped off the entire wolf hide. He then dismembered the bloody wolf meat into chunks, separated the meatless ribs, and lit a fire in the yard. The pine branches crackled as they burned. Liu Shan placed the wolf ribs on the fire to roast. The fat dripped into the flames with a sizzling sound. The wild aroma of the meat, carried by the wind and snow, drifted for miles. Xiao He pounced on the raw wolf meat. Liu Shan threw it lying in the snowdrift and chewing. Liu Shan didn't stay long in the snow. He wiped the blood from his hands, turned, and walked back into the warm tiled house. On the dirt road outside Dashi village, the wind and snow made it impossible to open one's eyes. Limatzi, with his neck hunched, trudged through the snowdrifts, his nose running from the cold. Behind him followed 2 men in green military overcoats. These men were inspectors from the commune's armed forces department, who usually specialized in extortion and dirty work. The leading officer, Zhang, shivering and stamping his feet, cursed Limatzi. "Limatzi, are you telling the truth?" Officer Zhang spat. "If you made us brothers come all this way in this blizzard for nothing, I'll skin you alive." "Officer Zhang, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare lie to you." Limatzi quickly turned back with a flattering smile. "Not only does Liu Shan's family eat meat every day, I'd stake my head on it. He definitely hides firearms and deals in mountain goods." Limatzi touched his own cheek. The face that Liu Shan had slapped with an axe still seemed to ache faintly. This scoundrel, who never learned from his mistakes, bore a grudge and used the heavy snow to bring the commune people here. He wanted to use the commune's power to seize the tiled house and all the grain inside for himself. If he succeeded, he would have a nice house. If he failed, he could just leave, since he couldn't stand this remote backwater anyway. The 3 men braved the blizzard and sneaked into Dashi village. They didn't dare go directly to Liu Shan's house. Instead, they headed for the courtyard of the village chief, Zhao Yukai. At Zhao Yotsai's home, Zhao Yukai was sitting on the heated kong, puffing on the Dakiamin cigarettes that Liu Shan had given him. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was battered, thunderously shaking violently. "Who's there? Coming to a funeral in this blizzard?" Zhao Yukai put out the cigarette, stuffed the remaining half into his pocket, then threw on a tattered cotton jacket, and went cursing to open the door. As the door opened, Zhao Yukai saw 3 people covered in snow outside. "Village Chief Zhao, Officer Zhang from the commune's armed forces is here to investigate a case." Limatzi stepped into the yard and shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhao Yotsai's heart skipped a beat. He quickly ushered the 3 into the main room. The room was unheated, as cold as an ice cellar. "Officer Zhang, what brings you here? Any instructions?" Zhao Yukai wiped the snow off them with a rag, beaming with a flattering smile. "Cut the crap. Officer Zhang plopped down on the edge of the Kong, glaring coldly at Zhao Yukai. Someone reported that Liu Shan from your village is engaged in speculation and hoarding and hiding illegal firearms. Officer Zhang patted the bulging holster at his waist. You lead the way now? We're going to seal his tiled house immediately. Li Matzi stood by, his eyes gleaming with greed for wealth. When Zhao Yukai heard about sealing Liu Shan's tiled house, his eyelids twitched. He knew Liu Shan's background all too well. Liu Shan was a living devil who could single-handedly kill a huge wild boar in the deep mountains. Those bastards provoking Liu Shan would be throwing their lives away. Zhao Yotsai's heart pounded, but he showed no panic on his face. He quickly pulled out a half-pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and respectfully offered it to Officer Zhang. Oh, Officer Zhang, it's snowing so heavily that the roads outside are unrecognizable. Zhao Yukai struck a match and lit Officer Zhang's cigarette. You two have a good smoke to warm up, so I'll go to the back and boil some hot water for you to soak your feet. Officer Zhang took a drag, exhaled a puff of smoke, and nodded with satisfaction. You old rascal have good sense. Hurry up and boil the water. Officer Zhang shook the snow off his military coat, his eyes scanning the empty main room of Zhao Yotsai's house. Village Chief, Zhao, your Dashi village is so poor that you can't even afford a bowl of hot soup, yet that Liu Shan is rolling in wealth. Zhao Yukai forced a smile and nodded repeatedly in agreement. That kid is a reckless troublemaker. No one can control him usually. Officer Zhang leaned against the mud wall, groaning, truly frozen by the blizzard outside and only wanting to warm himself by the fire. Zhao Yukai settled the three men and then turned into the kitchen. He didn't boil water at all. Instead, he pushed open the back door of the kitchen and slipped out. He took a hidden path that no one used, hunched over, and ran all the way in the snow. Liu Shan had given him fatty wild boar meat and premium cigarettes. Zhao Yukai knew in his heart that he had to cling to Liu Shan's powerful support at critical moments. Zhao Yukai crept along the outer wall of Liu Shan's courtyard, but dared not knock on the front door. Using the snowy slope beside the wall, he scrambled up with both hands and feet to the top. Brother Liu Shan, it's me, old Zhao. Zhao Yukai lay flat on the wall, lowering his voice to call into the yard. Xiao He emerged from the wooden shed and was just about to bark. Liu Shan pushed open the main room door and waved a hand at Xiao He. Old Zhao, why are you climbing my wall in the middle of a snowstorm? Liu Shan strode forward and looked up at the village head perched on the wall. Zhao Yukai tumbled over the wall into the yard. He made no effort to brush the snow from his clothes and hurried straight to Liu Shan. Brother Liu Shan, something terrible has happened. Zhao Yukai panted heavily, his white breath spraying into the frigid air. That wretch Li Matzi has brought Clerk Zhang from the commune's armed services department. They're sitting on my warm Kong right now. They claim they received a report accusing you of speculative trading and hoarding firearms, and they're about to come seal your tiled roof house. Zhao Yukai patted his chest to steady his breathing. Brother Liu Shan, both of those commune men have real guns holstered at their waists. Don't ever fight fire with fire. No wise man takes unnecessary risks. Liu Shan listened to this news without the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a cold smirk curled the corner of his mouth. Just three useless cowards. Liu Shan turned and walked into the room, returning with two unopened cartons of Dakiamin cigarettes, which he stuffed into Zhao Yotsai's arms. Old Zhao, you handled that well. I owe you one. Go straight home and pretend you know nothing. Just stall them for 15 minutes, then lead them here. Zhao Yukai took the cigarettes and felt considerably reassured. He knew Liu Shan had full confidence in his own countermeasures. All right, I trust your abilities, brother. You hurry and tidy up your place. I'll go stall them right away. Zhao Yukai climbed back over the wall the same way he'd come and vanished into the night, sprinting home. Liu Shan stood in the snow, his cold eyes fixed toward the direction of the gate. The connections he had nurtured with wild boar meat and cigarettes were proving their worth at that very moment. Liu Shan left the courtyard gate slightly ajar, returned to the main room, and came to the side of the heated Kong. He patted Liu Xiaolan's shoulder twice and lowered his voice to give her instructions. Xiaolan, a pack of troublemaking dogs, is coming shortly. Tuck your head back under the blankets and play asleep. Whatever noise you hear, don't make a sound. As long as your brother is here, no one will lay a finger on you. Liu Xiaolan obediently nodded, pulling the thick cotton quilt over herself until not even a single strand of hair showed. After settling his sister, Liu Shan turned and surveyed the main room. Normally for the winter season, the grain and valuables were stored out in the open. Everything now had become a source of envy and danger. He closed his eyes and connected to the space within his mind, then swept his hand sharply through the air. The firewood stacked against the wall vanished instantly, not even a splinter left behind. Liu Shan stepped to the cutting board and transferred the dozens of jean of refined flour along with 3 large slabs of wild boar bacon hanging from the ceiling beam into the preservation area of his space. He did not spare the iron pot steaming on the stove, taking it along with the hot water inside. The once bustling, warmth-filled house instantly became an empty shell, every word echoing off the bare walls. Liu Shan glanced down at the water vat by his feet, fished out a half block of wild vegetable root, encrusted with ice, and placed it on the cutting board as a prop. He walked to the stove pit, grabbed 2 handfuls of yellow soil, and scattered it over the still glowing embers to smother them, then retrieved 2 unfinished pine branches and tossed them into his space. Only a handful of dry weeds for kindling remained in the stove pit. Once the fire was out, the room temperature dropped rapidly. Cold wind seeped through the cracks in the door, and within moments every breath turned to white mist in the main room. Liu Shan unfastened his cotton-padded jacket, wheeled it along with his boots into his space with a flick of his consciousness. He pulled a threadbare shirt full of holes from beneath the Kong mat and draped it over his shoulders, then shuffled about in a pair of straw sandals, with gaping toes, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Liu Shan vigorously rubbed his cheeks until they went pale, putting on the gaunt, frost-bitten appearance of someone who had endured hunger and cold. Xiaohei lay in the corner, watching his master's preparations with confusion, letting out low whines. Liu Shan walked over and nudged the big dog's hind leg. "That sleek black coat of yours is far too eye-catching. Go roll around in the firewood pile and get yourself dirty." Xiaohei was extremely intelligent and obediently trotted to the stove ash pile in the corner, rubbing himself in circles until his once glossy fur was coated in soot, making him look like a stray dog that had gone hungry for 10 days. Everything was now in place. Even if the commune men tore up the floor tiles or scraped off the wall plaster, they would find not a single valuable item. He not only intended to leave them with nothing, but also to make them lose all face in front of the entire village. Soon a chaotic clatter of footsteps drew closer along the village dirt road. Xiaohei's ears perked up instantly from his spot in the ash pile. "Stay put and don't move. Don't open your mouth until I give the word, and keep that fierce look hidden." Xiaohei immediately clamped his jaws shut, pressed his broad head to the ground, and fixed his eyes on the direction of the courtyard gate. Then a thunderous crash echoed through the yard. The courtyard gate was violently kicked open from the outside. Limatzi, bearing the weight of wind and snow, stormed into the yard with 2 men at his heels, their manner intimidating. "Liu Shan, your days are numbered. Get your sorry ass out here." Limatzi bellowed at the top of his lungs, his face twisted into a smug, villainous grin, a wooden staff raised high in his hand. Clerk Zhang swaggered across the threshold, his military coat collar turned up against the wind, one hand resting casually on the holster at his waist, the posture of a strutting rooster. Liu Shan emerged leisurely from the main room and stood within the doorway, his cold eyes sweeping over the 3 figures in the yard. "I wondered who was coming to hold a funeral in this snowstorm. Turns out it's just you, ungrateful cur." Liu Shan didn't even deign to look at Clerk Zhang, his gaze sharp as a blade pinned itself directly onto Limatzi's face. "The axe you swung last time wasn't enough to kill you, and yet you dare bring people to smash my door again. Do you truly believe Dash Village belongs to your backyard?" Intimidated by the killing intent radiating from Liu Shan, Limatzi stumbled half a step backward, directly hiding behind Clerk Zhang. "Clerk Zhang, just look at how arrogant this kid is. He still dares to talk tough on the brink of death." Limatzi poked his head out from behind and stoked the flames. "That brick and tile house of his must be hiding plenty of fine meat and provisions. I heard him with my own ears bragging about stewing meat every day. Search it immediately." At the mention of meat, a glint of avarice flashed in the cadre's eyes, and he immediately drew his pistol, the muzzle pointing straight at Liu Shan's forehead. "Stay put. Crouch down in the snow with your hands on your head." Liu Shan paid him no heed, standing firm on the threshold. Having killed Far Eastern leopards and wild Siberian tigers, a mere pistol did not intimidate him. Zhang the cadre gnashed his teeth in fury at Liu Shan's defiance, but dared not shoot someone dead in broad daylight. "Fine, you've got guts. Won't crouch. When I find the loot, I'll make you beg on your knees." Zhang holstered his pistol and turned to wave at the other man, and Limatzi behind him. "Never mind him, search inside. Dig 3 feet deep if you have to find the meat and contraband." Limatzi, grinning with glee, was the first to stride past Liu Shan, rushing into the main hall. "Liu Shan, you're heading to the northwest to eat sand with your uncle." Liu Shan sidestepped, letting them pass, a cold smirk on his face. There wasn't a single pig bristle in the house. He was curious to see what cheap tricks these scoundrels could pull. Limatzi led the charge into the hall, his eyes darting around in search. He lunged for the cupboard in the corner, but it was empty. Not even a broken pickle jar, let alone any fish or meat. "This isn't right. Why isn't there even a rice jar?" Limatzi scratched his head in agitation, then dashed to the stove. He flung open the lid. It was cold inside, not even a trace of hot water. Zhang followed him in and shivered as the chilly wind from inside hit him. The big tiled house was even colder than the snow outside. Zhang's face darkened. He kicked the stove pit. Nothing but a few rotten leaves, and not a single piece of firewood fell out. "Limatzi, where's the fatty pork you promised? And the fine grains?" Zhang grabbed Limatzi by the collar, spittle spraying on his face. Limatzi turned pale, struggling to look around. "Cadre, don't be hasty. That sly dog must have dug a secret cellar underground." Limatzi bent down, crawling on the brick floor, tapping each tile with a wooden stick. The 2 commune scoundrels ransacked the house, even knocking on every brick. All solid, dull sounds. No hidden compartments. After an hour of rummaging, the 3 were drenched in sweat. They found not a single grain of rice or a shred of meat. The house was cleaner than a monk's bald head. Limatzi collapsed on the floor, panting, his face full of disbelief. Zhang gnashed his teeth in rage and kicked over a stool. You bastard, you're messing with me. This is what you call filthy rich. Zhang pointed at the bare walls and slapped Li Matzi across the face. Li Matzi covered his cheek wretched. Just then a chaotic clatter of footsteps came from outside the yard. Village Chief Zhao Youcai in a military coat rushed in with a group of villagers brandishing iron shovels and dung forks. What's going on? Zhao Youcai bellowed, blocking the entrance to the main hall. Zhang, hearing the commotion, scowled and emerged from the house. Chief Zhao, you must stand up for me. Liu Shan played the victim, his voice pitiful as he cried out for justice. This Li Matzi broke into a poor peasant's home, ransacking everything. He's trying to rob the food that keeps me alive. Seeing Liu Shan's pitiful act, Zhao Youcai inwardly praised him and played along. He stepped forward, pointing at Zhang and Li Matzi, cursing them. Cadre Zhang, you're a commune official. How can you let a vagrant lead a robbery against our poor peasant class? Look at this place. You've turned it upside down like bandits. Did you find any contraband? Zhao Youcai cornered the commune men, leaving Zhang's face red with humiliation. He had come on Li Matzi's urging without a search warrant. Now, having found nothing, he was surrounded by the whole village, completely in the wrong. The villagers, learning that Li Matzi had led the grain seizure, grew furious. In this snowbound winter, grain was life. Beat that shameless outsider. Several hot-tempered men raised their dung forks, threatening Li Matzi. Li Matzi ducked behind Zhang, clutching his head and screaming for help. Zhao Youcai turned and raised his hand to calm the angry crowd. Cadre Zhang, you must give Dashi village an explanation for today. Otherwise, old Zhao will go to the county and file a complaint against you for persecuting a poor peasant, even if it costs me my life. Overwhelmed by the public condemnation, Li Matzi and his men gained nothing but trouble. Zhang, seeing the situation, knew he couldn't win today. He glared venomously at Li Matzi, wanting to skin him alive. But then a cunning thought crossed his mind. If he slunk away empty-handed, how could he ever show his face in the countryside as a commune cadre? Zhang turned and signaled to his subordinate. The man understood, slapped his thigh, and spun around. Hold on. We haven't finished searching. The man bellowed, pushing past Zhao Youcai. Putting on an air of diligence, he strode back into the main hall, heading straight for the inner room's heated brick bed. Liu Shan didn't move a step. He activated his X-ray vision, his gaze piercing through the man's coat. He clearly saw that the man's right hand wasn't searching for anything. Instead, it slipped into his inner pocket. 2 fingers pinched a crumpled yellow slip. These commune scoundrels, desperate after finding nothing, were about to play dirty. The man approached the Kong bed, turned his back to the crowd, and slowly inserted the slip into the gap beneath the straw mat. As he did, he yelled loudly, Cadre Zhang, I found something suspicious under this mat. There must be evidence hidden here. Liu Shan could guess with his heels what the slip said. It was definitely a forged black market transaction slip, prepared in advance. Once found under Liu Shan's Kong, it would be irrefutable proof. Even if Zhao Youcai and the whole village vouched for him, it would be useless. They planned to frame him and take him to the commune for execution. This was a ruthless scheme. The enemy had revealed their true colors, resorting to the most despicable means. A murderous glint flashed in Liu Shan's eyes. These reckless clowns were pushing things to the point where blood must be shed. Then they would never see the light of tomorrow's sun. Step aside. All of you moved. Cadre Zhang pretended to draw his sidearm, shoving through the crowd toward the inner room. Anyone who dares to obstruct the commune's investigation will be punished as an accomplice. Zhao Youcai and the villagers outside were all stunned. Li Matzi hid in the back, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that if they planted the evidence properly, Liu Shan would be ruined for life. Liu Shan snorted coldly, too disdainful to waste words. With a slight shrug of his shoulder, he darted past the doorway. The commune man half-crouched by the Kong, his fingers gripping the forged receipt as he jammed it deep beneath the matting. I found it. I found it. His cry died halfway through when a chill breeze swept across his back. In one swift motion, Liu Shan closed the distance and seized the wretch's wrist. Liu Shan hadn't been idle during this period, regularly drinking spirit spring water as though it were ordinary water. Combined with the top-grade blood ginseng he'd consumed, his physique and strength had long since surpassed human limits, granting him tremendous power. Liu Shan's 5 fingers suddenly curled inward with crushing force. A sharp crack echoed through the room as his grip shattered the man's wrist bones. "Ah, my hand!" The man screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently from the pain. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The scrap of paper he'd been clutching fluttered loosely to the floor. Zhao Youcai, sharp and quick-witted, crossed the distance in 3 strides and snatched the paper up before anyone else could react. He unfurled it and saw several lines written in shaky pen ink. Today received 50 jin of wild boar meat from Liu Shan of Dashi village, paid 60 yuan in cash. Zhao Youcai sneered at the note, then looked up at Cadre Zhang with a bitter laugh. Cadre Zhang, your commune's methods of handling cases are truly sophisticated. The ink on this note is still glistening blue. Consider this. Out in this backward village, nearly 9 out of 10 can't read or write. Who here could afford fountain pen ink? This was obviously just dug straight out of a pocket. The villagers crowded around the doorway erupted at these words. Phew. These green-uniformed bastards can't find anything on their own, so they're planting evidence on people's beds. So despicable. They've been exposed in front of everyone, leaving us no way out. The villagers brandished their dung forks and iron shovels, advancing with righteous indignation. Cadre Zhang watched his subordinate kneeling on the ground, his aged face cycling through shades of green and white. There was no way to salvage this situation now. Liu Shan kicked the man over 3 meters away, sending him crashing hard against the earthen wall. Take this rabid dog that bites without reason and get out of my sight. If you dare set foot in Dashi village again, I'll chop off all your claws and feed them to the wolves. Cadre Zhang swallowed hard, too terrified to even think about drawing his gun. This Liu Shan possessed strength beyond human limits. He could crush a living person's bones with one hand. He quickly bent down and supported his wounded subordinate. It's all a misunderstanding. We're leaving right now. Cadre Zhang didn't dare utter another harsh word, retreating with his tail between his legs toward the exit of the main house. When Liu Shan saw his backup collapse, terror seized him so completely he nearly lost control of himself. He hunched his neck and blended into the crowd of commune members, crawling and stumbling in his frantic escape. Wait! Village head Zhao Yukai strode forward, blocking the doorway with an intimidating glare. Cadre Zhang hesitated, then forced himself to raise his voice despite the villagers surrounding the entrance. Zhao Youcai, what do you think you're doing? We're representatives of the commune. Dare you detain us? Zhao Yukai sneered, pointing at the pistol holster at Cadre Zhang's waist before spitting fiercely on the ground. So commune officials can simply come to our Dashi village to frame people. Everyone just witnessed you stuffing a fake receipt under brother Liu Shan's sleeping mat. If this reaches the county police bureau, you'll face consequences regardless of your position in the commune. At these words, the surrounding villagers raised their dung forks and iron shovels, blocking the courtyard gate tightly. Seize these bastards and send them to the county. Yes, break their legs and see if they dare come to Dashi village to bully people again. The villagers surged forward in outrage. Cadre Zhang stumbled backward in terror, his hand trembling against his holster. He understood perfectly that in these conditions, with the village sealed by heavy snow, even if he managed to shoot one person, the dozens of desperate villagers could trample the rest into paste. Liu Shan was utterly petrified, curling into a ball against the corner with his head clamped between his arms, too terrified even to fart loudly. Just then Liu Shan emerged slowly from the main hall. Old Zhao, let them go, Liu Shan said dismissively with a wave of his hand. Zhao Yukai paused, then turned to look at him. Brother Liu Shan, are we really just letting these scoundrels off so easily? Liu Shan glanced at the heavy snow swirling outside. With the snow this deep, keeping them here would waste our grain. Let them freeze out there. Liu Shan had no intention of killing in front of the entire village. That would cause far too many complications. The mountains were cut off by snow, so these 3 cowards wouldn't make it back to the commune. They'd suffer through the freezing night, and once darkness fell, Liu Shan would deal with them properly. Zhao Youcai, sharp and perceptive, grasped the implication immediately and waved to the villagers. Clear out. Let these 3 stray dogs leave. Only then did the villagers grumble and part to create a path. Cadre Zhang's face flushed crimson as he supported his injured subordinate through the crowd. Once outside the courtyard gate, feeling humiliated, he spun around and hurled vicious threats. Liu Shan, Zhao Yukai, if your Dashi village dares to resist commune enforcement, you'll regret this. This isn't over. Barely finishing the words, Cadre Zhang dared not linger and fled in disgrace from the main house. The wind howled. Blizzard conditions had buried everything above knee-deep. Liu Shan struggled forward through the snow, his nose and tears streaming down his chin from the cold. Cadre Zhang, what do we do? The road back to the commune is completely blocked by snow. We'll freeze to death if we try to walk through it. Liu Shan's voice cracked with desperation, his whole body shivering uncontrollably. Cadre Zhang cursed and scanned their surroundings. Let's take shelter in that dilapidated earth god temple at the village entrance. We'll deal with that Liu fellow later tonight. The 3 of them, shivering like caught quails, made their way along the wall to the crumbling temple. In the courtyard, Zhao Yukai watched them disappear into the distance before turning to pat Liu Shan's shoulder. Brother Liu Shan, stay alert today. These dogs have dark hearts. I fear they'll plot something in the dead of night. Old Zhao, don't worry. They won't see tomorrow. Liu Shan replied calmly. Zhao Yukai swallowed nervously. If commune cadres die in the village, regardless of the bad omen, it would bring trouble. Old Zhao, rest assured. I know exactly what I'm doing. Liu Shan nodded to Zhao Youcai, then bowed to the villagers. Thank you all for today. It's cold outside. Go back inside and rest. After sending the villagers away, Liu Shan closed the main gate behind him and returned to the inner hall. At 3 in the morning, the wind howled and snow fell in torrents. Liu Shan slipped out of his house without even lighting a torch, using the darkness to sneak out of Dashi village. Xiao He pressed against his trouser legs, silent as a shadow, following him into the blizzard. In front of the dilapidated earth temple at the village entrance, Secretary Zhang clutched a piece of firewood and trudged forward. Liu Shan followed behind, cradling a wooden bucket that sloshed with half a bucket of black oil, its stench nauseating. The commune man's right hand, swollen to the size of a steamed bun, was wrapped in cloth and tucked into his chest, He used only his left hand to shovel through the snow as he moved. Secretary Zhang, the snow is so thick it buries us up to the thighs with every step. How much longer do we have to go? The man's teeth chattered from the cold as he couldn't help complaining. Secretary Zhang turned back and hissed a vicious curse under his breath. Shut your stinking mouth. Hold on for another half hour. Once we get to the base of Liu Shan's courtyard wall, we'll set his front door ablaze with this tung oil, and then we can warm ourselves comfortably by the fire. Li Matzi wiped the ice crystals from his chin, his eyes gleaming with malice, and quickly chimed in. Secretary Zhang is right. As soon as the fire starts, even if that brat has divine powers, he'll choke to death in the house. Once we kill that bastard, all the rice and flour in the big tile-roofed house will be ours. Then we'll eat white flour steamed buns every day. The three men were completely obsessed with arson, murder, and looting, utterly unaware of the figure following them in the wind and snow. Liu Shan, a few dozen paces behind, trailed them unhurriedly. The three ahead stumbled into a deep snowdrift. The injured man's foot slipped, and he fell flat on his face, plunging into the snow. Ouch, give me a hand. I can't get up. The man lay on the ground, flailing with one hand to rise. Secretary Zhang and Li Matzi walked on without looking back. Liu Shan stopped, crouched down, patted Xiaohei's back, and pointed forward. Xiaohei launched off the snow crust, turning into a black streak that darted ahead. The raging snowstorm muffled the sound of the dog's paws hitting the ground. The man had just propped himself up with his left hand when he felt a tight grip around his right ankle. The dog's teeth had already pierced through the cotton trousers and sunk into flesh. Grr! Xiaohei jerked his head sideways. A crisp crack sounded. The man's tendon was severed on the spot. Onk! A wail tore through the silent night. The man's eyes rolled back in agony as he collapsed in the snowdrift, clutching his bleeding ankle and writhing on the ground. The sudden scream made Secretary Zhang, walking ahead, tremble with fear. The firewood in his hand clattered to the ground as he spun around in panic. What's going on? What happened? Secretary Zhang shouted, his voice quivering. Li Matzi's legs went weak. Wolf. It must be a pack of wolves from the old forest. Secretary Zhang, let's run. Li Matzi's teeth chattered as he stumbled backward. The man with the severed tendon was still rolling in the snow, screaming in agony. Xiaohei, having struck, flattened himself and retreated into the darkness. Secretary Zhang stared at his convulsing subordinate, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He threw back the hem of his coat, drew his pistol, thumbed off the safety, and aimed wildly with both hands. Who's there? Show yourself. The wind and snow lashed his face. He couldn't see 10 paces ahead. Bang! Driven to desperation, Secretary Zhang fired a blind shot into the blizzard, a flash of fire. On a snowy slope 30 paces away, Liu Shan stood steady. Through his X-ray vision, the snowy night turned gray-white, and 3 red glows lit up on the snow ahead. One man was rolling on the ground, another crouched behind, clutching a wooden bucket. The foremost man raised his arm, holding a lump of iron. Liu Shan gripped the rifle's handguard with one hand, pressing the stock into his right shoulder. He locked onto the red glow of the raised arm, aligned the sight on the wrist, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A tongue of flame spat from the muzzle. The bullet tore through the wind and snow, drilling into Secretary Zhang's right hand. A dull thud. His wrist bones shattered instantly, flesh and bone fragments exploding outward. The pistol, along with several severed fingers, flew off and plunged into the snow. Ah, my hand is gone. Secretary Zhang stared at his bloody stump, screamed, and collapsed to his knees. He clamped his left hand over the spurting wrist, writhing in pain and banging his head on the snow. Li Matzi, standing behind Secretary Zhang, watched the spray of blood mist ahead, his soul nearly fleeing his body. The tung oil bucket slipped from his grasp and thudded onto the snow. A warm wetness spread in his crotch as urine streamed down. Liu Shan emerged slowly from the blizzard, cradling the smoking rifle. Li Matzi knelt in the snowdrift at the sight of Liu Shan. He trembled violently and kowtowed repeatedly. Ancestor, spare my wretched life. Li Matzi's voice cracked as he slammed his forehead onto the frozen snow, leaving red marks. It was all Secretary Zhang's idea. I didn't want to set the fire. Secretary Zhang lay nearby, clutching his bleeding right wrist, too pained even to curse. The man with the severed tendon lay sprawled behind, foaming at the mouth. Liu Shan walked up to Li Matzi and kicked the fallen bucket. The black tung oil splashed all over Li Matzi's face, making him sneeze. Liu Shan didn't respond. Instead, he turned the rifle muzzle, pointing toward the old forest outside the village. Get up. Head to the back mountain. Liu Shan's voice was ice cold. Li Matzi's eyes nearly popped out at the words. Master Liu, the snow has sealed the mountain. Going into the forest is death. He would rather take a bullet than enter the pitch-black forest in -40 degrees. Liu Shan's finger rested on the trigger and squeezed. Bang! A bullet grazed Li Matzi's scalp and buried itself in the tree trunk behind. Wood chips sprayed Li Matzi's face. One more word, and the next shot blows your skull open. Li Matzi scrambled to his feet, terrified, and turned to pull Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang, get up. Quick! Secretary Zhang, drenched in cold sweat from pain, managed to stand with Li Matzi's help. The other man with the severed tendon couldn't stand. He could only crawl, dragging his legs through the snow. Liu Shan followed behind, rifle in hand. He walked leisurely like an old farmer herding ducks. the wind grew fiercer. The wind cut through Secretary Zhang's coat. The bleeding from his severed wrist slowed, freezing into red ice lumps. They hadn't gone far when the man with the severed tendon could no longer crawl, lying in the snow, panting heavily. Liu Shan raised his rifle and fired another shot into the empty space beside his hand. Crawl. Don't stop. The man burst into tears, clawing into the mud, and forced himself forward. Killing the soul is crueler than killing the body. In this snow-sealed night, bleeding, and without even a match, being driven into the deep mountain forest, forced to watch oneself freeze to death. This was 100 times more desperate than a quick bullet. And the village chief had also said it was better these scum died far away, lest their corpses near the village taint the feng shui. The three men stumbled and crawled until they finally crossed into the boundary of the outer forest. The old branches blocked the view, and the darkness within was like a bottomless pit. Liu Shan stopped and did not follow further. He stood at the edge of the forest, listening to the desperate cries carried by the wind. Half an hour later, the sounds inside ceased entirely. Liu Shan turned around and patted Xiaohei. Let's go. We'll collect the bodies tomorrow morning. Man and dog strode back into Dashi village, braving the wind and snow. The next morning the wind had ceased. The sky was turning a pale fish-belly white, and a sun hung over the mountain peak, dazzling the eyes. The temperature outside had plummeted to its lowest. A single exhale would instantly turn into ice crystals. Liu Shan got out of the warm Kong, washed his face with cold water. He took a piece of elk meat from his space, ate a couple of quick bites while it was still warm, then pushed open the door and walked out. Liu Shan headed straight for the old forest outside the village from last night. Heavy snow had fallen all night, covering the footprints and bloodstains on the ground. Xiaohei ran ahead, its black nose brushing against the snow surface as it sniffed back and forth. The big black dog wagged its tail, fixed on a direction, and plunged into the depths of the outer forest. Liu Shan followed behind, hacking away the dead branches blocking his path. After walking less than a li, Xiaohei stopped under an old pine tree and barked twice ahead. Liu Shan strode over. Under the tree roots, 3 living people had completely ceased to move. They hadn't run far last night. They were too frozen to walk, so they huddled together under the big tree for warmth. Now they were all stiff icicles. Director Zhang leaned against the tree, trunk, his left hand clutching his severed right wrist. His facial features were twisted, his mouth wide open, his expression revealing extreme terror and despair. Limatzi curled up like a big shrimp, his head buried in his crotch, his eyebrows and hair covered in white frost. The man with the severed ankle tendon lay a few steps away, his hands still in a crawling posture, frozen into an ice sculpture. Liu Shan stepped forward and poked Limatzi's cheek with the barrel of his gun. It produced 2 dull thuds. The flesh was frozen harder than stone. Killing by the hand of nature, clean and neat. No shell casings left behind, no evidence to be found. Liu Shan crouched down, his gaze sweeping over Director Zhang and Limatzi. He rummaged in the snow and pulled out the broken pistol Director Zhang had discarded last night. Liu Shan tucked the pistol into his waistband and walked over to Limatzi. He drew his knife and slit open Limatzi's padded jacket. He reached into the inner pocket and searched. This scoundrel had come to guide them in the dead of night. He must be carrying some trump card from the commune or from Uncle. Liu Shan felt a hard paper package and yanked it out. He tore open the package. Inside was a folded letter, paper covered in crooked handwriting. He unfolded the letter, scanned it twice in the sunlight, and gave a contemptuous smile. That old fox, even after being sent to the Northwest Great Farm, he still can't forget my big tile-roofed house. Liu Shan pinched the letter, spat on Limatzi's corpse. Xiaohei, come over and hear what this old bastard wrote. Xiaohei wagged its tail and came closer, sniffing the letter with its black nose. Liu Shan cleared his throat and read the words on the letter aloud. Cousin Limatzi, I'm digging sand every day in the Great Northwest. You must help me vent this anger. Take this letter to Director Zhang at the commune and tell him Liu Shan is speculating and profiteering. Find a chance to finish that kid off, preferably by a bullet. After it's done, all the grain and money coupons in his tile-roofed house will be yours to split. You just have to keep the house for me. After reading those lines, Liu Shan let out a cold laugh. Uncle Liu Daqiang had sent a handwritten letter from the labor camp ordering them to seize the big tile-roofed house. What a clever scheme. Too bad he chose you 3 useless cowards. Liu Shan folded the letter back as it was, tucked it away, and carefully placed it into his inner pocket. This was no ordinary scrap of paper. It was a life-saving amulet written by Liu Daqiang himself, and also a death warrant that would send him to the afterlife. As long as this letter was delivered to the prison warden of the Northwest Labor Camp, Uncle would lose his head, even if he had 10. Liu Shan had obtained a deadly piece of evidence which was like planting a time bomb to utterly destroy his uncle. He patted the chest where the letter was stored, a full plan forming in his mind. Once the snow melted and the post office resumed service, he would immediately mail the letter. Old bastard, you just wait to rot in the sandpit. Liu Shan raised his foot and kicked Limatzi's frozen cheek. The corpse turned over like a log on the snow. Liu Shan wrapped the padded jacket back around Limatzi, covering the signs of the search on his chest. With the evidence in hand, the next step was to dispose of these 3 frozen lumps. The vast mountains were never short of places to hide a body. Liu Shan turned his head, his gaze passing over several large red pines looking into the depths of the forest. Ahead lay an old pool, its water deep and bottomless. Liu Shan walked over to Director Zhang, grabbed the collar of his military coat, and dragged the frozen corpse toward the pool. Xiao He ran ahead, clearing the path with its paws, pushing aside the dead branches. Liu Shan made 3 trips, dragging Li Matzi and the man with the severed ankle tendon to the edge of the pool. The pool's surface was frozen, covered with a layer of drifting snow. Liu Shan took out his splitting axe, swung his arm with full force, and struck at the ice. A dull thud. The axe blade split the ice with a large crack. Liu Shan struck more than a dozen times, forcibly hacking a large ice hole in the pool. Chilling air rose from beneath, and the pool water surged upward. Go feed the turtles down there. Liu Shan put away the axe, walked to Director Zhang, and kicked the corpse in the stomach. Director Zhang plunged headfirst into the ice hole. A splash black water leaped half a foot high. The corpse barely made a ripple before sinking straight to the bottom of the deep pool. Liu Shan didn't stop, kicking Li Matzi and the other man into the water as well. The 3 bodies completely vanished under the black water. Liu Shan pulled out the pistol and threw it into the pool as well. In the vast mountains stretching hundreds of li, 3 dead men wouldn't even raise a ripple. Liu Shan watched the water surface return to calm, then turned and walked to a nearby snowdrift. He kicked up large chunks of snow and pushed them all into the ice hole. The drifting snow covered the water, and soon it was frozen into a new layer of ice. Liu Shan used the snow to cover all traces, making the spot look indistinguishable from the surrounding flat ground. Xiao He, time to work, Liu Shan called out, and led the big black dog back along the original path. The man and the dog deliberately made several large loops around the area, trampling all the traces left by dragging the bodies. Snow began to fall again from the sky, blown by the north wind. In less than half an hour, all the footprints on the ground were completely covered by the heavy snow. No one could ever find out that 3 people had died here. After disposing of the corpses, Liu Shan made his way to the dilapidated earth god temple at the village entrance. A meticulous man by nature, he knew that Li Matzi and the other 2 had sought shelter from the wind there the previous night. The temple would surely bear traces of their presence, and those traces had to be thoroughly erased. Stepping inside the crumbling temple, Liu Shan's gaze swept across the area beneath the altar table. Sure enough, he spotted a gray cloth bundle wedged deep within a nest of dry straw. He strode forward with long steps, bent down, and yanked the bundle free. This must have been the luggage Li Matzi carried from a neighboring village. Liu Shan untied the cloth wrapping and emptied its contents onto the altar table. 2 moldy cornbread rolls tumbled out, along with several crumpled grain ration tickets and half a packet of damp tobacco leaves. Liu Shan sifted through this pile of trash and reached his hand to the very bottom of the cloth wrap, feeling around. His fingertips brushed against a hard lump. Grasping the object firmly, he pulled it out and held it in his palm for a closer look. It was a piece of jade no larger than half a palm. The surface of the jade glowed with an aged yellowish patina, threaded through with faint crimson streaks, like veins of blood. This artifact was clearly old, certainly not something a peasant farmer would possess. The moment Liu Shan clenched the ancient jade tightly, a violent shock surged through his palm. A wave of scalding heat erupted from within the stone, rushing up his arm and straight to his forehead. Liu Shan's eyes burned fiercely, as though a ladle of boiling water had been poured into his eyeballs. Hiss! He sucked in a sharp breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and pressed his palms against his sockets. The searing current washed back and forth through his eyes, the throbbing pressure making his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Only after nearly the time it takes to steep a pot of tea did the sensation gradually subside. Liu Shan lowered his hands, opened his eyes, and blinked twice. The ruined temple remained exactly as it had been, yet something about his vision felt fundamentally altered. Even the particles of dust hidden deep within the cracks of the altar table were perfectly visible to him from afar. This jade is extraordinary. It can restore my eyesight. Liu Shan muttered softly to himself and tucked the ancient jade safely into his innermost pocket. He then gathered the tattered bundle and the cornbread from the altar table. With a mere thought, Liu Shan dispatched the bundle into the corner of his spatial dimension as waste. He then stepped out of the ruined temple. All traces of Li Matzi and the other 2 had been completely erased. Returning to his own large tiled roof house, Liu Shan realized that in his preoccupation with dealing with Li Matzi the night before, he had forgotten to restore everything to its proper state. However, this proved to be a simple matter. Standing at the center of the room, Liu Shan connected his mind to the spatial dimension. With a single sweep of his hand through the air, several carts of split hard firewood materialized from nothing beneath the wall. A large sack of premium wheat flour landed on the cutting board, accompanied by half a side of freshly butchered wild boar. A heavy iron pot crashed onto the stove, already containing nearly a full pot of cold water. The emptied contents of the household were instantly restored to their rightful places. Liu Shan lit the heated Kong, sliced off a substantial piece of horse deer meat, and minced it into fine shreds. Grabbing 2 handfuls of refined white flour, he added water and kneaded it into dough on the cutting board. Rolling it flat with a rolling pin, he sliced it into long, thin noodles. Meanwhile, the water in the pot came to a rolling boil, bubbling furiously. Liu Shan dropped the deer meat strips into the pot, added 2 drops of sesame oil, and sprinkled in a handful of sea salt. He then submerged the noodles and gave them a quick stir with a long spoon. Just then the curtain to the inner room was lifted. Liu Shan emerged wearing her padded cotton jacket, sniffing at her nose as she shuffled towards the stove. "Brother, when did you get back? Did some bad people come from outside?" The little girl had slept soundly the previous night and had not heard the commotion in the latter half of the night. She was only now fully awake. Liu Shan ladled generous portions of shredded meat noodles into 2 large enamel bowls and handed one to his sister. "The bad people left long ago. They lost their way and wandered into the old forest behind the mountain on their own." Liu Shan lifted the enamel bowl, picked up a mouthful of noodles with his chopsticks, blew away the rising steam, and slurped them down greedily. "The wind outside is fierce. Eat quickly while it's still hot." Liu Shan cradled the enormous enamel bowl, nearly as large as her face, her cheeks flushed red as she ate. "The noodles you made are so delicious, brother. Now that the bad people are gone, we can finally live in peace." Liu Shan chewed on the venison strips, swallowed, and nodded with a smile. Xiaohe lay curled beside the stove, gnawing on a bone, his bushy tail thumping against the floor. The room radiated warmth, steeped in the comforting atmosphere of stable, peaceful days. Yet who could have guessed that the living Yama of Dashi village had just claimed 3 lives during that snowy night? Liu Shan finished the last noodle from his enamel bowl and was about to clear the table and wash the dishes when suddenly the sound of footsteps crunching through snow reached them from outside the courtyard, followed by loud banging on the door. "Liu Shan, brother, are you inside?" It was Zhao Youcai's voice. Liu Shan rose from the edge of the Kong, lifted the doorway curtain, and stepped into the courtyard before yanking the main door open. Zhao Youcai stood outside, wrapped in a military greatcoat, his nose tip red from the biting cold perching on his toes as he peered into the courtyard. "Old Zhao, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Zhao Youcai rubbed his hands together and leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Brother Liu Shan, those commune officials led by Director Zhang didn't come causing you trouble last night, did they, eh? When I passed by the Earth God Temple at the village entrance this morning, there wasn't a single soul inside. Only footprints in the snow leading toward the back mountain." Zhao Youcai's eyelids flickered nervously as he studied Liu Shan's expression, carefully probing for information. Liu Shan's face betrayed no emotion. He turned and walked back to the kitchen, his back to Zhao Youcai. From his spatial dimension, he pulled out 2 jean of fatty wild boar meat, carried it to the courtyard gate, and shoved it directly into Zhao's arms. They lost their way in the dead of night and stumbled into the old forest themselves. The heavy snow has sealed the mountains, and there are plenty of wild beasts inside. They probably won't make it out alive. Liu Shan's tone was utterly flat, as though he were merely recounting how 3 strays had wandered off near the village entrance. Zhao Youcai looked down at the meat in his hands, caught the fresh coppery scent of blood, and swallowed hard. As a seasoned, cunning man, the moment he heard this and felt the rare wild game pressed into his arms, Zhao Youcai immediately pieced together the entire sequence of events with perfect clarity. "I understand. Wandering around in heavy snow, being taken by wild beasts. It happens all the time." Zhao Youcai tucked the pork into the wide pocket of his coat, his previously tense expression melting entirely into a warm smile. "I'll report this as a disappearance to the commune. With the snow blocking the road, superiors won't be able to send anyone down to investigate. We'll simply consider these 3 as non-existent. The wind outside is fierce. Brother, you should go back inside and rest." Zhao Youcai waved goodbye, turned on his heel, and strode purposefully toward the village committee. Having received Liu Shan's generous gift, he naturally intended to close this case permanently. A quarter hour later, Zhao Youcai returned to the village committee compound, picked up the wooden mallet, and struck the iron bell for assembly. Dang, dang, dang. Every able-bodied man in the village who hadn't frozen to death came running out, wrapped in tattered quilts, huddling against the wall to listen. Zhao Youcai stood on the steps, cleared his throat, and made his announcement loudly. "Director Zhang from the commune and Li Matzi wandered into the back mountain in the middle of the night last night and went missing. The heavy snow has sealed the mountains. Nobody is allowed to enter the forest to search. Stay home." The moment those words left his mouth, the villagers below erupted into an uproar, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. They exchanged knowing glances. Everyone understood perfectly well what had truly transpired. Last night those 3 had clearly gone to Liu Shan's house to cause trouble. How could they have possibly wandered into the old forest on their own in the middle of the night? Wang Er shrank at the very back of the crowd, trembling with fear. Lost their way. Don't be absurd. They were definitely chopped to pieces by the living Yama and tossed into the mountains to feed the wolves. Wang Er muttered under his breath, his teeth chattering noisily. Within half a day, this news had spread through every earthen house in Dashi village. The villagers were now utterly convinced that Liu Shan was a ruthless killer who slaughtered without blinking an eye. Several gossipy women who had always loved spreading rumors now dared not even mention Liu Shan's name, terrified he might hear and come after them. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Liu Shan pushed open the wooden door and stepped out with a shovel to clear the accumulated snow at his entrance. The moment he appeared, the idle men who had been squatting by the roadside chatting scrambled away, in terror rolling and crawling back into their own courtyards. Villagers passing by the large tiled house lowered their heads and detoured around it. Even if it meant wading through an extra half-li of snowdrifts, they refused to come anywhere near the courtyard wall. Liu Shan swung his shovel, scooping up the snow and flinging it into the ditch beside the road. Xiaohe lay on the threshold, baring his teeth at the shadow of someone passing by in the distance. No one in Dashi village dared any longer to covet the aroma of meat wafting from Liu Shan's home. After clearing the path in front of his door, Liu Shan leaned the shovel against the wall and clapped his hands together. Once upon a time, he and his sister had been the poorest childless couple in the village. Now they lived most comfortably. From this day forward, no one in this village would ever dare to provoke him again. The continuous half-month blizzard had finally ceased. The sun hung bright in the sky and icicles began to drip with meltwater. That morning, Liu Shan stepped into the courtyard and stretched his arms wide. Little Black crawled out of its doghouse and ran to Liu Shan's side, wagging its tail furiously. Liu Xiaolan lifted the cotton door curtain and bounded into the courtyard, bundled up like a round cotton ball. Brother, the big sun is out. The little girl squinted against the glare, gazing at the snow-covered courtyard and clapping her hands in delight. Liu Shan walked to the center of the yard, snapped off a dead branch, and flipped it in his hand. He crouched down and scratched lines into the flat snow with the twig. Xiaolan, come here. Liu Shan beckoned to his younger sister. Liu Xiaolan hurried over and looked down at the strokes on the ground. These are your characters, Liu Xiaolan. Liu Shan pointed at the 3 large characters in the snow with his twig, teaching her each one slowly and deliberately. The little girl squatted beside him, extending her tiny finger to trace along the scratches in the snow bit by bit. She pressed too hard, and her fingertip pierced through the frozen ice beneath, making her gasp sharply from the sting. Liu Shan took his sister's hand and rubbed her sore fingertip. No need to press so hard, just glide it lightly across. Watch me. He took the twig and wrote 2 more characters beside the first. These are my characters. You will memorize both names today. Liu Xiaolan nodded and snatched the twig from him, copying the strokes clumsily on the snow. The characters she wrote were uneven and ugly, looking as though a dog had drawn them. Little Black, mistaking her work for mud playing, nosed closer, and with a single paw swipe, trampled all the carefully written characters into ruin. Oh no, Little Black, go away. You've ruined my name. Liu Xiaolan shoved the big black dog aside, pouted, and found another clean patch of snow to practice on. Liu Shan tossed the wooden stick aside and watched his sister's earnest expression, then reached down to pat her head. When spring comes, I'll take you into town and send you to the school there. To read, to write, to meet many new friends. A school in town. Can I really go? Liu Xiaolan stopped her, tracing her eyes wide as she looked at Liu Shan, brimming with hope. If I say you can go, you will go. No one will stop you. Liu Shan rose to his feet and brushed the snowflakes from his trouser legs. Those village kids wasting their days raiding bird nests have no future. Our Xiaolan must learn to read and write to become someone who belongs in the city. Liu Xiaolan bounced up from the ground in delight, dropping her twig and throwing herself into Liu Shan's embrace. You're the best, brother. I'll study hard and learn to read and write. Liu Shan patted his sister on the back, the corners of his mouth rising. All his life he had labored tirelessly to build their fortune. All for this one goal, to ensure his sister would never again have to bow to anyone. In the days that followed, the sun climbed ever higher and grew fiercer. Snow in the courtyard melted at a remarkable pace, and the runoff trickled out through the gaps beneath the doorframe. With the roads blocked by heavy snow for over half a month, the county town must have descended into utter chaos by now. The granaries would long since be empty, and the workers clutching their currency notes could not buy a single mouthful of food. Liu Shan dragged a chair into the courtyard and sat down, lazily basking in the warm sun. Closing his eyes, he extended his consciousness into the spatial pocket hidden within his mind. His gaze swept over the preservation area as he carefully inventoried his reserves. Along the corner lay several hundred gene of wild boar fat, the brilliant white layers almost enough to make one salivate. Beside it sat an enormous pile of tiger meat, firm and gleaming. Liu Shan turned his attention to the living quarters. Several young wild boar piglets had grown considerably rounder and were rooting about in the mud with their snouts. A muntjac deer lay resting on the dark earth, casually chewing on dried grass. These hundreds of gene of meat in these desperate famine years were a lifeline that could make envious men risk everything. A starving person, upon catching sight of meat, would trade their very life without hesitation. Liu Shan made up his mind during the worst of this famine he would venture into the county town and make a fortune. Lord Black was an endless well of desire. As long as there was meat, he would pay any price. On this trip to the underground market, he would not only multiply his money manyfold. He intended to re-establish the rules of the black market, cement his authority within it, and secure absolute leverage, paving the way for his future rise in the city. Liu Shan opened his eyes and glanced at his sister, still practicing characters in the snow. Xiaolan, I'm heading to the county town on an errand. Make sure to bar the door and keep it locked. Liu Xiaolan looked up and nodded obediently. Come back early, brother. Little Black and I will guard the house. We won't open the door for anyone. Liu Shan turned and entered the main room, fishing a worn cotton jacket and a tattered towel from beneath the Kong mat. He wrapped the ragged towel around his head, threw the patched jacket over his shoulders, and walked to the stove, scooping a handful of black soot to smear across his cheeks and forehead. In moments he had transformed into that gnarled, unrecognizable old man. Little Black, guard the house. If anyone dares climb the wall, bite their throat out. The big black dog rumbled a satisfied growl, crouching inside the threshold and wagging its massive tail. Only then did Liu Shan step outside with peace of mind. The village dirt roads had turned into soupy mud, churned and treacherous. Clad in his leather boots, waterproof and slip-resistant, Liu Shan strode purposefully out of the village. The road was utterly deserted, every villager huddled indoors, surviving the harsh days one by one. Liu Shan hurried along the main road toward the county town. 3 hours later, he finally crossed into its boundaries. His leather boots were caked with thick yellow mud. He stopped at the roadside, grabbed a thin bamboo strip, and scraped away all the clinging dirt before proceeding into the county town. The main street of the county town was frighteningly desolate. Charcoal begging marks covered the earthen walls on both sides. The bare elm trees had been stripped completely. Not a single shred of bark remained, devoured by famished, desperate souls. Along the roadside lay several motionless figures, eyes rolled back, gasping their final breaths. Liu Shan pulled his tattered jacket tighter around himself and pressed his towel firmly against his head. He turned down an alley with practiced ease and made his way toward the underground market. If the main streets were like this, the black market could hardly be doing any better. They arrived at the alley of Gezi Market. In days past, this alley had been packed shoulder to shoulder. Vendors hawking mountain goods and traders bartering coarse grains formed endless lines. Now the alley stood utterly deserted, not a living soul to be found. A few rotten cabbage leaves that had fallen through the cracks in the ground were long gone, picked clean by desperate hands and swallowed. Liu Shan reached the solitary courtyard at the far end of the alley where the black market operated and raised his knuckles to rap sharply against the thick wooden door. The door creaked open, a narrow slit from within. A gatekeeper pushed his head halfway out. The man's eye sockets were sunken deep, his cheeks hollowed and collapsed, so emaciated he resembled a carrying pole balanced on a shoulder. He clutched a short wooden staff in his hand and leaned against the doorframe, swaying unsteadily. Gezi Market has been closed for half a month. Nothing to eat. Beat it. The man's words rattled through gaps in his teeth, his curses weak and breathless. He raised his arm to slam the door shut. Liu Shan slipped his foot between the boards to hold it open, lowered his voice, and forced out a hoarse tone. Go to the main hall and inform Master He. An old mountain regular has come with grain to buy back his life. At the word grain, the man's eyes blazed. He dropped the staff entirely, grabbed the door, and heaved it inward, ushering Liu Shan into the courtyard. Please come in, honored one. Master He is waiting in the main room. Liu Shan shook the mud from his boots and walked to the doorway of the main hall. No brazier burned within. Master He was curled inside a large armchair, shivering uncontrollably. This gang lord of the black market had once been rosy-cheeked and broad-shouldered. Now he was little more than skin and bone, his facial bones jutting sharply, his complexion sallow and darkened. The square table was cluttered and strewn with bundles of 10-yuan notes. Beside them lay several large tin boxes filled with national food coupons and industrial vouchers. For half a month the heavy snow had blocked every road. Master He had received not a single consignment of goods. His men had either fled or starved to death. Clutching pockets full of money and coupons, he could not buy a mouthful of sustenance. Between his teeth he gnawed endlessly on the end of a rotting leather belt, hoping to extract some ounce of fat or flavor to fool his rumbling stomach. Hearing the door stir, he lifted his half-closed eyes and peered toward the entrance. Upon recognizing the towel wrapped around the newcomer's head, Master He spat the belt from his mouth at once. Old immortal! Master He cried out in wild excitement and tumbled straight off the armchair. He didn't even bother slipping into his cotton shoes, stumbling forward barefoot and unsteady until he reached Liu Shan. Clutching Liu Shan's pant leg with both hands, snot and tears smeared across his face, he wailed, Old immortal, you have finally descended the mountain. Our black market has been without provisions for half a month. I can barely survive. Look at this entire table of money. Can't buy a single grain of sorghum, and even the paper for wiping is too stiff. Liu Shan looked down at the once mighty black market overlord, his gaze sweeping over the worthless paper scattered on the table. This was the height of the famine, the most brutal period yet. What Liu Shan carried in his hands, pieces of meat, were treasures worth having people kneel and call him master. Liu Shan shook off Master He's grasping hands and stepped forward 2 paces. He reached the square table and surveyed the mess upon it. Stop your lamentations. Old man came wading through mud and water into the city today to lay out a path for your survival. Liu Shan pulled over a nearby chair and sat down. Hearing words of survival, Master He's eyes flared with an eerie brightness. He scrambled to his feet with hands and knees, shuffled over to Liu Shan and bowed repeatedly. As long as there is food, whatever the old immortal desires, I will provide. Take all this money on the table. Liu Shan did not answer. Instead, he raised his finger and pointed toward the large porcelain teapot standing in the corner of the room. This old man has walked 3 hours on dry land. My throat is on fire. Go to the kitchen and boil a pot of water for tea. Remember, without boiling water you are not to enter this room. Liu Shan deliberately invented an excuse to send Master He away. The empty burlap sack he had brought was already tucked inside his inner pocket. Without clearing the room, he could not deploy his spatial retrieval technique. Master He was so dizzy with hunger that his mind could not process anything clearly. How dared he disobey the orders of a living immortal? He nodded eagerly. I'll light the fire and boil water right away. Please rest a moment. Turning, he gathered the large porcelain teapot, dragged a tattered cotton quilt along behind him, and staggered out of the main hall toward the kitchen in the rear courtyard. Only Liu Shan remained in the main room. He rose from the chair and approached the square table. Raising his arm, he swept all the tinyuan notes and food coupons to the edge of the tabletop. A wide expanse of bare wood was cleared. He closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the preservation chamber within his spatial realm, locking onto the fresh wild boar fat and wild deer meat stored within. Liu Shan opened his eyes and swept his hand sharply through the air. A flash of light. Upon the square table, a mountain of meat materialized out of nowhere. 200 gene of freshly cut wild boar fat piled high, layers of white fat fully 3 fingers thick. Beside the pork fat, dozens of gene of deep red venison were heaped. The meat glistened with freshness, its surface sheening with natural oil. The ancient square table groaned under the weight of several hundred gene of flesh, letting out a loud creak. Liu Shan clapped his hands, one step back, settled into the chair, and folded his arms inside his sleeves. Before a cigarette could burn down, Master He stumbled through the doorway carrying the steaming porcelain teapot. Honored one, the water is boiled, let me pour you a cup. His words died in his throat as his eyes locked onto the square table. His wrist went slack. With a sharp crash, the pot hit the bluestone floor and shattered. Scalding water splashed across his trousers, yet he did not even flinch. Master He's mouth gaped open as he stared at the meat on the table. He rubbed his eyes fiercely twice, certain he was not hallucinating from starvation. The glistening white fat caught the light. The rich raw aroma of fresh meat drove straight into his nostrils. His legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees. Hands pressing against the floor, he bowed his head again and again. Living ancestor. You truly are the living ancestor of my black family. His voice cracked with emotion. Crawling forward on his knees 2 steps, he threw his arms around the leg of the table. In this cannibal-era famine, 200-odd gene of fatty pork slammed onto a table was blindingly conspicuous. The visual impact of this life-saving grain was so overwhelming that it instantly reversed the black market's near extinction. Master He swallowed a huge gulp of saliva and reached forward greedy to touch a piece of the wild boar fat. Liu Shan lifted his leg and pressed the toe of his shoe against the man's shoulder, pushing him back a full half step. Pull your hand back. The rules need to change. Master He immediately retracted his hands beneath the cotton quilt and sat properly on the floor, waiting to be lectured. In the past, we had a buyer-seller relationship. Money changed hands, goods were delivered, and both sides were even. Liu Shan pointed toward the stack of notes and coupons at the table's edge. Now the roads are littered with corpses. The snow has sealed every pass, and your Gezi market exists in name only. Even if you gathered every note and coupon in the entire county into your lap, you still could not trade them for a bowl of sorghum paste to stay alive. Master He nodded vigorously along with Liu Shan's words like a chicken pecking rice. The old immortal speaks truth. Money is now waste paper. This meat is our true father. This old man did not wade through floodwaters into the city today to play the philanthropist. Liu Shan withdrew his foot, leaned forward, and lowered his voice as he laid out his terms. From now on, I take 50% of all profits from Gezi Market. I do not care how you conduct business below. Whatever you sell for money or coupons, I take half first. Liu Shan spoke calmly, leaving no room for negotiation. In exchange, I guarantee your black market will be supplied continuously with top-grade mountain goods and prime cuts of fatty meat. Those 200-odd gene of fresh pork fat sitting on the table were his entire leverage. Master He sat frozen, his eyes darting back and forth between Liu Shan and the wild boar meat. Having rolled and tumbled through the black market for most of his life, his mind raced rapidly, weighing the gains and losses of this deal. Liu Shan showed no hurry. He drew a Dakiamin cigarette from his pack, placed it between his lips, and struck a match. He lit the cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke, and waited quietly for Master He's answer. The main room was extraordinarily quiet. Far from putting on a stern face, Master He's wrinkles all bloomed into a smile. Old immortal, a 50% share is too little. You take the lion's share, I'll just follow, and have a sip of the soup. He Ye's voice trembled with excitement as he clasped his hands and raised them above his head. Being able to latch onto your sky-reaching thigh is the greatest blessing my ancestors could have bestowed. He Ye was a shrewd man, calculating his accounts more precisely than anyone else. Now that the black market had run out of supplies, his brothers were all starving their eyes, seeing stars, and business had come to a complete halt. As long as Liu Shan's endless supply of rich meat propped up the scene, the black market would immediately revive. At worst, even if he gave away half the profits, the remaining 50% would still be enough for old He to rake in a fortune. Liu Shan watched He Ye's submissive demeanor and flicked off his cigarette ash. I have no time to sit in the chief's seat. On the surface, the black market is still yours to command. Liu Shan leaned back in his chair and pointed outside. I won't meddle in the rough work of showing face and taking risks. I only handle the supply and collect the dividends. Old Immortal, rest assured. Leave all the external relationship management to me. He scrambled up from the ground, approached the table, and touched the white fat of the wild boar meat. His fingertips covered in grease, he shoved them into his mouth and sucked hard twice. The flavor of lard spread in his mouth, and he squinted in contentment. This meat is so fatty, it can save the lives of many brothers. Liu Shan spat out the cigarette butt and kicked the table leg. Call in the capable brothers from under you. First cut 10 gene of meat and cook it so they can have a full meal. Only when they're full will they have the strength to work for me. Upon hearing this, Yu was so moved that his nose dripped, and he repeatedly bowed. Thank you, Old Immortal, for giving us a meal. I'll go to the backyard to call the men. Yu turned around and stumbled out of the main room. Liu Shan gazed at the slushy water outside the door. He was no longer content with being a mere supplier. From today on, the lifeline of this county's pigeon market was firmly clasped in his hands alone. He wanted to be the top golden throne in this black market. In a short while, Yu called out 4 trusted brothers from the base of the backyard wall. These 4 were all loyal confidants. The others had either run away or starved to death. Only these 4 remained steadfastly by Yu's side. At present, the 4 men were starving, their eyes fixed and cheeks hollowed, staggering as they walked supporting each other into the main room. They looked up and immediately spotted the wild boar fat. The men's feet seemed rooted to the ground. They couldn't move a step, frantically swallowing saliva with gurgling sounds. What are you staring at? Haven't you thanked the Old Immortal for the meal yet? Yu put on a stern face and barked at his 4 subordinates. The men's knees went weak, and with a thud they all knelt on the blue brick floor, kowtowing to Liu Shan repeatedly, their foreheads thumping loudly. Liu Shan waved his hand and ignored them. Yu drew the kitchen knife tucked in his belt, stepped forward, and with a swift motion cut off 2 large chunks of fatty pork weighing about 10 gene and threw them directly into the leading man's arms. Take it to the kitchen, quickly cut it into large pieces, and stew it in a pot, so that all the brothers can have a full meal. The man hugged the fatty pork, tears streaming from his eyes, turned around, and sprinted toward the kitchen. The remaining 3 men quickly scrambled to their feet and followed, even picking up the meat scraps that had fallen on the table and stuffing them into their mouths to chew raw. In less than half an hour, the aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. The 4 men each carried a large bowl as they walked in. Not a drop of broth remained at the bottom. They had licked every bit clean with their tongues. After eating their fill of meat, the men's faces flushed with color, and they regained their strength, standing straight beside the 8 Immortal table, awaiting orders. Meat's been eaten. Time to work. Liu Shan's voice was unhurried, assuming the demeanor of a seasoned veteran of the underworld. Yu quickly wiped the lard from his mouth with his sleeve, leaned over to the 8 Immortal table, and bent down. Old Immortal, just give your orders. I know exactly which families in this county have money and which are short of grain. Yu patted his chest, swearing earnestly. That former dynasty's bailmaster at the east end of town has 2 boxes of big yellow croakers hidden at home, and now he's so hungry, he's gnawing on tree bark in the courtyard. How many Great Unity banknotes and national grain coupons do you need? The brothers will take the meat out and exchange it right away, guaranteed to empty their coffers. Liu Shan waved his hand and pointed to the pile of banknotes stacked like a small mountain on the corner of the table. This old man sets a new rule. For these 200+ gene of meat, I don't want Great Unity notes or any coupons. Yu was stunned, scratching the back of his head in bewilderment. No money or tickets. Then what do we exchange for? Liu Shan lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Old antiques. Old antiques. Yu looked baffled. Can you eat old antiques? Whoever has gold, silver, jade, antique calligraphy, or paintings from the former dynasty, bring them all to exchange for meat. 1 gene of pork for 1 antique, regardless of size, as long as it's old enough and in good condition. Don't bring me scrap metal. Ooh, I want the real stuff. Last time in the ruined temple, when he first touched an antique, it resonated with his eyes. This indicated that his X-ray vision and spatial ability were closely related to antiques. Upon hearing this, Yi slapped his thigh and immediately understood. Old Immortal, how brilliant! In this current famine year, antiques had become the most worthless trash dropped on the ground, without anyone bending over to pick them up. Those old families and their descendants in the city hoarded a house full of national treasures, but couldn't even exchange them for half a wild vegetable pancake. Using dozens of gene of life-saving fat meat to exchange for those old objects was to scoop up all the hidden wealth of the entire county into his own pocket. This surefire deal was even more satisfying than directly robbing a bank. Yi turned around and waved to his men. Did you all hear that? Go to the kitchen, get the bone-cutting knife, and cut all the meat on the table into 1 gene strips, then pack them in sacks. Go find those down-and-out families in the city and exchange for old antiques. If anyone dares to hide a piece of meat, I'll chop off his hand. The 4 men answered in unison, fetched a kitchen knife and chopping board from the back kitchen, and began cutting the meat right in the main room. With swift strokes of the knife, the 200 gene of fatty pork was all divided into neat strips. They tossed the meat strips into sacks, tied the openings tightly, hoisted them onto their shoulders, and turned to run out of the courtyard. The four men had wind beneath their feet and vanished in the blink of an eye, rushing to spread the news in the city. The main room was left with only Liu Shan and He Yi. He Yi picked up the teapot and filled the teacup in front of Liu Shan. He set down the teapot, glanced around the room, and leaned close to Liu Shan's ear, lowering his voice. "Old immortal with the men around just now, I have a piece of news. See if it's useful to you." Liu Shan raised the teacup, blew on the steam, and lifted his eyelids slightly. "Speak. A big shot from the provincial capital has arrived. He's putting on a huge show, directly booking the entire top floor of the county guest house." He Yi swallowed hard and leaned closer. The other night, around midnight, 2 green jeeps plowed through heavy snow into the guest house courtyard. 4 armed guards stood watch at the staircase, stopping anyone from entering. They say this VIP's elder is critically ill, and they're searching everywhere for premium wild ginseng with enough years of growth to sustain their life. They've made it clear that as long as the ginseng is old enough, money is no object, and they can even arrange a work quota in the provincial capital. Hearing this, Liu Shan's hand paused midair as he held his teacup. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. The 2 old wild ginseng plants growing in the black soil of his spatial dimension. He had casually dug them from the deep mountains some time ago and planted them near the spiritual spring. Watered daily with spiritual spring water, the ginseng had grown rapidly, its medicinal properties already mutated. While ordinary wild ginseng could only prolong life for 2 days at most, the mutated blood ginseng, growing in his space, could pull the living dead right back from the gates of the underworld. Trading such premium medicinal herbs for a provincial capital work quota was a venture worth pursuing. If he could become a recognized member of the working class, his younger sister's education would be secured for years to come. Liu Shan set down his teacup and reached into his chest pocket, touching the ancient jade he had recovered from the ruined temple. Premium wild ginseng is not easy to come by. You needn't spread word about this. Just keep an eye on what's happening at the guest house for me. Understood. I'll send 2 quick-footed men to stake out the guest house every day. The moment there's any movement, they'll report back to you immediately. Liu Shan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The black market rules in the county had been established, and he'd gathered intelligence from the provincial capital. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Half an hour later, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. A man under He Yi's command led several impoverished locals into the main room. These destitute folks were so emaciated from hunger that they could barely walk, relying on each other for support to cross the threshold. The elderly man at their head, thin and gaunt, wore a tattered robe and carried 2 bowls in his hands with a bronze mirror tucked under his arm. The sight of wild boar fat on the table made his mouth water, drool dripping down his chin onto his clothing. "Master He, this piece came from a former dynasty's imperial palace. Take a look and tell me how much meat I could trade it for." With trembling hands, the old man carefully placed the bowls and bronze mirror on the table, terrified of breaking anything. Master He turned to Liu Shan, bowing respectfully, waiting for his decision. Liu Shan remained seated, reaching out to take the bronze mirror. The moment his fingertips touched its surface, a wave of warmth surged from his palm into his flesh, racing up his arm and straight to his head. Activating his divine eye, his vision penetrated through the bronze surface directly into the mirror's interior. Inside, he discovered it was hollow, with intricate patterns densely carved into the inner chamber, emanating an aura of great antiquity. Liu Shan blinked twice, and as the heat dissipated, his vision returned to normal. It all became clear to him now. These ancient artifacts contained a certain energy. This ancient energy could genuinely strengthen his divine eye. Keep all the artifacts and give him 5 gene of fatty pork. Liu Shan pulled the bronze mirror and bowls closer, nodding toward the man wielding the cleaver. Upon hearing he could exchange for 5 gene of fatty pork, the emaciated old man's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Thank you, sir, for your generosity." "Thank you, sir." The man wielded his knife in one swift motion, slicing off a large chunk of fat and thrusting it into the old man's arms. Clutching the meat, the old man wiped away tears and exited. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman wrapped in a headscarf pushed forward, her hands trembling, as she presented a worn, battered book with curled pages. "Sir, this is an old medical manual passed down from my grandfather, containing various folk remedies. Would you consider trading it for some food?" The woman was on the verge of tears from hunger, cradling a listless infant in her arms. Liu Shan's eyelids lifted slightly as his gaze swept over the book. He activated his divine eye, once more piercing through the paper to reveal pages densely inscribed with tiny calligraphy, the fibers radiating the age of a century-old artifact. "Keep the book and give her 10 gene of pork along with a pig femur bone." Liu Shan spoke, casually gesturing to the man. Overcome with emotion, the woman slammed the book onto the table, knelt, and bowed repeatedly, then fled the courtyard, clutching her meat. Seeing the destitute people behind them actually trading their worthless belongings for fatty meat, everyone grew desperate. They scrambled to empty their homes onto the table, terrified that any delay would mean missing out on the meat entirely. "Sir, I have a family heirloom jade ring. Sir, take a look at mine, a genuine antique." Liu Shan accepted everything without discrimination, exchanging any artifact imbued with historical energy for pork. The pork on the table steadily dwindled while the pile of exchanged artifacts grew higher. By mid-afternoon, every scrap of fatty pork had been distributed, leaving not a single fragment behind. The county's destitute residents clutched their life-saving meat and rushed home, as though fleeing for their lives, fearing theft along the way. Where the pork had lain, the table now overflowed with an assortment of vintage artifacts. Among them were yellowed ancient medical texts, dust-covered jade pieces, and several antique paintings and calligraphy scrolls. Master Hay retrieved 2 Hessian sacks from the kitchen and packed all the items inside, tying them securely. Sir, all the pork has been traded, and every collected artifact is in these sacks. Master Hay patted the bulging sacks, his face creased in a sycophantic grin. Liu Shan rose from his chair and approached the sacks. This is merely the beginning. In the future, if any household in the city possesses old artifacts, you must collect them all for me. Liu Shan patted the sack and turned to instruct Master Hay. For anything you're uncertain about, store it first, and wait until I return to the city to examine it together. Master Hay nodded, repeatedly bowing even lower. Rest assured, I'll have my men patrol the city daily to ensure no valuable piece escapes our notice. Liu Shan waved his hand dismissively. Tell your men to guard outside the courtyard. Without my command, no one is to enter this room. Master Hay quickly herded his men out and positioned himself outside the threshold, turning his back to wait. The room fell silent, leaving only Liu Shan. He linked his consciousness to his spatial dimension, and the 2 sacks of artifacts vanished into nothingness, deposited safely within his inner space. Liu Shan turned and retrieved half a sack of broken earthenware bowls from a corner of his space, scattering them on the ground as cover. He wrapped several cracked bowls in a tattered cloth to appear as though he was transporting heavy goods for trade. Liu Shan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Master Hay hurried over, noticing Liu Shan only carrying a few broken bowls, and wondered in confusion where the deity had concealed the large sacks. However, being shrewd enough, he wouldn't dare ask despite having 10 times the courage. Sir, are you returning to Dashi village? Liu Shan nodded and crossed the threshold. Send your quickest men to watch the guest house closely. Once you have confirmed news of wild ginseng, immediately go to Dashi village and inform the village chief. Understood, rest easy. I'll dispatch my men right away. Master Hay bowed and scraped all the way as he escorted Liu Shan out the courtyard gate. Liu Shan wrapped his thin coat tightly around him and followed the main road toward the county outskirts. The county streets remained deserted, with every mud brick house along the way keeping its windows firmly shut. Liu Shan broke into a swift stride, hurrying back to Dashi village. His trip to the city had been a resounding success, having exchanged 200 caddies of pork for a collection of antique artifacts. He returned to the village. Pushing open his own gate, Xiao He emerged from his doghouse and came running to his side, tail wagging vigorously. Liu Shan reached down and patted the dog's head twice, then lifted the curtain and stepped into the main room. The stove in the room was burning brightly. Liu Xiaolan sat cross-legged on the Kong, holding a twig and writing characters in a sand tray. The tray was a makeshift creation of Liu Shan's, a salvaged broken box filled with fine sand intended solely for her calligraphy practice. Brother, you're back. What's the county town like these days? The little girl tossed aside her twig and scrambled to the edge of the Kong, staring at him with wide eyes and asking eagerly. The county town is in utter chaos, child. There are people everywhere hunting for food. You stay home and practice your writing. Do not wander outside. MHM. The little girl nodded obediently. Liu Shan removed his outer garments and tossed them carelessly onto the Kong mat. Xiao He trotted in behind him, circled the stove twice, then sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling out as he panted for air. Liu Shan took out fine meat, rice, and flour and set about preparing supper. Before he knew it, 2 days had slipped away. The weather cleared completely. The sun's rays carried genuine warmth upon the skin, winter yielding to spring, and all living things stirring back to life. The snow on the ground had melted into slush, and the dirt road connecting Dashi village to the county town was finally passable for carts. Village Chief Zhao Yukai was shouting through a loudspeaker, announcing that the county postal service had resumed regular routes and urging residents to send their mail without delay. Seated on a chair in the main room, Liu Shan heard the commotion, rose to his feet, and walked over to the cabinet. He pulled open the drawer and retrieved the letter he had taken from Limatzi. The letter was from his uncle Liu Daqiang, posted from the Northwest Labor Reform Camp. In stark black characters on white paper, it detailed their conspiracy to seize the large tiled roof house. The edges of the letter were frayed and worn, evidence enough of how restlessly this old scoundrel had been scheming within those walls. Liu Shan held the letter and read it twice, a cold sneer curling his lips. He turned and strode to the table, fishing paper and a brush from the drawer. Intentionally switching to his left hand, he wrote a denunciation letter in clumsy, hasty strokes. The handwriting looked as though penned by some rough-handed peasant barely literate. Report to the political commissar of the Northwest Labor Reform Camp. I am a poor peasant from Dashi village. I hereby report the prisoner Liu Daqiang, who during his reform period refuses to repent and secretly contacts individuals outside the camp. He schemes to usurp the property of poor peasants and spreads reactionary rhetoric harboring delusions of uprising. Such a person must never be pardoned. Enclosed with this letter is his own handwritten correspondence. I respectfully urge the leadership to conduct a thorough investigation. Liu Shan finished writing the final characters and gently blew across the ink to dry it. This was a stratagem of borrowing another's blade to spill blood. He had no intention of traveling thousands of miles to the great Northwest himself. Across such vast distance, the mere arrival of this letter on the political commissar's desk, given the political climate of the era, would mean that even 10 lives would not save Liu Daqiang from a firing squad. Liu Shan stacked the 2 letters together and slid them into a brown paper envelope. He sealed the flap with paste and wrote on the front the address for the eyes of the political commissar, Northwest Labor Reform Camp. Tucking the envelope into his inner pocket, Liu Shan pulled on his thick cotton-padded coat and stepped out of the main room. Xiaolan brother is going to the county post office. You stay here and play with Xiaohe. Having given his instructions, he pushed open the door and exited the courtyard. Striding along the thawing muddy road, he made his way swiftly toward the county town. The main streets were swarming with people queuing to buy sorghum flour. Liu Shan paid no mind to the crowds and went directly to the post office at the street corner, lifting the curtain to enter. Only a handful of people were inside and a clerk sat behind the glass counter sorting through newspapers. Liu Shan approached the counter, slid the envelope through the opening, and placed 2 Mao coins on the glass surface. Comrade, I'd like to send this as a registered letter expedited delivery to the Great Northwest. The clerk picked up the envelope and glanced at the bold characters, Political Commissar of the Labor Reform Camp. His hand trembled violently, and the envelope nearly slipped from his grasp and hit the floor. He looked up at Liu Shan, swallowed hard, and dared not ask a single unnecessary question. A denunciation letter dispatched across provinces to a senior official. Any clerk who got involved with such matter would soon find themselves in deep trouble. The clerk hastily stamped the envelope with a red seal, collected the 2 Mao, and slid a receipt across the counter. The letter is accepted. It will depart tomorrow morning with the long-distance postal truck. Liu Shan took the receipt, gave it a cursory glance, and casually tore it to shreds before tossing the fragments into the garbage bin just outside the door. Clasping his hands behind his back, he walked out of the post office and looked up at the brilliant sun overhead. The final step of the great reckoning had been thoroughly executed. Borrowing the blade of the state, he had dealt his uncle a fatal blow from thousands of li away. Uncle, let us see whether you will survive this time. Half a month later, while bright sunshine bathed the rest of the land, the Northwest Labor Farm was ravaged by ferocious, white windstorms, and handfuls of ice shards rained down from the sky. The conditions were extraordinarily harsh. Liu Daqiang and Wang Cuihua, clad in prison garb, wielded shovels to dig earth in a sandy pit. Shivering uncontrollably from the bitter cold, they could scarcely straighten their waists, their snot frozen and clinging to their lips. Husband, I'm so hungry I can hardly move. When on earth will this suffering ever end? Wang Cuihua dropped her shovel and collapsed onto a sand slope, gasping heavily, her body reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. Liu Daqiang shot her a glare and wiped the ice water from his face. Hold on a little longer. By my calculations, Li Matzi must have already taken that boy's house by now. Once they've seized the tiled roof house, they'll surely send us a few gene of sorghum flour. Liu Daqiang muttered these words through chattering teeth, his heart still nourishing grand delusions of regaining their former fortune. Several uniformed guards strode over in long strides, clutching a stamped letter in their hands. Liu Daqiang, Wang Cuihua, roll over here. The lead guard barked the command and unfurled the letter. Liu Daqiang's legs turned to water, and he dropped to his knees with a thud, scrambling forward on hands and feet. Reforming faithfully. You dare to write letters conspiring with outsiders, plotting to seize poor peasants' homes. The guard thrust the denunciation letter upward and pointed it directly at Liu Daqiang's nose, berating him furiously. This letter you wrote together with the denunciation from the poor peasants of Dashi village. All has been delivered straight to the political commissar's desk. Liu Daqiang recognized the handwriting upon the paper, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his lips trembling uncontrollably. It was precisely his secret distress letter to Li Matzi, complete with his own thumbprint pressed upon it. Upon hearing these words, Wang Cuihua's eyes rolled back in terror, and she collapsed motionless into the sand, utterly paralyzed with fright. Husband, didn't you say that once that letter was sent out, our tiled roof house would be restored to us? Wang Cuihua slapped her thighs and wailed loudly, her voice cracking with despair. How could this have been reported to the political commissar's door? We're headed for the bullet. The guard, utterly bored of their wailing, simply waved his hand toward the guards standing behind him. By order of the political commissar, these 2 refused to repent and demonstrate the most abominable character. Their sentences are hereby increased. The original 15-year sentence is revoked and replaced with life imprisonment. You shall remain in the sands of the Great Northwest until you die. Upon hearing the words, life imprisonment, a deafening ring erupted in Liu Daqiang's mind. His mouth gaped wide, yet not a single syllable could escape his lips. His entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground like soggy mud. Several guards rushed forward, seized both of them by the collars, and dragged Liu Daqiang, and Wang Zihua toward the solitary confinement quarters. I am wronged. That house was mine by right. Liu Shan, you living bandit. Lu Daqiang's desperate cries were torn to shreds by the howling wind, utterly ignored by all who passed. The entire family was plunged into utter despair, denied any hope of reversal, condemned to await death within those desolate sands alone. What a profoundly satisfying triumph of justice. Crackle. Pop. Sparse firecracker sounds echoed through Dashi village. The Lunar New Year had arrived. Liu Shan stood in the courtyard, daubing 2 strokes of paste along the doorframe with a brush. He pasted the cut red paper onto the door, smoothing it flat with his palms. Liu Xiaolan, bundled in a new padded jacket, hopped and skipped about the courtyard, her small face flushed red from the cold. Brother, what are we having for lunch today? The little girl swallowed hard, her face alight with eager anticipation. After affixing the red paper, Liu Shan turned and stepped into the kitchen, scooping water to wash his hands. Since it's the New Year celebration, I'll make you dumplings stuffed with pure meat. Liu Shan linked his mind to the spatial dimension. He retrieved a thick slab of wild boar fat from the preservation area, followed by a piece of horse deer loin, and placed them on the cutting board. The combined weight of both pieces of meat totaled approximately 5 or 6 catties. Liu Shan picked up his cleaver and began dicing the wild boar and horse deer into small cubes, chopping with vigor. He tossed in a handful of chopped scallions and minced ginger, continuing to chop until the mixture became a fine paste. Liu Shan transferred the ground meat into a large bowl, drizzled it with sesame oil and soy sauce, and stirred everything together in one direction with chopsticks. Next, he measured several large bowls of flour from the sack, added water, and kneaded it into dough. Liu Xiaolan dragged over a stool and sat nearby, watching the mixing bowl with hungry eyes. Brother, there's so much meat filling. Before, when our elder uncle was around for the New Year, he wouldn't even let us have scraps of pork skin. Liu Shan pinched off portions of dough and rolled each one into thin wrappers with a rolling pin. Now that we have this tiled house, you'll be able to eat as much meat as you want. He ladled a generous scoop of the meat filling onto a wrapper, folded it with both hands, and shaped a plump round dumpling. In no time, the cutting board was covered with rows of white swollen dumplings. The fire in the stove burned brightly, and the water in the pot reached a rolling boil, churning with a mass of bubbles. Liu Shan lifted the lid and carefully lowered all the dumplings into the boiling water, then used a spoon to push them gently along the inner edge of the pot. The dumplings danced in the bubbling water and floated to the surface. Liu Shan scooped the cooked dumplings out with a slotted spoon, filling 2 large plates, and carried them to the table in the main room. Xiaolan, wash your hands and come eat. The little girl ran to wash her hands thoroughly, climbed onto her chair, grabbed her chopsticks, and stuffed a dumpling into her mouth. She bit into it, and the rich juices from the wild boar fat burst forth, mingling with the savory flavor of the horse deer meat. The little girl hissed from the heat, barely chewing before swallowing it whole. This is so delicious. Brother, you eat too. Liu Shan picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and ate it, then lifted his bowl to drink some hot broth. Under the table, Xiao He lay gnawing on the large bone Liu Shan had tossed to him, his tail wagging endlessly. Liu Xiaolan consumed over 20 large dumplings in a row, her belly swelling round and tight as she leaned back against the chair, belching repeatedly. These were truly contented days. The following day, on the morning of the first day of the new year, as dawn broke, the bitter wind outside sliced like knives. A knocking sound came from outside the courtyard gate. Liu Shan descended from the Kong and went to open the door. Zhao Youcai stood outside, his face sallow and drawn from starvation, his eyes devoid of any spirit. He could barely stand upright, leaning against the doorframe as he swayed. Brother Liu Shan, Happy New Year to you. Zhao Youcai croaked out the greeting in a dry, hoarse voice that was barely audible. Liu Shan glanced at him and stepped aside to let him enter. It's cold outside, come into the house and talk. Zhao Youcai followed Liu Shan into the main room. A stove burned inside, radiating warmth that seeped deep into one's pores. Liu Xiaolan was still asleep, the inner room quiet and still. Liu Shan pulled over a chair and sat down, tucking his hands into his sleeves. Zhao Youcai didn't dare to sit, bowing his back as he stood by the stove, warming himself. On the stove, a large iron pot still held the leftover bone broth from boiling the dumplings the night before. At the scent of the meat broth, Zhao Youcai's stomach growled loudly, and he swallowed hard, unable to tear his gaze away. His eyes remained fixed on the pot lid, his feet rooted to the spot. Liu Shan rose from his chair, walked to the stove, and lifted the lid. He stirred the bottom of the pot with a large ladle, then ladled a heaping bowl of rich broth flecked with bits of meat, setting it down before him. On New Year's Day, drink this hot soup to warm yourself up. Seeing the minced meat and oil droplets floating in the bowl, Zhao Youcai's eyes reddened. He lunged toward the table and began gulping down the soup in large mouthfuls. He didn't care that the hot broth scalded his mouth, gobbling down every bit of the meat particles. When Zhao Youcai set down the empty bowl and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, tears streamed down his face. Brother Liu Shan, you've saved this old man's life. Our family has run out of grain for days now, and we've even stripped the bark off trees to eat. Liu Shan leaned back in his chair, studying Zhao Youcai's wretched state. You're the village head, so what's the situation in Dashi village now? Zhao Yotsai sighed heavily, squatting on the ground and shaking his head. Every household can't even fill their pots, and several men are too weak to get out of bed. If this continues, they'll all starve to death. Zhao Yotsai looked up at Liu Shan, fully grasping the reality. In these times, whoever held grain was the living ancestor everyone bowed to. Without Liu Shan's intervention, the entire village would perish waiting at home for death. He had come today, swallowing his pride, to beg for food, hoping this benefactor might show mercy. Liu Shan sat in his chair, looking down at the village head crouching on the floor. He was no longer that helpless poor boy who could be bullied by anyone. Liu Shan rose from his seat, turned, and walked toward the inner room, linking his mind to the spatial dimension. He retrieved a half-used flour sack from the corner of the preservation area. Inside was cornmeal mixed with wheat bran and husks, weighing at least 30 to 40 caddies. This would normally be considered pig feed, but in these times it was worth its weight in gold, enough to save the entire village. Liu Shan carried the flour sack out of the inner room and dropped it at Zhao Yotsai's feet. Startled, Zhao Yotsai quickly untied the opening of the bag. Seeing the yellow cornmeal mixed with bran inside, Zhao Yotsai trembled all over with emotion. "Brother Liu Shan, what are you doing?" Zhao Yotsai looked up at him, his lips quivering with anticipation. Liu Shan returned to his chair and pointed at the sack on the ground. "Take it to the brigade headquarters, set up a big pot, and boil porridge to keep the starving villagers alive. Brother, you're an incarnation of the Buddha herself. Let me kowtow to you on behalf of the entire village." Zhao Yotsai's legs buckled, and he was about to kneel down. Liu Shan pressed his toe against Zhao's knee to stop him from kneeling. "Old Zhao, listen carefully. I owe nobody in Dashi village anything." Liu Shan's gaze turned cold, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "This half-sack of grain is neither a loan nor charity. It's a reward." Liu Shan rose to his feet, looking down at Zhao Yotsai's eyes. "When you boil the porridge, tell them this life is my gift. Anyone who dares to gossip behind my back will have their tongue torn out." Zhao Yotsai nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. "I understand, brother, I understand completely. From now on, Dashi village will follow your every word. Anyone who dares to disobey, I'll be the first to deal with them." Zhao Yotsai had been village head for half his life, and was a shrewd man through and through. He understood that Liu Shan was establishing absolute control over the village, ensuring everyone would owe him their gratitude. With this life-saving grain, Liu Shan would become the undisputed richest man in Dashi village, his position unshakable. Liu Shan waved his hand, dismissively telling him to leave immediately. "Take the grain and get out of my sight." Zhao Yotsai snatched up the sack, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and sprinted out of the courtyard, brimming with energy and gratitude. After the new year, the days grew warmer by the day. The icicles beneath the eaves melted into water, dripping down the tiles. Liu Shan sat in the middle of the courtyard, holding his old hunting bow. With a small knife, he scraped off the worn varnish from the bow's back, applied a fresh coat of clear oil, and polished it repeatedly with a cloth. Xiao He lay by the chair, soaking up the sun, purring with contentment, occasionally scratching his belly with a hind leg. Lu Xiaolan ran about the yard, holding a twig, crouching to write characters on the thawed mud. "Brother, look. Did I write it right?" The little girl ran up to Liu Shan, pointing at the words on the ground. Liu Shan set down his bow, leaned over to take a look, nodded, and praised her. "Well done. Once this mud is completely dry, I'll take you to town to buy new clothes and send you to school." Lu Xiaolan clapped her hands in delight, then turned and ran back to practice her writing. The courtyard gate was pushed open from the outside. Zhao Yukai walked in, carrying an empty basin, his face beaming with a smile, his complexion much better than during the new year. "Brother Liu Shan, busy as always." Zhao Yukai approached, set the empty basin on the steps, and rubbed his hands together. "That half-sack of cornmeal fed the whole village for 7 days of porridge, kept everyone alive. Everyone can get up and walk now, all thanks to you. Several young men from the village wanted to come and kowtow to you in gratitude, but I stopped them." Liu Shan picked up a piece of iron wire and used pliers to bend it into a trap, preparing to catch wild rabbits in the mountains. "Old Zhao, no need for kowtowing. Just tell them to keep their mouths shut. From now on, keep a close eye on things in Dashi village." Zhao Yukai nodded, repeatedly bowing like a shrimp. Of course, of course. If anyone dares speak ill of you now, I'll be the first to slap them across the face." Zhao Yukai chatted a bit about the village's spring plowing preparations, then, not daring to disturb him further, turned and left the yard, pulling the door shut behind him. After refurbishing the hunting gear, Liu Shan gathered everything, tied it with hemp rope, and stacked it in the corner. He rose and walked into the main room, sitting down on a chair to rest. Liu Shan connected his mind to the space. He stepped directly inside, greeted by a wave of warmth. The spiritual spring water bubbled up, white mist floating on its surface. Liu Shan strode to the black soil beside the spring and bent down to examine it closely. The blood ginseng in the earth had grown an entire size larger, its leaves now a deep crimson. The red was as vivid as human blood, glaringly conspicuous. Liu Shan crouched and reached out to brush aside the loose soil. Beneath, the ginseng roots were thick and long, like white radishes deeply embedded in the ground. Liu Shan pulled out the blood ginseng. The medicinal potency was too strong, so he dared not use it all. He only cut off a sliver of root. The remaining half of the ginseng he reburied in the soil. Liu Shan exited the space and carried the ginseng root into the kitchen. Brother, what's that in your hand? Liu Shan came over tiptoeing to peek at it. It's a good medicinal herb I found in the mountains. I'll brew some soup. You go play with Xiao Hei in the yard. Liu Shan sent his sister off, then picked up a gourd ladle to scoop water and scrub the pot. He lit the fire to boil the water, chopped the ginseng root finely, and threw it into the pot to simmer. After the time it took to burn an incense stick, the clear water in the pot had turned a reddish brown. Liu Shan ladled the ginseng soup into a bowl, set it on the table to cool, then raised the bowl and downed it in one gulp. The moment the soup entered his stomach, a ball of fire exploded in his intestines. Heat surged through his blood vessels, racing to every limb, scorching his skin red. Liu Shan clenched his teeth, his hands balled into fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Joints and bones throughout his body cracked audibly one after another. The old scars from past hunting trips in the mountains burned and itched, the hardened scabs falling off in pieces. Grime oozed from his pores, instantly covering his body. Half an hour passed before the heat gradually subsided. Liu Shan stood up and clenched his fists tightly. He felt an inexhaustible strength surging through his entire body. His hearing and sense of smell had become sharper than before. He could even clearly hear the sound of ants crawling on the trees outside the yard. His physical strength had greatly increased, and now, even without a gun, he could kill a wild wolf with a single punch. Just then, the ancient jade in his pocket suddenly turned scorching hot. The heat from the jade burrowed into his flesh, colliding with the medicinal power of the ginseng soup inside him. The two streams of heat twisted together into one, surging straight toward his eyes. His eyeballs instantly swelled with unbearable pain, as if needles were stabbing into them. Liu Shan covered his eyes with both hands, crouching on the ground, panting heavily from the agony. The pain came quickly and subsided just as fast. Liu Shan lowered his hands and opened his eyes. He had activated his clairvoyant vision. The scene before him had completely changed. He looked down at the chair beside him. His gaze penetrated the outer surface, revealing the grain and thread-like fibrous structure within. Liu Shan turned around and took a broken bowl from the cabinet, staring at it intently. This time he could not only see through the bottom of the bowl, but also discern the density of the clay in the bowl's walls and the layer of aged aura attached to it. So that's what the aura on old objects looks like. Liu Shan murmured in contemplation. His eyes had completely evolved. Not only could he see through living things, but from now on identifying antiques would rely entirely on them. Even treasures hidden in secret compartments or buried underground could never escape his sight. With this skill, when he later went to the county seat or the provincial capital to collect antiques, no one could fool him with fakes. In high spirits, Liu Shan went to the yard to draw a bucket of well water. He took off his dirty clothes, scrubbed himself clean, and changed into fresh attire. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! A spring thunderclap exploded overhead. Liu Shan, frightened, covered her ears and ran to Liu Shan, hugging his leg. Xiao Hei also cowered in his doghouse, not daring to come out. Don't be afraid, Xiaolan. Spring thunder is a good thing. It means the crops will grow. Liu Shan patted his sister's head and walked out of the yard. He followed the main road and stopped at the high slope at the village entrance. Zhao Youcai, wearing a jacket, was inspecting the land below the slope. Spotting Liu Shan, he quickly ran up. Brother Liu Shan, spring thunder has struck. This devouring famine is finally over. Zhao Youcai beamed, pointing at the farmland where the frozen soil had thawed. Yes, the hard times are behind us. Liu Shan stood atop the slope, looking toward the county seat and the provincial capital. The spring breeze blew across his face, carrying away the deathly stillness that had hung over Dashi village. He understood in his heart that the days of hunting in the forest for survival, fighting for every pound of meat, were over. In his hands he held a vast stockpile of supplies and his upgraded clairvoyant eyes. The pond of Dashi village was too small to hold a dragon like him any longer. The next step was to enter the city, deal with the influential figures, give his sister a better house, the best school, and make her the envy of the era. Dawn was barely breaking when Liu Shan left the village for the county town. Tucked in his inner pocket was a paper parcel containing sliced blood ginseng. By the time he reached the alley entrance of the pigeon market, the sky was fully bright. Heiyi was already waiting there, hunched against the chill. Master, you're finally here. Heiyi stepped forward, lowering his voice. The gentleman from the provincial capital was so anxious yesterday, he smashed his teacup. We must hurry. Let's go. Liu Shan uttered only a single word. The two men turned off the main street after a few bends and arrived at the courtyard of the county guest house. Two green-painted jeeps sat parked in the yard. Four men in green military uniforms stood at the staircase entrance, all with guns tucked at their waists and killing intent gleaming in their eyes. Their leader was a guard company commander, exceptionally tall with a rigid, upright posture. The commander scrutinized Liu Shan from head to toe. Seeing the man clad in worn hunting attire with yellow mud caked on his boots, his brows knitted into a deep frown. Black old man, are you kidding me? The commander said coldly, his tone sharp. What could a country hunter possibly have that's top-grade wild ginseng? Heiyi shrank back in fear, quickly forcing a nervous smile. Sir, this gentleman truly possesses premium goods. Please allow him to enter so the chief may inspect them. The The commander stepped forward, blocking the middle of the staircase. The chief is already in a foul mood, and you bring some random village drifter with rotten tree roots to fool him. The commander drew his military bayonet in one swift motion. He held the bayonet horizontally across his chest, the tip pointing directly at Liu Shan. If you don't produce the real thing today, nobody goes up. I'll drain your blood right here. Liu Shan said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the bayonet. He strided forward and closed the distance, stopping directly in front of the commander. The commander hesitated, thrusting the bayonet forward to drive him back. Liu Shan raised his right hand and gripped the blade. The commander sneered, about to wrench it free. But he suddenly realized his wrist was locked as if seized by iron pliers. No matter how hard he pulled, the blade wouldn't budge. Liu Shan pressed his thumb against the spine of the blade and drove his wrist downward with force. Crack! A sharp sound exploded at the staircase. The military bayonet, forged from fine steel, was bent in half, like scrap metal, by Liu Shan's single hand. The commander's eyes nearly popped from his head as he gasped sharply. This was quality steel issued to the troops. Normally it could chop through bone without dulling. How much monstrous strength did this man possess to bend it single-handedly? The 3 guards nearby immediately reached for their holsters in fright. Quick on his feet, the commander raised his hand to stop his men. This country hunter was a hardened veteran. If a fight broke out, all 4 of them tied together wouldn't stand a chance against a single hand. Liu Shan released his grip and pushed the folded bayonet back into the commander's arms. Can I go in now? His tone was calm, his breathing unbroken. The commander swallowed hard and quickly tucked the mangled blade behind his back. He stepped aside, clearing the staircase, his attitude undergoing a complete reversal. Please, the chief is waiting in the room at the far end of the 2nd floor. Through absolute strength, Liu Shan had earned equal footing in the conversation. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, striding toward the 2nd floor. He Yi trailed behind his legs, trembling with fear, his reverence for his master deepening. The 2nd floor corridor was silent. Liu Shan pushed open the door to the room at the far end. Inside stood 2 men, one a neatly dressed middle-aged gentleman with a furrowed brow, pacing restlessly. Beside him stood an elderly man in a long gown, reading glasses perched on his nose and a magnifying glass in hand. On the table lay over a dozen yellow paper parcels, each containing aged wild ginseng roots. The old man examined each one, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Chief, none of these will do, the old man said, his voice trembling. The oldest is only 80 years. The medicinal potency isn't strong enough to sustain the old master's life. Hearing this, the middle-aged man clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table. All the stock transferred from the provincial pharmacy is here. Can we just stand by and watch the old master pass away? At the sound of the door opening, both men turned. Liu Shan strode into the room, while He Yi hurried in behind him, pulling the door shut firmly. The middle-aged man studied Liu Shan from head to toe. Are you the hunter from the black market? I've heard you have something extraordinary. Liu Shan didn't waste words and walked straight to the table. He reached into his inner pocket, pulled out the yellow paper parcel containing the ginseng slices, and tossed it onto the table. See if this is sufficient. The old doctor hurried forward and carefully unwrapped the parcel. The moment the parcel opened, the room filled with an intense medicinal fragrance. Lying quietly inside were 3 sliced pieces of ginseng. Unlike anything seen before, their color a striking crimson red. The internal patterns were extraordinarily clear, resembling blood vessels seeping outward. The old doctor barely glanced at them before his hands began trembling violently. He snatched up the magnifying glass and pressed it hard against the ginseng slices, his eyes nearly popping out. This. The old doctor's voice cracked with excitement, his feet jumping uncontrollably. Old Zhang, will this ginseng work? The middle-aged man urged anxiously. Chief, this is top grade. The old doctor cradled the ginseng slices in both hands, as if holding living ancestors. The bloodlines have grown completely through. The medicinal power is entirely locked within. The old doctor pointed at the century-old ginseng from the provincial capital on the table, his spittle flying. Compared to these 3 slices of blood ginseng, everything we brought is worthless rotten radish. I've practiced medicine for most of my life and have only ever seen this in ancient texts. As long as we brew it into a thick decoction and administer it to the old master, we can surely drag him back from the gates of death. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face flushed with excitement. He grabbed Liu Shan's arm, his voice trembling. Brother, I'll take all this ginseng. Name your price. Liu Shan withdrew his arm and pulled over a chair to sit down. Let's not rush into money matters. Leaning back in his chair, he remained as steady as Mount Tai. First, brew the medicine to save lives. Once it takes effect, we'll discuss terms. The item produced by this country hunter utterly overshadowed all the stock brought from the provincial capital, stunning everyone present. He Yi stood in the corner dumbfounded. With just this one act of sitting, Liu Shan's presence completely dwarfed the VIPs from the provincial capital. The old doctor snatched up the yellow paper parcel from the table and rushed toward the kitchen to prepare the decoction, so anxious he didn't even notice his reading glasses fall to the ground. The middle-aged man paced back and forth in the room, rubbing his hands together tightly, palms drenched in sweat. He kept glancing toward the inner room's curtain, his face etched with anxiety. Liu Shan remained seated unmoving. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a Dakiamin cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Composure incarnate. Less than half an hour passed before a flurry of footsteps echoed from the kitchen direction. An elderly Chinese medicine doctor burst into the room carrying a large bowl of hot soup, within carrying an intensely concentrated medicinal aroma that saturated the entire room. "Director, the ginseng soup is ready. Hurry and help the old gentleman drink it down." The elderly doctor carried the bowl straight to the inner room. The middle-aged man hurried after him, taking 3 steps at a time. Liu Shan spat out his cigarette, but rose to his feet and followed behind, lifting the door curtain. Lying on the bed in the inner room was a withered old man. The old man breathed more out than in, his complexion ashen and lifeless as a corpse, his chest barely rising and falling. The elderly doctor pried the old man's jaw open with a small spoon, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He carefully poured the red ginseng soup from the bowl little by little down the old man's throat. As soon as the first mouthful of soup went down, the old man's body on the bed jerked violently, a gurgling sound rumbling from his throat. Immediately after, he fell into a severe coughing fit, his body lurching to the side as he spat out a large mass of thick phlegm. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly grabbed a towel to wipe. After the old man spit out the dark phlegm, his chest suddenly began to rise and fall forcefully. His heart, which had nearly stopped beating, resumed a strong and steady rhythm. The deathly ashen pallor completely vanished from the old man's face, replaced by a rosy glow. His breathing became remarkably smooth and even. "He's alive. The old gentleman has come back to life." The elderly doctor pressed his fingers against the old man's wrist to feel his pulse. So excited, he kept slapping his own thighs. The medicinal potency of this blood ginseng is extraordinarily potent. It pulled the old gentleman back from the gates of death itself. The danger period is completely over. The middle-aged man threw himself beside the bed, tears welling in his fierce eyes as he grasped the old man's hand, trembling violently. He turned around and strode quickly toward Liu Shan, gripping Liu Shan's wrist tightly with both hands. "Brother, this medicine has saved our entire family's lives." The middle-aged man's voice cracked with emotion as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "I am surnamed Zhou, and in the provincial capital, my word carries weight. From this day forward, you are a great benefactor to my Zhou family." Liu Shan withdrew his hand and patted Director Zhou's shoulder. "You take payment and resolve trouble. That is all that matters. As long as the medicine works, it suffices." Relying on these few slices of mutated blood ginseng, Liu Shan had firmly established his reputation in the provincial capital. Master He stood outside the doorway, watching the scene through the crack, too terrified to draw breath. He understood everything clearly. This Master Liu would not only dominate the county town, but could walk wherever he pleased, even in the provincial capital. Director Zhou wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, turned around, and walked to the outer room. He retrieved a black leather bag from the cabinet, unzipped it, and slid it directly onto the table in front of Liu Shan. The bag lay open. Inside were neat stacks of brand new 10 yuan notes arranged meticulously. Beside them were stuffed various nationwide food stamps, meat coupons, and industrial vouchers. "Brother, this bag contains 5,000 yuan in cash along with 500 caddies of national grain vouchers." Director Zhou spoke with profound sincerity, pushing the leather bag closer to Liu Shan's hand. "This is compensation for your slices of blood ginseng. If you find it insufficient, return to the provincial capital with me, and I will arrange a prestigious position with a government salary for you." In these times, 5,000 yuan was undoubtedly a staggering sum, an amount an ordinary worker could never accumulate in a lifetime. Liu Shan glanced at the money and vouchers in the bag without even extending his hand. "What I store within my spatial dimension, in supplies and antiques, is worth dozens of times more than this 5,000 yuan. I have no need for money or vouchers, nor do I desire employment in the provincial capital." Liu Shan raised his head, looked directly into Director Zhou's eyes, and spoke in a calm, measured tone. "If you truly wish to thank me, help me accomplish 2 practical matters." Director Zhou paused, then quickly patted his chest and gave his solemn assurance. "Brother, speak freely. Within my jurisdiction, as long as I can manage it, I will never refuse." Liu Shan pulled over a chair, sat down, and raised one finger. "The first matter, I reside too far away in Dashai's village. Please arrange a quiet standalone courtyard for me beside the county school." Liu Shan then raised his second finger. "The second matter, I have a younger sister named Liu Xiaolan, who has reached the age to learn characters. Secure a transfer enrollment quota for her." With this life-saving favor, Liu Shan held complete leverage over the other party. Urban household registration and school enrollment were the most difficult hurdles to overcome. For a peasant to enter the city for education was nearly impossible, with strict controls at every level. But for a powerful figure from the provincial capital, it was simply a matter of a single word. After hearing Liu Shan's request, Director Zhou could not help but laugh aloud. "I thought these were daunting matters. Leave this to me. I will have everything settled for you today." He turned and bellowed toward the doorway. The guard squad leader, whose bayonet Liu Shan had earlier bent, hastily pushed open the door and ran in, standing at rigid attention. Go contact the county logistics department immediately. Select the finest standalone courtyard beside the county school and complete the property transfer procedures today. Then proceed to the Education Bureau and finalize both my brother Liu's sister's school enrollment and urban household registration. Enroll her directly in the top class program. The squad leader received his orders, turned, and strode down the stairs without a moment's delay. Liu Shan leaned back in his chair, lifted the teacup from the table, and took a sip. This was victory without drawing blood. There was no need to run about personally offering bribes or pulling strings. A few words had completely resolved all household registration and school enrollment obstacles, preventing his sister from attending school in the city. From now on, Xiaolan would be a legitimate city resident, never having to return to Dashai's village as a wild girl rummaging through bird nests. Director Zhou pulled over a chair and sat beside Liu Shan, personally picking up the kettle to refill his water. Brother, the courtyard and paperwork can be completed within half a day. At noon, I will host you. We shall share a proper drink. Agreed. Within the time it took to share a meal with Director Zhou, all matters were settled. The guard squad leader acted with remarkable efficiency, delivering both the property deed and household register to Liu Shan by mid-afternoon. Liu Shan did not linger at the guest house, striding purposefully back to Dashai's village. They hired an ox cart in the village and headed directly for the county town with his sister. The new courtyard lay just across one street behind the school. High walls enclosed a spacious compound paved with blue bricks, its interior bright and expansive, far more impressive than any tile-roofed house in Dashai's village. Liu Shan tossed his belongings into the room and turned to take his sister's hand. Come, brother, will take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy new attire. Tomorrow you will report to school looking neat and clean. Liu Xiaolan wore a small cotton-padded jacket, clutching Liu Shan's hand tightly as she curiously looked around. The two of them, accompanied by a dog, entered the largest supply and marketing cooperative in the county town. Inside, the sales clerks were cracking sunflower seeds and chatting idly. A clerk with permed curly hair caught sight of Liu Shan and Xiaolan's appearance and rolled her eyes upward. You country folk do not casually touch the fabrics on the counter. If you soil them, you could never afford to compensate. The sales clerk's tone was acerbic, her face radiating open contempt. Liu Shan paid her no mind and walked directly to the glass counter. He reached into his inner pocket and produced a stack of 10 yuan notes along with a substantial handful of nationwide cloth and industrial vouchers. Liu Shan slammed the money and vouchers heavily onto the glass surface. Bring me down your finest floral cloth dresses, small leather shoes, and all the new school bags hanging on display. The clerk, upon seeing the towering stack of banknotes, was so frightened that all the melon seeds in her hands spilled onto the floor. Having worked at the supply and marketing cooperative for years, she had a keen eye for value, and this bundle of 10 yuan notes was worth no less than 1,000 yuan. The clerk's legs trembled violently, her expression instantly changed, and she hastily plastered on a groveling smile. Oh, sir, you have excellent taste. I'll fetch the finest merchandise for you right away. The other clerks in the cooperative also crowded around, eagerly calling them uncle, with beaming smiles, scrambling to take Liu Xiaolan's measurements and fetch clothes. No one dared to look down on the country-bred siblings anymore. Liu Xiaolan was led by several clerks into the fitting room at the back. Within moments, the little girl parted the curtain and stepped out. She was now wearing a stylish blouse with a red background and floral prints, and on her feet were a pair of black leather shoes. A new school bag printed with a red five-pointed star was slung over her shoulder. Xiaolan, whose complexion had been nurtured by drinking spirit spring water to a rosy fairness, looked simply like a young miss from a wealthy city family in this outfit. She bore no trace of the impoverished girl from Dashi village. Brother, these shoes are so beautiful, I'm almost afraid to walk. Xiaolan looked down at her leather shoes, her little face flushed with delight. Liu Shan paid the banknotes and patted his sister's head. You are my own sister, Liu Shan's blood. From now on in this county town, you shall wear the finest and use the best. No one will dare to look down on you. That day the siblings stayed at the guest house. Early the next morning, Liu Shan, leading Liu Xiaolan, who had donned her new attire, walked all the way to the gate of the county school. The area outside the school was crowded with parents dropping off their children. Liu Shan, holding the note given by Chief Zhou, was just about to take his sister to the admissions office to register. Several well-dressed, chubby boys from the city squeezed over from beside them, holding frog toys in their hands. The leader, upon hearing Xiaolan call Liu Shan brother with a Dashi village accent, paused. He stopped, pointed at Xiaolan, and burst into loud laughter. Everyone come look. A country bumpkin has come to study at our school. The chubby boy was sturdy and used to running rampant at school. He stepped forward and shoved Xiaolan's shoulder roughly. Taken aback, she stumbled backward 2 steps and nearly fell to the ground. Liu Shan's eyes instantly grew cold. In one stride, he lunged forward and grabbed the chubby boy by the collar. With a sudden lift of his arm, he hoisted the boy into the air as easily as picking up a chick. The boy's feet dangled helplessly. Terrified, he wailed and flailed his limbs. What are you doing? Put my son down at once. Bursting through the crowd was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, his hair slicked back, his face contorted with anger. The man pointed at Liu Shan's nose and cursed viciously. I am Section Chief Wang from the County Bureau. You country bumpkin dare to lay hands on my son. Believe it or not, I'll have you arrested this instant. Liu Shan, his face unreadable, released his grip and dropped the chubby boy onto the ground. Ignoring Section Chief Wang's words, he turned and glanced toward the school gate. Beside the main gate stood a solid stone pillar half a person's height, normally used to tether horses and block carts. Liu Shan took a step forward, raised his right leg suddenly, and delivered a powerful kick straight at the stone pillar. Crack! A sound of shattering exploded at the school gate. The solid stone pillar was cleaved in two by Liu Shan's kick. The upper half of the stone rolled directly to Section Chief Wang's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding parents who had been watching the spectacle gasped in horror and covered their mouths, daring not to make a sound. Section Chief Wang's finger pointing at Liu Shan froze midair. The color drained completely from his face. His legs trembled like quivering poplars, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. What strength was required to kick a stone pillar in two with a single blow? If that had struck a person, all internal organs would be reduced to pulp. Section Chief Wang knew he had kicked an iron plate. He disregarded his status and face. He turned and slapped his chubby son across the face, spinning the boy halfway around. You little brat. Who allowed you to push people? Apologize to this girl immediately. Section Chief Wang bellowed at the top of his lungs, then turned to Liu Shan, bowing repeatedly, with a contrite smile. Brother, I apologize. It was my poor teaching. Please do not take it to heart. The chubby boy, clutching his swollen face, sobbed with tears and snot streaming down, bowing continuously to Xiaolan and saying sorry. Liu Shan brushed the dust from his pant legs and walked over to his sister. Go inside and study. If anyone dares to bully you at school from now on, come back and tell your brother. I'll tear down their house. Xiaolan nodded, firmly shouldered her new school bag, and strode confidently through the school gate. Meanwhile, Liu Shan arrived at his new courtyard in the county town. City houses were indeed different from countryside ones. They looked sturdy and imposing. After all, even the working class lived in dormitories and resettlement housing. A courtyard like this, with its private gate and enclosed space, could only be afforded by high-ranking officials. The courtyard was equipped with pots, pans, bowls, and utensils, and the furniture was complete, sparing him the trouble of gathering essentials. However, it might have been unused for a long time, so a layer of dust had accumulated. Liu Shan took up a broom and began to sweep meticulously. Slowly the sun set behind the hills. Liu Shan wiped away the sweat, gazing at his brand new home before him, his heart filled with satisfaction. Xiaolan should be out of school by now. He put down the broom, washed his face and hands, and then went to the kitchen stove. He heated the wok, sliced a large piece of fatty pork, and stir-fried it until the oil rendered. Then he added a handful of cabbage stems and tossed them back and forth. Just then the courtyard gate was pushed open from the outside. Brother, I'm back. Liu Xiaolan, with her new school bag on her back, skipped and bounced into the courtyard. Behind her followed a dried-up old man wearing reading glasses, holding several sheets of white paper in his hand. Liu Shan stepped out of the kitchen to investigate. Xiaolan, who is this? Brother, this is our class teacher, Teacher Li. Xiaolan introduced. Teacher Li, please come in and sit. Liu Shan put down the spatula, wiped his hands on his clothes, and went forward to greet him. Teacher Li waved his hands repeatedly, his face alight with excitement, and seized Liu Shan's arm. Brother Liu, how did you raise this daughter of yours? She's simply a prodigy. Teacher Li's voice trembled as he handed the papers in his hand to Liu Shan. On the first day of class, we taught pinyin letters. All the city children were shouting randomly, but Xiaolan memorized them all after hearing them just once. Not believing it, I then wrote several two-digit addition and subtraction problems on the blackboard. She didn't even use an abacus. She calculated them all correctly in one go, faster than my own mind. Liu Shan took the papers and glanced at them. They were all marked with red 100-point ticks. He turned to look at his sister. Xiaolan tilted her face upward, her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation for praise. Xiaolan has been clever since childhood. Thank you for your extra effort, teacher. Liu Shan suppressed his pride and replied. Teacher Li slapped his thigh vigorously, his glasses nearly flying off. This isn't just cleverness. This is a photographic memory genius. Rest assured, I will protect this child like the apple of my eye. She will certainly get into a university in the capital one day. Which parent wouldn't feel proud hearing such words? Teacher Li, we've just finished dinner. Won't you stay for a few drinks? Liu Shan invited. No, my wife and children are waiting for me to come home for dinner. I just came to say hello to you, brother. Your sister is truly a natural talent. Liu Shan didn't insist. He chatted with Teacher Li for a while, and before leaving handed him 2 packs of dakium and cigarettes. Teacher Li accepted them with a smile, and then left the courtyard. Liu Shan turned around and entered the main hall. He placed the stir-fried meat dishes on the table and ladled out a large bowl of white rice for his sister. Xiaolan climbed onto a chair and pulled a pinyin textbook out of her school bag. Brother, I can recite the nursery rhyme the teacher taught today. Without even glancing at the book, Xiaolan's little mouth chattered through the entire rhyme without a single mistake. Liu Shan casually threw out a few arithmetic problems involving consecutive addition and subtraction, deliberately using large numbers. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolan, while eating her vegetables, blurted out the answers. All correct. Liu Shan sat opposite, watching his sister's quick-wittedness, and understood everything. It was the credit of the spiritual spring water in the space. Xiaolan drank bone broth made with spiritual spring water every day, and all the toxins in her body had long been cleansed. Her mind had been washed clean by the spring water, so she understood everything after just one exposure, and her memory was astonishingly sharp. The corners of Liu Shan's mouth lifted, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For generations, the Liu family had been mud-legged farmers scratching a living from the soil. Now a prodigy had emerged. Even if he had to slaughter every beast in the mountains, he would see that this girl received the highest education. Liu Shan picked up a piece of fatty pork and placed it directly into his sister's bowl. Eat more meat. Once you're full, you'll score another 100 tomorrow. Xiaolan opened her mouth and bit into the fatty pork, eating until her lips were greasy. In this year, just after the famine, even the children of other families in the city couldn't get enough dried sweet potatoes to eat. His sister not only had the best food and clothing in the entire county, but also possessed a top-tier intellect. It was worth it. All of it was worth it. The next morning at dawn, Liu Shan sent his sister to school. He returned to the courtyard and patted the head of the big black dog. Xiao He, guard the gate. If anyone dares to force their way and bite off his leg. Xiao He wagged his tail and lay down inside the threshold. Liu Shan left home and walked out of the county town. The ice and snow on the road had all melted, turning into muddy slush. Green bean-sized buds sprouted from the withered branches on both sides of the road. Spring had arrived. Liu Shan followed the main road back to Dashi village. Just as he reached the village entrance, he ran into the village chief Zhao Yukai. Zhao Youzai, carrying a hoe, saw Liu Shan and quickly dropped the hoe to greet him. Brother Liu Shan, you've sent Xiaolan off and returned. Heading into the mountains now. Liu Shan stopped and nodded. There are many wild animals in spring. I'm going to take a look around the mountains. Zhao Yukai beamed, pulled a rolled cigarette from his pocket, and offered it. The snow in the mountains has just melted and the ground is slippery. Be careful, brother. The whole village is counting on you to lead the way. You are the anchor of our Dashi village. Liu Shan pushed aside the cigarette, didn't linger, and strode into the old forest behind Dashi village. The cold wind in the mountains had turned into warm breezes. All the hibernating animals had come out looking for food. Liu Shan didn't rush to pick up his gun for hunting. He stood firm under an old pine tree and connected his mind to the space. He entered the space directly, and a wave of warm air hit him. Liu Shan strode to the livestock enclosure. The 4 wild boars inside were no longer the piglets they had been. Feeding daily on the grass from the black soil and drinking the spiritual spring water, each one had grown to 200 or 300 catties. The boar's tusks had fully grown out, making it look quite ferocious. Liu Shan leaned against the railing, staring inside. Spring was the mating season for animals. Inside the enclosure, the strongest boar was chasing several sows back and forth. The sows didn't dodge, they obediently laid down on the black soil. The boar mounted them and began to procreate. Nearby, another sow had already used dry grass to build a large nest in the corner. This sow's belly was round and swollen, and her 2 rows of teats were all bulging, clearly pregnant. Before long, the space would be filled with a large litter of piglets. Liu Shan looked at the scene and nodded with satisfaction. The space farm was truly thriving. Without spending a single cent on feed, the animals made it on their own and automatically produced offspring. His assets were multiplying and rising every day, entering an absolute virtuous cycle. Liu Shan turned and walked to the side. The elk were also grazing with their heads down, their fur sleek and shiny. He walked to the edge of the spiritual spring, ladled a bowl of water, and drank it. The blood ginseng and old mountain ginseng had taken root in the black soil, their leaves of vibrant green. Liu Shan withdrew his consciousness from the space. He opened his eyes and unfastened several wire snares from his belt. Since the animals in the space could reproduce on their own from now on, whenever he encountered suitable wildlife, he would catch them all and raise them in the space. Liu Shan walked deeper into the old forest. He dug several shallow pits near the grassy dens where rabbits often frequented and buried the wire snares. No sooner had he finished burying the snares than a rustling sound came from the nearby grass. A large fat spring rabbit darted out and stepped into the snare. Liu Shan quickly stepped forward, grabbed the rabbit by the scruff of its neck, thought a flash, and directly tossed it into the space farm. The old forest was teeming with life after the spring thaw, with wild animals scurrying everywhere. He would have to come back more often in his spare time. Then, using his penetrating vision, Liu Shan caught a few more rabbits and pheasants in the mountains. He no longer had to worry about food and clothing, so he didn't need to hunt excessively. Whenever he found suitable things, he would simply throw them all into the space and let them develop slowly. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chickens. That way he would have an endless supply of meat in the future. Gradually the sky darkened. Liu Shan made his way down the mountain path, taking long strides. When he reached the foot of the back mountain of Dashi village, he happened to run into the village chief Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai was squatting on the ridge of a field, smoking a cigarette with a hoe beside him and a clod of mud under his foot. Seeing Liu Shan descending the mountain, Zhao Yukai quickly stood up and patted the dirt off his pants. With a beaming smile, he stepped forward to greet him. Brother Liu Shan, after all this time, how was your harvest in the mountains? Liu Shan nodded, walked up, and stopped. Not bad. I snared a fat rabbit. Liu Shan turned his head to look at a large expanse of broken bricks and tiles at the foot of the back mountain. The area was vast, covered with waist-high weeds, and there wasn't even a proper path. Among the ruins, a few charred roof beams were still visible, and the bases of the walls were riddled with rat holes. Old Zhao, whose mansion was that ruin in the past? Liu Shan asked casually. Zhao Yukai followed Liu Shan's finger and smacked his lips. That was the big courtyard of the old landlord, Tycoon Huang Dia. That old fellow was the richest man in these parts back then. He hired dozens of long-term laborers, and they ate white flour meat buns for every meal. That old bastard exploited our village for decades. Before the liberation, as soon as he got wind of trouble, he fled overnight. Zhao Yukai blew out a smoke ring, lowered his voice, and leaned close to Liu Shan. The older generation all say that Huang Dia fled in such a hurry that he couldn't take much of his belongings with him. All the gold bars from his household were buried in the courtyard and never taken away. In previous years, everyone was desperate with poverty. The whole family, old and young, dug through that mansion from top to bottom, even scratching out every rat hole. Zhao Yukai sighed through the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out with his shoe sole. People dug until the shovels used for the great production were worn out, but they found nothing at all. The whole village dug for 10 years and didn't even unearth a single coin. Everyone says this rumor is false. The ground was turned over 3 feet deep. If there had been anything, it would have shown up by now. Liu Shan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Others might dig 3 feet deep and find nothing, but that didn't mean he couldn't. The old landlord knew best how to hide money. If he truly buried treasure, it would be buried extremely deep beyond the imagination of outsiders. The ancient jade in his pocket had long since nurtured his X-ray vision into something extraordinary. As long as an ancient artifact lay buried beneath, it could never escape his gaze. Rumors are hard to pin down. Liu Shan casually responded, striding toward the village. Zhao Yukai hoisted his hoe and chimed in from behind. Exactly. If there were really gold bars, they'd have been dug up long ago, not left for today. Liu Shan hurried all the way back to the county town compound. When the second watch of the night came, he confirmed his sister was fast asleep. Dahuang, keep an eye on your little master. I'll be back by dawn. Liu Shan instructed Dahuang. Dahuang obediently coiled at the door. With him there, Liu Shan felt completely at ease. Then Liu Shan changed into a black outfit, pushed open the door, and headed straight for Dashikan village. Before the third watch, he was back in the small village. Entering the village, he tread lightly, following the path behind the houses all the way to the foot of the rear mountain. The ruined compound of Huang Dia was overgrown with waist-high weeds that rustled in the wind. The silence was so deep you could hear the insects chirping. Liu Shan stood firm in the center of the ruins. He activated his X-ray vision. Turning his head, he scanned the barren land inch by inch. Under the broken bricks were nothing but nests of rats and insects. The soil beneath the front courtyard and main hall was hollow and empty, not even a copper coin left. No wonder the villagers had dug for 10 years and come up empty. Liu Shan wasn't in a hurry. He looked toward the back courtyard all the way to a half-collapsed dry well. The well was surrounded by thorny wild bushes, impossible for an ordinary person to enter. Liu Shan pushed aside the brambles and peered down into the well. His gaze instantly froze. Deep in the soil at the bottom of the well, a dazzling yellow light flared up. This rich golden glow carried an ancient aura, unmistakably the gleam of genuine gold from a bygone era. Looking further, the yellow light was buried more than 3 meters deep in the earth, and it was hidden in a secret compartment on the side of the well. A smirk tugged at the corner of Liu Shan's mouth. The whole village only knew to turn over the topsoil. Who would have thought the old miser had buried his gold bars in a deep pit beneath the dry well? That old fox's cunning ran deep indeed. Liu Shan connected his mind to his space. He summoned a shovel and leaped into the well. The bottom of the well was covered in dry leaves and mud soft underfoot. Liu Shan swung the shovel and began digging toward the secret compartment. His strength was now extraordinary. Digging through earth was faster than cutting tofu. Each shovel brought up a large chunk of dead soil, which he tossed out of the well. In less than the time it takes to smoke a pipe, he had hollowed out a 3-meter deep pit. The shovel struck something hard. Liu Shan dropped the shovel, crouched down, and brushed away the loose soil with his hands. Beneath it lay a small iron-bound box, its corners wrapped in copper. A large copper lock hung on the box. Liu Shan grasped the lock and snapped it with his thumb. He broke the lock clean off, tearing away a strip of the iron casing. He lifted the lid. Inside, rows of gold bars were neatly stacked. The gold bars shimmered, lighting up the well bottom. Half a box full, at least several dozen bars by the weight. Liu Shan closed the box, lifted it with one hand. He connected his mind to the space, and the box vanished, safely stored in the open space. What others couldn't find by digging 3 feet deep, he had spotted at a glance, and his wealth had instantly soared. With this batch of gold bars as a foundation, he now had absolute confidence to make big deals in the city. Liu Shan grabbed the shovel, refilled the pit with the excavated earth, and tamped it down with his foot. Even if someone came tomorrow, they wouldn't see any sign of tampering. Liu Shan jumped out of the well, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and hurried back to the county town under the cover of night. The days that followed passed in perfect peace. Gradually the sun blazed high and summer drew near. The heat was scorching and cicadas screamed in the trees. The famine atmosphere on the main street of the county town had eased somewhat compared to winter with a bit of life stirring. Liu Shan, wearing a short jacket, strode into the courtyard of the pigeon market. The yard was packed with people all doing business in hushed voices. He Yi was standing under the eaves directing his men in a sweat. Seeing Liu Shan cross the gate, He Yi promptly came forward. "Boss, you're here at last. Everyone's been waiting for you." Liu Shan nodded and stepped into the main hall. He walked straight to the armchair in the middle and sat down. "Have the rules been firmly established?" "How could I, old black, dare to break the rules you set?" He Yi bent over and reported to Liu Shan. "Everything's done as you instructed. For any genuine old artifact we exchange 1 caddy of pork. In the past 2 weeks we've collected quite a few scattered antiques from the folk." Liu Shan leaned back in the chair, poured himself a bowl of cold water, and drank. "Bring everything up so I can see." He Yi turned and waved toward the yard. "Quick, carry the sacks from the back storeroom in here." 4 burly men carried 2 large sacks into the main hall and set them on the ground. The men untied the sacks and emptied the contents onto the ornately carved table. The table was instantly piled with scrolls, jade items, copper coins, and yellowed ancient books. Then 2 more men came in with sacks, pouring one after another onto the table. The table was soon covered with a mountain of old artifacts. Liu Shan sat in the armchair watching his men haul sack after sack of antiques onto the table. His hands rested on his knees, his expression calm. The oppressive aura of a behind-the-scenes boss weighed heavily on the men in the room, making them barely dare to breathe. Liu Shan stood up, walked to the table, and casually flipped through the items. "Good work. Have the brothers wait in the back courtyard." Liu Shan dismissed his men, leaving only him and He Yi in the main hall. Liu Shan connected his mind to his space. With a sweep of his hand, 3 large slabs of wild boar and elk meat appeared on the floor, all cut into strips. The red and white pieces of meat piled up, weighing several hundred caddies. He Yi's mouth watered, and he repeatedly bowed. "Boss, your methods are extraordinary. With this meat we can trade for several times more old artifacts." Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" He Yi raised his voice. "He Yi, it's me." A sharp voice came from outside. He Yi clearly recognized the man and nodded to Liu Shan. "An old acquaintance. Come in." A middle-aged man with a side-parted hairstyle squeezed in, carrying a cardboard box. He was a local trader who often dealt in goods around the county town. "He Yi, I've got 2 large Qing Dynasty official kiln vases here. Please take a look." The trader set the box on the table and carefully pulled out 2 large blue and white porcelain vases. The vases' surfaces were glossy and bright, with extremely detailed patterns. "These are family heirlooms from my ancestors. My family's really struggling, so I'd like to trade them for 300 caddies of fatty pork." He Yi stepped forward and examined them, his brows furrowed into a knot. He ran his fingers twice around the rim, then picked up a vase to check the bottom mark. The piece looked authentic enough, but something felt off. Uncertain about the vase's authenticity, He Yi turned to look at Liu Shan, who was still sitting in the armchair. "Boss, this piece looks quite new. My eyes are dull. Could you judge it?" Liu Shan didn't move from his chair. He activated his X-ray vision. His gaze pierced straight through the surface of the large porcelain vase. The vase wasn't a single piece. Inside it was filled with fractured lines from broken shards pieced together. The cracks were filled with modern chemical glue. The entire vase had not the slightest trace of age. Trying to fool me with a fake." Liu Shan closed his X-ray eyes, stood up, and walked to the table. He reached out, grabbed a blue and white porcelain vase, and held it high. "Take good care of it, sir. If you break it, you'll have to compensate with meat." The smuggler shouted anxiously. Liu Shan loosened his grip, and the porcelain vase crashed onto the ground. With a sharp cracking sound, it shattered into pieces on the spot. Shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. The broken edges showed glaring traces of modern adhesive. "This junk pieced together from fragments dares to come here and trick me out of my precious meat." Liu Shan fixed the smuggler with a cold stare, his voice chilling. When the man caught sight of the glue residue on the floor and realized he'd been exposed, his legs buckled, and he trembled all over. "Throw him out and break a leg so he remembers this lesson." Liu Shan gestured to Black Master. With a wave of his hand, several burly men lunged forward, grabbed the smuggler, and dragged him out of the courtyard. 2 screams echoed from outside as the smuggler was dumped into the muddy ditch across the street. Black Master gazed at the shattered porcelain and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Sir, those eyes of yours are truly miraculous, spotting fakes at a single glance." It was a clear warning. After Black Master tossed out the counterfeit dealing smuggler, everyone queuing in the courtyard fell completely silent. Those vagrants with nothing genuine to offer scattered through the alley in terror. The remaining destitute individuals formed an orderly line, entering one by one to lay out their most treasured possessions on the table. An elderly man with cracked spectacles stepped forward, his trembling hands unrolling a yellowed scroll. Starvation had left him weak and swaying, his gaze locked on the wild boar meat on the nearby table as he swallowed hard. "Sir, this is our family's heirloom, a portrait by Tang Yin. Could you examine it and tell me how much fatty meat I might trade for?" Liu Shan sat in his armchair and activated his X-ray vision. An ancient aura immediately radiated from the scroll, its brushwork and paper exuding the unmistakable presence of a centuries-old artifact. This was undoubtedly an authentic Tang masterpiece. In later eras, it would be priceless enough to purchase entire streets. Leave the item and give him 3 gene of fatty pork. Liu Shan spoke calmly, gesturing to the man with the knife beside him. With a swift motion, the man sliced off a substantial chunk of pork with thick fat and pressed it into the old man's arms. Thank you, sir, for the meal. Thank you for saving my life. Clutching the 3 gene of meat, the old man knelt and bowed repeatedly, wiping away tears before thanking them profusely and hurrying out. Those waiting outside, seeing they could genuinely exchange worn paintings and calligraphy for substantial pork, grew envious and pushed eagerly into the room. A middle-aged woman in a tattered cheap house squeezed through and set a heavy chest on the table. Opening the lid revealed entirely Hetian jade carving pieces, each smooth and rounded with an ethereal quality. Sir, these were left by my husband before he fled the disaster. I'm pawning all this jade to trade for more meat to keep my children alive. Her face contorted with tears, she looked hopefully at Liu Shan, her fingers nervously twisting her clothes. Liu Shan glanced over and activated his X-ray vision. The density and energy of these jade pieces were all correct, each one top quality. I'll take all the jade in this chest. Give her 15 gene of horse deer meat, and 2 wild boar bones as well. Liu Shan gestured, and the man swiftly cut a large piece of bright red venison with the bone attached, handing it over. Taking the meat, the woman bowed repeatedly in gratitude, clutching it to her chest as she fled the black market. Immediately after, a descendant of an old wealthy family from a previous dynasty stepped forward. He retrieved a pair of golden silk Nanmu paperweights and a set of vintage purple clay teaware from his coat. Sir, how much could these items trade for? Both items for 5 gene of fatty pork. Though the famine had barely passed, grain remained scarce outside and antiques were still worth less than rotten cabbage. Every destitute family in the city with historical significance brought ancestral treasures to exchange for basic sustenance. A few gene of pork could trade for an authentic Tang painting, while over a dozen gene could secure a chest of premium Hetian jade. Relying on the steady supply of wild boar and horse deer meat from his spatial dimension, Liu Shan maintained his position at the heart of the black market. While the meat on the table dwindled rapidly, the pile of valuable antiques he acquired continued to grow higher. By evening, the table and floor were covered with hundreds of traded artifacts. Ming and Qing dynasty official kiln porcelain masterworks from previous dynasties, crates of jade carvings, copper coins, and rare ancient texts. Black Master surveyed the treasures, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. He leaned toward Liu Shan with an eager, ingratiating smile. Sir, your reach has been enormous. Every genuine piece the entire county could produce is now in this room. Black Master swallowed hard, gesturing toward the antiques scattered on the floor. There's not a single respectable antique left anywhere in the city. You've cleaned out everything. Liu Shan rose from his armchair and circled the pile of artifacts. You've done well. Your men have worked hard. Liu Shan kicked a large crate at his feet and addressed Black Master. Tell the men outside to disperse and rest at home. The black market will be closed tomorrow. Black Master nodded eagerly and rushed out to dismiss everyone in the courtyard. He politely withdrew from the main room, closing the door securely behind him as he kept watch outside. Liu Shan remained alone within. Standing before the antique pile, he connected his consciousness to the spatial dimension. The hundreds of precious artifacts on the ground vanished without a trace, safely stored within the spatial void. Following his mental command, Liu Shan instantly transported himself into the space. Inside the space, warmth pervaded as the spiritual spring bubbled continuously. The wild boars and horse deer rested peacefully on the grass in the living creature enclosure. Liu Shan stood by the spiritual spring, turning his gaze toward the large collection of antiques piled in the corner. Activating his X-ray vision, he carefully examined them. The collected artifacts radiated an aged energy in unison. Invisible currents of this energy drifted through the space, gradually sinking into the adjacent dark soil. The dark earth absorbed the temporal energy like a parched sponge drinking water, consuming it completely. Once saturated, the soil visibly transformed, darker, lustrous, and more fertile. Liu Shan crouched and grasped a handful of the black soil. At the periphery, the earth showed subtle signs of movement, as if the entire plot were trembling faintly. The mutated blood ginseng and century-old mountain ginseng cultivated in the ground displayed leaves so verdant they appeared to glisten with oil, growing far more vigorously than usual. Brushing the soil from his hands, Liu Shan rose, and his understanding clarified instantly. These hundreds of antiques represented not only immense wealth, but also extraordinary nourishment for his spatial farm. The aged energy they contained invisibly sustained the dark soil, enabling the space to expand its capabilities. The greater the collection of antiques, the richer the energy, and the more powerful the dark soil became. With China's 5,000-year heritage yielding countless artifacts, the potential for his spatial dimension's growth was truly limitless. Liu Shan's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing as they pierced through the wooden planks of the hanging coffin above, revealing what lay within. Blinding yellow light poured from inside the coffin, cluster after cluster of it, illuminating the coffin's bottom with radiant clarity. Amongst the yellow radiance flickered threads of multicolored spiritual energy, moving back and forth as though alive. Good heavens, this place actually hides such an extraordinary treasure. Liu Shan muttered to himself, his heart instantly understanding everything. Such a precipitous cliff coupled with the poison mist forest below, ordinary people would never dare attempt to climb even if they passed by. Deep in the ancient forests, mountaineers of old were particular about their customs, always concealing their most precious belongings where living souls could never reach them. This hanging coffin contained no corpse. It was undoubtedly a living legacy left behind by generations of ginseng hunters in these remote mountains. His divine skill for microscopic treasure hunting had proven its worth, once again revealing through a single glance treasures others could never find in lifetimes. Liu Shan walked to the base of the sheer cliff and tilted his head upwards, searching for footholds among the rocky crevices. Those old men's lifelong accumulation of treasures shall be completely mine today. He rubbed the sweat from his palms and raised his hand to grip a protruding bluestone on the cliff face. Liu Shan gripped the jutting bluestone with his hands and pressed his toes firmly against the crevice below. With a sudden burst of strength in his arms, he propelled his entire body upward in one explosive motion. His strength now far exceeded that of ordinary men, and using both hands and feet, he scaled the precipitous rock wall in continuous ascent. The midsummer sun scorched the rocks until they glowed with heat, and sweat dripped steadily from Liu Shan's chin. He did not pause his movements, not even to catch his breath, and reached the rocky crevice 30+ meters above in one unbroken climb. Liu Shan hooked his fingers into the edges of the crevice, pressing his arms downward with tremendous force, and his body flipped upward before he landed steadily deep within the narrow fissure. The interior of the crevice was perpetually shadowed, never touched by sunlight, and bitterly cold. The rock surfaces were coated entirely in slick green moss, clinging viscously beneath his boots. A few paces ahead, the ancient wooden hanging coffin rested upon a stone platform. Liu Shan strode forward and retrieved his mountain-splitting battle axe. He wedged the axe blade into the seam of the coffin lid and struck downward with full force, leveraging the handle with all his might. Several black iron nails snapped cleanly under the pressure, and the wooden lid cracked open along a wide fissure. Liu Shan cast aside the axe, gripped the edge of the coffin lid, and shoved it forcefully to the side. The coffin lid slid aside and struck the cliff wall before tumbling to the ground below. He leaned in to peer inside. The hanging coffin was utterly empty, not even a fragment of bone remaining. The coffin floor was lined with a layer of moisture-resistant cowhide cloth, upon which rows of golden bars were neatly stacked in 3 orderly lines. The gold bars gleamed brilliantly, dozens of them in total, all of substantial weight and pure currency. Liu Shan lifted a gold bar, tested its weight, and stowed it inside his pants pocket. Beside the gold bars sat more than a dozen small pouches tightly sealed with cowhide. Liu Shan reached out and grabbed one pouch, untied the leather cord at its opening, and peered inside. It was packed entirely with thoroughly dried medicinal herb seeds. Among them were roots of Polygonum multiflorum and black spores from century-old Ganoderma lucidum, all supreme quality specimens priceless on any market. Beneath these cowhide pouches lay an ancient medical tome bound in sheepskin. Liu Shan opened the medical book and flipped through 2 pages, discovering handwritten records of remote mountain remedies and techniques for cultivating medicinal herbs, detailing precisely how to tend to these delicate mountain treasures. Liu Shan closed the medical book, overcome with ecstatic joy. The entire coffin's fortune had fallen into his hands. With these priceless medicinal seeds in his possession, the black soil herb field within his spatial dimension could finally be fully cultivated. Once these seeds were scattered near the spirit spring, a priceless mountain of medicinal herbs would flourish within mere years. Retrieve. The gold bar, seeds, and ancient medical tome within the hanging coffin vanished into thin air. Everything was neatly stored by Liu Shan beside the black earth in his spatial dimension. He brushed the dust from his hands, turned, and made his way to the edge of the crevice, gripping the stone as he rapidly descended the cliff face. Returning to the earthen hut, Liu Shan could hardly contain his eagerness, sat upon the brick bed's edge, closed his eyes, and connected his consciousness to the spatial dimension, stepping directly inside. He approached and untied the binding cords of each pouch in turn. First, I'll plant the Polygonum multiflorum. The older it grows, the more valuable it becomes. He gathered a handful of Polygonum multiflorum seedlings and walked toward the black soil beside the spirit spring. This black earth had previously absorbed the aura of over 100 antique artifacts and was now extraordinarily fertile, practically oozing with richness. The soil was dark and lustrous, its inherent energy profoundly potent. Liu Shan squatted down and parted a layer of black soil. He planted each Polygonum multiflorum seedling individually, covering the roots thoroughly with the dark earth. After planting the Polygonum multiflorum, he opened the pouch containing the century-old Ganoderma spores. Liu Shan rose to his feet, picked up the ancient sheepskin medical tome from the ground, and opened it to a specific page. The book says this Ganoderma must be cultivated on damp, decaying timber and cannot be exposed to direct sunlight. He closed the book and set the ancient medical tome aside on the open ground. Liu Shan turned and rummaged through a nearby pile of firewood, retrieving several pine logs. He carried the pine logs to beside the spring outlet and arranged them side by side. He scooped handfuls of black Ganoderma spores and scattered them evenly into the gaps between the timber. To block the sunlight, he snapped several long leafy branches. He constructed a small thatched canopy atop the timber, shielding the area completely from direct rays. Having completed these tasks, Liu Shan walked to the spring outlet and ladled a large gourd of spirit spring water. Drink your fill of this divine water and grow swiftly. He slowly poured the water around the roots of the Polygonum multiflorum seedlings and the decaying pine logs. The moment the water touched the black soil, it was instantly absorbed. Waves of warm vapor rose from within the dark earth. Upon drinking the spirit spring water, the Polygonum multiflorum seedlings visibly straightened and rooted themselves firmly. The spores upon the decaying pine logs also began to glisten with a watery sheen. With these medicinal seeds, this land will one day bloom into a priceless mountain of herbs. Liu Shan patted the soil from his hands and nodded in satisfaction. The variety of medicinal herbs on this farm had grown tremendously. Liu Shan turned and walked toward the adjacent animal enclosure. Within the fence, 4 large wild boars were rooting through the soil for dried grass with their hindquarters raised. The bellies of several sows were swollen to great proportions. Look at those enormous bellies. They should farrow within half a month. Nearby, 2 large male sika deer lay resting upon the ground. Everything within this spatial farm was thriving and improving. Liu Shan walked to the spirit spring and splashed water on his face, then withdrew his consciousness from the spatial dimension. All of this had indeed consumed considerable mental energy. He unhooked the water flask from his waist and took a long draught of cool water. Wiping his mouth, he began to consider returning to the village. However, at that very moment, a burst of footsteps rang out from outside. Decaying tree leaves and dry branches beneath them crunched loudly underfoot. Immediately afterward, a foul stench seeped into the earthen hut through the hidden entrance. This odor carried the unmistakable musk of a wild beast that had not bathed in years. What beast has come sniffing around? Liu Shan raised his eyebrows, rehung the water flask at his waist, and rose from the earthen bed. Beasts of the great mountains possessed the sharpest sense of smell. This had to be a predatory beast lured by the medicinal herb fragrance. Liu Shan sneered coldly and seized his mountain-splitting battle axe. Today he would see precisely what manner of creature dared to seek its own demise. Liu Shan bent low and crawled out through the earthen entrance. Standing upon the level ground outside was an enormous old blind bear covered in thick black fur. The black bear was massive in stature, towering well above a muscular man when standing on its hind legs, weighing easily 500 or 600 jin. The bear held its snout upward, inhaling deeply the medicinal fragrance drifting through the air. So it's just an old black blind bear. Liu Shan tightened his grip on the axe handle and regarded the enormous bear before him with cold eyes. Fate has been unkind to you today, stumbling right into my path. The black bear heard the commotion and turned its massive head to see Liu Shan. It immediately bared its sharp fangs, emitting a low growl from its throat. Today I won't even need my gun. I'll use you beast to practice my skills. Enraged, the black bear swung its massive paw straight at Liu Shan's face. If that strike landed with full force, he would die on the spot. Liu Shan stood firm without attempting to dodge, gripping his cleaving axe tightly as his toes dug into the ground. Rather than retreating, he launched himself straight toward the oncoming bear. He crashed into the bear's embrace, skillfully sidestepping the massive paw. With the axe swung in a full arc, Liu Shan brought it down straight toward the bear's skull. The blade pierced through the skull and drove into the brain. The bear's body froze midair, unable to even let out a cry before collapsing to the side. It crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. A single strike had ended its life. Liu Shan stepped forward, pressed his foot onto the bear's head, and wrenched free his axe. After consuming the mutated blood ginseng soup, his physical strength had long surpassed any previous limits. With this terrifying power coursing through him, he was more than capable of overwhelming any opponent through sheer force. This meat has come right to me, all highly nourishing. The bear gallbladder will fetch a high price back in town, and I'll carve off the paws to make soup for Xiaolon. Using his mental focus, he locked onto the black bear and commanded, "Collect." The massive bear corpse vanished into thin air, being stored directly into the spatial preservation area. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Liu Shan looked up at the sky, realizing it was getting late. He brushed off his hands and started walking down the mountain. For the next month or so, Liu Shan stayed steadily in Dashi village. The situation in the provincial capital was tense, so he was hiding out in the village. No matter how nice the city was, there was no better place to settle than these tiled roof houses at the foot of the mountains. Every morning after breakfast, Liu Shan would take his snare ropes into the mountains. Since Xiaolon didn't have to attend school, she spent each day playing in the mud in the courtyard with their large black dog. Throughout this period of over a month, Liu Shan roamed the old forest daily. Rather than killing his prey, he focused on capturing live animals, setting snares for wild pheasants and rabbits whole. Once he captured live creatures, he would mentally connect to his space and toss them directly into the living animal enclosure. The grass there grew lush, providing plenty of food for these small creatures. As the living creatures accumulated, the space became increasingly lively. Several pregnant female wild boars successfully gave birth to piglets. Over a dozen striped baby wild boars ran across the ground, rooting everywhere in the soil. All the medicinal herb seeds from the hanging coffins had sprouted. Tender green shoots emerged from the dark soil. The entire Spatial farm had transformed into a thriving, self-sustaining ecosystem. Time flew by quickly, and before long, it was autumn of 1962. When the autumn wind blew, all the crops in Dashi village turned golden yellow. Every man, woman, and child in the village went down to the fields, harvesting the grain through the night. Sacks of plump corn and sorghum were carried back to the brigade granary. Dashi village finally ushered in a bumper harvest. This year saw favorable weather, and the crops grew exceptionally well. The villagers looked at the full granaries, each one grinning from ear to ear. The devastating famine that had devoured people was finally over, and everyone could finally eat their fill. Village chief Zhao Yukai was so delighted, he kept slapping his thighs, ordering a fat pig from the pen. Several strong men pinned the pig onto a stool, the blade flashing as it sliced through. A large iron pot was set up at the village entrance to boil water for scalding the pig's bristles. The fatty meat was cut into large chunks and stewed together with sour cabbage. The entire Dashi village was filled with the aroma of meat, and everyone gathered around the pot with their bowls, swallowing their saliva. Once the meat was fully stewed, Zhao Yukai grabbed the largest bowl and scooped up a heaping portion of the fattiest pork belly. He ladled 2 generous spoonfuls of rich broth over it, then turned and walked toward the eastern end of the village. No one dared to touch their chopsticks, all eyes fixed on the village chief's retreating figure. Everyone understood clearly in their hearts that without that half bag of cornmeal mixed with bran that Liu Shan had generously given them last winter, the entire village would have perished from starvation. This first bowl of fine meat must be offered to the living ancestor of Dashi village. Zhao Yukai carried the steaming bowl and stopped at Liu Shan's doorstep. He planted his feet firmly and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Brother Liu Shan, are you home?" Liu Shan walked over and opened the door. Zhao Yutsai's face split into a broad smile as he held out the large bowl. "Brother, the village is slaughtering a pig to celebrate the autumn harvest. You must eat this first bowl of meat while it's hot." Liu Shan glanced at the fatty meat in the bowl, didn't refuse, and reached out to take it. "This year's harvest has been good. Everyone can finally fill their bellies." Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly, bending halfway at the waist. "All thanks to you, brother. Dashi village made it to today because of that life-saving grain you provided during the winter. Everyone has said that from now on you are the heaven of Dashi village. Whoever dares to give you a cold shoulder will have their cooking pots smashed by the whole village." Liu Shan held the bowl, looking at the village chief. "You just manage the brigade affairs, and don't let anyone bother me here." "Naturally, brother. You rest easy, I won't disturb you further." Zhao Yukai stepped back 2 paces, turned, and jogged back to the village entrance to distribute the meat. Liu Shan carried the bowl back to the main room, set it on the table, and called for his younger sister to come eat. Within Dashi village, although he held no official position, his authority was unbreakable. However, he didn't care. His ambitions extended far beyond this small village. The county town, the provincial capital, the capital city. He would climb to the highest point step by step. Meanwhile, Dashi village celebrated the autumn harvest in full spirit. The pigeon market in the county town, however, was utterly deserted with not a trace of life. Following Liu Shan's instructions, Old Black had kept his gates sealed and conducted no business during this period. He sent all his men home to rest, leaving only 2 guards at the gate. Old Black sat in the main room, lifting the teapot to his lips to drink. His heart pounded and his eyelids wouldn't stop twitching. Lately, the atmosphere outside had grown increasingly tense, with unfamiliar faces prowling the streets, asking awkward questions. As he was drinking water, a chaotic racket of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. The main door was kicked open in an instant. Before the 2 guards could rise from their seats or even speak, 4 men dressed in mouse suits burst into the courtyard. The leader stepped forward and delivered a vicious kick, sending one of the guards flying through the air. He crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, unable to rise. The second guard attempted to fight back, but was seized by the hair and driven into the ground with a brutal knee to the face, blood splattering immediately. These 4 were clearly skilled fighters, their movements revealing years of disciplined training. Old Black heard the commotion, set down his teapot, and rushed to the doorway. But before he could even peek out, the leader in the mouse suit grabbed him by the collar and shoved him inside the room. Old Black lost his footing and stumbled, falling near the table. The 4 men followed into the main room, shutting the door behind them. The leader strode to the table and pulled out a chair to sit. He produced a folding knife and clicked the spring mechanism. The blade shot out and he drove the tip straight into the wooden table. "Are you the black-haired old man of this pigeon market?" The man leaned back against his chair, his gaze icy as it locked onto Old Black on the ground. Old Black trembled uncontrollably, retreating 2 steps and swallowing hard. Honored masters, I've long since shut down my modest business. I'm truly at a loss as to how I might have offended any of you. The man sneered coldly, withdrawing his blade and tapping its flat surface against his palm. Stop playing dumb. That life-saving ginseng broth consumed by Elder Zhou in the provincial capital originated from your establishment. We've been hunting you for days, and now we've finally tracked down this den. Old Black's heart skipped a beat as he realized the true master had arrived at his doorstep. These individuals were indeed operatives dispatched by the powerful faction from the provincial capital, and they had come specifically after the premium-grade blood ginseng. You've got the wrong idea, gentlemen. That ginseng was sold to me by a traveling mountain peddler. He took the money and vanished long ago. Old Hay insisted on denying it, a forced bitter smile plastered on his face. I don't even know his name. Where am I supposed to find him? The man dropped his smile, stood up, and walked over to Old Hay. He raised his foot and stomped directly on Old Hay's hand, grinding it down with force. Old Hay was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, gritting his teeth to keep from crying out. A mountain peddler. You're lying through your teeth. The man bent down the tip of his knife, tracing along Old Hay's cheek. A man who can produce such an exceptional blood ginseng couldn't have gone far. Our master has spoken. From now on, all the top-grade medicinal herbs and antiques you receive at this black market must be tribute to the provincial capital. Tell us where the supplier is, and we'll spare your miserable life. Refuse, and we'll slice you into pieces today. Old Hay was trembling all over from the agony, but his mind remained razor-sharp. The men from the provincial capital were ruthless, but the one in Dashi village was a living demon. If he sold out Liu Shan, the provincial capital wouldn't need to act. Old Hay wouldn't even have a corpse left by nightfall. The man's leather shoe pressed down on Old Hay's hand. The sole ground back and forth, scraping off a large patch of skin. Old Hay's face twitched in pain, but he clenched his teeth and held back his cries. Gentlemen, I've been hustling in the county town for half my life. I truly don't know the supplier's background. Sweat dripped down Old Hay's face, but he stubbornly refused to speak. The lead man let out a cold snort. These local thugs never shed tears until they saw the coffin. He walked to the table, picked up the large teapot, and poured the hot tea directly onto Old Hay's face. Old Hay screamed from the scalding pain, clutching his face and rolling on the ground. The three men beside him drew their knives and slashed wildly at the furnishings in the room. Bottles and jars on the shelves crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Chairs were kicked over, leaving the room in utter chaos. Do you really think the men from the provincial capital are fools to be fooled? Anyone who can produce a top-grade blood ginseng must have a deep bond with you. The man stepped forward and stomped on Old Hay's chest. I'll ask you one last time, what's the name of the medicine seller, and where does he live? Old Hay released his hands, his face flushed red. I just don't know. The man's gaze turned ice cold. He waved to his subordinate. The subordinate walked over, picked up a wooden stick from the corner. Boss, just cripple him. The subordinate swung the stick and smashed it down on Old Hay's right knee joint. Old Hay's leg was broken, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the excruciating pain. The lead man withdrew his foot, devoid of any human warmth. Go outside, drag in those two guards, and bleed them for information. Two subordinates went to the yard, grabbed the gatekeepers by the collars, and dragged them into the house. A dagger pressed against the gatekeeper's neck. The blade cut through the skin, blood dripping down. Your boss, Old Hay, is a tough nut. If you don't want to die, you talk. Which trail did the ginseng seller come from? What's his name? The gatekeeper was trembling all over, wetting his pants in fear. He was a poor man who had never seen such brutal bandits from the provincial capital. Spare me, sir, I truly don't know that gentleman's name. He always wore a hat when he came, and we didn't dare look closely. The lead man's eyes hardened, pressing the dagger down. Then tell me which direction he went, or I'll send you to your maker right now. The gatekeeper kowtowed repeatedly. Every time he finished trading, he went back along the mountain trail north. That's the road to Dashi village. The lead man sheathed the dagger and wiped off the blood. The provincial capital men followed the clue and traced the direction to Dashi village. Leave this old bastard with a breath of life. When we've turned Dashi village upside down and caught the real culprit, we'll come back for his head. The four men strode out of the main house and left the yard. They pulled open the car doors and climbed into the jeep. Boss, is it worth making such a fuss over a village in the countryside? The driver put the car in gear and stepped on the gas. Let's talk. That guy definitely has more stock. When we get to Dashi village, search every house. Anyone who dares to stop us, bleed them dry. The jeep headed straight into the mountains. In Dashi village, the autumn harvest had just ended a few days ago. The villagers were resting at home, and the village was peaceful. Liu Shan sat in the yard of the tiled house, holding a whetstone. He sharpened the blade of the cleaver with steady strokes. The axe was honed so sharp it could shave a beard. Xiaolan sat on a small stool, doing arithmetic with a pencil. The big black dog had been napping at the gate. Suddenly its ears pressed against the ground, listening. Then it leaped to its feet, its black fur bristling. Its ears stood straight up, staring toward the direction of the old forest outside the village. A low growl rumbled from its throat, and its front paws scraped at the dirt. Liu Shan, alerted by Xiao Hei's warning, stopped and put down the axe. Xiao Hei had drunk the spirit spring water, making its nose even sharper than the Wolf King in the deep mountains. This behavior meant danger was approaching from outside. Liu Shan walked to the gate. He closed his mouth and listened. From the mountain road in the distance came the sound of a car engine. Ordinary folks couldn't even afford an ox cart. A car driving into the mountains was no ordinary person. Connecting this with the news that old Hay in the county town had closed his shop, Liu Shan understood everything. The men from the provincial capital had come knocking. Xiaolan, take your notebook and go inside. Bolt the door. Liu Shan instructed his sister. Brother, are there bad guys coming? Xiaolan put away her pencil and picked up her notebook. It's nothing, just a few grasshoppers. I'll deal with them. Liu Shan waved his hand, watching his sister walk into the main room and slide the bolt. He turned, connected his mind to the space, pulled out the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, and pulled the bolt to chamber around. Liu Shan slung the rifle over his shoulder and strode out. Xiao He followed behind, baring its white teeth with a vicious gleam. Liu Shan took the path and stood in the middle of the dirt road that passed through the old forest, the only way into the village. Both sides of the road were lined with trees, and the road was so narrow that cars couldn't drive fast. Liu Shan stood firm, steady as a mountain. Before long, dust rose from the bend in the dirt road. A jeep jolted into view. The dirt road, long neglected, was full of mud pits. The jeep's chassis scraped against rocks, and the vehicle swayed from side to side. The driver, startled to see a man blocking the road, slammed on the brake. The jeep wobbled and stopped about 10 paces in front of Liu Shan. Looking for death? Are you blind? Can't you see the car? The driver rolled down the window and stuck his head out, cursing loudly. Liu Shan intercepted the jeep from the provincial capital with a cold glare, unmoving. He stared at the 4 men in the car without even blinking. Dashi village doesn't welcome outsiders. Get out of here, wherever you came from. Liu Shan's tone was flat, without a trace of emotion. The lead man in the passenger seat pushed open the door and jumped out. He sized up Liu Shan with a sneer. A country hunter with a fire poker daring to block the way. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. Blocking the road means only death. The 4 men drew their daggers and stepped out of the car. They thought their numbers would scare off the village hunter. The lead man stepped forward, sneering. Kid, don't try to act tough with me, got it? The man's eyes were filled with contempt, the tip of his knife pointing at Liu Shan. Move aside now and tell us. Is there an old man in your village who deals in blood ginseng? If you're honest, we might let you live today. The other 3 men closed in, blocking any escape route. Liu Shan looked at these 4 fools from the provincial city. He didn't raise his gun, nor did he retreat half a step. Dashi village was his foundation. Whoever dared to reach out here would have to die. But he didn't want to use a gun. Once he fired, bullet holes would inevitably be left on the vehicle and the bodies. The county police and inspection team were not blind. Then tracing the bullet holes would lead to a big trouble that couldn't be shaken off. To deal with such people, he didn't need to act himself. The old forest was his territory. What it lacked least were deadly beasts. With a thought, he connected to the space. Liu Shan peeled off a slender root fiber from the mutated blood ginseng and held it in his palm. This mutated blood ginseng was a miraculous tonic for the beasts in the mountains. The beasts would go mad upon smelling it. Liu Shan raised his arm and threw the root fiber. The red ginseng root landed on the hood of the jeep, wedged in the gap under the windshield. What the hell did you throw? The leading man cursed, turning to look at the hood. Brother, this looks like a blood ginseng root. That ginseng seller. Couldn't it be this kid? Just then Liu Shan whistled. With his big black dog, he retreated into the dense forest beside. In a few leaps, he climbed onto a high slope nearby. Boss, that kid ran off. Should we chase? A subordinate waved his knife, pointing at the woods. Chase my ass. This remote forest is easy to get lost in. First, take that thing off the hood and see if it really is blood ginseng. The leading man walked to the front of the vehicle, just about to reach for the root fiber. From deep within the forest came the sound of snapping branches. The ground began to tremble. What was that? The 4 men stopped moving and turned to look at the bushes by the roadside. A wild boar king with huge tusks crashed through the undergrowth and charged onto the dirt road. This boar weighed at least 300 gene, its eyes bloodshot, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Immediately after, more than 20 wild boars of all sizes burst out, filling the dirt road. The boar herd caught the scent of the blood ginseng root on the hood and went completely berserk. Run! Get to the car! The leading man, terrified out of his wits, screamed at the top of his lungs. The boar herd charged at full speed, ramming straight into the jeep. The leading man had just pulled open the car door when the wild boar king rammed its head into his lower back. The man flew off and slammed into a mud puddle, spitting large mouthfuls of blood. The remaining 3 men brandished daggers wildly. But the boar's hide was as thick as armor. The daggers left not even a white scratch. A boar charged over and knocked the man flat on the ground. The herd, eager to snatch the ginseng root on the vehicle, rammed the jeep chaotically. The wild boar king stepped back 2 paces, then charged with full force, ramming its head into the car door. The jeep tilted and flipped over completely. The vehicle crashed down, pinning 2 men who were running beside it under the chassis. The other 2 men lay on the ground, trampled back and forth by the frenzied boar herd. Screams rang out a few times, then the dirt road fell completely silent. The wild boar king swallowed the ginseng root from the hood in one gulp, grunted twice, and then turned with the herd to disappear back into the forest, vanishing without a trace. Liu Shan stood on the high slope looking down at the carnage. The jeep was upside down. The 4 men had all breathed their last. Using the maddened boar herd, he had perfectly wiped out the enemy. This fabricated beast attack accident would be an unsolvable mess, no matter who investigated. Idiots, Liu Shan cursed, his spiritual sense locking onto the boar herd. Retrieve. All the boars, having come from where they came, returned the same way. The next morning at dawn, chaos erupted outside Dashi village. A few villagers gathering firewood in the mountains discovered the overturned jeep in the ditch. Terrified, they rolled back to the village to report. Village Chief Zhao Yukai hurriedly cranked the phone and reported to the county. Before noon, the county police and inspection team arrived at Dashi village on 3-wheeled motorcycles. The dirt road was lined with villagers gathered to watch the spectacle. Liu Shan mingled in the crowd watching the commotion. The inspection team leader led his men to set up a warning rope and entered the scene to inspect. The scene was a gruesome sight. The jeep lay upside down in the ditch, its doors completely crushed. The 4 men from the provincial city died horribly, their clothes torn to shreds. Their bodies were covered with beast footprints and bloody holes gouged by tusks. "Captain, we've checked, all 4 are dead." A police officer walked over with a notebook to report. "The vehicle and the surrounding area are covered with large wild boar footprints. The doors were crushed by brute force." The captain frowned, walking around the area. "Found any traces of human interference?" The police officer shook his head repeatedly. "No, on the ground aside from the shoe prints of these 4 men, there are only wild boar hoof prints. We've examined all the wounds on the victims. No knife wounds, not even a single bullet hole. The fatal injuries are all caused by wild boar tusks along with bones crushed by the vehicle." The captain sighed, took off his hat, and fanned himself. What were these people from the provincial city doing driving into the old forest in the middle of the night? Zhao Yukai stepped forward and offered a cigarette. "Sir, the old forest is full of wild boar herds. In autumn, when they're famished, they'll even attack bears. They drove in and probably stirred up the herd." The captain lit the cigarette, took a drag. "This is clearly a beast attack accident. Load the bodies into the truck, take them back to the county. Close the case as an accident and report to the provincial city." The police officers busily carried the bodies onto the truck. A tow truck hooked up the overturned jeep and hauled it away. In less than half a day, the scene was completely cleared. Liu Shan watched the entire process, then walked back to his own large-tiled house. This extreme clean efficiency left the authorities helpless, and the case was firmly closed as an accident. A few days later, in a compound in the provincial city, the big shot, who had previously sent men to the countryside, flew into a rage. 4 men went to the county, and they all got trampled to death by wild boars. The big shot glared, his face full of fury. The subordinates below lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. The county's report is clear. They did a thorough citywide investigation. No one laid a hand on them. No bullet holes, no knife wounds at the scene. They just ran into a boar herd. Pure accident. The big shot trembled with rage. "The blood ginseng trail is dead." The subordinate nodded. "The county's black market is all shut down. The old man in charge had his legs broken and is in the hospital. Nothing can be extracted from him. This trip, not only did we not get the herb, but we also lost 4 good hands." The greedy forces in the provincial city had suffered a silent loss with no way to investigate further. The blood ginseng was not obtained, and the men had died in vain. The news spread back to the pigeon market. Hei Yi, lying on the hospital bed, listened to his subordinate's report and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that this was absolutely no accident. That living king of hell's methods were truly heaven-defying. He had wiped out all the provincial city men, and even the authorities couldn't find a single flaw. Hei Yi's reverence for Liu Shan reached its peak. In his heart, he swore that he would never betray him in this life, and would follow the Yama King until death. Even if he became just a little demon under his command, he would still get a share of the meat and drink the soup. The 3rd day after the incident, in the compound of the provincial capital, Chief Zhou sat behind his desk reviewing the documents in his hand. The door was pushed open. The guard platoon leader walked in, standing straight. "Chief, we've investigated thoroughly," he reported. "The group that went to the county town to cause trouble last time was sent by Deputy Director Li. They found the pigeon market, broke the legs of the black market manager, and even traced to Dashi village." Chief Zhou put down the documents and looked up. "What did they go to Dashi village for?" The platoon leader swallowed. "They wanted to force the whereabouts of the blood ginseng. But at night they encountered a herd of wild boars outside the village, and all 4 died." Chief Zhou slammed the table and stood up. "Those blind fools, they dared to plot against my benefactor. The 4 dying in the deep mountains was definitely no mere accident. The rural hunter who could produce top-grade blood ginseng was a formidable master. Such a capable benefactor must be protected to the end." Chief Zhou pointed at the platoon leader and issued an order. "Assemble your platoon, bring your guns, and go handle something immediately." Half an hour later, on the bustling street of the provincial capital, 3 green military trucks drove up. Dozens of fully armed guards jumped out of the trucks and stormed into a large restaurant. This was the establishment secretly operated by Deputy Director Li. The platoon leader led the way, kicking open the restaurant's door. "Nobody move. Sealed for inspection." The thugs inside were about to resist. They were struck down by the guards' rifle butts and pinned to the ground. Tables and chairs in the restaurant were overturned. The back warehouse door was smashed open and all the black market goods inside were dragged out and piled in the yard. Chief Zhou walked in from outside, hands behind his back. Deputy Director Li received the news and rushed over, his face covered in sweat. "Old Zhou, what are you doing?" Deputy Director Li looked at the wrecked establishment, his face turning green with anger. Chief Zhou stepped forward, staring at him. "What am I doing? Your people have overstepped their bounds. They went to the county town to find the blood ginseng and dared to touch my benefactor's people." Chief Zhou pointed at Deputy Director Li's nose. "That batch of medicinal herbs is for my old man to sustain his life. Sealing one of your establishments today is a warning. In the future, if anyone dares to covet those herbs or stir up trouble in the county again, I'll directly uproot your entire operation." Deputy Director Li's face turned pale, and he dared not utter a word in retort. He knew that the Zhou family's current influence was something he could not afford to offend. "I'll withdraw my people immediately. From now on, I'll never touch the county town." Deputy Director Li lowered his head and conceded. Chief Zhou waved his hand. The guard platoon pulled out sealing strips and pasted them over the front and back doors of the restaurant. They led the team onto the trucks and drove off triumphantly. After this disturbance, no one in the provincial capital dared to mention searching for the blood ginseng. With backing from above, a two-pronged approach was enforced. The news quickly spread to the county town. Now every leader in the county, big or small, knew that there existed a figure in the county who was respected even by the provincial capital compound. Regarding the black market business, they could only turn a blind eye. Summer vacation ended and school started. Liu Shan, with his younger sister Xiaolan, pushed his bicycle back to the large house in the county town. He pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. The big black dog ran into the yard and crouched in the corner to guard the house. Liu Shan set up the bicycle and untied the bedroll from the back seat. He went into the room, tidied up the bed. Xiaolan changed into clean clothes and put on her backpack. "Brother, I'm going to school." Liu Shan washed his face and dried his hands. "Let's go, I'll walk you there." Liu Shan rode the bicycle and sent his sister to the school gate. Watching Xiaolan enter, Liu Shan turned the bike around. He rode straight to the county hospital. Walking to the innermost room of the corridor, he pushed open the door. Master He lay on the hospital bed. His right leg was in a cast suspended in the air. Two of his men from the black market stood by the bed attending him. Seeing Liu Shan enter, Master He struggled to sit up. "Boss, you're here." Liu Shan waved his hand, signaling the two men to leave, and closed the door tightly. He pulled a chair and sat down. "How's your leg?" Liu Shan glanced at the cast, his tone calm. Master He gave a bitter smile and sighed. "The doctor said the bone is shattered, or I'll be a cripple from now on." Master He looked up, pledging his loyalty. "Boss, the people from the provincial capital were ruthless, but I, old He, bit my tongue and never squealed." Liu Shan nodded. "I know. I owe you for this." Liu Shan connected his mind to the space. He scooped a mug of water from the spiritual spring. He handed the mug to Master He. "Drink it." Master He didn't hesitate. He took the mug and gulped it down in one breath. As soon as the water went down, a warm current surged toward the broken leg. The right leg, which had been throbbing with pain, instantly stopped hurting. The bone seams itched and tingled. The leg that the doctor said would require 6 months of bed rest could now bear weight. Master He's eyes widened, his mouth agape, speechless. "This water can restore your leg completely, leaving no after effects." Liu Shan looked at Master He. "From now on, if you work for me, I'll never treat you poorly." Master He was so moved that tears streamed down. He turned over and climbed up, ignoring the cast, and knelt on the bed to kowtow. "Boss, you are my second father. From now on, I'll give you my life. If you point east, I'll never go west." Liu Shan stood up, dusting off his clothes. "Heal your injury, and after leaving the hospital, reopen the pigeon market. From now on, all antique items in the county must go through my hands first. Only the leftovers can be touched by others." Master He nodded, repeatedly thumping his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, boss. From now on, the black market will be your one-man show. All the good things in the county will go into your pocket. All right, take good care of yourself. As long as I'm in the county, the sky won't fall." Liu Shan left a word and walked out of the hospital. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the winter of 1962. The north wind blew fiercely, and heavy snow drifted from the sky. The county town's main street was covered in white snow, and the cold wind pierced people's necks. Liu Shan pushed his bicycle, standing at the school gate waiting. As the bell rang, a group of children ran out, shrinking their necks. Most of the children were wearing thin, old cotton-padded jackets, shivering from the cold. Xiaolan, dressed in a brand-new colorful cotton-padded jacket and a red scarf, ran out with her backpack. "Brother, it's so cold today." Xiaolan ran up and grabbed Liu Shan's sleeve. "Get on the bike, I'll take you home for a good meal." Liu Shan lifted his sister onto the back seat and pedaled hard toward home. Back at the large house, he pushed open the door and entered. Xiao He wagged its tail, coming to greet them with a few snowflakes on its body. Liu Shan set up the bike and led his sister inside. The stove in the room was burning brightly, radiating warmth. He walked to the water vat, scooped water to wash his hands. "Xiaolan, do your homework first. I'll prepare the meal. Today we'll have hot pot." Xiaolan clapped her hands with joy, took out her notebook, and sat at the desk to write. Liu Shan went into the kitchen at the back and closed the door behind him. He connected his mind to the space and took out a large piece of fresh elk meat. This meat was hunted in the forest and kept in the preservation area untouched. He also took 2 large cabbages and a few scallions. He placed the meat on the cutting board and picked up a knife to slice it. His knife skills were deft, slicing the meat into translucent thin pieces piled high on the plate. He washed the cabbage and cut it into sections, chopped the scallions. Liu Shan carried the items back to the main room and placed them on the table. He brought out a hot pot and added burning charcoal inside. He filled the pot with clear broth made from large bones sprinkled with scallions and ginger. In no time the broth was boiling, sending up steam. The room was soon filled with the aroma of meat. Finished homework. Wash your hands and eat. Liu Shan pulled a chair and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Liu Shan picked up a full chopstick of elk meat slices, put them into the boiling broth, swished them a couple of times, then fished them out and placed them into his sister's bowl. Dip it in sesame sauce and eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Xiaolon picked up the meat, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed a few times, and looked thoroughly satisfied. Brother, this meat is so tender, even better than pork. If it's good, eat more. We have plenty of meat at home. Liu Shan picked up his bowl and fished out a large bowl of meat for himself. He ate heartily, sweating all over, feeling utterly comfortable. Outside wind and snow raged, while other families couldn't even have a bowl of hot porridge, worrying about how to survive the winter. The 2 siblings in this large house gathered around the hot pot, eating meat, living like immortals. Xiaohei lay under the table, gnawing on the bones thrown down, wagging its tail. This extreme warmth and stability made Liu Shan feel at ease. Brother, today the teacher praised me for doing arithmetic quickly and gave me another little red flower. Xiaolon put down her chopsticks and took out a red paper flower to show off. Good. As long as you study hard, I'll send you to middle school in the provincial capital, to university in the capital, and even abroad for study. He added a plate of cabbage to the pot and stirred it with chopsticks. Is the provincial capital far? Xiaolon tilted her head and asked, chewing meat. A bit far, but with your brother here we're not afraid of going anywhere. Our family lacks nothing now. Just focus on your studies. He picked up his mug and took a sip of plain water. In these times, even an ordinary family could barely afford to send a boy to school. He not only sent his sister to the best school, but also raised her to be the most precious girl in the entire county. Brother Xiaohei caught a big mouse today. Xiaolon pointed at the dog, tattling. It put the mouse in the middle of the yard and scared me. Liu Shan looked down at the dog and gave it a kick. From now on, if you catch a mouse, throw it far away. Don't scare Xiaolon. Xiaohei whimpered and continued gnawing the bone. The charcoal in the hot pot crackled. The broth boiled vigorously and the steam fogged up the window glass with a layer of water droplets. This meal lasted over an hour and all the meat and vegetables were consumed. Xiaolan's belly was round and she let out a burp. He cleared the table, took the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen and washed them. He poured a basin of hot water and had his sister wash her face and feet. Go to the inner room and sleep early. The bed is warmed for you. Xiaolon nodded, crawled into the bed in the inner room and soon fell asleep. Liu Shan walked into the yard and checked the gate. The bolt was securely fastened so no one could enter. The snow fell heavier, accumulating on the ground. He returned to the main room, took off his coat, and sat on the edge of the bed. The wind outside was blocked and the room was not cold at all. He calculated the harvest of these days. At the black market, they were collecting antiques and old items every day. The living creatures in the space had also multiplied in large numbers. With a fistful of money and gold bars, life was solid. As long as he could safely endure the snow, he could make a big move in spring. The weather was too cold, so Liu Shan also got into bed. But he didn't sleep. He connected his mind to the space and began the year-end inventory. He directly entered the space. Inside it was warm and cozy, a completely different world from the icy snow outside. The spiritual spring water bubbled up, gurgling. Liu Shan first walked to the livestock area. The herd of wild boars had grown significantly, with a dozen piglets running after the sow. The elk had also fattened up, lying on the grass and ruminating. None lacked food and drink, all growing vigorously. He turned and walked toward the black soil next to the spiritual spring. As he approached, he sensed something amiss. The originally flat black soil was emitting wisps of steam. It seemed as if something alive was hiding underground, causing the soil to heave and pulse. The rare medicinal herb seeds taken from the hanging coffin had all been planted in this soil. He crouched down and peered at the ground. He saw several small cracks in the soil layer. Several thick, sturdy sprouts forcefully broke through the black soil, emerging. These were Polygonum multiflorum seedlings planted not long ago, yet they had grown so fast. On the wooden frame of the nearby thatched shed, a layer of black lingy flesh had grown. These medicinal herbs were all highly nourishing spiritual medicines, absorbing the power of the spiritual spring water and fully revived. Liu Shan stood up, looking at the seedlings covering the ground. Before he could rejoice, the black soil beneath his feet suddenly trembled. The spiritual energy in the entire space instantly became violet. The white mist at the edges rolled and churned. Liu Shan steadied himself and looked ahead. From the edge of the black soil, tearing sounds came. The area of the black soil, amidst subtle tremors, expanded outward by a large circle at a visible speed. The boundary forcefully extended outward, revealing a patch of brand new soil. Liu Shan's heart surged with ecstasy. He understood everything. The miraculous herbs from the hanging coffin possessed too much vitality. After being planted and sprouting, they in turn fed the immense vitality back to the black soil. Cultivating these medicinal herbs directly nourished the entire space. So the space can only expand by planting high-grade items. Liu Shan clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth lifting. This anomaly was an excellent omen. This commotion was clearly a sign of the space's growth and power. It was an early signal for future upgrade to a full plot of land. When these herbs fully mature, the space will surely undergo a great transformation. By then, this black soil could directly produce gold. The more extensive the black soil, the more treasures it can grow and the more creatures it can raise. Liu Shan walked around the newly expanded circle of black soil. He stepped on it. The soil was very fertile, even better than before. He crouched down and grabbed a handful of the newly grown black soil. He rubbed it in his hands. The soil was dark and shiny, not sticky. A faint fragrance emanated from the soil, refreshing to smell. Excellent soil. If I plant wheat here, the flour will surely surpass white sugar. He patted the dirt off his hands and stood up. He walked to a Polygonum multiflorum that had just broken through the soil. Dewdrops hung on its leaves, and it grew vigorously. In just a few months, the growth is more vigorous than 10 years outside. He stroked his chin, pondering future plans. When this plot expands to the size of one, I'll have to plant separately. One side for precious medicinal herbs, the other for fine grains and vegetables. Then Xiaolan can eat fine pesticide-free vegetables every day. He walked to the corner where valuables were piled. He picked up a gold bar from the hanging coffin and waited. When the heat completely dies down, this gold needs to be exchanged for hard currency. In these times, having money alone wasn't enough. It had to be converted into solid assets. He wandered around the space for a long time, taking stock of all the items. This farm was the biggest trump card. Whether dealing with natural disasters or guarding against man-made calamities, as long as the space existed, even if the sky fell, he could withstand it. Looking at the vibrant black soil, Liu Shan's heart was clear. This warning signal was thoroughly received. This black soil would sooner or later become a true treasure trove that produces gold. He withdrew his mind from the space. He turned over and pulled up the quilt. Every day is a sweet dream. Midwinter. The wind bit into faces like knives. Snow on the ground lay half a chi deep. Outside the grand residence in the county town, the sound of a neighing horse drifted over. Someone knocked at the door. "Master, it's me, old Hay." Liu Shan walked over, pulled out the wooden bolt, and swung the heavy doors open. Outside stood Hay, leading a cart drawn by a horse. More than a dozen large trunks were piled on the cart, all bound tightly with hemp rope. Hay puffed white breath from his mouth and rubbed his hands together. "Here to settle the account." Liu Shan glanced over the cart. "Master, every fine piece in the whole county is right here. I delivered them before year end." Hay gripped the reins and guided the cart into the courtyard. He stopped before the main hall. Two of his men followed him inside, untied the ropes, and carried the trunks one by one into the central chamber, arranging them on the floor. 18 large wooden boxes were brought in altogether. After his men finished moving the goods, they withdrew outside. Hay dismissed them as well, bolted the doors tightly, and entered the hall. "Master, this trip netted quite a few rare and unparalleled treasures." Hay lifted the lid of the first trunk. Inside were porcelain pieces cushioned with straw. There were large bowls adorned with intricate patterns and vases painted with landscapes. "Look at this blue and white jar, master. It once belonged to the imperial palace of the previous dynasty." Liu Shan stepped forward, picked up a bowl, and examined the mark on its base. No fakes among them, all genuine. He returned it to the trunk. Hay proceeded to open the remaining boxes. One was filled with scrolls of calligraphy and paintings. Another held carved jade handpieces depicting flowers and birds. "Master, this jade carving took an awful lot of effort to acquire." Hay picked up a piece of jade and handed it over. "That was the family heirloom of Widow Li south of the city. I traded 50 jin of white flour just to get it." Liu Shan took it, weighed it in his hand, and found the material to be of the finest quality. He unrolled a painting scroll halfway, inspected the paper, and noticed the ink marks carried the weight of years. Nodding in approval, he pulled over a chair and sat down. "Has the pigeon market been trouble-free these past half years?" "Rest assured, master. Not even with 10 boldness would they dare cause trouble on our turf." Hay poured himself a bowl of water and drank it down. "We've hollowed out every ragged household in the county." Liu Shan listened to the report and calculated the wealth in his possession. The savings from this year far exceeded the fortune left by the wealthy landlords of the previous dynasty. The antiques in this room were all top-tier pieces from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Wealth had silently reached its peak, and the year-end tally brought overflowing profits. "Well done." Liu Shan rose to his feet and walked to the water vat. Connecting his consciousness to his spatial dimension, he materialized a large side of wild boar meat and 2 sacks of fine white flour. He tossed them directly onto the table. "This is the year-end bonus. Take it back and share it with the brothers so you can have a good new year." Seeing the meat and flour on the table, Hay swallowed hard. In these times, even money couldn't buy so many fine things. "Thank you, master, for the livelihood." He bowed repeatedly, hoisted the pork on his shoulder, and carried the flour bags. He retreated into the courtyard and drove the cart out through the gate. Liu Shan secured the doors and returned to the hall. Connecting his consciousness to the spatial dimension, once more the 18 large trunks on the ground vanished into thin air. Everything was safely stored within the spatial void. Before long, it was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Outside, the snow had finally stopped, and a warm sun shone brightly. A postal worker pushed his bicycle to a stop outside the residence and knocked on the gate. Liu Shan, registered mail for you. Liu Shan walked over and opened the door. The postman handed him an envelope. Sent from the Northwest Grand Camp. Please sign. Liu Shan took the pen and scribbled his name. The postman mounted his bicycle and rode away. Liu Shan carried the envelope back into the hall, pulled up a chair, and sat down. He tore open the seal and drew out the letter inside, stamped with a red seal. The letter was a notice written by a guard on his behalf at the reform camp. Liu Shan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and fixed his gaze upon the paper. It was written plainly. The previous month, heavy snow had sealed the mountains in the northwest. Liu Daqiang had been assigned to mine coal in a pit. Then a cave-in struck the mine tunnel. A massive rock fell and smashed both of Liu Daqiang's legs. In the bitter cold, without a doctor, the wounds went untreated and soon turned gangrenous. Both legs were permanently ruined. He would spend the rest of his days crawling on the ground begging for food. Wang Cuihua had it no better in the camp. To grab a moldy steamed bun, she was pinned to the ground and beaten by several women. She lost an eye and contracted numerous ailments. The two of them endured lives in the Northwest Reform Camp worse than that of beasts. After finishing the letter, Liu Shan let out a cold sneer. Heaven has eyes, O wicked souls shall be punished by their own kind. Those two appalling relatives who had greedily seized his family's property were now thoroughly finished. With that, the grudges of his past life were completely severed. Liu Shan stood up, walked to the stove, and lifted the lid. He crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it directly into the furnace. Flames leaped up, reducing the paper to ash. He brushed off the fragments from his hands and closed the lid. That matter was now firmly in the past. Only better days lay ahead. The courtyard gate was pushed open. Xiaolon ran in with her school bag on her back, her little face flushed red from the cold. Dahei, the big black dog, followed close behind, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Brother, winter break has started. Liu Shan went out to meet her, took the school bag, and put it away. Stay home during the break, it's too cold outside. Xiaolon took a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to him. Brother, look at my report card. All 100%. Liu Shan took the grades and gave his sister a gentle pat on the head. Not bad. Tonight I'll make candied sweet potatoes as a reward. Woohoo! Candied sweet potatoes for dinner. Xiaolon bounced with joy. Tomorrow I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat and candy for the New Year preparations. Brother, I want those white rabbit milk candies. All right, we'll get plenty. Liu Shan led his sister into the room to warm themselves by the stove. On such a freezing day, being together as a family, well-fed and warmly clothed, was warmer and more comforting than anything else in the world. In the first month of the lunar year, after the spring festival had passed, the weather finally began to warm. The school's winter break ended and Liu Shan gathered his bedding in the large mansion. Xiaolon put on clean clothes and packed her pencils and notebooks into a new school bag. Brother, today is the first day of school. The teacher will check the holiday homework. Xiaolon, with her school bag on her back, called out from the courtyard. Liu Shan came out, dusting off his hands. Let's go, I'll take you to school. He wheeled out his bicycle and had his sister sit on the back seat. They rode all the way to the school gate. Xiaolon, I need to go back to the countryside for a few days. Uncle He will pick you up after school today. Don't be naughty and listen to him. Before leaving, Liu Shan gave his instructions. Don't worry, brother, I'll be the most obedient. The little girl was growing more sensible. Full of relief, Liu Shan watched her line up and enter the gate, then turned his bike around. He cycled straight to the pigeon market. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he entered the main room. He Yi was at the desk checking account books, and upon seeing Liu Shan, he quickly dropped his pen and came to greet him. Boss, what brings you here today to check the accounts? Liu Shan pulled up a chair, sat down, and poured himself a bowl of water. School has started. Oh, I need to go back to the deep mountains. I have an important matter to attend to. I'll be away for a few days. Liu Shan put down the bowl and stared at He Yi. I'm entrusting Xiaolon to your care. Take her to and from school every day. He Yi heard this and thumped his chest loudly, agreeing. Boss, set your mind at ease. I'll move into the outer room of the mansion for these few days. I'll bring a few sharp brothers to guard the courtyard in 12-hour shifts. If anyone dares to give the little lady a second glance, I'll personally drown him in the river. Liu Shan nodded and stood up, giving one last instruction. Take good care of the place, and there will be rewards for you when I return. Having delegated the task, he walked out of the pigeon market. He strode out of the county town, following the dirt road back to Big Stone Village. Without stopping in the village, he went alone straight into the old forest of the back mountain. This inner forbidden zone, even the old hunters dared not step half a foot into. The forest in early spring was treacherous, the ground covered in thawed mud. Liu Shan walked deep into the woods and stopped. Activating his X-ray vision, his sight penetrated the dense forest and piles of rotten leaves. Hidden on the ground was a half-hoof print. The edge of the print bore a trace of white fur. Liu Shan fixed his direction and followed the hoofprint forward. The white deer ran extremely fast, taking large strides. Liu Shan weaved through the forest. On the first day, he crossed 2 barren mountains, seeing only a few piles of deer droppings along the way. When hungry, he connected his mind to his space. He took out a large piece of cooked elk meat and ate it heartily while walking. When thirsty, he scooped up a bowl of spiritual spring water and drank it down, instantly replenishing his strength. During the day, he followed the hoofprints. At night, he found a high tree fork to lean against and doze. On the second day, a light rain began to fall. The hoofprints were washed away, becoming barely visible. Liu Shan had to slow down, parting the grass to search carefully. The rain soaked his clothes, but he didn't even frown. On the third day, the path grew more dangerous ahead, filled with thorny wild bushes. Relying on his extraordinary physique, Liu Shan forced a path through. He pursued for 3 days and 3 nights, displaying the tenacity of a young veteran hunter to the fullest. Anyone else would have been lost and starved in these deep mountains. On the morning of the 4th day, a thick fog rose in the mountain valley, making it impossible to see even a big tree 10 steps away. Liu Shan parted the man-high weeds ahead and stepped forward. In a low-lying area covered with green grass stood a massive living creature. It was pure white, extremely large, half a head taller than a big yellow ox. This was the legendary mutated white deer. The white deer with its branched antlers lowered its head to chew tender grass. Liu Shan hid in the grass, not reaching for the axe at his back. If he killed this divine creature, it would be worthless. He had to capture it alive and put it into his space. That was a long-term business. He bent down, lightened his steps, circled around the dry branches ahead, using the grass as cover. He crept downwind, coming within 10 steps of the white deer. The white deer was highly alert, suddenly stopping its grazing. It pricked up its long ears, turned its head, and looked in his direction. Liu Shan gave it no time to react. With a loud shout, he exploded with leg strength, launching himself forward like a gust of wind, pouncing onto the white deer. The startled deer reared its forelegs to flee. Liu Shan grabbed the deer's neck. The white deer burst with immense force, dragging him several steps forward. Gritting his teeth, Liu Shan poured all his strength into his arms. He sank his weight down, forcing the several hundred-gene white deer to the ground. The deer lay on the ground, kicking wildly with all 4 hooves tearing up the turf. Liu Shan locked its neck, pressed a leg on its back to prevent it from rising. Connecting his mind to the space, he shouted, "Get in." The great white deer, along with the mud beneath it, vanished into thin air, directly thrown into the black soil of the space farm. Once inside, the deer was immediately calmed by the spiritual energy. It obediently lay by the spiritual spring, lowering its head to drink. Liu Shan stood up, wiping the sweat from his face. This trip into the mountains was a great achievement, adding another layer to his hidden assets. Liu Shan found a puddle in the mountain gully, crouched down, washed the deer hair and mud from his hands, shook off the water, and stood up. He turned and followed the original path back out of the mountains. Having captured the mutant white deer alive, this trip was a complete victory. In high spirits, he took long strides. Trekking through the deep forest, he covered dozens of miles in half a day. The sun rose to its zenith and the day grew hot. Liu Shan entered a low-lying area between 2 mountains. The place was covered in broken stones and withered grass, looking desolate. Not a single bird call was heard. It was eerily quiet. Sweating heavily, Liu Shan chose a flat, large rock to sit on and rest. With nothing to do, he turned his head to survey the surroundings. The terrain was peculiar, surrounded on all sides by tall mountains. Like a natural giant iron cauldron, it was a place that gathered wind and stored energy. Activating his X-ray vision, the scattered stones and withered grass instantly lost their color. They all turned into a transparent gray-white background. His sight penetrated the surface, going deep underground. Below, a hard rock layer blocked the way. This layer of stone was all solid dead rock. Ordinary people digging here would be helpless. But before his advanced X-ray vision, this rock layer was no different from white paper. Unexpectedly, he saw through the 10-meter thick rock layer and discovered the secret beneath. Liu Shan's eyes focused, and he abruptly stood up. 10 meters deep, the space was entirely man-made, hollowed out. Inside was a massive ancient tomb of the previous dynasty. The tomb was built luxuriously with high brick walls outside. On both sides of the tomb passage stood guardian statues. His sight followed the tomb passage inward, penetrating the thick tomb door. Inside was not a burial chamber for coffins. It was a large underground storage connected to the ancient tomb. In the center of the storage room, dozens of large boxes were neatly stacked. The lids were tightly sealed. His sight penetrated the box lids, and inside, dazzling yellow light and colorful aura burst forth. All were neatly stacked large gold bars. Beside the gold bars were crates of top-grade jadeite and jade carvings. In the corner of the storage room, half a room full of porcelain and copper coins were piled up. A great treasure hidden deep in the mountains, all seen through by his eyes. Liu Shan drew in a sharp breath. He had often heard of large tombs in the mountains, and during the War of Resistance against Japan, expedition teams often came to dig for treasure, but he never expected it to be hidden here. This must be the hidden wealth of a wealthy old man or a high official from the previous dynasty burying all their assets here. The scale was terrifying. Even if an ordinary person walked into this low-lying area, they would never discover this peerless treasure vault. Even if discovered, no one could dig through 10 meters of hard rock. If he could move all this windfall into his space, his wealth would multiply several times. Even the largest chamber of commerce in the provincial capital couldn't compare to a fraction of his wealth. Liu Shan circled the low-lying area 3 times, calculating in his mind this treasure vault of the previous dynasty's wealthy man was right under his nose. Leaving it here would invite trouble. If a landslide occurred, or another mountain traveler stumbled upon it, this windfall would be lost. This stone couldn't be blasted open without explosives, but with his X-ray vision, he could surely find another way in. X-ray vision. Activate. His gaze pierced through the soil, tracing the outline of the underground vault toward its edges. If the front was blocked, he would find another route. The mountains could not be entirely encased in solid bedrock. He circled the mid-slope beside the depression, making a wide sweep. He stopped before a wild slope overgrown with weeds, and let his vision pierce through the soil, reaching straight into the depths below. The rock strata here had fractured during ancient tectonic shifts, leaving the fault zone remarkably thin, less than half a chi thick, and directly connected to the sidewall base of the underground tomb vault. A smirk curled Liu Shan's lips as he drew his mountain-cleaving axe. He hacked through the blocking weeds and approached the thin rock face, gripping the handle tight as he channeled all his strength into his arms. He struck the stone head-on. Fragments flew wildly, smashing a massive hole into the cliff face. With over a dozen more swings, he cleared away all the rubble around it. He forcibly carved a passage through the weak point in the mountain, just wide enough for a person to enter. He was no tomb-raiding grave robber unfamiliar with the codes of the tomb raiders. There was no need to light candles entering the tomb chamber, nor did he care about feng shui or the 8 trigrams. This was brute force wall breaking, striking directly at the heart to plunder the nest. Bending down, he crawled through the opening into the underground vault. The interior was shrouded from daylight year-round, carrying a pungent, earthy stench. With his X-ray vision, he saw in the darkness as clearly as by day, his gaze sweeping across the entire space. Walking to the center of the vault, he lifted the lid of a large chest stacked on the ground. Several layers of oiled cloth padded the inside. Tearing away the cloth, he revealed top-grade imperial green jadeite, untouched by corrosion. The pieces were enormous, all uncarved rough stones. Beside them were stacked over a dozen golden nanwood caskets. Liu Shan pried open the latch of one casket. It was filled with gold beans the size of thumb tips and precious jade thumb rings. He turned to the corner, where half a room was stacked with official kiln porcelain from previous dynasties. Any single item from this room full of wealth would have people fighting to the death outside. Liu Shan showed no courtesy whatsoever and accepted it all with a smile. Collect. The large chests and golden nanwood caskets along with the big gold ingots on the ground vanished into thin air. In less than half an hour, he had completely emptied this sprawling vault. He didn't even leave the old miser a single cracked bowl with writing on it. Liu Shan crawled out through the hole and retreated to the wild slope. He moved several large stones to block the entrance and covered it tightly with dry grass. Only after ensuring everything was restored did Liu Shan clap his hands and walk down the mountain as though nothing had happened. Back in the county town, dusk was approaching and the kerosene lamps along the road had all been lit. Liu Shan pushed open the door of the grand residence and stepped into the courtyard. Xiao He wagged his broad tail and came running, circling around excitedly. Xiao Lan was riding inside the house and ran out upon hearing the commotion. "Brother, you're finally back. Uncle He said you went to handle important matters." Liu Shan patted his sister's head and pulled her inside. "Brother struck it rich in the mountains. Have you been obedient these past few days?" "I have. I was never late for school." Liu Shan nodded and walked to the wash basin to splash water on his face. "Brother has to make one more trip. Lock the door at home and wait for me to come back for dinner." He turned and left, heading straight for the pigeon market. Master Black was sipping tea in the main room and quickly rose upon seeing Liu Shan enter. "Sir, was the mountain trip successful?" Liu Shan pulled up a chair, sat down, and poured a bowl of water. Struck up something good, connecting his consciousness to his spatial dimension. He directly withdrew the majority of his stored fatty pork, fully 400 or 500 gene plus several medium-aged wild ginseng roots. He tossed them all onto the table and floor. The meat chunks piled into a small mountain, the ginseng still covered with fresh soil, their rootlets neat and intact. Master Black's eyes went wide, his mouth watering uncontrollably, his legs growing weak. "Sir, this is far too grand a gesture. What are you planning?" Liu Shan looked at Master Black, his tone calm. "Bring out all the gold ingots and silver dollars collected from the pigeon market. I won't keep this meat and ginseng. I want to exchange it all for hard currency." Master Black nodded repeatedly, then ran to the rear storage room. Calling his men, they carried out 3 large chests and placed them before Liu Shan. "Sir, all the gold and silver in the entire county is here. These past days, everyone only trusted me, trading gold for survival. I've been hoarding this stock and reserved it all for you." Liu Shan lifted the chest lids. They were filled with large and small gold ingots plus thousands of yuan dio silver dollars. All heavyweight gold and silver hard currency, the top-tier items on the black market. Liu Shan nodded, thoroughly satisfied. "Keep this meat and trade it slowly. I'll take the chests. Connecting his consciousness to his spatial dimension, the 3 large chests vanished into thin air stored directly within his spatial dimension. There was no use keeping materials that easily depreciated. He had to clear them out. Converting everything into high-value compact wealth that retained its worth was the only right path. With the final harvest complete, all the gold and silver from the county town had entered his pockets. Liu Shan rose and instructed Master Black. Arrange the meat and ginseng yourself. For now, don't collect any miscellaneous scrap. Master Black bowed repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear at the table full of fine meat. Don't worry, sir, this batch of goods will keep our black market feeding for half a year at least. Liu Shan lingered, no longer leaving the courtyard and disappearing down the alley. With this operation, he had thoroughly completed the asset conversion from materials to hard currency. Clutching countless gold, silver, and top-grade jadeite in his hands, his wealth skyrocketed. The living creatures and medicinal herbs in his spatial dimension continued to grow, and the wealth at hand was enough for several lifetimes of expenses. The days that followed were fulfilling yet peaceful. After harvesting the autumn grain in Dashima village's fields, the weather gradually turned cold. Before long, autumn of 1963 arrived. Liu Shan could never grow accustomed to the comfortable life in the city, so every so often he would return to Dashima village and take a trip into the mountains. One day, sitting idle in the tile-roofed house, he was using a knife to scrape a wild boar hide, when suddenly a loud voice from the commune cadre reading a document blared through the speaker. The voice screeched extraordinarily high, sending all the sparrows on the trees fluttering away. Attention, all commune members. We are now conveying the strict orders from above. Starting today, we will severely crack down on all speculation and private trading. Whoever dares to deal in grain and goods on the black market will be caught and sent directly to re-education through labor. The words from the speaker repeated themselves over and over again. The tone was terrifyingly strict, leaving no room for negotiation whatsoever. Liu Shan stopped his knife and looked up toward the village entrance. The wind direction had completely changed. The wheels of the arrow were beginning to turn, and the torrent of history was about to crash down. The courtyard gate was suddenly thrown open. Village head Zhao Yukai burst in, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Liu Shan, did you hear the broadcast? Zhao Yukai reached him, grabbed a stool, and sat down. The higher-ups are truly furious this time. The town markets have all been shut down. Several people from the neighboring village took eggs to town to trade for matches, and the patrol team all had armbands and took them away. Liu Shan put down the knife and wiped his hands clean with a cloth. The patrol team has come down to the countryside. Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly, wiping sweat with his sleeve. You bet, that's right. The county sent a work team accompanied by commune members searching village by village. Even if a member keeps 2 extra laying hens at home, they must be confiscated. The higher-ups declared this is about cutting off capitalist tails. No amount of pleading will help. Liu Shan picked up the teapot, poured a bowl of water, and handed it over. Has the village panicked? Zhao Yukai took the water bowl and drained it in one gulp. How could they not panic? Everyone's been digging pits all over the courtyard to hide grain. Our Dashima village has relied on you these past few years. Every household has surplus grain. If the work team uncovers it, the whole village will suffer the consequences. Liu Shan stood up, looking at Zhao Yutsai's worried face. Tell everyone to keep their mouths shut and hide the grain deep in cellars sealed tight. No matter who asks, say it's just enough to eat with no surplus. As for the old matter of hunting and sharing meat, if anyone dares to reveal so much as a word, I'll personally tear out their tongue. Zhao Yukai slapped his thigh and rose repeatedly, making guarantees. Brother, rest assured, the people of Dashima village have tough bones. Even if you killed them, none would dare betray you. I'll go beat the drum door to door right now. Zhao Yukai turned and ran out of the courtyard to arrange strategies throughout the village. Liu Shan looked at the empty courtyard gate, his eyelids heavy. This storm was coming faster than anticipated. In the famine years of the past 2 years, the higher-ups had turned a blind eye to grassroots black markets to let people survive. Now that conditions had improved, these private underground transactions had become the biggest thorn in the side. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. On the Dashima village front, he was at ease with Zhao Yukai and the entire village providing cover. But the pigeon market in the county town was a tall tree catching the wind. That was the largest trading den in the entire county. The patrol team would surely strike there first. Xiao Lan was studying in the city, secretly protected by Master Black's people, so no major disorder would arise from her. But the black market could absolutely not remain open. Liu Shan walked into the house, changing into an inconspicuous old jacket, putting on a worn straw hat to cover half his face. Tidying the courtyard, he left Dashima village and headed straight for the county town via a secluded path. The moment he arrived in the county town, the atmosphere on the streets felt wrong. Several militia members with rifles stood at the entrance of the supply cooperative, watching and questioning passing pedestrians. The walls along the roadside were plastered with brand new big character posters, all writing fierce rhetoric against cracking down on speculation. Liu Shan lowered his straw hat and bypassed the main street. He deliberately chose empty dead-end alleys, making his way all the way to the exterior of the pigeon market courtyard. The courtyard gate was tightly shut. Liu Shan walked forward and knocked. 3 long taps followed by 2 short ones. The secret signal established by the black market insiders. Footsteps came from within, and the door opened a crack. The gatekeeper recognized Liu Shan and quickly removed the bolt to throw open the door. "Sir, why are you entering the city at this hour?" Liu Shan stepped into the courtyard and closed the door firmly behind him. "Where's Master Black?" "Accounting in the main room. He just received 2 antique ceramics today." The man pointed to the main room door. Liu Shan walked over and pushed it open. Master Black was wearing reading glasses using a brush to record numbers in the account book. Several silver dollars and scattered paper money sat on the table. Upon seeing Liu Shan enter, Master Black set down his brush and came to greet him. "Sir, the winds outside are tightening, and our business has dropped considerably these past few days. However, a few dealers did bring fine goods, and I'm appraising them now." Liu Shan said nothing and walked to the table. Grabbing the account book, he threw it directly onto the ground. "Business is suspended. The pigeon market is permanently closing starting today." Master Black froze his eyes wide as he stared at Liu Shan. "Sir, this is our county's greatest treasure trove. Prices have surged these past days. We could sell our inventory at double the price. Even with the strict climate, we could work secretly at midnight and still make a fortune." Liu Shan fixed Master Black with a cold stare. "You need to be alive to spend your money. Haven't you heard the earthen speakers outside? The provincial work team has all descended upon the communes. The work team members show no mercy to even close relatives. If they catch a whiff of trouble, they'll follow the trail and raid our entire operation. This time they're for real. Getting caught means a grave offense. We must not cling to that last copper coin. If we don't leave now, tomorrow we'll all be inside eating bullets." Master Black shuddered and fully snapped out of it. Having navigated these streets for half a lifetime, he knew precisely when to advance and when to retreat. "Sir is right. It was greed that clouded my judgment. I'll have the brothers scatter right away." Liu Shan pointed to the account books on the ground. "Bring all the account books out and set them on fire." Master Black beckoned the 2 men outside into the room. Several people carried out over a dozen old account books from the cabinet and piled them in a basin in the center of the courtyard. Master Black struck a match and tossed it into the basin. Flames shot up, reducing the transaction-filled account books to black ash. Liu Shan used a stick to stir the ashes in the basin, leaving not a single trace of writing. What remains in the rear storage room? Only a dozen or so broken clay pots normally used for storing meat and a few old chairs. Smash all the clay pots with sticks and split the chairs into firewood. Liu Shan spoke with resolute decisiveness, leaving not a single trace. The men rushed to the rear courtyard and raised iron bars to smash wildly. The clay pots shattered across the ground, tiles mixed into the soil. Liu Shan walked around the courtyard. The cellar was filled with yellow earth. This place looked like a dilapidated courtyard abandoned for over 10 years. Returning to the main room, he connected his consciousness to his spatial dimension. Pulling out a bundle of 10 yuan notes, he threw them directly onto the table. "Distribute the money to the brothers below as severance pay and have them all return to the countryside to lie low. Anyone who dares to gossip carelessly outside will have their entire family killed by my hand." Master Black picked up the money and distributed it to the men below. The men took the money and leaped over the courtyard wall, thanking him profusely before fleeing. Only Liu Shan and Master Black remained in the courtyard. "Sir, where am I to go from here?" Master Black gazed at the empty courtyard, having lost his backbone. "Return to the grand residence behind my school and help me guard the door. As long as I have a mouthful of meat to eat, you will never lack a bowl of soup to drink." Master Black nodded repeatedly, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Liu Shan led Master Black back to the grand residence behind the school. Pushing open the door, the courtyard was eerily quiet. Xiao He was dozing on the steps. Upon seeing Liu Shan, he wagged his tail and came over. Xiaolan was sitting at the hall table writing arithmetic problems. "Brother, you're back." Xiaolan put down her pencil and ran forward. Liu Shan patted his sister's head. "Pack your school bag. We won't be attending this school for now." Xiaolan froze, her face full of confusion. "Brother, why aren't we continuing? A big storm is coming outside. The city is unsafe. Brother will take you back to Deshima village." Liu Shan pulled over a chair and sat down. "Master Black, watch over Xiaolan at home while I make a trip to the school." Master Black nodded repeatedly and wiped the table with a cloth. Liu Shan headed straight for the school. Reaching the teacher's room, he found Xiaolan's homeroom teacher. "Teacher Wang, I have a family emergency and must take Xiaolan back to the countryside. Please process her withdrawal paperwork." The homeroom teacher stood up, his face full of regret. "Comrade Liu Shan, Xiaolan ranks first in the entire school. This withdrawal is severely damaging the child's education." Liu Shan didn't waver, his attitude resolute. "An elder in the countryside is critically ill and cannot be left without care. This school must be withdrawn from." Seeing that persuasion was futile, the teacher merely sighed, took out his seal, and stamped the document. With the paperwork completed, Liu Shan walked out of the school with the slip, not hesitating in the slightest. Returning to the large mansion, the sky had darkened. Liu Shan walked to the corner of the courtyard, lifted the lid of the cellar, and jumped down, taking a look around. It was empty inside, nothing conspicuous stored. He climbed out, found a few bricks, mixed some mud, and sealed the cellar entrance, completely smearing it with mud. The mansion was now thoroughly cleaned. Even if the inspection team came to check, they would find nothing amiss. Hey Yi, I leave this house to you to guard. Liu Shan tossed the keys to Hey Yi. If you lack food or drink, go buy some at the supply cooperative. If you run out of money, come find me in Dashi village. Hey Yi caught the keys and put them in his pocket. Rest assured, boss, I won't leave this courtyard even for a step. But, Hey Yi looked puzzled. Boss, aren't you being too nervous? You even withdrew the young miss from school. Liu Shan shook his head. You don't understand. The next 10 years. Oh, well, just listen to me and you'll be right. Liu Shan was a reborn man. He knew all too well what would happen in the 60s. He had to prepare for the worst down to the smallest detail. He walked into the house and packed Xiaolan's clothes and bedding into a bundle. He tied it to the back of the bicycle and had Xiaolan sit on the front crossbar. Xiao, hey, follow me. Liu Shan pedaled the bicycle, leaving the county mansion. Abandoning the city's prosperity, he retreated to the stronghold of Dashi village. This was the caution of a cunning leader. Not coveting comfort, he withdrew when it was time, never dragging his feet. Riding through the night, he followed the dirt road toward Dashi village. The wind was strong at night, and Liu Shan took off his coat and wrapped it around Xiaolan. They rode all the way back to Dashi village and pushed open the gate of their tiled roof house. The barking of dogs stirred Zhao Yukai next door. Zhao Yukai threw on a jacket and ran out. Brother Liu Shan, why are you back in the middle of the night? Liu Shan parked the bicycle and lifted his sister down. The situation in town is too tense. I brought Xiaolan back to lie low. Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly, leaned in, and lowered his voice. You came back at the right time. The commune has been sending people to the villages every day to investigate speculation. It's safer in our village. Everyone keeps their mouths shut. Liu Shan waved his hand. Go back to sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. Zhao Yukai acknowledged and turned back to his own yard. Liu Shan pushed open the main hall door and brought the luggage inside. He lit the kerosene lamp and made the bed for Xiaolan. Exhausted from the long night, Xiaolan fell asleep on the bed. Liu Shan sat on the edge of the bed looking at his sister, feeling at ease. The next morning he got up, washed his face, and walked next door to knock on Zhao Yotsai's door. Zhao Yotsai's wife was feeding the chickens in the yard. She hurriedly put down her basin and came over. Brother, you're up early. Liu Shan took out a few banknotes from his pocket and handed them over. Sister-in-law Xiaolan is back in the village. I'll have to trouble you to come over every day and cook her a hot meal. Zhao Yotsai's wife didn't take the money. She waved her hands repeatedly. Brother, you're being too polite. Xiaolan is like my own daughter to me. How could I take your money? Liu Shan insisted on pressing the money into her hand. Take it. I'm going into the mountains for a while, and we'll be away for some time. Xiaolan is entirely in your care. Zhao Yotsai's wife clutched the money, a broad smile on her face as she agreed. With his sister settled, Liu Shan had no more worries. He went home, picked up his mountain axe, and headed straight for the deep mountains along the path behind the village. He walked for most of the day in the mountains, arriving at the foot of the cliff where he had previously discovered the hanging coffins. He pushed aside the weeds and crawled into the abandoned earth shelter. The earth shelter, though able to shield from wind and rain, was too small, and the wooden beams above were rotting. If the world truly fell into chaos, hiding here would not be safe enough. Liu Shan decided to put in great effort to completely renovate the place. He connected his mind with the space and took out a pickaxe and a shovel. He swung the pickaxe, slamming it into the earth wall behind the shelter. He was immensely strong. Each strike dug out a large chunk of hard soil. The dug-up mud and gravel were directly collected into the space. He would walk a few miles to an uninhabited ravine and then dump them out from the space. This way no trace of digging was visible outside. He dug for half a month, forcibly hollowing out a large cave of several dozen square meters inside the mountain. The roof of the cave was dug into an arch to prevent collapse. Liu Shan walked out of the cave and went deep into the old forest. He swung his mountain axe and felled a dozen thick old pine trees. He trimmed off the branches and cut the trunks into 3-meter-long logs. Connecting his mind with the space, he transported the logs into the cave. He set the logs upright as pillars to support the cave ceiling. In the corner, he built a sturdy brick bed with stones. He set up a stove and drilled a ventilation shaft through the rock crevices to the outside. The vent was covered with thick weeds outside. Even when the fire burned inside, no smoke could be seen. For the final step, Liu Shan found a huge flat stone in the ravine and carried it to the cave entrance. He smeared mud on the stone's surface and transplanted a few wild shrubs onto it. He used this stone as a disguise door. Pushing it aside allowed entry into the cave. When closed, it looked exactly like the surrounding cliff face. It took a full month of work. Liu Shan finished all the tasks. Connecting his mind with the space, he took out rice flour, oil, several large vats, and cured wild boar meat. He filled the vats with spiritual spring water and stacked all the grain in a dry corner. He laid out bedding and set up a table and chairs. The earth shelter was completely transformed. It had become a hidden fortress deep in the remote mountains, impossible for outsiders to discover. Liu Shan sat on the brick bed, looking around with satisfaction. Prepared for the worst with multiple escape routes, the refuge was built. No matter how chaotic the world became, he only needed to hide in this fortress, and he and his sister could still live while keeping themselves pure. Huff. Liu Shan let out a long breath, then connected his mind with the space. He entered the space directly. It was bright inside, blocking out all the cold wind outside. First he went to the livestock pen. The enclosure was bustling. Several female wild boars had bulging bellies again. A dozen piglets were running around, rooting everywhere for food. He grabbed a handful of hay and tossed it in. The wild boars all crowded over to eat. The white deer he had captured alive was lying by the spring, drinking water. This divine creature was intelligent. Seeing Liu Shan approach, it raised its large head and came closer. Liu Shan patted the white deer's neck. Drink more. In the future, I'm counting on you to breed. The white deer licked the back of his hand with its tongue and rubbed its antlers against his clothes. Liu Shan turned and walked toward the black soil plot nearby. The medicinal seeds he had taken from the hanging coffin had all grown into large plants. The thick vines of fleeceflower root covered the ground with broad leaves. Large lingji mushrooms grew on the pine logs, their caps raised. The most eye-catching was the mutated blood ginseng. It was planted closest to the spring, absorbing spiritual energy daily. It had grown to half a man's height with robust branches. At the top of the branches, a large cluster of red ginseng seeds had formed. The seeds glowed with red light, containing astonishing medicinal power. Liu Shan walked over and bent down to examine them. Just as he leaned in, the largest red ginseng seed at the top ripened, detached from the leaf, and fell. It dropped into the black soil below. The moment it touched the black soil, it dissolved, instantly seeping into the ground. Steam rose from the soil. The nearby spiritual spring began to boil violently. Water from the bottom of the spring surged upward, splashing high. Vapor filled the air, enveloping the entire medicinal field. Liu Shan took 2 steps back, staring at the spring. The black soil beneath his feet shook violently. The ground undulated and heaved. The white mist at the edge of the space churned and retreated rapidly. The edges of the black soil cracked furiously. Newly grown soil filled the cracks and continued to expand outward. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 10 zhang. The area of black soil multiplied rapidly, increasing at an incredible speed. Liu Shan stood still, watching the transformation. The force of this ginseng seed is truly formidable to cause such a reaction. After half an hour, the ground stopped shaking. The water in the spring calmed down, continuing to bubble up. Liu Shan surveyed the newly expanded area. The once small patch of black soil had now grown to the size of a fawn. The soil gleamed, exuding astonishing fertility. The space had undergone its ultimate qualitative change. This foreshadowed that in the years to come, this black soil could directly produce real gold and silver. The upgrade path of this core golden finger was now clear. With more land, I can plant more things. Liu Shan walked around the new plot, stamping the soil. When the storm passes, I'll buy some good wheat and rice seeds and sow them. He walked to the pile of valuables. 18 large chests were neatly arranged. He lifted the lid of one chest. Inside were large gold bars and top-tier antiques. Beside them were piles of jadeite rough stones and nama boxes. Liu Shan nodded with satisfaction and closed the lid. He exited the space, stepped out of the cellar, and looked at the sky. It was already late autumn and winter was approaching. Another year of bitter cold. How many would starve or freeze to death? Liu Shan sighed and strode down the mountain toward the village. Returning to the tiled roof house, "Brother, you're back." The little girl ran and leaped into his arms, rubbing her face against his clothes. The big black dog also ran over, wagging its tail and rubbing against his trouser legs. "Xiaolon, pack up. I'll take you on a vacation in the mountains." Liu Shan lifted his sister. "Brother, what's a vacation?" Xiaolon tilted her head, looking puzzled. "It means going to the mountains, not being disturbed by others, eating until you're full, sleeping until you wake up." Liu Shan glanced at the sky. He sensed that the changing winds would soon reach the foot of the mountain. There was no wall that could keep the wind out. Given his comfortable life in the village over the past 2 years, he was bound to arouse the suspicion of the inspection team. Even with his space and X-ray vision, he couldn't fight against the entire society. If you can't beat them, hide from them. I'll just hide in the mountains and still enjoy a good life. Time passed quickly. The first chill wind swept into the village. Heavy snow fell and winter struck. Snowflakes blanketed the sky, covering all the paths into the mountains. The outside world was fraught with panic. As expected, the inspection team sent from the county was arresting people everywhere. They drove 3-wheeled motorcycles, searching every village, capturing those engaged in speculation. Anyone who had hoarded more than 10 caddies of cornmeal would be taken away for questioning. Village Chief Zhao Youcai, along with a few strong men, held the line at the village entrance, sticking to their story. The work team made a round of the village, searched a few cellars, and found nothing. Liu Shan had long since taken his sister Xiaolon and the big black dog and retreated into the deep mountain fortress. Even if the work team turned the entire mountain upside down, they would never find it. Inside the earth shelter, the stove was lit, flames burning brightly. The brick bed was heated, radiating warmth throughout the room. A massive stone weighing several thousand caddies was pushed against the entrance, sealing it tight. The wind and snow outside, along with the inspection team, were completely shut out. Liu Shan sat on the brick bed. He connected his mind with the space and retrieved a piece of tiger meat he had hunted in the old forest. He placed it on the chopping board, drew his knife, and cut it into large chunks. He picked up skewers and threaded the meat pieces onto them. He grilled them over the stove fire. As the tiger meat heated, fat dripped onto the coals, sending up white smoke. He sprinkled on coarse salt and seasonings. "Brother, this meat smells so good." Xiaolon sat beside him, staring at the grilled meat, swallowing. "Eat more, it'll keep you warm." Liu Shan turned the skewers, roasting the meat until cooked. He handed a skewer to his sister and took one for himself, eating heartily. "Brother, when can we go back to the city?" Xiaolon took the skewer, bit into the meat, and asked. "Things are chaotic out there. The streets are full of inspection teams arresting people." Liu Shan swallowed the meat in his mouth. "We'll wait until the storm passes and it's safe before we go out. Isn't it nice living here in the mountains? We have plenty of meat every day." Xiaolon nodded repeatedly, her mouth greasy with oil. "Good. Wherever my brother is, it's a good place." Xiaohe lay under the edge of the brick bed, gnawing on the meat. Bones dropped to him, wagging his tail. The brother and sister lived peacefully and abundantly in the deep mountains. Outside, chaos reigned. Other families couldn't even get a dry steamed bun, while they feasted on nourishing tiger meat by the warm fire. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiaolon took off her coat and climbed into the warm quilt to sleep. Liu Shan drank a bowl of warm water, leaned against the head of the bed, and glanced at his sleeping sister. His mind entered the space where piles of gold bars, exquisite jadeite, and antique paintings were stacked. He looked at the black soil that was undergoing a frenzy of evolution. All the priceless treasures in the space were the assets he had amassed over the past 2 years. Withdrawing after success, the dragon lurks in the deep. This was knowing when to advance and when to retreat, never being insatiable. Before the storm, he had taken all the advantages, leaving no loose ends for others to grasp. He had ended this folk carnival in the most perfect and prosperous manner. Liu Shan closed his eyes and rested peacefully. Let the clamor outside be buried by the heavy snow. He was at ease, laughing at life. Time passed quickly. The harsh winter was over, and it was the spring of 1964. The situation outside had not improved. It had become even tighter. The supply cooperative in town began rationing. Even buying a box of matches required a ticket and a long wait in line. The fields in Dashi village had not yet grown new crops, and the villagers' grain reserves were long depleted. Everyone had to tighten their belts again, digging up the newly sprouted wild vegetables on the slopes to fill their stomachs. Deep in the old forest, the large stone blocking the entrance of the earth shelter kept all the cold wind outside. Inside, it was warm. The firewood in the stove crackled as it burned. Liu Shan stood in front of the cooking stove, holding a cleaver. On the chopping board was a large slab of wild boar ribs. This was freshly butchered wild boar meat from the space farm. He raised the cleaver and chopped down on the ribs. The blade was sharp. In a few strokes, he cut the ribs into small pieces, put them in a basin, and washed them. He poured soybean oil into the pot, and the fire burned fiercely. He grabbed the ribs and tossed them into the pot, stirring them with a metal spatula. The meat pieces tumbled in the hot oil, releasing their fat. He sprinkled in a generous amount of salt and soy sauce, added 2 ladles of water, and covered the pot. "Brother, when will the food be ready? My stomach is growling." Xiaolon sat on the brick bed, putting down her pencil. "It'll be ready soon. Today we're having stewed ribs." Liu Shan added a piece of firewood to the stove. Outside, panic was in the air, though everyone was eating chaff and wild greens. But the brother and sister, hidden in this secret deep mountain fortress, feasted on meat every day. In this era that devoured people without spitting out bones, this was true security. Xiaohe lay under the edge of the Kong, wagging its tail as it caught the scent of meat. Liu Shan walked over and kicked Xiaohe. "Go to the side and wait. You'll get your share of bones." Xiaohe whimpered twice, then ran to a corner and lay down. After half an hour, the pot lid was lifted, revealing steaming hot contents. Liu Shan used a large ladle to scoop up a full bowl of spare ribs and placed it on the table. He also took several big white steamed buns and handed them over. "Eat more meat, and after you're full, continue reading." Xiaolon grabbed a piece of spare rib, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed noisily. "This is delicious. It's even better than the wild boar we used to hunt." Liu Shan pulled over a chair, sat down, and began eating heartily as well. The creatures raised on the black soil of the space, feeding daily on grass and spirit spring water, had undergone a complete transformation in their flesh. "Brother, I've finished my arithmetic notebook." Xiaolon swallowed the meat in her mouth and pointed to the notebook on the com. "If you've finished, start memorizing your text. When the situation calms down, I'll go into town and buy you a new one." Liu Shan picked up his tea mug and took a sip of water. "Is it still chaotic out there? When can we go back to the big tile-roofed house?" Xiaolon tilted her head and asked. "We can't go back now. Outside there are inspection teams everywhere arresting people." Liu Shan's tone was calm. "The villagers are practically gnawing on tree bark now. Everyone is starving. We'll just take care of ourselves and not get involved in outside affairs." After eating and drinking their fill, Xiaolon played with the dog in the corner, while Liu Shan washed the dishes, then turned and went into the inner room. His mind connected with the space. He stepped directly into the space. The moment he entered, a refreshing wave of spiritual energy hit him. He walked over to the newly expanded black soil plot. Ever since the mutated blood ginseng dropped its seeds, this plot of land had swelled to a full tenth of a mu in size. The black soil emitted a warm vapor exuding immense fertility. Liu Shan walked to the corner pile of odds and ends, picked up an iron shovel, stepped to the edge of the black soil, placed his foot on the shovel's back, and pushed down with force. He turned over a large chunk of black soil. With his limit-breaking ox-like strength, he worked faster than a tractor. The shovel flew up and down, and within half an hour he had completely loosened the entire tenth of a mu of land. He took a rake, crumbled all the clods, and leveled the ground. The black soil was rich and fertile without a single weed. Liu Shan walked over to the pile of valuables and pulled out several bags. These were all top-grade medicinal herb seeds obtained from the cliffside hanging coffins. He untied the bag ropes and grabbed a handful of Polygonum multiflorum and century-old Lingji seeds. He walked to the left half of the black soil, used the shovel to dig small pits, scattered all the medicinal seeds inside, covered them with soil, and tamped it down. These herbs were the foundation for expanding the space in the future and required meticulous care. The remaining half of the black soil he planned to use for growing grain. He walked to the nearby pile of sacks and pulled open 2 cloth bags. Inside were high-quality wheat seeds and rice seeds he had exchanged on the black market before winter. He grabbed the wheat seeds and evenly scattered them on the outer right side of the black soil. Rice needed water to thrive. Liu Shan picked up the shovel and dug a shallow trench around the rice area. He connected it to the nearby spirit spring. The spring water flowed along the shallow trench into the field, soaking the black soil thoroughly. He grabbed the rice seeds and scattered them all into the mud. After finishing these tasks, Liu Shan put down the shovel, walked to the spirit spring, scooped a bowl of water, and drank it down. Wiping the dripping water from his mouth, he stood on the ridge and surveyed the entire field. This space farm had officially entered cultivation mode. Previously relying solely on hunting and tossing live creatures, it was like a nomadic existence. Now, with crops and rare medicinal herbs planted, he had truly stepped into an era of great agricultural harvest. With this tenth of a mu of land, he would never again have to grovel before the supply and marketing cooperatives. Whether famine or drought struck, the space could continuously produce fine grains. The wild boars and red deer in the adjacent livestock enclosure, noticing the land being prepared, all ran to the fence, craning their necks to look over. "Stay put. If any of you dare to nibble on what's in this field, I'll skin you tonight." Liu Shan glared at the wild animals. The wild boar, frightened, snorted twice and turned to run back into the grass to lie down. The black soil brimmed with immense vitality. No sooner had the seeds been sown than the soil began to bulge upward. A faint hint of green could be seen emerging. The days of black soil yielding gold had begun steadily. Once this batch of grain was harvested, the family could eat white noodles every day without worry. Liu Shan brushed the mud off his hands and inspected the large antique chests stacked nearby. Although he knew they wouldn't be lost, he still checked them every day. The 18 large chests sat securely with all the gold bars and top-grade jadeite inside. This was the foundation for his future prosperity. Meanwhile, in Dashi village, the sun hung in the sky and the wind blew fiercely. Village chief Zhao Yukai walked with his hands behind his back, strolling through the village. He reached the eastern end of the village, pushed open the gate of a rammed earth house. "Have you sealed the cellar tightly?" Zhao Yukai stood in the yard and asked in a low voice. The man inside quickly ran out, nodding repeatedly. "Chief, rest assured we've done everything as Liu Shan instructed. The grain is all in the cellar, covered with 2 feet of yellow soil, tamped down and splashed with dirty water. Even a bloodhound couldn't sniff out a trace." Zhao Yukai nodded. As he stepped out of the yard, the lookout boy from under the big tree at the village entrance came running over in a hurry. "Chief, the commune has sent people. 3 men on bicycles wearing red armbands." Zhao Yotsai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hand. "Go notify every household and tell everyone to bring out the bitter vegetable soup." He himself hurried to the village committee office at the entrance, sat on the threshold, took out his pipe, and lit it. A cloud of dust rose on the dirt road. 3 commune officials in overcoats rode their bicycles into the village, their faces stern. Zhao Yukai knocked off the ash from his pipe, stood up, and walked over to greet them. "Comrade leaders here to guide our work. Come inside and have some warm water." The leading official parked his bicycle and pushed away the pipe Zhao Yukai offered. "Stop with the pleasantries. We're sent by the commune to inspect surplus grain." The official with a straight face took out a notebook. "Orders from above strictly crack down on speculation and hoarding. Anyone caught hiding grain will implicate the entire village." Zhao Yukai complained bitterly, his brows furrowed. "Leader, you're wronging us. Dashi village is a poor mountain valley where not even a blade of grass grows well. How could we have any surplus grain?" As he lamented, he led the officials into the village. "Everyone is barely surviving on wild vegetables and tree bark." The official snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. "Enough talk. Search every household. Check under the stove and under the beds." 2 officials followed into the village and pushed open the gate of a farmhouse by the roadside. They rushed inside and directly lifted the lid of the pot on the stove. The pot contained a pot of clear water with a few yellowed tree roots floating in it. The grain jar in the corner was empty, not a single grain in sight. The villagers dressed in tattered clothes were gaunt and yellow from hunger, huddled against the wall and shivering. "Leader, please give us a way to survive. Our family hasn't lit the stove in 3 days." An old woman knelt on the ground with her grandson crying. The official frowned and poked everywhere in the yard with an iron rod. After poking for a long time, the ground was all solid earth with no entrance to be found. They searched more than a dozen households, and every single one was the same. Not only was there no grain, but they couldn't even find a laying hen. Zhao Yukai followed behind, putting on a pitiful look. "Leader, if you can find a single pound of white flour in our village, you can take me away and shoot me as the village chief." The young official covered his nose and backed out. "Captain, this village is indeed poor. Even a rat wouldn't come here." The leading captain nodded. "Check the grain warehouse at the village committee." Zhao Yukai took out the key and opened the warehouse door. Inside were only a few bags of mixed grass flour with bran, giving off a musty smell. The captain grabbed a handful and shook his head. "All right, it seems Dashi village really has nothing to cook with. When I return to the commune, I'll apply for some relief grain to be distributed to you." The captain closed his notebook and called his subordinates to withdraw. The men mounted their bicycles and left the village along the dirt road. Zhao Yukai stood at the village entrance watching the officials disappear and let out a long breath. He turned around and waved to the entire village. "Well done, everyone. Keep your mouths shut." The villagers were united, and by pretending to be poor and pitiful, they had successfully fooled the inspectors. "We have to thank Shanzi for this." Zhao Yukai looked toward the deep mountains, pulled out a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from his pocket. Even the commune leaders didn't smoke as well as he did. In these times, honest people were more likely to starve to death. In the deep mountain forest, the wind howled outside the earthen shelter, but inside it was so warm it made one sweat. Liu Shan sat cross-legged on the Kong. Nowadays, his daily joy was farming in the space. As soon as his consciousness entered the space, a pure white creature approached him. It was the mutated white deer. The white deer rubbed its big head against Liu Shan's arm, very affectionate. Liu Shan stroked the deer's neck. Turning his head, he saw a newborn fawn following behind the white deer. The fawn was also pure white, without a single stray hair. It was circling the mother deer, lowering its head to nibble on the tender grass. Good heavens, this place is truly a treasure trove. Even divine creatures can reproduce here. Liu Shan chuckled, walked over, and took a look at the fawn. The grass in the livestock enclosure grew lush, so there was no shortage of food. The mother deer had plenty of milk, and the fawn was plump and strong. Liu Shan walked to the spirit spring, scooped a bowl of water, and drank. He turned to look at the white deer. This divine creature was cooped up in the farm all day, or it was time to let it out for some fresh air. With a thought, he brought the big white deer directly out of the space and back into the earthen shelter. The white deer stepped onto the ground and looked around. Liu Shan pushed aside the large stone blocking the cave entrance. "Go run a couple of laps in the old forest outside, but don't go too far." The white deer understood, let out a joyful cry, and dashed out into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. The surrounding 10 li were the territory of the wolf pack that Xiao He had tamed, so it was absolutely safe for the white deer. Liu Shan paid it no mind, sat at the table, and wiped his rifle with a cloth. Xiao He was lying under the Kong, sleeping, not even lifting its eyelids. After more than half an hour, the sound of branches rustling came from the cave entrance. A white head squeezed through the gap in the large stone. The big white deer had returned. It walked up to Liu Shan, holding a clump of dirt-covered something in its mouth. It released its mouth, and the thing dropped directly at Liu Shan's feet. Liu Shan put down the rifle, crouched down to examine it. It was a wild, large-leaf plant with roots. The root was thick and robust, resembling an old dragon's coiled root with layers of dry bark on the surface. It was covered with fresh black mud from the deep mountains. He activated his X-ray vision. Through it, he could see that inside was an extremely rich medicinal qi, more potent than that of ordinary wild ginseng. "This is top-grade wild chuanshenlong." Liu Shan's eyes widened, and he grabbed the medicinal herb from the ground. This stuff was a miraculous remedy for bone pain and promoting blood circulation. It only grew on steep cliffs, and authentic wild ones were impossible to buy outside, even at high prices. The white deer stood beside him, lifting its neck and calling out as if to claim credit. Liu Shan patted the white deer's head. "You can even find treasures in the old forest." This divine creature had not only reproduced, but also voluntarily recognized its master and repaid kindness. Drinking spirit spring water every day had made its nose sharper than a hunting dog's. All the good medicinal herbs buried in the old forest couldn't escape its search. The hidden treasure hunting attribute of the space's livestock enclosure had been fully awakened. Xiao He, smelling the mud, snorted and continued sleeping with its head down. Liu Shan took the chuanshenlong and re-entered the space with the white deer. He walked to the black soil plot, dug a deep pit with the shovel, planted the chuanshenlong with its roots in the black soil, and watered it with spirit spring water. The leaves of the chuanshenlong visibly straightened, firmly rooting themselves. Liu Shan was overjoyed. With the white deer as a living treasure detector, all the rare herbs in the deep mountains would now end up in his medicinal field. Days passed one by one, and life in the mountains was leisurely. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. Outside, the spring cold was still biting. The snow had just melted and the cold wind seeped through the cracks in the rocks. The villagers of Dashi village had long since run out of food and were all on the hillside digging bitter vegetable roots to fill their stomachs. Inside the earthen shelter, however, it was a different scene. The stove was burning brightly. Liu Shan sat on the Kong whittling a wooden stick with a knife. Brother, when will it warm up outside? Xiaolan put down her arithmetic notebook and rubbed her eyes. Soon. Once this late spring cold passes, the mountains will be green with leaves everywhere. Liu Shan put down the knife, poured a bowl of warm water, and handed it to her. Keep reading. I'm going to get some fine grain, and we'll have a special meal tonight. Liu Shan walked to the pile of hay in the corner, pulled over a stool, and sat down. His mind connected with the space. He stepped directly inside. As soon as he stood still, a warm breeze hit him. He immediately saw the newly cultivated black soil plot, which had completely transformed. The wheat seed sown just a month ago had all ripened. The wheat stalks were taller than a man's waist, standing straight and sturdy on the black soil. The ears of wheat at the top were bent low, each ear thicker than a thumb. In this space there was no wind or rain, only abundant spiritual energy, so the crops grew rapidly. Liu Shan walked over and casually plucked a wheat ear. He rubbed it hard in his palm, blew away the husks, and revealed the grains inside. Large, round, plump as jade with a glossy sheen on the surface. This black soil is truly a treasure trove. The grain it produces is 100 times better than the best wheat outside. Liu Shan grinned, turned, and walked to the pile of odds and ends. He found a sickle and walked to the edge of the field. Bending down, he grabbed the wheat stalks and swung the sickle, cutting them down. With his ox-like strength, he worked swiftly, the sickle flying up and down. In less than half an hour, he had cut down all the wheat on half the field. He gathered the cut stalks and carried them to an open area, stacking them into a small mountain. Liu Shan raised his head, beat his sore lower back, and felt deeply gratified. Who else in the world could harvest wheat in spring? Probably only he. Liu Shan could do it, haha. Liu Shan found a thick wooden stick. He swung it and beat the pile of wheat stalks. The grains all fell off, scattering on the ground in a thick layer. He picked out the empty stalks to feed the wild boars, then gathered the grains with a broom. Using a winnowing basket, he tossed them up and down, blowing away the husks. What remained was pure, clean wheat grains. I need to get a millstone to grind all this wheat into flour. Liu Shan rummaged in a corner and found a small stone mill he had collected from the village earlier. He moved it to an open space, set it up firmly, and spread a clean white cloth underneath. He scooped a ladle of wheat grains into the millstone hole. Grasping the handle, he pushed the millstone round and round with force. The millstone spun swiftly, and white flour cascaded down along the edges. The flour was as white as snow, and the fragrant aroma of wheat could be smelled without even getting close. Liu Shan ground several more ladles and filled a whole cloth sack with snow-white flour, then tied it tight. He patted the flour dust off his clothes. He had finally achieved a complete abundance of top-grade fine grain. With this food supply, he could eat white flour noodles every meal without worry. He withdrew his mind from the space. Liu Shan returned to the underground shelter, carrying the flour to the stove. Xiaolan, tonight we'll have handmade white noodles with wild boar meat sauce. Xiaolan clapped her hands with joy and jumped off the Kong. Great. We haven't had noodles in so long. Liu Shan scooped 2 large bowls of flour into a basin, added water, and kneaded the dough. The spiritual wheat flour had strong gluten, and the dough turned out smooth and elastic. He lit the fire, boiled water, and cut the dough into thin noodles before dropping them into the pot. Soon the aroma of noodles filled the entire underground shelter. He fished out the noodles and ladled a generous spoonful of tender braised wild boar meat sauce over them. The brother and sister held large bowls and sat at the table eating heartily. Brother, 1 more bowl. It's so delicious. Eat your fill. There's plenty. For the next half-month, the scent of white flour lingered in the shelter every day. Liu Shan manually ground flour in the space every day, cooking different treats for his little sister. In the morning, he steamed large white buns. At noon, he made hand-pulled noodles. In the evening, he wrapped big meat dumplings. All were made from the spiritual wheat grown in the black soil. The brother and sister ate to their heart's content, and their complexion improved day by day. Xiaolan's face had become round and full, fair with a rosy glow, and she had even grown a bit taller. One noon, there was no snow outside. Liu Shan had just pushed open the large stone blocking the yard gate a crack to let in some air. He turned back to the stove, added a handful of dry firewood. Brother, the water vat is empty. Xiaolan closed her textbook and pointed at the large vat in the corner. Rest, I'll go outside and get some clean snow to melt into water. Liu Shan stood up, but before he could go get the wooden bucket, Xiaolan had already walked to the water vat and lifted the half-full bucket of spare well water from the ground. This wooden bucket was a large one. Half a bucket of water weighed at least 30 to 40 jin. Normally, Xiaolan couldn't even move it and had to scoop it out with a small ladle. Now she grabbed the bucket handle with one hand and lifted it directly. Her arm didn't even tremble as she easily poured all the water into the large vat. The water splashed against the vat wall with a crisp sound. Liu Shan stopped in his tracks, staring at his sister with wide eyes. Xiaolan, don't you find it heavy? Xiaolan set down the empty bucket and shook her arm. It's not heavy. The bucket feels light, no effort at all. She was also stunned and raised her hand to look at her palm. Brother, why is my strength so huge now? Liu Shan stepped forward, took the bucket, and weighed it in his hand. He understood everything. For half a month, they had been eating the spiritual white flour steamed buns from the space every day. The wheat, having absorbed the spiritual spring water and the temporal essence of the ancient artifacts, had become a miraculous tonic. After eating it for half a month, Xiaolon had undergone a complete transformation. Her physical foundation was thoroughly consolidated and her strength had skyrocketed, surpassing that of an adult woman doing farm work. This is a great blessing. If you ever encounter a bad person, you don't even need to run. Just pick up a stone and hit him. Liu Shan laughed heartily and ruffled his sister's hair. The astonishing therapeutic power of these crops was truly overwhelming. Not only Xiaolon but Liu Shan himself had also noticed incredible changes in his body. He walked to the deepest part of the underground shelter. There a large stone used to block the draft, weighing at least 500 or 600 jin, sat. Liu Shan bent down, hooked his hands under the bottom of the stone on both sides. His back and abdominal muscles tightened, and with a sudden upward burst of strength, he lifted the stone clear off the ground. Previously, when he moved the stone, he had to grit his teeth and exert all his strength. Now lifting it was effortless, and he didn't even gasp for breath. His physical strength had climbed another steady notch. His whole body was filled with inexhaustible strength, as if he could kill a bull with one punch. The grains grown in this black soil are nothing short of divine elixirs. Liu Shan set down the large stone and brushed the dirt off his hands. With this batch of grain as a foundation, the brother and sister had a firmer footing. Even if the outside world went into chaos, staying in this deep mountain would make them absolute living immortals. He walked to the table, poured a bowl of cold water, and drank it down in one gulp. Brother, can I still eat the white buns at noon? Xiaolon ran over, looking up with hopeful eyes. Eat, you can have as much as you want. Liu Shan brushed the dust off his clothes and turned to get the basin. At noon, or I'll steam a big pot of white flour buns for you all, filled with pure wild boar meat. Eat to your heart's content. Gradually the night grew deep and the old forest was silent. Liu Shan walked to the stove, picked up the fire tongs, and stirred the embers. He added enough dry firewood to the stove and covered the pot tightly with the iron lid. Xiaolon, go to bed early. I'm going down the mountain to take care of some things. Xiaolon slipped into the bedding, pulled the quilt over herself, and nodded. Brother, come back soon. It's dark outside. Liu Shan turned and walked to the corner, kicking Xiaohei lightly. Guard the house. Bite anyone who comes. Xiaohei stretched his neck, rumbled a couple of times in his throat, and obediently laid down behind the door. Liu Shan pushed aside the large stone at the entrance, squeezed out of the underground shelter, then pushed the stone back to seal it tightly, leaving no gap. The night wind on the mountain was a bit chilly against his face. Liu Shan hurried down the slope, moving swiftly on his feet. He didn't carry a torch. Relying on his clairvoyant vision, he could see the mountain path ahead clearly. He deliberately stepped on hard, dry rocks, making not a single sound. His physique was now far beyond ordinary. He trekked dozens of li of mountain paths without even breathing heavily. In less than half an hour, Liu Shan emerged from the old forest and arrived at a large earthen slope outside Dashikan village. At the bottom of the slope stood a dead old elm tree. This spot was extremely remote, usually not even passed by woodcutters. It was the single contact point he had arranged with He Yi before retreating deep into the mountains. The situation outside was tense. After cutting off all trails, they could only rely on this most primitive method of communication, safe and concealed. Liu Shan walked up to the dead tree and stopped. He activated his clairvoyant vision and scanned inside the tree hole. Confirming that there was no hibernating venomous snake hidden inside, he saw a matchbox covered with leaves at the very bottom. Liu Shan reached into the tree hole and pulled out the matchbox. He peeled off the outer wrapping, revealing a rolled-up note of grass paper. Liu Shan took out a match and struck it. By the flame, he read the words on the note. The writing was done with charcoal from the stove, somewhat crooked. Big brother, the situation in the county town is tense. The inspection team is arresting people everywhere. I've been lying low in the big house every day, not even daring to step out the gate. The middle school and high school textbooks and maps you asked for are already placed in the house. After reading the note, Liu Shan pinched it with his fingers and tore the paper into shreds. The county town might be in chaos, but with He Yi as his hidden contact, nothing could escape his knowledge. Xiaolan's learning progress was extremely fast. She had already mastered the elementary school textbooks and was in urgent need of middle and high school materials. This knowledge must be provided. It was crucial for the future plan of restoring the college entrance examination. This could not be delayed. Liu Shan oriented himself. He didn't enter Dashikan village, but directly bypassed the dirt road and headed straight for the county town across the wilderness. He planned to enter the city under cover of night, retrieve the items, and return to the deep mountains. With his X-ray vision clearing the path, Liu Shan moved swiftly, encountering no obstacles along the way. By past midnight, he had reached the outskirts of the county town. The streets lay deserted, not a single house on either side casting any light. At the distant crossroads, members of the patrol guard stood in groups, their red armbands stark against the darkness, methodically sweeping the area with rifles in hand. Liu Shan pressed himself against the wall and paused. Only after the patrol drifted down another street did he dart across the road, weaving through a series of dead-end alleys until he reached the gates of his family compound. He raised his hand and knocked. 3 slow raps followed by 2 quick ones delivered with barely a whisper of force. Moments later, faint footsteps approached from within. The door cracked open just enough to reveal a narrow sliver of darkness. Uncle Hay poked his head out, recognized Liu Shan instantly, and hurried to throw the door wide. "Master, you actually made it," he whispered, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Liu Shan stepped into the courtyard and bolted the main gate behind him. Following Uncle Hay, he entered the main hall. The room was pitch black, every window swathed in thick black cloth to keep out any stray light. "Master, the checkpoints are everywhere these days. I didn't dare even light a kerosene lamp." Uncle Hay fumbled in the dark, dragged over a chair, and wiped it clean with his sleeve. "Please take a seat." Liu Shan sat down and got straight to the point. "Is everything collected?" "All of it." Uncle Hay crossed to a corner of the room and hauled a large cardboard box onto the table. "Complete sets of primary and middle school textbooks, all accounted for. I even managed to procure a current national atlas through an old contact. The communes have been burning old books left and right, so to get my hands on these materials, I traded 10 jean of cornmeal to the schoolteacher. I spent enormous effort dodging the red-armed patrols." Liu Shan rose from his chair and lifted the lid off the cardboard box. He ran his fingers over the stacked books and unfolded maps, then gave a satisfied nod. He activated his spatial connection. The cardboard box vanished into thin air, safely stowed within his dimension. Uncle Hay stared at the display, terrified into breathless silence. Liu Shan would not leave him merely gawking. He connected to his space once more and swept his hand across the tabletop. 2 cloth sacks, tightly knotted, materialized with a dull thud, sending a cloud of white flour into the air. "That is 100 jean of finely milled white flour, enough to last you a full year." Uncle Hay untied the sack and scooped up a handful. He barely caught the scent before he froze entirely. The flour gleamed like fresh snow, radiating the sweet aroma of wheat. He pinched a small amount between his fingers and placed it on his tongue. It dissolved instantly, laced with a natural sweetness that required no chewing whatsoever. "Master, this flour is far superior to the finest grain ration we had before." Uncle Hay stammered with overwhelming emotion, his legs buckling as he nearly dropped to his knees. Outside, even sweet potato flour was a luxury, and Master Liu could produce something like this with a mere gesture. "Do not ask questions you should not ask. Guard the compound well. If anything arises, leave a message beneath the old elm tree, as always." Liu Shan cut him off, laid down the final instructions, and turned toward the courtyard. Uncle Hay trailed behind, bowing repeatedly as he saw him off. In his heart, he was completely subdued. This living ghost, though holed up deep in the mountains, managed to siphon resources from the outside world into his own possession without fail. Such confidence in commanding events from the shadows rested entirely on raw power. Liu Shan reached the front gate, parted the crack to peer outside, and confirmed that no patrol was in sight. He flickered through the courtyard and retraced his steps, moving swiftly through the night toward Dashi village. Gradually, dawn began to bleed into the sky. Liu Shan guided himself along the old forest trail back to his mountain stronghold. Inside, the room was warm. Xiaolan still slept soundly on the Kong. Liu Shan walked to the table connected to his spatial dimension and retrieved the cardboard box from the previous night, setting it upon the tabletop. This was what Uncle Hay had exchanged fine flour for. Inside were complete textbooks from the first year of middle school through the 3rd year of high school, along with a freshly printed national atlas. Liu Shan hung the atlas on the earthen wall and sorted the textbooks by grade, stacking them neatly in a corner of the table. At the noise, Xiaolan rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Go your back. Wash your face. Brother has brought you something special." Donning her floral padded jacket, Xiaolan slipped from the Kong, washed quickly, and ran to the table. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the box, overflowing with books. So many books. She picked up a middle school Chinese textbook and began flipping through it. Blessed with photographic memory, she devoured pages with astonishing speed. A couple of sweeps of her eyes, and she turned the page. Before the time it took to smoke a pipe, half the book was gone. "Go, I've committed every word on these pages to memory." Xiaolan tilted her chin up, beaming with pride. Liu Shan took the book and randomly sampled a few passages. Xiaolan recited them flawlessly, not a single character out of place. With such a prodigy, teaching would require hardly any effort at all. Liu Shan set the book aside. A sharp mind alone will not suffice. These are chaotic times, and you must know how to protect yourself. He led his younger sister to the clearing in the underground storage room. "Today, brother will teach you close-quarters self-defense." Liu Shan planted his feet firmly and assumed a combat stance. He raised his leg and kicked the sandbag hanging nearby, sending it swinging back and forth. When confronted by an attacker, do not panic. Strike only at vital points. Eyes, jaw, abdomen. Aim for wherever will disable them most effectively. Never hold back. Xiaolan mimicked his movements, swinging her arms in practice. She had been eating spirit wheat buns from the space daily, granting her extraordinary strength. Each punch she threw carried a sharp whistle of displaced air. Liu Shan nodded approvingly and crossed to the wall to retrieve his automatic rifle. He ejected the magazine, removed the ammunition, and handed it to his sister. Hold it steady. Put of the stock against your shoulder. The rifle was heavy, but Xiaolan's strength kept it leveled without the slightest tremor. Right eye on the front sight, close your left eye. Align the sight with your target, take a breath, and then pull the trigger. Liu Shan stood close by, correcting her grip and posture. Xiaolan studied intently, her gaze fixed on the wooden target ahead. Click. She squeezed the trigger, her form flawless. Liu Shan was thoroughly satisfied. He was cultivating his prodigy sister along dual paths, force and intellect, building her into a fully rounded threat. Once this girl was properly trained, there would be no terrain or circumstance she could not overcome. Liu Shan pulled a chair closer and sat down. Xiaolan, remember what brother says, no matter who it is, if they harbor ill intent toward you, you fire without hesitation. In the deep mountains, survival alone is what truly matters. Xiaolan set the rifle down on the table and nodded firmly. Go, I remember. If anyone bullies me, I will shoot them. Liu Shan smiled. We will start with marksmanship training first. When the weather warms, brother will take you outside to practice on live targets and teach you the true art of taking a life. The cellar was a hive of intense training. The old forest outside was equally restless. The big black dog slipped out through the hole and patrolled the woods. Xiao He feasted daily on wild boar bones infused with spiritual energy from the space and drank the spiritual spring water. It grew larger than a calf, its black coat gleaming with health. It raced along the slope, nose pressed to the ground, sniffing for scents. It reached a sheltered gully where 3 wild wolves emerged from a pile of rotting leaves. These were solitary wolves, starving and skin and bone after a harsh winter. Spotting Xiao He, they bared their fangs and encircled it, ready to attack. Wolves are born with ferocity in their bones. The 3 wolves spread out to flank Xiao He, but Xiao He didn't retreat a single step. A low growl rumbled from its throat, and with a burst of power from its legs, it lunged forward. Moving with incredible speed, it stirred a gust of wind. Its front paws lashed out, striking the lead wolf's head. The wolf had no time to dodge. It was knocked flat, rolling several times on the ground. The remaining 2 wolves, terrified, tucked their tails and tried to flee. Xiao He pounced, sinking its teeth into the neck of one. It didn't bite to kill, only pressed down firmly. The wolf squealed in agony and lay still, too afraid to move. Xiao He released its grip and turned to stare at the last wolf. That wolf, utterly terrified, flopped onto its back and exposed its belly in surrender. All 3 wolves lay prostrate, tails tucked and trembling. Xiao He walked over, sniffed each one, then raised its head and let out a long howl. It had completely subdued the stray wolves. Not long after, Liu Shan pushed aside the boulder blocking the cellar entrance and stepped out for some fresh air. He saw Xiao He returning with 3 wolves trailing behind, as obedient as house dogs. Liu Shan watched the scene, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Xiao He, you've become quite impressive. You can even tame wolves now. Xiao He ran up to him, wagging its tail ingratiatingly. Liu Shan connected his mind to the space. He summoned several pieces of wapiti meat with bones and tossed them onto the ground. Xiao He guarded the meat and barked once at the wolves behind. Only then did the wolves dare approach, gnawing at the meaty bones. Liu Shan pointed at the surrounding hills. Xiao He, send these wolves out to guard all the paths. If any stranger comes near, have them bark to warn us. Xiao He understood and barked twice at the wolves. The wolves picked up the bones and scattered into the forest. With these wolves helping Xiao He patrol the mountains, the area within 10 li of the cellar became a forbidden zone. No wild beast dared set foot. Even passing predators, sensing Xiao He's scent, gave it a wide berth. Effortlessly, a natural warning line was established in the old forest. The inspection teams outside couldn't sneak in, and the beasts in the woods dared not approach. This place became exceptionally peaceful. It also laid a rock-solid safety foundation for sheltering important people in the future. Liu Shan patted Xiao He's head. Well done. Tonight you'll get extra big ribs. Woof. Days passed just like that. Soon spring turned to summer. The summer of 1964 arrived. The mountains were sweltering and cicadas in the trees screeched at the top of their lungs. Liu Shan carried his semi-automatic rifle and led Xiao He along the outer edge of the deep mountains. The cellar was cool, and all the grain had been planted. With nothing else to do, he went out for a stroll and some fresh air, also hoping to chance upon some wild game to add to the space's live animal enclosure. Ahead lay a low-lying marshland pitted with muddy puddles. He activated his clairvoyant eyes, piercing through the shrubs and weeds ahead. Suddenly his gaze froze. Beside a muddy pit lay a person. Liu Shan stopped, raised his rifle, and pushed aside the obstructing branches as he walked forward. It was a gaunt old man dressed in tattered clothes, patched over and lying motionless in the mud. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest, his face caked with grime. The man was so emaciated he was barely skin and bones, seemingly on the verge of death. Liu Shan approached and nudged the old man's shoulder with the barrel of his rifle. The old man didn't stir, his breath was faint, clearly having fainted from starvation. In this desolate wilderness, even the most seasoned mountain travelers dared not venture, so how did this old man end up here? Liu Shan didn't rush to help. He activated his clairvoyant eyes, scanning the old man from head to toe. This scan revealed something significant. In the hidden pocket of the old man's clothing, there was something concealed. Inside were several tattered ancient paintings. The scrolls emitted an aura of old artifacts glowing with clusters of colorful light. This glow was far brighter than any antique he had collected in the county town. These were masterpieces by famous artists from a great era. They were undoubtedly national treasures of incalculable value. This old codger is no ordinary man. He had stumbled upon such a figure in the wilderness. The man carried priceless ancient paintings and had ended up starving in these deep mountains. He was likely a prominent figure who had been sent down to a commune. The storm outside was raging fiercely with arrests everywhere in the county. Carrying such items would be a grave crime if caught. Liu Shan looked around. There was no one else, not even a footprint. He didn't want to invite trouble, but he couldn't let the treasure-bearing old man die on his turf. Since he had laid eyes on this treasure, it would eventually fall into his hands. He had to find a way to revive the man and keep him alive for now. Liu Shan stepped back a few paces, retreating from the muddy pit into the dense forest nearby. The old man's background was unknown. He couldn't reveal himself easily. He must remain mysterious and cautious, never exposing the location of the cellar. If he got entangled in the troubles outside, the tranquility of his mountain stronghold would be ruined. He whistled. The big black dog dashed out from behind and stopped before him. Liu Shan linked his mind to the space and produced a military canteen filled with spiritual spring water. He also took 2 pieces of roasted wild boar, wrapped them tightly in large tree leaves. He tied the leaf packet to the canteen strap. Liu Shan pointed at the old man lying in the pit. Xiaohei, take this and drop it in front of him. Xiaohei opened its mouth, bit the canteen strap, ran out of the woods, and reached the old man. It released its grip, dropping the canteen and meat beside the old man's head, then turned and sprinted back to Liu Shan. Liu Shan crouched behind the trees, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the muddy pit. Not long after, the old man, catching the scent of roasted meat, twitched his fingers. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Starving people are most sensitive to food. The old man grabbed the leaf packet with both hands and tore it open. He seized the roasted wild boar inside and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing without even chewing. Choking, he rolled his eyes, quickly grabbed the canteen, uncapped it, and gulped down the water. The spiritual spring water, once in his stomach, instantly flushed his pale face with color. This water carried astonishing vitality, pulling him back from the brink of death. The 2 large pieces of meat were all gone. The old man sat in the mud, panting, and patted his belly. Thanks to the meat and water, he had managed to survive. He raised his head and looked around. Which kind soul saved my old life? The old man's voice was hoarse as he shouted into the surroundings. Only the rustle of wind in the leaves answered. There was not a soul in sight. He stood up, holding the empty canteen. He bowed and made obeisance in all directions. His manner of bowing was very refined, clearly that of an educated man. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. I, an old man, will never forget this meal's grace, even in death. Liu Shan, hidden in the shadows, didn't even breathe loudly. The old man had partaken of his spiritual spring water and wild boar, thus owing him a great debt of gratitude. Once he had investigated the old man's background, he could reveal himself at the right time. Liu Shan patted Xiaohei's head. Man and dog silently retreated deep into the old forest. In such a time and place, running into this old man meant he was no ordinary person. He would surely prove useful sooner or later. For the following half-month, Liu Shan would periodically venture into the peripheral forest. That thin old man would climb the mountain before dawn each day to dig for wild vegetables. Liu Shan lurked in the shadows, tailing him along the path to the commune at the foot of the mountain. The old man lived in a dilapidated cowshed, squeezing together with a few emaciated cattle amid mounds of rotting mud. Every day, he hauled manure and performed back-breaking labor, constantly subject to the squad leader's insults. One noon, several commune officials stood chatting in the courtyard. Liu Shan crouched on the wall, catching every word. That old Chun who was sent down from the capital, he used to be a university professor, an eminent scholar specializing in history and antiques. He had amassed quite a collection of valuable items in the capital, all confiscated. Now that he's here with us, all he can do is haul manure, the official scoffed. After hearing this, Liu Shan dropped from the wall and slipped silently back into the forest. Through half a month of covert observation, he had thoroughly uncovered the old man's background. This was Chun Xiuxing, a renowned antique appraiser from the capital and professor of history, recently sent down to the commune's cattle shed. No wonder there were precious ancient paintings sewn into his tattered clothes. He even protected them while fleeing for his life. Liu Shan was precisely in need of someone knowledgeable. Once the storm passed, he would surely return to the capital to acquire national treasures. The capital was a treacherous place, how relying solely on his clairvoyant ability wouldn't be enough. He needed a knowledgeable guide to navigate that dangerous terrain. The old man was nearly starved to death, so providing a decent meal would give Liu Shan complete leverage over him. The next morning, Chun Xiuxing carried a worn basket into the forest to forage for food. Liu Shan emerged from behind a tree, blocking his path entirely. Chun Xiuxing was startled, looking up to recognize Liu Shan. Half a month ago, did you send that dog with meat and water? Putting down his basket, Chun Xiuxing bowed repeatedly. Thank you, brave sir, for saving my life. Accepting the bow, Liu Shan revealed himself fully. I know your background. Chen Xiuxing from the capital. Chen Xiuxing's expression changed dramatically as he retreated 2 steps. Do not be afraid. Let us make a deal, Liu Shan said calmly. I will provide meat and fine grain to sustain you, ensuring you neither starve nor weaken here. Chen Xiuxing swallowed hard. What do you seek in return? My sister has no education. I want you to tutor her daily in a hidden mountain cave. Liu Shan locked eyes with Chen Xiuxing, cementing this knowledge exchange. I have all the middle school and high school textbooks. Teach her everything you know. Chen Xiuxing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Teaching is my specialty. I accept this task. Liu Shan tossed him a cloth bundle. Inside were 2 large steamed buns and a substantial piece of cooked pork. Holding the meat, Chen Xiuxing's eyes grew moist. With mere scraps of meat, the most abundant resource he had secured a personal tutor from a premier national university professor. This was an unbeatable bargain. That afternoon, Liu Shan brought Xiaolan to a small stone cave on the periphery where Chen Xiuxing was already waiting. Xiaolan, come here every day from now on to study. Listen to Teacher Chen, Liu Shan instructed before turning to hunt nearby. Xiaolan took out her books and properly addressed him as teacher. Having eaten his fill, Chen Xiuxing was revitalized and took the textbook to begin the lesson. He opened a middle school Chinese textbook, though he didn't take it seriously in his heart. She was just a wild girl raised in the mountains, 8 or 9 years old with barely any literacy. What could she possibly understand? He decided to simply select a couple of short passages to read aloud. Xiaolan, this is a first-year textbook. Take a look at the table of contents first. Chen Xiuxing handed her the book. She took it and began flipping through the pages. Instead of reading line by line like an ordinary child, she turned the pages rapidly, pausing for half a breath after each page before continuing to the next. In less than the time it takes to smoke a pipe, she had gone through half the book. Closing it, she returned it to Chen Xiuxing. Teacher, I'm done. Test me, Xiaolan said, earnestly looking up at him. Chen Xiuxing's brows knitted together in confusion. He thought the girl was being careless. No one reads like this. The greatest taboo in scholarship is a restless mind. How can I test you if you haven't even seen the words clearly? Chen Xiuxing scolded sternly. Without arguing, Xiaolan began reciting directly. Chapter 1, Spring. Looking forward to it, the east wind has come. She articulated clearly, reciting perfectly with no stumbles whatsoever. Section after section, she recited the book's exact words flawlessly. Chen Xiuxing froze, then hurriedly flipped through the pages to verify. 5 or 6 whole pages, and the girl remembered every word precisely, even matching the punctuation pauses exactly. Chen Xiuxing's hands trembled uncontrollably as he crumpled the pages. Did you memorize this before in school? He asked weakly. No, I only glanced at it just now. The words are completely imprinted in my mind, Xiaolan said, pointing to her head. Chen Xiuxing drew in a sharp breath, convinced he had encountered something supernatural. He immediately set aside the Chinese textbook and pulled out an arithmetic book from the wooden box. Taking a dry twig, he wrote a long series of complex multiplication and division problems on the flat earth of the cave floor. Solve this problem, Chen Xiuxing pointed at the ground. Xiaolan glanced down at the numbers on the ground. Without even using the twig to scratch out calculations, she directly called out the answer. Chen Xiuxing's eyes widened as he quickly calculated in his head. When he finished, he stood completely frozen. The answer was exact to the last digit. Refusing to believe it, he smoothed the ground with the twig and wrote down the most difficult word problem equation. Once again, Xiaolan merely glanced at it, and within the space of counting to 3, she spoke the correct answer. This arithmetic talent was terrifyingly extreme. Chen Xiuxing was completely convinced and threw away the twig. He suddenly rose to his feet, slapping his thighs hard, his whole body trembling with excitement. Perfect memory. Divine mental arithmetic. Chen Xiuxing's voice cracked, his eyes red. He leaned toward Xiaolan, scrutinizing the country girl from head to toe. This is an unparalleled gem. I have taught for most of my life in the capital, but I have never encountered such a miraculous mind. Chen Xiuxing looked up at the cave's ceiling and exclaimed loudly. This child is the great fortune of our nation. If her talent is wasted, I shall be a sinner for all eternity. This girl not only memorizes quickly but solves problems as easily as drinking water. Today I, Chun, have truly found a treasure in these great mountains. Chen Xiuxing had originally intended to merely muddle through and earn a full meal. Now he wished to pour out his very heart and cram all his lifelong learning into this girl's mind. Outside the cave, Liu Shan stood holding 2 freshly caught wild rabbits. Hearing Chen Xiuxing's loud exclamations from within the corners of his mouth curled upward, not that he needed to check whose sister she was. His sister had grown up drinking spiritual spring water daily, her mind thoroughly refined to be clearer than crystal. She was still young now, but when she grew older she would attend university and pursue profound knowledge. By noon the sun was scorching hot. Inside the stone cave it was cool and shaded. Liu Shan walked in and tossed 2 wild rabbits, roasted until the fat dripped onto the wooden plank. He also handed over a canteen. Eat first, I'll teach you this afternoon. Liu Shan pulled a stone over and sat down. Chen Xiuxing thanked him, repeatedly grabbed a rabbit leg and tore into it with big bites. Since being sent down he had struggled even to get coarse grain noodles, but now every meal came with plenty of meat and his body was visibly growing stronger. Chen Xiuxing swallowed the meat, took a sip of water, and let out a long breath. He looked at Xiao Lan, who was sitting nearby reading a book, his face full of admiration. Brother Liu Shan, you have a wonderful little sister. This girl is sure to get into the highest institution in the capital in the future. Chen Xiuxing couldn't help praising. Liu Shan drew the short knife from his waist and began whittling a dry wooden stick. The capital is so far away and the world outside is chaotic now. Will she really be able to go? Liu Shan asked casually. At these words, Chen Xiuxing's face darkened and he set down the rabbit meat. Yes, the outside world is in turmoil. Chen Xiuxing let out a long, heavy sigh. He leaned closer to Liu Shan and lowered his voice. The reason I was sent down is that the political winds have shifted. Before long, an even greater storm will break out, and the capital will become the true center of the vortex. Chen Xiuxing slapped his thigh, his eyes full of reluctance and anguish. It's a pity. All those precious things that have been passed down for centuries. The capital is filled with countless national treasures and antiques, and they will all suffer a great calamity. Those red armbands have no idea what cultural relics are if they smash and burn them all as the four olds and trash. Chen Xiuxing pointed at the wooden crate beside him, his voice trembling. Ming Dynasty official kiln porcelain, famous song, dynasty calligraphy, and paintings and mutton fat jade that once flowed out of the former imperial palace. The peerless treasures hidden in the homes of my old colleagues. I'm afraid they'll all end up as junk thrown into the recycling station. What a sin. Those are the very roots left by our ancestors. The more Chen Xiuxing spoke, the more distressed he became, tears welling up in his eyes. And those large quadrangle courtyards left by the older generation. Those grand compounds with 3 entrances and 3 inner yards with green bricks and glazed tiles. They'll surely be confiscated and given to drifters to live in. Fine courtyards will be ruined into messy tenements, and the old bronze rings on the gates will be taken down and melted. Liu Shan sat on the stone without responding. But the knife in his hand stopped. Chen Xiuxing's complaints lit a beacon in his mind. What others saw as a great catastrophe was to him free gold and silver scattered on the ground. If the national treasures of the capital were being thrown into recycling stations as trash, then all he had to do was take a stroll through those stations with his X-ray vision, and he would be able to collect a fortune. Those confiscated quadrangle courtyards, once the storm passed, would be golden nuggets worth a fortune. Through Chen Xiuxing's words, the historical backdrop was now thoroughly understood. Old Chen, focus on teaching for now, and make sure you stay alive first. Liu Shan tossed the finished wooden stick to the ground. The affairs in the capital, no one can stop them. Let the chaos run its course. Liu Shan stood up, brushing the wood shavings off his clothes. He now had a space full of supplies and an absolutely safe fortress. As long as he lay low in these deep mountains, patiently waiting for the tide of the era to pour down. When the outside world was in turmoil, and everyone was afraid to be associated with antiques, that would be the perfect moment for him to swoop in and take it all. Mountains of gold and silver would eventually fall into his pocket. When the autumn wind blew, all the leaves in the old forest turned yellow. The wind rustled through the treetops, sending swirling leaves into the sky. In the hidden stone cave on the outskirts of the underground shelter, Chen Xiuxing was writing equations on the stone wall with chalk. Xiao Lan, this algebra problem requires a bit more thought. Chen Xiuxing turned to look at Xiao Lan, who was sitting on a wooden stump. Xiao Lan glanced at the stone wall and immediately blurted out 3 numbers. Teacher, this problem has 3 solutions. Using the formula I just taught is the fastest. Chen Xiuxing was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran the calculations in his head. After finishing, he nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. Your mind is truly a gift from heaven. I've taught for most of my life, but I've never seen anyone as sharp as you. Chen Xiuxing had just put down the chalk, ready to start the next chapter. Suddenly from the forest outside came the sound of dry branches snapping. The noise was loud, accompanied by heavy footsteps that made the ground tremble. A gust of autumn wind blew in through the cave entrance, carrying a stench. The smell was overwhelming, 100 times worse than livestock that had never been bathed. Xiao Lan frowned, put down her textbook, and covered her nose. Teacher, there's a big creature outside. The smell is off. Chen Xiuxing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned to look out of the cave. No sooner had he spoken than the bushes outside the cave were shoved aside, sending a shower of broken leaves into the air. A massive beast emerged, blocking the cave entrance. It was an enormous black bear from outside the area. This creature was a full size larger than an ordinary black bear, standing like a small hill when it rose. It had probably come from deeper in the mountains, driven by hunger, and hadn't found any food along the way. Catching the scent of humans inside the cave, it had tracked the smell directly. The black bear was on all fours, its large head swaying left and right. Its 2 bloodshot eyes gleamed with ferocity, fixed straight on Chen Xiuxing and Xiao Lan inside the cave. When Chen Xiuxing saw the monster outside, he was so frightened that the chalk dropped from his hand and broke in 2. He was a scholar who had spent his life in the capital, living a peaceful existence in his study. He had never in his life seen such a terrifying wild beast. His legs trembled uncontrollably, he could barely stand, and cold sweat poured down his back. Xiao Lan, run to the deepest part of the cave. Chen Xiuxing shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking. He gritted his teeth and did not turn to flee himself. He spread his arms, shielding Xiaolon behind him, standing as straight as his thin frame could manage. "Beast, come at me." Chen Xiuxing roared at the black bear, forcing himself not to collapse. In his heart, he knew clearly that faced with this deadly creature, he would not survive today. His old bones were worth sacrificing, but this girl was the future pillar of the nation. She must not die here. The black bear, provoked by the shouting, became enraged. It reared up on its hind legs, swinging its massive front paws wildly in the air. A deafening roar burst from its throat, shaking loose stones from the cave ceiling. The black bear opened its huge maw, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth, and lunged straight at Chen Xiuxing. A blast of wind rushed toward him as the bear's paw aimed directly at his face. Chen Xiuxing's heart leaped into his throat, and his mind went blank. He knew that one swipe of that paw would send his head flying. In this life-and-death moment of crisis, the thought of dodging never even crossed his mind. Chen Xiuxing squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death. Seeing the bear claw about to smash onto Chen Xiuxing's head, a sharp whistling of wind suddenly erupted from midair. Liu Shan had been resting on a large pine tree above the stone cave, keeping watch. Spotting trouble below, he didn't even bother unholstering the semi-automatic rifle on his back. The beast was dangerously close, and firing would risk hitting Chen Xiuxing, while the gunshot would carry for miles. Liu Shan leapt directly from the tree branch, which stood over 10 meters high. As he fell through the air, he drew the broadaxe tucked at his waist, gripping the handle with both hands as his core engaged with explosive force. His entire body carried tremendous downward momentum as he crashed straight toward the massive black bear. The bear hadn't even processed what was happening when it looked up to see only a dark silhouette. Liu Shan had already landed directly above it. The broadaxe in his hand carved through the wind, aimed squarely at the top of the black bear's skull. Liu Shan consumed spiritual wheat and ginseng soup daily, and his strength had long surpassed the limits of ordinary human capability. The force of that strike was terrifying. A dull, thunderous explosion erupted before the stone cave. The blade cleaved straight through the bear's skull and drove deep into its brain. Splash! The black bear never even managed to scream before its body went rigid. Its claws stretched straight out, then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. One strike, death delivered, leaving the beast no chance to resist. Liu Shan landed steadily and smoothly drew the broadaxe embedded in the bear's skull. He wiped the blood on the bear's fur without even a heavy breath, retucked the axe at his waist, and brushed the dust from his hands. Chen Xiuxing had closed his eyes and waited, bracing for pain that never came. Instead, a massive crash echoed and warm blood splattered his face. He opened his eyes and froze completely. The deadly black bear that had been moments from killing him now lay dead at his feet. Liu Shan stood beside the carcass, his expression unreadable. Terrified, Chen Xiuxing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He raised his hand, pointing first at the bear on the ground, then at Liu Shan. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came. What he had just witnessed had completely shattered everything he knew about the world. An ordinary man, without firearms, wielding only a broadaxe. Descending from the heavens, he killed a several hundred-gene black bear dead with a single strike. Brother Liu Shan, you are truly a deity incarnate. Chen Xiuxing's voice trembled, his eyes filled with reverence. He had seen many martial artists in Beijing, but never such terrifying prowess. This was no ordinary mountain hunter. This was undoubtedly a peerless master who had hidden himself away in the deep wilderness. Liu Shan stepped forward, pulled old Chen to his feet, and brushed the dirt from his clothes. There are plenty of wild beasts in the mountains. A stray visitor or two every now and then is nothing to worry about. Liu Shan spoke calmly, treating the matter as trivial. Xiaolon walked out of the stone cave, hands behind her back, and kicked at the black bear on the ground. Brother, does this mean we're having bear paws for dinner tonight? Xiaolon showed no fear, her face bright with excitement. Liu Shan nodded and patted his younger sister's head. That's right. This beast is huge. We'll chop off all the bear paws and stew them into soup just for you. Liu Shan bent down, grasped one of the bear's thick hind legs, and with a single arm hoisted the several hundred-gene black bear straight into the air. Dragging the bear carcass behind him, Liu Shan strode decisively deep into the forest. Chen Xiuxing stood frozen, watching his retreating figure, his eyes nearly popping out. Such divine strength made him feel like the overlord himself reborn. Chen Xiuxing's respect for Liu Shan reached its peak. Not only did he have a genius sister with an eidetic memory, but he himself was an unfathomable master. Following someone like this in these turbulent times guaranteed survival. Chen Xiuxing wiped the sweat from his face and turned to look at Xiaolon. Girl, let's head back to the cave and continue the lesson. All he wanted now was to pour everything he had into teaching well, to repay this monumental debt of gratitude. As the autumn wind swept across the hills, the leaves in the old forest turned fully golden and carpeted the ground in a rustling cascade. Time flew, and soon it was autumn harvest season. After the autumn harvest in Dashijian village, the yield had been mediocre, and every household's grain stores remained half empty, forcing everyone to tighten their belts once more. But in the deep mountain dwelling, the scene was one of joyful abundance. At that moment, Liu Shan sat cross-legged on the Kong bed, his consciousness merging with the spatial realm as his form dissolved into it. The moment his feet touched ground, the sweet fragrance of ripening grain filled his senses. Striding toward the black earth, he found the right half of the rice paddy had turned entirely golden. Heavy panicles bowed the stalks low, and a gentle breeze sent waves of golden grain rippling across the field. It's ripe. The rice watered with spiritual spring water grows with extraordinary vigor. Liu Shan grinned broadly, retrieved a long-handled sickle from a pile of tools, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped into the rice paddy, swinging the blade. Swish, swish, swish. The razor-sharp sickle sheared through stalks with effortless rhythm. Possessed of great strength and tireless energy, Liu Shan had the entire paddy harvested within half an hour. He gathered the rice onto the open ground and thrashed it with a flail. Once the husks were separated, he swept the grain into a pile. Liu Shan brought over a hand-cranked hulling machine and fed the rice inside. What emerged wasn't ordinary rice at all, but grain after grain of crystal-clear pearl-white polished rice. A moist sheen glistened on each kernel's surface, radiating an alluring fragrance. This isn't common rice, it's like crushed jade. Liu Shan scooped up a handful to smell it, utterly delighted. The spatial farm had now achieved complete diversification. He had meat, medicinal herbs, and now even the finest southern rice varieties. Filling a cloth bag with the new rice, Liu Shan withdrew from the spatial realm through mental focus. Back in the dwelling, he immediately built a fire and set water to boil, washing 2 large bowls of rice before dropping them into the iron pot and covering it. Before long, white steam billowed from the pot seams. The fragrance of cooking rice was so intoxicating it could awaken the hungriest appetite. He also cut a large piece of bear meat and stewed it with napa cabbage in a massive pot. When the rice was done, Liu Shan lifted the lid. The grains in the pot were perfectly separated, glistening with oil and releasing an intoxicating aroma. Liu Shan took 3 large ceramic bowls, filled each to the brim with rice, and topped them with a layer of cured bear meat. He packed everything into a basket, stepped outside, and headed straight for the hidden stone cave, where old Qin taught. Inside the cave, Qin Xiuxing was recounting history to Xiaolan. "Let's eat first," Liu Shan said, walking in and placing the basket on a large stone. The moment he lifted the cover cloth, fragrance instantly flooded the entire cave. Xiaolan cheered and began shoveling rice into her mouth. Qin Xiuxing lifted his bowl and stared at the crystal-clear grains within, momentarily stunned. He picked up a bite with his chopsticks and tasted it. The rice was soft and chewy, fragrant with every bite, and a wave of warmth traveled down his throat straight to his stomach. Qin Xiuxing jolted in surprise, his eyes widening. He devoured the rice voraciously, barely registering the bear meat, eating nothing but plain white rice until sweat poured down his face. Tears welled up and spilled over his deeply wrinkled face, dripping into the bowl and mixing with the rice as he swallowed them down. "Old Qin, is the rice not to your liking?" Liu Shan asked with a knowing smile, fully aware of the answer. Qin Xiuxing set down his bowl, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and shook his head repeatedly. No, Brother Liu Shan, I'm both happy and ashamed." His voice trembled as he looked at the empty bowl in his hands. "I spent half my life as a university professor in Jingxing, indulging in all sorts of delicacies, but I've never tasted rice this fragrant. This is practically food for the gods. I'm just a decrepit old man sent here to clean latrines, thinking I would starve to death in this desolate wilderness, yet not only have I survived, but I get to eat such exquisite fine grain at every meal." Qin Xiuxing wept bitterly, his tears streaming down his aged face. This bowl of rice infused with spiritual energy had completely shattered his psychological defenses. He understood in his heart that the things Liu Shan brought out were absolutely beyond anything one could find, even in the official mansions of Jingxing. This immense kindness was one he could never repay in this lifetime. After lunch, Liu Shan cleared away the empty bowls and chopsticks. Qin Xiuxing did not immediately resume the lesson, but stood up and paced back and forth a couple of steps inside the stone cave. He turned to look at Liu Shan, his expression extremely solemn. "Brother Liu Shan, for the great kindness you have shown me these past few months, I, Qin Xiuxing, will never forget it." Qin Xiuxing sighed and patted his empty pockets. "My home was ransacked. I am penniless now, unable to offer even a proper token of gratitude." Liu Shan waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "It's just a meal. Just teach Xiaolan well, and forget about all that empty talk." Qin Xiuxing, however, shook his head with a very serious expression. "No, this kindness must be repaid. I may have nothing else, but I still carry some of the old secrets of Jingxing in my mind." He turned to look at Xiaolan. "Girl, tear a sheet from your craft paper notebook for me, and give me a charcoal stick." Xiaolan obediently tore off a large piece of craft paper and handed him a short piece of burnt charcoal. Qin Xiuxing spread the craft paper on a flat stone. He took a deep breath, gripped the charcoal stick, and with a flick of his wrist began to draw swiftly on the paper. Liu Shan leaned in to look. Qin Xiuxing was actually drawing an extremely detailed map of Jingxing. Every street, alley, and city gate tower, all from memory, was drawn with perfect accuracy. After finishing the main outline, Qin Xiuxing began to draw circles and mark notations on several hidden corners of the map. "Brother Liu Shan, you possess earth-shattering skills. The deep mountains of Dashi village cannot hold you." Qin Xiuxing lowered his voice as he drew. "Sooner or later you will enter Jingxing. I told you a great storm is coming from outside, and when it does, all the national treasures of Jingxiang will be doomed. Qin Xiuxing pointed to several places circled in black on the paper. These places are the most secret antique black markets in Jingxiang. In the early years, the remnants of the former dynasty squandered their wealth, and all the good things circulated through these hidden alleys. Outsiders could never find the way in. Then he drew heavy crosses on several other marginal areas. These crosses mark the largest scrap recycling stations and steel smelting plants in Jingxiang. When the red armbands start smashing the four olds, countless rosewood furniture, famous paintings, bronze vessels, and official kiln porcelain will all be hauled to these places to be destroyed like scrap metal. Qin Xiuxing's hands trembled, his eyes filled with unwillingness. When you get to Jingxiang, take this map and wander around the outskirts of these scrap stations. With your abilities, you can definitely save those national treasures that are being treated as garbage. Pick up even one piece, and it will be enough to last you several lifetimes. Qin Xiuxing finished the last stroke, blew the charcoal dust off the paper, solemnly rolled up the craft paper, and handed it to Liu Shan with both hands. This is the only repayment this old man can offer you. Liu Shan stared at the craft paper in Qin Xiuxing's hands, his eyes instantly lighting up. This was not just a piece of paper, it was the ultimate treasure map leading to boundless wealth. With this extremely detailed insider information, once he reached Jingxiang, he would have a complete map of the entire territory. He wouldn't have to stumble around like a headless fly, he could go straight to the heart of the matter and buy national treasures by the pound at the scrap stations. Liu Shan didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out, took the craft paper, carefully folded it, and tucked it into the inner pocket against his chest. With a thought, the map went directly into the absolute vault of his space. Qin Xiuxing, I will remember this debt. Liu Shan looked at Qin Xiuxing and gave him a promise. Outside, the autumn wind rolled fallen leaves across the stone cave. The prelude to the great storm had already begun. Liu Shan rolled up the craft paper map, tucked it into the inner pocket of his jacket, and patted his chest. He bid farewell to Qin Xiuxing in the cave and walked back along the same path to the Dianzi. Inside the room, the heated wall was blazing, making one sweat from the warmth. Xiaolan was lying on the table doing arithmetic problems with a pencil. Hearing the noise, she quickly looked up. Brother, you're back. Teacher Qin taught me a lot of new formulas these days. Xiaolan raised her notebook, her face full of pride. Liu Shan nodded, walked over, and glanced at the characters on the paper. You've learned well. Tonight I'll stew some rabbit meat for you. Keep writing. I'm going to sort out some things in the back. Don't call me unless it's important. Xiaolan nodded obediently and continued to work on her problems. Liu Shan walked to a pile of hay in the corner and sat down. With a thought, he connected to his space and entered it directly. As soon as he stood steady, a wave of medicinal fragrance hit him. When he breathed this scent in, every joint in his body felt relaxed and comfortable. It was many times more intense than the scent of the medicine from previous years. Liu Shan raised an eyebrow and strode over in the direction of the fragrance. He came to the black soil beside the spirit spring. The century-old lingji and fleece flower root that he had planted earlier after retrieving them from the hanging coffin had fully matured. The several lingji mushrooms resting on the pine logs were astonishingly large. The cap of the largest one was a full circle bigger than a wash basin. The fleece flower root in the adjacent plot was even more exaggerated. Thick vines covered the ground, and the leaves were so green they seemed to drip oil. The black soil at the roots was all bulging upward, indicating that the things underneath were definitely not small. The most eye-catching of all was the mutated blood ginseng, its top covered with bright red ginseng seeds. Liu Shan activated his X-ray vision and carefully examined it. His gaze penetrated through, and he saw that these top-grade medicinal herbs were emitting clusters of colorful energy. The colorful energy moved like living things circling around the herbs. They carried an ancient aura of long passage of time. This was the phenomenon of the medicine fully maturing. The several wild boars and deer had all gathered at the fence. They stared longingly at the spiritual herbs, swallowing their saliva, but dared not approach even half a step. Soon a fine black powder began to drift from under the caps of the lingji. These were ripe, top-grade lingji spores. The strings of black seeds on the fleece flower vines also began to fall with a pattering sound. Together with the ginseng seeds, they all fell into the black soil below. As soon as the powder and seeds touched the soil, they instantly melted away. The black soil emitted puffs of white smoke. The ground under his feet trembled slightly, and the color of the soil became even darker and oilier. The white mist at the edge of the space also receded half a foot outward. The area of 1 foot of land had actually expanded by a full circle. The black soil had received a tiny feedback again. These top-grade herbs had not wasted the space's spiritual energy. Instead, they had returned their excess potent medicinal power to the farm. Liu Shan watched this scene and grinned. Now it had become a perfect self-sustaining ecosystem. The herbs produced seeds that nourished the black soil, which in turn became more fertile, enabling the growth of even better herbs. Endless and continuous. With the successful cultivation of high-grade medicinal herbs, this space farm had become a priceless cornucopia. From now on, no matter what heavenly materials or earthly treasures he planted, they would all effortlessly grow into top-grade products. Liu Shan walked to the spirit spring, washed his face, and looked at the fully matured spiritual herbs on the ground, calculating in his mind. It would be too much of a waste to simply sell or give away so many top-grade treasures. In chaotic times, no matter how great another's power was, it was illusory. Only one's own strength was the only hope for survival. He needed to find a way to refine all these top-grade herbs into his own bones, to elevate his mortal body to a whole new level. With a thought, he withdrew from the space. Liu Shan opened his eyes and returned to the Dianzi. He walked to the edge of the earthen bed, felt under the brick joints, and pulled out a leather pouch. This pouch had been brought out together with the things from the hanging coffin on the cliff. He untied the leather cord and poured out a sheepskin-covered ancient medical book. This medical book, left by the old ginseng hunter, recorded all the folk remedies and potent medicines from the deep mountains. Doctors in the big hospitals outside could never see such things. Liu Shan pulled over a stool, sat down by the kerosene lamp on the table, turned up the wick, opened the sheepskin pages, and searched page by page. The earlier parts recorded native methods for planting herbs and preventing poisonous insects, which he skipped without reading. He went straight to the last few pages of the second half. A line of large characters written in black ink came into view. Body tempering paste. Liu Shan's eyes lit up, and he brought the book closer to read carefully. The characters on this ancient formula were densely packed with many rules. It clearly stated that this formula was not for curing diseases, but specifically for tempering the physique. It required top-grade aged ginseng, century-old lingji, and fleece flower root as medicinal ingredients. It also required the bones and blood of the fiercest beasts from the deep mountains. All these were to be placed in a large iron pot according to proportion and boiled continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without letting the fire go out. Finally, it would be reduced to a paste to be swallowed, enabling one to undergo a transformative rebirth, forging the bones, muscles, and skin as hard as iron. Strength would also multiply several times over. After reading the last line, Liu Shan closed the medical book. The corners of his mouth lifted, and he felt completely confident. This formula was tailor-made for him. The demanding top-grade medicinal herbs were abundant in his space, all freshly matured top-quality products. The beast bones and blood were also not lacking. Earlier, when he had killed that far eastern tiger in the inner forest, he had stored the bones and tiger blood in the fresh-keeping area of his space. The tiger was the king of beasts, and the potency in its bones and blood was undoubtedly the most dominant in the deep mountains. He had never been willing to use it, waiting for today to put it to great use. "Brother, what book are you reading so intently?" Xiaolon put away her arithmetic book, came over, and stood on tiptoe to look at the table. "An old almanac. I'm picking a good day to brew you a nourishing bone soup." Liu Shan tucked the medical book into his bosom and patted his sister's head. "Go to bed early. Tomorrow I'll show off my skills at the stove." Xiaolon nodded happily, took off her coat, and slipped into the warm quilt. Soon her even breathing could be heard. After Xiaolon was sound asleep, Liu Shan walked to the front of the stove. Connecting his mind to the space, he cut off half a purple lingji from the black soil medicinal field. He also used a shovel to dig out a large section of fleece flower root. He washed everything clean with spirit spring water and laid it on the chopping board. Then he retrieved the tiger carcass. The tiger carcass still carried the warmth of the moment with no signs of decay. Liu Shan drew out his curved knife and cut open the flesh along the tiger's leg. The blade followed the bone seam, stripping out the thick tiger leg bones. He threw the blood-streaked tiger bones into a large iron basin. Picking up the mountain-splitting axe, he hacked at the tiger bones, fiercely breaking them all apart to reveal the dark red marrow inside. He also took out a large sealed ceramic jar from the space. Inside the jar was all the fresh tiger blood he had collected at the time. All the top-grade medicinal herbs and beast bones and blood were prepared, filling an entire table. Everything was ready, only waiting for the fire tomorrow. Liu Shan carried all the chopped dry pine firewood over and piled it beside the stove. In this era, having money and food alone was not enough. As long as he could brew this potent paste and swallow it, his personal strength would reach an invincible level. From then on, even if he had to face a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he would dare to force his way in. He washed the blood from his hands, blew out the kerosene lamp on the table, and lay down on the heated bed. He planned the next day's brewing process in his mind and closed his eyes peacefully. The next day at dawn, Liu Shan got up early and walked to the stove. He pulled out the largest iron pot from his space and set it on the fire. "Brother, why are you getting such a big pot?" Xiaolon rubbed her eyes and sat up full of curiosity. "I'm going to brew a pot of potent medicine. It'll take several days. For these few days you can heat up your meals on the mud stove next to it. Don't run around." Liu Shan sent his sister to wash her face, then turned around and brought over all the potent ingredients prepared the night before. A large basin of finely chopped tiger leg bones, the purple lingji cut into large slices, the century-old fleece flower root cut into large chunks. All were thrown into the pot as casually as cutting cabbage. If outsiders saw this scene, they would surely faint from shock. A small piece of this lingji could be exchanged for a large courtyard in Jingxing. Now he was dumping it all into the big iron pot. He picked up a wooden bucket, poured in half a pot of spirit spring water, covered the pot, and turned up the fire to boil. When the water came to a boil, a very potent medicinal fragrance seeped through the gaps in the lid. Liu Shan lifted the lid and poured the jar of tiger blood directly in. He stirred the contents in the pot with a large iron ladle. As these nourishing ingredients mixed together, the soup turned a deep red. "Brother, this smell makes me feel all hot." Xiaolan leaned against the wall, her cheeks flushed. "Stay away. The potency of this medicine is too strong. If a child inhales too much, you'll get a nosebleed." Liu Shan waved his hand, telling his sister to hide in the inner partition. "Oh." Xiaolan obediently nodded and quickly ran away, covering her nose. Liu Shan himself pulled a stool over and sat in front of the stove, watching the fire intently. This medicine had to be cooked for 3 days and 3 nights without letting the fire go out in the middle. Whenever the water was almost dry, he would add more spirit spring water. He planned to stay by the stove for these 3 days and 3 nights without leaving even for a moment. Day and night, he worked without pause. By noon on the second day, Xiaolan carried a bowl of hand-pulled noodles over. "Brother, you've stayed up all night. Have some noodles to fill your stomach. The heat control is crucial. Too early or too late, and the medicinal efficacy won't emerge." He handed the empty bowl to his younger sister. "You've been going through the trouble of cooking for yourself these past few days. Once I finish refining this medicine, I'll take you outside to catch wild pheasants." Xiaolan nodded happily, carrying the bowl back to the partitioned room. By the third night, fierce winds howled through the smoke vent, causing the flames in the stove to flicker wildly. Liu Shan grabbed a piece of burlap and blocked the draft. He stuffed 2 more handfuls of dry firewood into the stove, and the flames roared back to life. The liquid in the pot gradually reduced, eventually thickening into a dense medicinal paste. Bubbles bubbled violently at the bottom of the pot, the pungent medicinal aroma nearly suffocating in the small room. Liu Shan drew out the exposed embers and covered them with dry soil to extinguish the heat. Let it steep overnight. In the morning, he'd see the results. Having barely rested for 3 days and nights, Liu Shan collapsed onto the kong and slept straight through to broad daylight. On the 4th morning, Liu Shan rose to inspect the pot. The black medicinal paste had cooled completely, solidifying into one solid mass of hard resin. He used the tip of his knife to lift a thumb-sized chunk of the black substance. He dropped it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The moment the paste entered his stomach, it erupted into a raging fire. Scorching heat surged through his intestines, racing outward to every limb and vessel. Liu Shan let out a muffled groan and sat cross-legged on the kong in meditation. A crackling sound echoed from deep within his joints like dry beans popping non-stop in a hot wok. His muscles tensed as streams of black sweat oozed from his pores. This was his body being pushed to its absolute limit, forcing every impurity trapped inside to purge outward. It was agony, bone-deep, soul-splitting pain. Liu Shan clenched his teeth, his hands gripping into fists so tight his knuckles turned white, yet not a single cry escaped his lips. For a full 2 hours, the crackling in his bones finally subsided, and the scorching heat dispersed into his flesh and blood. Liu Shan suddenly opened his eyes. Though he hadn't activated his clairvoyance, he could see every grain and texture of the wooden walls with crystal clarity. He rose and walked to the water vat, splashing cold water over his body to wash away the black sweat. As he casually clenched his fist, the muscles in his arms surged forward with explosive, almost supernatural strength. At this rate, he felt he could punch clean through the stone wall in front of him. "Brother, you've grown taller." Xiaolan walked over and looked up at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. Liu Shan was already tall, but now he had visibly shot up another inch, his frame as straight and rigid as a javelin. "It's the supplementary medicine. My strength has increased even further." Liu Shan laughed and ruffled his sister's hair with force. He closed his eyes and tried listening to the world outside. His 5 senses had sharpened to an almost terrifying degree. He could clearly hear the crisp snap of a tree branch breaking 100 paces away in the old forest, carried on the wind. Even the faintest whisper of snowflakes settling on dry grass blades rang out with perfect clarity. He could even detect the breathing and sneezing of a wild hare in the distant snowfields. With this monstrous physique and hearing, even if dozens of men surrounded him with guns, he would sense them long before they could strike and escape unscathed. Liu Shan walked to the corner and grasped the massive boulder with one hand. Without even exerting himself, he shoved it aside, creating a wide gap. The cold wind swept in, yet he felt absolutely no chill on his skin. Xiaolan pressed her face against the gap to peer outside. "Brother, it's snowing out there. Are we still going to catch wild pheasants today?" Liu Shan pushed the boulder completely aside with one hand. "We're going. Today I'll show you how to catch prey with my bare hands." He strode out of the cellar, refusing even to don his cotton jacket, wearing only a single-layer shirt against the bitter cold. His ear twitched, and he immediately detected movement in a snowdrift 50 paces away. His legs exploded with power, and his body shot forward like an arrow. The speed was so great it kicked up a whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye he stood before the snowdrift. His hand snatched outward, pinching the neck of a plump wild pheasant mid-flight. The bird didn't even have time to struggle before it was lifted into the air. Liu Shan swung the prey at his side and walked back to the entrance. "See, we're having chicken stew tonight. Brother, I've been reading in this cave every day. I want to learn to hunt too. I want to catch wild pheasants." Xiaolan took the pheasant and said, "All right, after breakfast we're heading into the forest. I'll teach you to hunt." Xiaolan clapped her hands in delight. After a hearty breakfast, Xiaolan specially donned a new cotton jacket and marched bravely behind Liu Shan. The big black dog followed close behind, wagging its tail in circles. The three of them left the cellar and ventured into the surrounding forest. Every branch hung with icicles, and the biting wind tightened against their faces. Liu Shan walked in the front, taking not a single heavy breath. His body had been tempered into something formidable. Walking through deep mountains was as effortless as strolling across flat ground. "Brother, a rabbit." Xiaolan pointed at a snowdrift ahead and shouted. A fat gray rabbit burst from the snowdrift and sprinted desperately into the heart of the forest. Liu Shan didn't raise his rifle. Instead, he gave a hand signal to the big black dog. "Go. Catch it alive." Blackie's forelegs drove into the snow, sending up a spray of ice crystals as he launched forward. The beast was terrifyingly fast, closing the distance to the rabbit in just a few bounds. His jaws snapped shut around the back of the rabbit's neck, and he carried it straight back, dropping it at Liu Shan's feet. The rabbit was still alive, kicking its legs frantically in the snow. "Blackie, you're amazing." Xiaolan crouched down and lifted the rabbit by its ears. Liu Shan patted Blackie's head and looked up toward the distance. 30 paces away beneath a massive pine tree, a brilliantly colored pheasant pecked at the snow, searching for food. In the past, this distance would have required raising a rifle and taking careful aim. But now, Liu Shan barely felt like touching a gun. He bent down, dug a chunk of frozen earth from the ground, and weighed it in his palm. His gaze locked onto the distant pheasant. His arm whipped forward, hurling the stone with full force. It screamed through the air with uncanny precision and struck the pheasant squarely on the head. The bird didn't even have time to cry out before its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed to the ground unconscious. "Let's go claim our prize." Liu Shan strode forward and picked up the pheasant by its wings. Xiaolan ran over, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, you throw stones more accurately than shooting." Liu Shan handed the pheasant to his sister and brushed the snow from his hands. "With this kind of strength, it's nothing. When the weather warms, I'll teach you to throw throwing knives." The two of them and the dog wandered through the forest all morning. They caught 7 or 8 pheasants and fat rabbits, plus 2 partridges. That evening, a heavy snowstorm blanketed the land above, while inside the cellar a kerosene lamp flickered warmly. A pot of pheasant stew bubbled away, filling the entire room with the rich aroma of meat. Liu Shan sat nearby, methodically wiping down his semi-automatic rifle with a cloth. Xiaolan lay her head on the table, staring at the iron pot and drooling. The big black dog lay on the ground, gnawing contentedly on a rabbit skull. Suddenly, Blackie's ears perked straight up, and a low growl rumbled deep in his throat. Liu Shan paused, setting down his rifle. With senses sharpened to an almost supernatural degree, he tilted his head and listened carefully. 100 paces away in the forest, the sound of snapping dry branches drifted on the wind. Footsteps crunched and slipped through the snow. These belonged to an adult man, and he carried no iron weapons. "Xiaolan, stay in the house. Do not move." Liu Shan rose to his feet, drawing the boning knife from his waist. Outside it was pitch black, and the biting wind made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. A figure in a tattered cotton-padded jacket was groping his way over, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. "Brother Liu Shan, it's me." The figure lowered his voice, calling out with a sobbing tone. Liu Shan recognized the sound and put away his boning knife. "Old Zhao, what are you doing in the deep mountains in the dead of night?" The visitor was none other than Zhao Youcai, the village chief of Dashi village. Zhao Youcai stumbled and crawled to his side, his face blue from the cold. "Brother, I finally found you. Master He from the county town sent an urgent letter through someone." He pulled out a craft paper envelope from his bosom and handed it over with both hands. Liu Shan took it and glanced at it by the light of the snow. The envelope bore the red postal stamp of the provincial capital. "Let's go inside and warm up first." Liu Shan pushed aside a large rock and led Zhao Youcai into the underground hideout. As soon as Zhao Youcai entered, he smelled the aroma of meat, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. Liu Shan walked over to the oil lamp, tore open the envelope, and pulled out the letter. It was a secret letter written by Master He through a scribe, the handwriting extremely hasty. The contents were clear. The family member of Chief Zhou in the provincial capital had suffered a relapse of an old illness, and the county hospital's doctors were all at a loss. Chief Zhou, frantic with worry, had sent a special